the LEC season. We are so excited to welcome you all to our studio here in Berlin, Germany for the opening day of the 2023 season. Throughout the day, we're going to introduce you to our brand new format, the new players, the old players in the new jerseys. We'll have some fun, and of course, we're going to watch some great League of Legends. Before we get to that, though, I wanted to take you on a small trip back to last year. So across the next 4 hours, we're going to watch back some of the best moments, some of the best content, some of the best games from the 2022 season, before we take a small preview of the action this week along with the Euphoria crew. Our very first stop down memory lane is Malmö, Sweden, the host of our first ever roadshow in 3 years last summer, where spoilers, Rogue and G2 Esports faced off in the final. We're going to look back at all of the action, starting with the opening ceremony.
Years of excellence, 20 seasons of competition. No matter the year, the meta, or the name on our league, peak League of Legends has come from Europe. Our players are to be celebrated, respected, and feared. Our teams who entertain, evolve, and dominate here and across the globe. And they are supported by all of you, the best fans in the world. This is our story. Malmö, you know when to sing.
Will you rise above the days come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, make the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the facts, and we stray from the
After 3 long years, we're in a stadium, we're in Sweden. What is your region? playing in their 11th LEC final, looking for their 10th LEC title. Melmer, meet G2 Esports. In the top lane, Broken Blades. In the jungle, Yankos. In the mid lane, Caps. In the bottom lane, Blackheads. And in support, Targamas. Playing in their 3rd LEC title, on the hunt for that first. Let me introduce your Saturday champion, silencing the haters, shutting down their opponents. It's Rogue! In the top lane, Odowone! In the jungle, Maran! In the mid lane, in the bot lane, Comp! And in support, Trimby! Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, Malmo and everyone around the world, put your hands together for G2 versus Rogue!
We are on to the Rift for Game 1, the LEC Finals. 10 years of LEC, our 20th split. G2 have quite the legacy. Yes, I said it. And Caps, his appearance in finals is something that many European teams fear. Of the 7 finals that Caps has been in, he has won every single one of them domestically. This man is a monster when it comes to winning titles. He is the epitome of winning when it comes to Europe. And right now, we are in the Cathedral of Caps as the house continues to support G2 Esports.
And look at that win rate in finals, 21 wins, 3 losses. Rogue yet to find a singular win against G2. They got 3-0'd last time. Targamas there just covering the level 1 invade. There's a ward from Flakin in case any level 1 shenanigans come down. That ward right there, just in the middle of the river, covering if Yankos does red, queues over the wall into the Dragon Pit and looks for blue. Early trading in mid already. TP versus TP, Electrocute versus Electrocute.
Larson also getting that experience means that he will get level 2 first. Let's see if he can look to leverage that here in the 1v1 matchup against Caps.
The interesting thing here, Flakkit is very late to lane. If we could look at bot lane here, Flakkit has fake leashed bot. He's used mana on his Q. It looks like he's leashed Yankos here, so maybe G2 using that to their advantage, because Rogue's communication here, their bot lane will say, yeah, Draven leashed, Jarvan started bot side, Mawrang could get caught off guard. We'll track it for now.
And early jungle tracking is going to be so incredibly crucial here. If Yankos shows up against an unsuspecting Rogue, an early gank can shift the tides of this game so incredibly quickly, especially when we look at the spot lane matchup. We know how explosive this can be. If either side gets a lead, the entire game can fall apart so incredibly quickly. For now, though, Comp and Trimby holding strong here. Both sides just fighting for an early level 2 as quickly as they can.
Keep them eyes on the junglers right now. You can see Mawrang doing a topside clear into bot. Yankos doing a full topside clear. Has just hit level 3. What is he going to look for here? Just a bit of information to cover for Caps. Wary of any early ganks, but also to get information on if Mawrang decides to go for the top scuttle. We can see in terms of push, Broken Blade will have to push in the top lane matchup. Has 2 wards covering the river, meaning he should be well protected. We see mid lane with the push in favor of Rogue. Bot lane in the same situation. Larson with a slight level advantage. Let's see what Mawrang can do off the back of this. For the time being, it doesn't look like we're going to see any early aggression, but I got to hold my tongue here because he's making his way into the bot lane rush.
The ward expired around 10 seconds ago, so Malrang won't be spotted.
He's going to drop another ward for his bot lane, though. The timing here is perfect for Malrang. He's making his way up towards Jankos' Raptor camps.
Doesn't look like he spotted Jankos yet, so for now, the early information that Flack had secured by coming to lane late remains in favor of G2. Maybe Jankos can get something done before they spot him out.
So that topside ward on mid was to cover Caps, yes, but it was also to cover if Malrang ran into topside river from his Raptors. Then he would know Jankos what crab he's on, so he can trade easily on the opposite side. He'll pick up this top crab very happily, won't get double crab. He's around the top side to look for an early top dive, but I don't think Odoame is low enough. There's not a wave to play on. It's bouncing for now, it looks like, so maybe they can look for some kind of pressure, but Odo should be just fine. He has the mobility, and G2, their lockdown's quite difficult to pull off.
Jankos once again looking for a bit of information. Has his eyes set on the top lane. Not an easy lane to gank. Level 4 for Odoame. Well, there's a lot of vision here. Observers, thank you very much highlighting it for us. They have spotted out Malrang. Jankos looking for an opportunity to potentially punish here.
He's not here for the gank, he's here for the counter. He knows the dive on the Ornn is too hard, but if they catch Trundle, Scryer's Bloom, giving away an entire
focus
plan.
from both these teams right now. They're so aware, their vision is on point. Both teams completely locked in here in the early game. Targamas.
Trimby, slow.
Good bit of kill here.
Going down, silence could come out. The handshake is so crucial, but Targamas has to flash out to safety. Early advantage for Rogue.
I think they were scared as to Draven's position that a heal could come through. Now, I can't be sure. Maybe they just decided to back off anyway and they didn't have the gap codes, but it looked like they could have had a kill there. Good stun from Targamas. His Broken Blade's under a little bit of pressure for a gank, but nothing will happen here. Malrang's just trying to cover the push out, but you can see how tense and important information is in the game, whereas both junglers don't know where each other are. It's a bit tricky when it comes to pushing out lanes and covering.
Small advantages being gained across the board here for Rogue. You can see in the top lane, small lead for Odo, and the bot lane, small lead for Comp and Trimby. In terms of the 2v2, this is really not what I was expecting. We've been told the Draven lane is one of the most dominant. But of course, Flackhead did go for that early base, going to pick up this ward and wave, and we'll look to close that CS gap just a bit.
And we talk about CS gap, we talk about G2. Most of their lanes have CS differences when it comes to the early stages of the game. They accrue leads through lane, but we're sitting in a game right now with a 500 gold lead over to Rogue from lanes on their own.
Nice
Odo,
combo there.
Odo, no mana left, gets a good combo, like you said, Vedius, onto Broken Blade. Both these top laners yet to TP back. Broken Blade low on health, Odoame low on mana.
Moving away, Gwen immune.
Oh, hang on!
One more Odo, the ghost now ticking out. Odoame has to run.
Whew. Odoame nearly getting a solo kill onto Broken Blade. Both top laners now wary of junglers, but Broken Blade forced to ghost away.
And it was Odoame who solo killed Wunder yesterday on the gangplank, the counterpick into his Ornn. Great sidestep from Larson there. Both these solo laners fighting quite hard against G2 and winning out on the trades, winning out on the summoner advantages, pushing their lanes back.
And this is so important for Rogue. We heard it on the desk. G2's not a team that needs to dominate in the early game to come out on top. So for Rogue to start to build these advantages early game, to potentially shut down what could be a very explosive G2 mid game is crucial. Level 6 getting closer and closer for the Jarvan. We have to assume that that's when G2 can start to look to make these plays, start to contest some of these objectives. But for now, Rogue in complete control.
Bot lane crab now to be contested. Jankos does, of course, have an ever so slight level advantage, but Malrang doesn't care. His mid laner will be able to rotate first. Level 6 for Larson, level 6 for Caps. Keep my eyes on the mid lane movement. So crucial when it comes to these jungle fights.
So yesterday when we saw Malrang on the Trundle, he went for a full supportive build. He went full tank, I think it was Frozen Fist into Redemption and these kind of Force of Nature builds. Now he's got a Sheen, so he's going to go for the Sunderer on the early build, thinking that maybe he wants a bit more damage with the Ornn by his side, a little bit more contest to fight against the Jarvan to push Jankos back a bit so that the 3v3s can go in their favor.
Credit to Malrang, incredibly adaptable in terms of how he builds just about any single champion. We've seen lethal tempo, we've seen it on the Jarvan, we've seen a lot of creative things come out from him, and I like that he's willing to adjust his build to accommodate his role in the team. Is he someone that needs to provide the slow of the Iceborne? Is he someone that needs to provide the damage of the Divine Sunderer? A guy who is super flexible and making sure that he can provide a lot to Rogue, but surprisingly, even with a Trundle and a Jarvan in the game, it's been incredibly quiet here early on.
Yeah, and I think it's important to look back at the last time that they played because it was fairly even until it wasn't. And I think the reality of the situation was that G2, as the series went on, was slowly building more and more momentum. And while there were windows where it looked a little bit close, you can see how dominant G2 was the last time that they 3-0'd Rogue.
Yeah, G2 are so strong when it comes to when one thing goes wrong or one mistake finds itself for Rogue, they punish it so hard. You think back to their best of 5 against him, Larson dies on a mid-wave, and all of a sudden G2 have got 3 towers out of nowhere, so these kills can blow open the map. Rogue needs to be careful not to make any mistakes. For now, it looks like they're sitting pretty comfortable, 500-600 gold lead, lanes are stable, tracking jungle, but now it's when it becomes a bit dangerous, more so for Trimby. Soraka into Jarvan. Needs to be very careful as to where Jankos is positioned. The Odo fighting back here, no ghost on Broken Blade.
Malrang hasn't been spotted yet.
Hovering in the area, how much can they commit here for the play?
Look at Caps. Caps is moving around the map right now. I'm always wary of whenever he disappears, and that's one of the scary things about champions like Ahri and Blanc. Even just moving into the fog of war can put a lot of threat onto the map. The bot lane are feeling very comfortable for Rogue right now. They have good vision, they have the push. And Malrang now looking for a gang top.
Pillar coming out. Broken Blade already dashed away, but Odoamne leaping into the pillar. Ulti now coming out to follow. Gwen immune, gonna block so much of any potential damage. Malrang just going under the tower. Absolutely. What? Odoamne from downtown with the pillar.
Jankos is here though, Caps is on the way. Malrang no flash. Larson is trying to match as quick as possible. Does Jankos take this fight?
There's no play here. Larson off to the side fighting Caps. Jankos potentially caught out here now. Malrang moves forward. How much longer on the pillar? Will not get anything else. Herald aggroed. Nothing for G2 to get in return.
And this is pivotal for bot lane as well, because they're in isolation. Comp can keep punishing this lane with the sustain. They've already got themselves 1 plate, 400 gold lead to Comp, 500 gold lead to Trimby right now. Bot lane going in Rogue's favor, top side winning. The problem that Rogue have though is because they invested so many resources to kill Broken Blade and they were so low HP that Caps can push out mid. Broken Blade can run back towards the top side. They have more tempo in this top side of the map so that they will be able to get this Herald despite losing the fight.
The pinks right now coming down onto the Drake. Rogue recognize this, and they're looking to get a cross map off. Resets have come through from Comp and Trimby. But a good awareness there from G2. But let's look back at this gank in the top lane.
So Malrang actually confident enough to solo kill the Gwen, practically, because Odoamne is not a part of this fight. The W comes through for all of the ultimate. He just missed 1 tick of damage, and it was this Q right here that Odoamne sniped on a max range. Really, really good limitation from Malrang to know how much damage he can deal.
Slash all top
Calculated.
Calculated. There's a lot of things you could all chat in that exact moment. But credit to Odoamne. Malrang playing incredibly well around him, and Odo in general. We saw the Renekton pretty lackluster in the first series against G2, but today with the Ornn, and certainly yesterday with Renekton against Fnatic, he has been playing like a man unleashed. We heard from him in his post-game interview. Rogue, all of their issues seeming to melt away as they came into Malmo. Focused and playing together again well as a team, and you can see it here in this early game. 10 minutes in, Infernal down, 1.5k gold lead. Rogue looking confident here in game 1.
No, indeed. Malrang going to path back up towards this top side. Larson and Caps have been a bit quiet. They've been trying to roam to both these sides, but they're just both matching each other so quickly that it's hard to find a numbers advantage. But now Jankos is on his what side. He's going to get face check here by Comp. He's very scared, but Jankos will find his way around here. No TPs for Rogue. But they call the play off. Of course, the benefit Trimby has with this Soraka is if Jarvan commits on the Soraka, Kalista ult, right? You can always pull her out of danger.
True,
so they have 2 options in terms of things to get out of Jarvan ult. The flash and the Kalista ult.
Oh, that's the ult.
No flash.
Jankos ulting is going to be a little bit difficult because overall Malrang's tanky boy, but Blacken out of nowhere with the Draven ult to seal the deal. Oh, Malrang not respecting the G2 collapse.
And G2, they find their first kill of the series. A quick punish onto Malrang. He committed that flash in the top lane. Jankos doesn't even use the EQ, just throws the ultimate down. Caps is quick to collapse. Very cleverly, Jankos actually stayed out of range of that sweeper, so he didn't get spotted. Now Larson goes in for a trade. Likely can't commit anything further. Both ults are down on either side right now.
And gentlemen, that kill is absolutely massive because we take a chance to look at the scoreboard. You can see overall, we went from Kalista pulling ahead in CS very confidently to suddenly Flacken wildly ahead, 800 gold from the cash out from the kill itself. And this is the risk of the Draven. Even if G2 aren't as explosive in the bot lane in the early game, if he ever cashes in, it's hard, but he hasn't spent the money yet. Now Rogue are looking to punish. Rogue are looking to get something done before he can spend all that money so low, but he's just flashing with confidence as he walks away.
How much can Rogue get off of this though? Because Blackhead will need to base. Maybe it's in their best interest to run top lane with their bot lane and go towards Jankos and use this Herald towards the top side that we saw Rogue do yesterday when their bot lane was down in tempo. Trimby trying to cancel bases. They know that they have the numbers advantage. Comp will farm plates up, so this 800 gold lead that Blackhead got is now shrinking away ever so slowly. And we'll see how he moves around the map. Looks like he will come back down towards his bot side, but his tower has taken a huge hit.
I'm just so impressed with the confidence from Flackhead there. As the Herald gets dropped down in mid, often we see young players, first time on a big stage like this, they get nervous, they get scared, they often are over safe, but he held his flash all the way to the last minute. The Herald will collide with the tower. Gold injection for G2. They will find themselves a little bit behind in gold, but once again, G2, they're still playing with confidence. They don't find themselves at too much of a deficit. With this kill onto Flacket, he's going to come back into lane with a completed Bloodthirster.
Immortal Shield, though.
Immortal
but I
Shield,
like your
bro, that one.
enthusiasm. Bloodthirster might be next.
But we can see here, look, Jankos just stays out of the range of the sweeper, tries to avoid getting spotted, then Malrang oversteps, and then he's quick to pounce.
The Draven ult comes in, does so much damage. Cash in of 643. So big numbers for Flacket to get his deficit back ahead. Of course, Comp got a few plates after that, so it's slightly evened up a bit, still in Flacket's favor. And now Jankos trying to stop the base of Larssen, doesn't have any kill pressure, manages to land the E. Larssen has TP though, so I think Trimby will heal him up a tiny bit. He'll catch the wave and TP back. Odoamne still doing quite well on this top side. 10 CS up, almost 1,000 gold lead. Trimby same. But it looks like the mid-jungle of G2 is slowly coming alive, looking for these plays. And of course, Malrang with this damage build isn't as tanky as he was yesterday, of course, so needs to be careful when it comes to these 2v2s.
Absolutely does, but something we have to keep our eye on as well is just Odoamne's level. The further and further we get into this game, the more crucial Ornn levels become. The ability to upgrade your allies' items is going to be massive for the Kalista and the LeBlanc especially. Incredible value that in the laning phase, when he might suffer against the Gwen normally because of the early successful kill, just pulling very, very far ahead. Roseblade, no single item completed yet. 1 or 2 items we know he will dominate in the side lane, but the team fights, so important. We've seen how many games, and G2 games especially, have been all about control around these objectives. Rogue with a lot of tools to fight back.
Now, the Dragon spawns in about a minute's time, and because of this early item that has been completed for both Caps and Flacket, Rogue will have to be cautious about whether or not they choose to fight this. Shane goes a little bit wide there for Larssen, but when you look at these item spikes across the board, G2 are hitting them first. The question is, will there be a window for Rogue to be able to pick up that extra bit of gold, go back to base, spend it, and then come back out onto the map? Alternatively, there's a world where G2 can choose not to go for an early Drake and instead cross-map it for a Herald and then break open that top tower. Get a little bit more gold back into Broken Blade, and maybe look for a cross-map Caps. A little bit of danger here.
Trouble here is going to be forced to ult out. You can see he's trying to hold on to the ulti as long as possible. Goes down. Caps could have used the ult, could have used the flash, opts to hold both.
Very clean execution there. Larssen used his ult chain, I believe it was. I'm not sure if he used 2 or just 1 single one. I can only see the purple chain, but that means there's more burst when it comes out. So Malrang can flash forwards with the Q, the flash auto Q, and it's just enough burst to stop Caps from being able to escape during the CC chain. Let's not forget Soraka ult in these 2v2s as well will become important, more so for Rogue side. No healing reduction built up just yet, and now with this pick on mid, they're looking for a form.
Trying to keep the tempo on Flacket. Shield already proc. Flacket trying to sidestep, trying to get weird with it. Is he still standing?
He's done.
Trying to get the execution. It will not be enough. He will not be bailed out. Rogue will find the kill on the bottom side.
The stacks have disappeared. That's the mid-jungle synergy we wanted to see from Rogue. Bring your mid laner down towards the bot side. They get a pick, they punish it. G2 did the same against them. They're doing the same back a week later.
Of course, we're only 15 minutes into this first game, but expectations were that G2 would look to do exactly the same to Rogue as they did last week. But already in game 1, Rogue is looking to play. A 2k gold lead, 15 minutes in. They will concede the Drake, or will they? Malrang hovering in the shadows.
No flash. Jankos has ult, needs to be careful. He's done this mistake before.
But look at the team, Ornn is on the way.
Can you afford to step in? Malrang ready to get the pin. He's going to get it! They tried to block it, but you can't do it.
The heals!
Here comes the Soraka! And here comes Rogue! Backup is there. Malrang will finally fall. Broken Blade looking to make the difference. Looking to be the one that counts in this fight. Trying to take him down, but no. Not today, says the Kalista. And back in he goes! What a masterclass in team fighting from Rogue! They are obliterating G2!
G2 are wiped off the map, 16 minutes in, and it's a goddamn ace for Rogue!
The title chase begins and Rogue are off to a sprint. 8 kills, 16 minutes in. They're going to get the bot tier 1. 5 kills in their back pocket, and it all comes off the back of Malrang walking up into 3 people, smiting the dragon in their face, and the ambulance comes in to keep him alive long enough. The Kalista ult saves Trimby. It all came together.
Malrang walks up, takes the Jarvan ultimate to the face, smites the dragon, refuses to elaborate. Trimby then shows up and is there to offer the... Oh, look at the silence into the heal. Larssen with the perfect timing as well. Odoamne with the ultimate. Just a beautiful team fight from Rogue.
And this is where G2, with Jankos getting the bailout, they think, let's go on to Trimby. This is our target. We have to kill the Soraka. Look at Comp's positioning. Just gets the range to pull him out. Trimby, the
and here it comes.
Then goes in for the triple knock-up on Soraka. Lands the Q, pops the silence down. Jankos falls. And now we're facing an early game where Rogue with the Ornn, with the Soraka, are ahead in the early stages, and they've matched the Dragons. You can see Trimby. He's full of energy.
In the interview, he was quiet. He was reserved, but now as he finds advantage, he turns to Malmo. And he asks if they want more. Rogue onto the Herald. Ottawamne, 3.5k damage in the fight. That is one OP Ornn. Level 12 now coming out, 13 just around the corner. Upgrades just around the corner. Rogue's advantage will only continue to grow. G2 reeling from that one, need to find their footing if they want to come back into this game.
My man did 3k damage on Ornn on a team fight. He's just solo carrying when it comes to the damage charts, and Trimby's just carrying with the healing, so all coming together. We've got this 1-3-1 setup coming through now, where Rogue are going to have both of their solo lanes on either side of the map. Their objective should be this top tier one, you have to imagine, with the Baron spawning in 2 minutes.
And let's just take stock of the situation right now, because it's 5k gold lead, 2 dragons, a Herald in their back pocket. They have their eyes on Broken Blade. He does have the dash. Oh, but Malrang's cutting his escape route off. And Broken Blade doesn't know.
Does he dash over?
Right into the waiting arms of Malrang. There's the ulti, there's the damage. Gwen is immune to the Ornn, but not to the Trundle.
Malrang with the execute onto Broken Blade. Rogue are just dismantling Caps. A Mejai's has even been picked up for Larssen. Rogue continue to push their advantage.
And it's so crucial. The question everyone had coming today, Larssen, is it just control mages? What else can he show us? The silence is solid, but it's not God tier. The LeBlanc today, he is showing up. 9 stacks in the book, ready to find more.
And they will get so much for this. Ping's already coming down mid-push in their favor. What we're going to see here is they're going to move towards the top side with their bot lane, pop the Herald and force it tier 2. And the only thing that the G2 can do to respond is push in mid. So I think Rogue will get a lot of towers here if they commit into this play, and G2 won't have enough to respond with. It's going to be a battle for the towers. Can G2 get this bot tier 2 in time? Can they get this mid tower? Does Ottawamne TP in to help the defense?
Ooh, look at the damage from Larssen right now. 303. The Herald will secure another tower as Malmo erupts in excitement. Our expectations were that G2 would come in as the heavy favorites, but Rogue continued to silence the doubters. Of course, still a lot of this game left to be played. G2 have options, but right now, Rogue in a commanding position with the Dragon in a minute's time.
2.5 items on comp. Objective bounty set up now for G2. They are definitely on the back foot, and they're going to have to look for cross maps. You can see Jankos already on the top side. He needs to help Broken Blade out and get this top tier 1. Eventually, they need to transition that top pressure from the top tier 1 falling into mid and get the mid tier 1 if they want to start contesting these neutrals, because they can't push waves out far enough. Larssen's going to find Jankos.
Oh, look at the damage! Another chain! Take your time! He goes back in. He's trying to find something else. Larssen forced the flash away. Jankos still standing, crucial for the side of G2. They get his ult, but that's about it.
The block is coming online. 3-0-3 now. Larssen with the Mejai's, like you highlighted. It's going to do a hell of a lot of damage, and that's a Jarvan with no magic resistance, and Caps is looking for some vision. This is where Rogue have all the vision. Do they decide to pounce?
Step forward. Pillar doesn't quite end up behind Targamas. They're going to back off the play. 26 seconds. No Cloud. Cloud Soul. Big for a lot of these ultimates. Big for the Ornn, the Trundle, the Callista.
Let's just keep stock of what's available right now. G2 have everything. All of their summoners, all of their ultis, except for Jankos'. He did just have to expend that while Larssen lost his flash. Rogue now moved down into the mid lane. Larssen not investing the teleport. Malrang gonna get another level up. Actually, their eyes are on this tower. Jankos does not know that he is sitting on a ward.
Waiting. So they dive. As Flash has the EQ, Malrang off to the side, zoning away. Here comes the Ornn. Gonna land it on the Flacca. There's no follow-up into the backline. They got the TP out, though, and they've had to burn very little. Ottawamne not quite able to find the stun. Broken Blade hovering around, fishing for a way into the backline, trying to get some damage down, but G2 giving up so much just to lose the tower in the end.
We got a glimpse of Rogue's teamfight execution. If you watched it carefully, Trimby ran forwards as Ornn ulted first, silenced Flackid as the R2 came in. His shield bow procced. If Larssen was a bit closer, that was a kill. Jankos gonna spot out Larssen. Do they go for a Baron? I don't think they can. They have to look for this top tier 1 if they want to, but Otto has TP, so there's a world where he could TP behind them if there's a ward in this Baron pit. No, it's a blue orb, so there's no threat of a TP, but G2 are gonna back away.
And between the silence, the pillar, and the Ornn ult, if G2 are not the first ones to start the fight, it is so difficult for them to find priority targets, for them to protect their carries. Rogue just continuing to stack up advantages. Almost 7k in their favor. 3 Drakes on Soul Point. 5 minutes so they can look to find the Cloud Soul.
It's a Draven ult to get his Bloodthirster there. Just got a couple creeps for it. 131 stacks right now. Flackid doesn't have the most, and of course we know what happens when Draven falls behind and can't cash in on his stacks. He got the first kill earlier on, around 7 or 8 minutes into the game, but now it's all the comp show. 252 CS right now, 70 CS advantage in the bot lane.
Whew. Comp is fed, for lack of a better word. And now we kind of look at what Rogue is looking to do next, because they've secured a number of outer towers. They've even gotten themselves a tier 2. The Baron is on the board. The Dragon in about 4 minutes' time. they mainly want to look to start pushing their vision even deeper, start being able to control 2 lanes. You can see them pathing up towards top. They can send Comp towards mid. They can have Larson push out that top wave, and then they start getting this deeper vision towards the top side of the map. This then makes it harder for G2 to then threaten things like the Baron, but also it sets up Rogue for an opportunity to find picks. Their composition is very good at catching targets out and being able to very quickly kill them.
It's such a tense situation, you know, because if G2 make another big mistake, it's Baron for Rogue. Could very well be the end of the game. The siege potential that comes out from having this Ornn from this Trundle so hard for G2 to clear these waves comfortably. Brokenblade fishing on the side lane. In the 1v1, he's still incredibly strong.
Is he?
Yeah, I thought so, but maybe not.
Yeah, I thought so too, but Omne is just that much stronger. 205 on the Ornn right now. 2 fully completed items. He's just going to brush off the scissors from Broken Blade.
Someone who will be incredibly strong very soon, though, is Larson. 2 needlessly large rods, 9 stacks right now. When he pushes that over to 10, gets the passive and then gets the Rabbit on death cap, he will one-shot anyone on G2 that's not Broken Blade. So
oh, they're baiting this.
They're baiting a Baron, doing a little bit of acting, clearing out the vision. And let's not forget, Rogue Secure is very strong. They have a Kalista, they have the Ren, they have the Smite. And G2, they have a lot of mobility to get into the pit, though. Need to be careful. Only 1 blue orb right now on G2, and it's Flacket. That's their only real face check, unless Jankos is willing to step up.
Rogue currently playing on 3 lanes. Odoamne hovering towards the bottom side. We'll see if he responds to that or takes up position in mid lane as Rogue continue to threaten the Baron. G2 doing their best to clear out vision for now. Jankos making it out to safety.
They don't have full information, Rogue, on where the rest of G2 is just yet, so they didn't want to overcommit to that. They're just going to force Jankos back. He's not going to be able to clear out any of his vision. As you can see, once again, G2 being forced further and further back. This vision from Rogue getting deeper and deeper. Thank you, observers, for highlighting the lack of insight that G2 do have. Now the question is the Baron being started? Of course, we know G2 yet to gain that information. They see it started, G2 no.
Gwen on the bottom side, TP not available yet. Odoamne in the area, willing to sack bot lane to be here for his team. The Ornn ultimately, you have to keep track of that pinch so incredibly deadly for G2. Ornn now coming in, he can throw it right into the pinch. He manages to knock off 2. Meanwhile, Jankos has been taken down. This is a fight, and they are obliterating G2 where they stand. The Baron remains fleet. Rogue remain with their eyes on the prize. Caps needs to make a miracle happen.
His ult tick's gone, that's it. He's got no more mobility left. This is a Soraka that's engaging on a Kalista ult. That's how far forwards that Rogue can start pushing this advantage. That's a Baron. Broken Blade
down.
But it's gone, and Jankos trying to force his hand. He knew the Baron was ticking down. There had to be an engage.
Fate calls Soraka is a combo I didn't know I won, but Comp and Trimby have proven me it's something that I need to see more of. What a beautiful execution and how aggressive they are with this bot lane as well. It doesn't matter if the Soraka gets engaged on. She becomes that much harder to kill because of that added safety of Comp. And with all of the mobility he has with the Martial Poise, G2 can do nothing to lock this bot lane down.
And Jankos just goes into his own death realm the second he decides to jump in. We'll have a look at this one again because he's just going to EQ in. He doesn't know the Baron HP, but he knows it's ticking down really quick, so he decides to just flash all 3 people. On paper, it looks great, but so much mobility. Comp's already out of it. The Dravenhold only hits Malrang, and look at Trimby here on the engage. Knock up into knock up. Odoamne and Trimby, top and support, chain CC. Caps only has 1 tick left, and then the fight's over.
Of course, the damage dealers are integral, but it's really the supporting cast of Odoamne, Trimby, and Malrang that are really setting all these plays up. Malrang with his incredible early games, Odoamne and Trimby with the engages. Larson now on the flank.
So is Caps.
Step in. Big damage! Oh man, that's a magic trick I've ever seen when the life bar just disappearing instantaneously.
Caps hovering, isn't spotted yet. Will get spotted now. Charm connects, not enough damage to look for a kill. The important question we had coming into the series is Rogue going to stick to their mage meta, their control mage meta? This is a game where Larson has matched Caps on an assassin mid with the LeBlanc, and it's working. This is so detrimental to the series in a game 1 because it shows a different style of Rogue that they can match if G2 decides to throw them any kind of curveballs, and they're not worried about anything other than the Sylas. And now it's Broken Blade.
Adjustments are going to be big. Broken Blade off on the top side of the map. TP now coming in. G2 fully committing to this exchange, but Odoamne just happy to hold the tower. He does not take magic damage with this force of nature.
But they've just committed a TP with the dragon spawning. That means that G2 are isolated on the top side of the map. But hang on, there's a TP flank. They're going after Flatheads.
TP. They smell blood in the water. They want to end this one. Larson hunting for Flacket. He sees Jankos, he sees Targamas. Lock up chains. Jankos burning his stopwatch. Last defensive cooldown. Silence is there. They're moving away, but the soul has gone down in the meantime. Rogue just keep coming out on top.
Caps cancelled Odoamne's TP there. It could have been a hell of a lot worse for G2 if both the solo laners had arrived. Maybe they could have picked up a kill. Larson just trying to stop bases now. So they get the soul. That's what they wanted in the first place. But the double TP flank doesn't work out. G2, can they hold on? 38 seconds left of this Baron buff.
G2, they want to reset. They want to have an opportunity to spend some of the gold that they do have. But Rogue, they're not giving them a window. Good charm from Caps.
Go back to the handshake with a poke. The damage on the Targamas is massive. Flashing out to safety so early. That cannon minion trying to keep the siege going. Caps clearing what he can. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Odoamne pushing another wave forward once there's 2 lanes of pressure. But no, instead, Odoamne dropping the wave, coming down, using the Ornal, looking to hit as many people as he can. That's the 2-man knockup, fishing for the ball. But Rogue, they're so disciplined, they back off. They force for the tower instead. And here comes the Soraka, baby. The frontliner Rogue we're looking for. But they're locked. They're locked in the Cataclysm, and it does not matter. Rogue aiming for the throat, aiming for the head. They want to end this game. For now, they'll settle for the inhibitor. G2 holding on for now. Rogue debating if they can fish for another option, if they can move it out back into the mid lane with all their cooldowns down. Cloud Soul going to make sure that all of those ultis are back up so incredibly quickly, and Larson just continuing to fish.
The hostile takeover doing work there to disengage from G2 for the initial part of the dive, but it's when Trimby engaged on the Soraka that you know G2 have to look for something. They can't get the Soraka down. The Soraka heal so big with the ultimate. Rogue get what they came for, and we're going to take a look at that one again.
So let's have a look at this. Odoamne with the engage, and then the silence immediately. Kadril talked about it earlier, but look how much more awkward this is for Broken Blade. Immediately forced to disengage, and then once again, this time though, the Trimby combo being used as an engage tool gets the 2-man knockup. A really good Cataclysm from Jankos buys a lot of time, and with the tower not falling, it kind of stops Rogue from overcommitting to the engage. Jankos sacrificing his life to give G2 another chance in this game.
Holding on for dear life now, G2. First game of this finals. Best of 5, it's Rogue who are coming out on top, almost a 10,000 gold lead. They're going to start pushing down top right now, 1 minute 50 seconds on that Baron. They'll start that up the second it spawns and look to turn if G2 want to contest. What can G2 do in response? There's inhibitor waves coming in bot. They can't split push for this tier 2. Odo doesn't have TP, but they can play 4-1 on top and mid, so he's very close, and he can just push these mid waves and then threaten another Ornald with the Soraka silence.
And while the G2 fans remain stalwart, Rogue continue to find advantage after advantage in this game. Tower breaking in the mid lane, second inhibitor in the eyes of Rogue. So hard for G2 to play this game out. So hard for Flacket or Broken Blade to find space. So hard for Jankos to even walk forward in the face of Larson on this LeBlanc. 305, 13 stacks, 13 pages in the book. And they're looking for a bit more. Odoamne unstoppable. The handshake will not find purchase. Generating a bit more space with the pillar. Rogue taking their time. They are not going to overcommit to a fight. They're not going to risk giving this away. A minute to Baron. They know what they need to do to win. Looking for 3 inhibitors into the Baron. Looking for a clean closeout in game 1.
G2 aren't even fighting this inhibitor. That's going to be so many super minions pouring into the base. It's going to be so hard for them to contest the Baron when it spawns. Rogue just have to keep them in their base till it spawns, or even try to poke them down to get these towers and wait for the creeps to arrive.
I think Rogue is overstaying their welcome now. And just as I say that, they're choosing to disengage. Their waves are a little bit awkward. They don't have the super minions on a number of waves just yet. Oh, and Larson just toying with his food right there. Damage continues to come out, but Rogue, they're committed. Oh, the flash from Jankos!
And Jankos now on the way out, trying to get over the baseball, but he just gets taken down. Hostile takeover, not nearly hostile enough. Malrang now moving into Cap, zoning away completely in his comp. Comp to take over the fight. Comp to kill every single remaining member of G2 Esports. It is a triple for the Callista. It is Malrang finding Cap on the side. Make it a quadra, baby. Rogue are not here to be shut down. They do not care about favorites in game 1. Rogue are here to
coming down. They want to give it the Penta.
Comp. It's the finals. And baby, we're in Sweden. Give it to Comp. crowd alive as though two gentlemen share a beverage. And the Kench has been unbenched, so if you had that sign, congrats, you got your wish as we head into game 2. Pressure on both sides here. Again, early jungle pathing, something we have to track. Level 1 advantage in the bot lane, also massive for the next minutes to come.
So there's the level 1 ward placed by Flakked in the lane so they can actually contest a push, and there's no threat of a Tahm Kench in the bush. Comp has TP on Caitlyn. Not a very common thing you see these days. There used to be a TP AD carry meta a long time ago, but he's using that in case of any bad trades, and he knows the lane will be tough. By the looks of it, of course, Tahm Kench into Sivir Karma will be tough. He wants to make sure that if he does take that bad trade, he is going to TP back.
Sustain his presence on the bottom side of the map. Of course, for both sides, potentially lethal top sides of the map. Caps so much clean and easy gank setup if Jankos does want to pay a trip into the mid lane. Caps obviously opting for the Summoner Spellbook means he has a little bit more playmaking potential as well, potentially opt for the cleanse.
Smart move by Trippy here. He has Sweeper. We'll see if he walks up and sweeps away that ward so he can start to contest the level 1 bot lane brushes. But it looks like I said, Jarvan's going to path towards the bot side, and Jankos smartly starting red in case of any shenanigans of Malrang starting blue and then EQing over the Dragon Pit to try and take that buff away. It becomes very difficult for Jankos to play the game when his red buff's gone. Contesting bot side becomes hard when junglers 1v1 with red. And although Trundle could win, the Jarvan could fight back with lethal tempo.
And ultimately, the thing we have to keep our eyes on is Malrang on this J4. Jankos opting to take the opposite side of the match, but Malrang is a force to be reckoned with as a champion. We talked about it in picks and bans. We're going to have to keep talking about it because despite the fact that this pick is sometimes unoptimal, sometimes downright bad, Malrang is the man who always makes it work. He is a force of nature on this champion.
It certainly is, but look at Caps already moving into the fog of war. Level 2, and we talked about it in the last game, we have to keep talking about it. Whenever these two mid laners move into darkness, everyone on the map starts to be afraid. Larssen, he's only continued to step up. Yes, he faltered in game 1 against Humanoid yesterday, and people are like, we're here at Larssen's graveyard. This is it, this is where we see Larssen die, but nope, he bounced back with a vengeance. And then today he brings out the LeBlanc of all champions. He's been trying to remove the moniker of only being a mage player, but
I mean, it was incredible in game 1, and it's forced Caps on the back foot a little bit here. This blind pick Ahri taking Lissandra, not a carry champion for Caps. More about utility, more about supporting the team, and Malrang already making his way into the mid lane, but he was spotted crucially on that ward and won't be able to find an angle here.
Yeah, G2 have information of Rogue's jungler, and Jankos is going to match here with this mid push to deny this top grab. We'll see if Malrang decides to contest. 2v2 will be pretty difficult. Caps levels up to 4, Larssen starts to catch the wave, will level up from this as well. But it's a very tough task for him to push his way into river. He'll spot Jankos out now, and Malrang could sneak away this crab while he zeroes mid. Looks like Odoamne's on the way down. He will get this crab. Jankos is going to go bot side where he has that bot lane push to make sure that he can match the crab disadvantage.
And Malma, they want blood. And I know they want blood because I hear them chanting TSM. The surefire sign.
I wasn't sure if it was TSM, but
I
yeah.
think it was. I heard 3 letters.
Yeah.
It might have been REGE.
I mean, you can't come to a live event without at least one TSM channel, all right?
It's true.
TPP now being invested in the mid lane. 4 minutes into the game, nothing too chaotic happening. Very similar to what we saw in game 1. Not too surprising. When we actually look at these two teams, they're not the most bloodthirsty. They're not quite like a Fnatic when it comes to securing those early kills. Often, their advantages come in the mid to late game. Team fighting is often one of the big strengths of G2 in particular. I think back to MSI, the early game was often an area where they struggled, and while they have definitely made remarkable improvements, it's still not necessarily an area where they're looking to get a number of kills. But as I say that, Malrang now shattering in the top lane, looking to see if he can get a pick on a Broken Blade.
It's a deja vu, isn't it? Always hovers towards this top side. Odoamne has a wave pushing out. He should know that Jankos is on his bot side to respawn. He's already based, so Malrang is 1 step behind. So Odoamne ideally here just wants to crash this wave and back off as he knows the enemy jungler's pathing top, and Malrang needs to clear out his camps.
Yeah, look at Broken Blade dropping that ward into the tri-bush just behind him. He's making sure that there isn't a risk of a dive. You can see this stacked wave, and he is very cautious. The second Odoamne dived onto him, he was like, nope, I'm going to disengage from that one, but he will be safe for now. Malrang goes back to base.
Presence on the top side of the map. Really working out well for Odoamne, pulling ahead 300 gold to his favor. Very similar to the previous game in terms of pace of game, as you highlighted earlier. Quiet early on, Rogue finding some small advantages in the lane. Nothing too significant quite yet, but the good news for G2 is that Sivir gets more and more levels under her belt, holding on to that wave. Pressure, Charm lands on the Caps, but no follow-up there quite yet. Still only level 5 for Larssen.
I don't think Malrang was spotted there running through mid, but he will be spotted now, certainly when he tries to clear out this pink ward. Was placed level 1 by Jankos. Caps goes forwards for the trade. Larson hits back, and he will hit 6 here, Caps. So will Larson on this next minion. Fighting top 2, Odoamne close to 6 as well.
Clean trade from Odo there.
Proccing, press the attack, now trying to get out, doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want... Aatrox has passive up, he doesn't want to stick around. Level 6 now coming in for Broken Blade, this is big, a potential now to turn, looking for the second stack, can't get the third, has the Umbral Dash as well, no! Forcing the flash out, Broken Blade playing the 1v1 with confidence.
And let's take a look at the items as well, because Odoamne has already based and TP'd back. This is a big pressure point for G2 now, where Broken Blade will try to crash his wave. Larson cannot defend his top laner, he might just be zoned away, or Dove. Rogue really don't have a response. Malrang is running as quick as he can towards this top side, but they will definitely take a dive here if Odoamne stays. Pink to spot out Malrang. If he shows, the dive's off. Broken Blade will catch, push the wave in, and he has TP if he wants to use its comeback.
In game 1, they banned the Aatrox. You're starting to see a little bit why. Broken Blade comfortable in this matchup. Forced onto the Gwen previously. Now looking a lot more confident, and it's only going to get better for him as he manages to go back and finally spend that gold. Odoamne, of course, at a level disadvantage in that fight, so things will even out a bit more as we continue in the lane.
Such great awareness from Broken Blade as well, because initially I thought he was making that play to scare Odoamne off, threatening, saying, hey, my jungler's here, my jungler's here, when in reality it's just more of a bait. But then he actually ticks over to level 6, catches me off guard, catches Odoamne off guard, and you can see when the final Q3 was landing from Broken Blade, it's a game of chicken. Odoamne has to make that call, do I flash away from this or not? And he was forced to, with Broken Blade gaining that small advantage. So very well played by him. And G2 are going to convert this with the pressure that they have in mid, with the reset on bot, into an early Drake.
And the ward on red that Jankos placed before he based, Malrang just had to clear that one out, so G2 had information of Rogue's jungler, so they can easily start this Drake while he's on the opposite side of the map. This just means that Broken Blade has to play a little bit safer, as much as he might want to take aggressive trades. The enemy jungler is topside, and Jankos on Drake, so Malrang could EQ over, but not clear damage and setup. There's only really auto attacks left, but red buff and lethal tempo can do a hell of a lot. Odoamne is very low. Broken Blade should know that something's up here with this Renekton staying. Ideally for Rogue here, Malrang just blast cones over, clears the ping, crashes the top wave before Jankos can arrive.
This is so much time burned by Malrang on the top side. Still only level 5, they're pushing for a longer fight. Broken Blade flashes out, stun still coming through, but crucial that they're able to get at least that cooldown with Malrang committing on top.
I wonder if Broken Blade thought that Malrang was 6 on that play. He was 1 ward away, 1 or 2 creeps away. He might have thought as he blast cone over without seeing level that he was 6. Caps gonna arrive, but Malrang will just get the base off. Now Caps has Ignite, so a lot of kill pressure. No cleanses on the enemy team. 1 target can be blown up.
Something we have to keep your eyes on, and it's so hard for Larson now. Anytime he does not have information as to where Jankos in, a single E forward from Lissandra, and he's forced to back up immediately, because that very well could be his death sentence. And that is the gamble of taking the TP instead of the cleanse against the Lissandra. From level 6 onward, you always have to respect the potential for the all-in.
The Herald has been started off by Jankos. Pings are coming down onto mid lane. TP's back to top.
Trimby, Spellbook TP as well.
Oh my word. They've actually made the swap happen. Yeah. And now they can just easily contest this. Aatrox is on his way. Sivir is going to be late. They send the Renekton down bot though, so it will actually be a numbers advantage for G2 as the Sivir makes their way over.
The theory is good, but Sivir will be here in time, so if Malrang engages...
Good, but the numbers advantage actually went of G2. Broken Blade pathing up towards top is something that they arguably should have expected, but Malrang, he couldn't quite get out of the chains. He gets yanked back. Quick thinking by him to use the ultimate to then provide space to allow Trimby to then come in with the save.
So all G2 lose here is a top wave and a bot wave at worst. Broken Blade will come down and collect, and they should be able to get back towards top so that Flaky can catch his wave. Cap's really low. If Larson lands a charm, it's on cooldown for 3 seconds. Has the self-ult as well and has the ignite, but I like the theory from Rogue. Double TP top, try to get numbers advantage, force it, but G2 with that bot push ready to respond. Larson could ult here. Charm not going to connect. He will push out this wave, and Caps hasn't used ignite, so he doesn't have TP. Might lose a little bit of this wave.
Well, Caps, I think, had really good awareness there, because he was looking at Larson's mana bar and realized this guy doesn't have the mana to drop his full combo and actually kill me. Of course, low enough, if a charm did connect, that would have been death. In any case, he will get away with his life. Rogue find themselves still with a 1k gold lead. A lot of that sitting on the top lane difference. Broken Blade has been put behind a little bit in terms of the isolated 1v1, as we've come to expect in this matchup. But overall, G2 still pretty comfortable. Most importantly, Flackhead has been farming comfortably. 100 CS, pretty even with comp. But this Sivir is going to be the real late game threat from G2.
It certainly is. Odoamne committing a little bit here in the exchange. Broken Blade ultimate, but there's 3 members of Rogue on the bottom side. Odoamne now going forward for a little bit more. Broken Blade not quite enough healing to survive that one. First blood coming in for the side of Rogue. Yanko now running charm cooldown. How long? But not quite quick enough. Odoamne pushing for a bit more. He wants plates on the bottom side.
Look, top side though, Caps is hovering around. The Tomken ult is back up. They don't have a wave to play on right now. Comp is a bit isolated here. He wants to get to his tier 2, but he knows Caps is lurking. He can see him on a ward. Maybe they're confident enough to just sit here. Larson TP up in 1 second. Odoamne TP up in 5. I think G2 might have to call this play off. They can crash the wave and threaten something, but a double TP could come in if they overextend. Good play bot side by Rogue.
They're actually engaged in the top lane there. Oh, but Odoamne now losing his life.
Malrang on the way in. Jankos hungry for blood. Ticking away there on the subjugate, but not nearly enough damage to finish him.
Oh my word, so G2, they've tried a few different things on the map here in the first 10 minutes of the game, but nothing has resulted in an advantage so far. They did, of course, secure that Herald, which is still sitting in their back pocket, but let's have a look back at this play.
So Larson and Malrang just handed off blue, and Malrang's in a lane gang Broken Blade here with no flash. Broken Blade thinks he's safe because his jungler's behind him, but it's 2 members of Rogue, and so much gap close as well means that Broken Blade has nowhere to run. So Caps immediately seeing Larson bot says, okay, let's try to cross map top. I can't get to bot lane in time. I don't have TP. He's been sitting on this Ignite for so long. But there's no Unleashed teleport anyway, so the best case he would TP to the bot tier 1, but the fight would probably be over by then. Caps yet to find any kind of roams.
And as the Herald ticks down to less than 50% time remaining, G2 really need to find a play to get more than just 360 gold out of this. They lost so much securing this Herald in the end as Comp was able to take plates on the top side as BB fell on the bottom side. Jankos looks like he's trying to land it down top. Comp locked up here, the root going to finish. Jankos now coming forward. He can just run in and auto this Caitlyn, but no, Malrang there, ready to defend his AD carry.
So G2 once again look to make another play, but this time it's more of a punish. Comp a little overstep, doesn't have the safety. You can see that with the Herald slowly ticking down, G2 with their bot lane are looking to funnel more plates into Flacker.
They're going to drop it here. Comp no TP. You have to imagine that they just have to try and force this tower. TP for Broken Blade is coming up. Caps is going to run up here in case Larson decides to TP to the tower so they can match any kind of play. Larson is basing right now. Maybe they decide to defend this. Herald will crash. Blades will go over. Tower won't fall though.
Damage. Tower still standing, but Blackhead stepping up, not afraid to start throwing out autos left and right. Kraken Slayer completed, 4 stacks left on the Cole before he can cash in. It's big for G2. And funneling Blackhead is a strategy they're used to. Remember in the Aphelios Jinx meta, it was Blackhead who was carrying, it was Broken Blade who was taking the Ornn. It was so much of why G2 was able to be successful, bringing out some of that here today with the Sivir. The trading just continues. Odoamne with the level advantage. Not afraid to just keep going for these auto attacks, opting for the Gore Drinker.
A lot of damage. They can get any kind of shadow from bot here. They can make a lot of plays happen. Trimby cancels back. He's going to look for the knockup. Spell shield comes through.
Got the ulti out as well, and Malrang is on the way. It's 1, 2, 3. Maybe looking for the Devour. Malrang now ulting in. There's the Caitlyn ace in the hole, and Kate is finding the kill, but Trimby gets traded back.
Response for G2 with the tower damage. Malrang dies as well. Jankos picks that one up cleanly. Malrang with the flash, but Jankos with the gap close. The dive backfires for Rogue. It looks good on paper again, but the execution slightly flawed. Bit too deep there for Rogue.
Flacker does a great job of buying time. He's used the spell shield to get a little bit of health back. And you can hear the crowd starting to show their support once more. Larson hovering around the bot side will be spotted on the control ward, will be dissuaded. The gold is dead even, the kills are dead even here in game 2.
Take a look back at this play. You can see why Trimby under the tower to make the play happen.
And then Jankos comes in, red smite, Q ult in. Malrang knows if he flashes, he's dead. Maybe the best play. Hold my breath for a second. For a Devour to come through. Trimby falls, Dragon. It has TP, top tower is low. Larson looking for Jankos.
Ooh, misses the charm.
Goes wide. Tom Kench on the way in, trying to lock up Jankos. Caps off to the side, hasn't even gotten his way. Keep your eyes on Caps. It's going to be big. He's waiting for the Tom Kench Devour to come through. He ults onto Trimby. If they find one kill, the Thralls will come out. The fight will turn against them so incredibly fast. But already, Broken Blade on the top side. He's found a tower. G2 pushing for more, but Odoamne coming in, looking for the re-engage. That's Blackhead locked up. They want a little bit more. Odoamne, so damn strong. Here comes BB. Off to the side, Broken Blade, what else can he get done? Caps in the midst of the entire team. The Infernal Chains will not pull Rogue back this time. Comp still standing, Caps still standing. It is a bloodbath. Rogue's jungle, but Trimby is still alive.
Oh!
He's doing one more pump. Suddenly Rogue had turned it. They found 3 kills in what should have been G2's fight.
It's G2 who overextend in the end. They were the ones that were able to force Rogue back, but they funneled themselves into this narrow choke point, and that gave Rogue the opportunity to turn it around. Comp with a phenomenal Caitlyn performance, throws out the ult, won't find the kill, but Rogue walk away with the dragon.
Overchased by G2, punished by Rogue. It was a 4v5 from the beginning, and G2 were winning it. They felt confident enough with the TP and Broken Blade that surely they'll take the fight, but Rogue turned it around. So messy, so split, so many low HP bars. G2 couldn't get that single kill.
So you can see here, it starts with the charm rather, missing from Larssen. This then gives a window for Caps to come in from the flank and Targamas to get a lot of poke off. A really good pillar as well from Jankos, but Rogue is just constantly looking to disengage, and at this point you think this is a big team fight win for G2.
And look at Malrine, keep your eyes on him. This is where they turn. It's on him on 1 HP. He goes for an EQ onto Flacket with the trap as well. Flacket gets locked in, gets knocked up. Odoamne gets the first, and as much as Malrine dies, Jankos has to commit for it, so he falls too. TP comes in, it's a 3 versus 4. Rogue being low, it looks like they can get this kill onto Odo. The Ignite ticking doesn't fall, and then this Q flash from Broken Blade. Comp uses the 90 caliber net to dodge away from it, and then with the health bars, G2 have to run away, and the Gale Force cleans up.
And then watch this, the Q Gale Force as well from Comp. You highlighted it at the end there, K-Roll. But the patience from Rogue and the focus is a level that we have not seen from them before. Rogue looking to gain the upper hand in this series against G2. They're already 1-0 up in the series. Can they make it 2?
And just look at Comp's damage. He was clutch in the Callista. Yes, they donated the pentakill, but still a masterclass performance now here. 3k damage on the Caitlyn. Trimby moving in, Comp moving in. Larssen fishing for a kill, fishing for a pick. Where's the charm going to go? Jankos getting chunked out here. Very squishy in this game. The charm will now connect. Cap's now looking for the re-engage, trying to make his way out. Jankos already taken down. No, Jankos still standing. Comp in the end will finish the job. Herald immediately dropped in the mid lane. Rogue are not stopping.
Fantastic patience by Larssen. He held the charm for so long that Jankos kept trying to sidestep. The Herald's going to crash. Can they move into bot here? I think they have a really good play of sieging down mid. They can also move down to bot and get this bot tier 1. A lot of objectives on the map for now for Rogue to pick up.
And it's so hard now for G2. Their composition on its head is incredibly powerful. The passive from Lissandra, the resets from Broken Blade and Sivir on the ultimates. But as they fall behind, as they fail to find the kills in these exchanges, Rogue are just taking more and more control of the map. The gold still within touching distance. Only 2k in the favor of Rogue, with the last 2 plays going so heavily in their favor.
And it comes off the back of Odoamne, especially in these fights. Yes, Comp is stepping up with things like the Gale Force and finishing the kills, but Odoamne on this Renekton is a force to be reckoned with. 2-0-2 right now, 6 of the kills for Rogue. 18 minutes in, and we've still got 2 minutes 30 seconds on the next dragon. The map will go back to a quiet, stable pace. This mid-tier 1 is something that G2 have been trying so hard to get. They get punished again as they step up. They put Flacket in mid now to see if they can get this tower down.
This is a Rogue that we have not seen before. And let's not forget that this is a Rogue that often finds themselves falling short when it comes to the finals. 3rd place, 2nd place, 3rd place, 2nd place. This is an organization that has struggled to secure a title, and coming into this series, they were not the favorites. Now, of course, they still have a long road to go, but this is the best form Rogue has ever looked in a finals.
And the turnaround comes through a week. And they had to go on stage yesterday. 4 out of the 5 players, first time in an arena. And the turnaround has been massive. 3-1 up against Fnatic, dominated after losing the first game. Now up against G2, looking good in the second. G2 still trying to get this mid tower down. Broken Blade even grouping up. Caps coming towards mid. It's a 5-man mid right now for G2. Maybe not so ideal. Maybe they prefer some kind of top push where Broken Blade can join with the TP, but by the time he TP'd in last time, it was a bit too late.
I'm keeping my eyes on these TPs, actually, K-Drop, because I'm always looking for these deep wards. There was one that just faded in the top lane. It could have been an option there for Rogue, but they're looking for these opportunities. Caps moving very deep. They've spotted Larssen.
Larssen needs to ult out as quickly as he can, but he's already been locked up. Infernal Chain's already down, trying to make it out over the wall. No, the blast Tony takes it out. Safety is burning. He's ticking. Leanders, he healed. He healed. He just barely, just 40 health. The taste of blood must have kept him alive, keeping him going. The passive, the essence, the TP coming in. He is giving everything to try to save his mid laner. The sidestep not nearly enough. Odo, he was clutching the last fight, and now it's Odo versus the world here. Turning, Infernal Chains gets yanked back. Trimby in the area with the Devour, ready to knock him out. Gordringer keeping him healthy, but G2 have momentum in the fight. G2 can look to find the resets, but no, Caps does not opt to take the claw forward.
Big pick by G2. Rogue's top laner Odoamne trying to TP in to save him. The ults will be blocked by Broken Blade, and they will get out. G2 Got a TP out of top lane, got a kill onto Larson. Targamas had to flash forward to finish it. Very sloppy overall across the board, but G2 just didn't have the burst to get the Ahri down, so this is the best outcome for them. 30 seconds on the Dragon. Both teams need to reset and get back out on the map as quick as possible.
Honestly, Rogue is quite lucky there, but they had to invest so much. You look at the flashes on the side of G2, 4 out of 5 are available, whereas for Rogue, Odoamne had to invest his flash, Trimby had to invest his flash and his ultimate and the heal. Larson forcing to spend his ultimate, chooses not to flash, didn't have a window to do so. A lot was invested in that small skirmish. G2 got a kill, and now they're in a position to contest this next
And
raid.
their two ultimates down right now. The Sivir and the Trundle ult are missing, but Odoamne and Comp don't have theirs. Trimby's is still down. That eat is so massive when it comes to the Lissandra ult and the target that G2 decide to go for. No cleanses other than Trimby, so he needs to find his target. He needs to wait for that ultimate to be up. Odoamne is basing, so maybe they're just going to give this one up.
And remember how close the last fight was. G2 favored for a brief moment. Rogue holding on, turning it in their favor. Can they even afford to fight this with these major cooldowns missing? Instead, setting their sights on mid lane, maybe hoping to pick off Caps. Tom Kench coming in, not even going to find the slow as Caps manages to walk away. G2 will get the Dragon. That is the product of the bot side play and burning those sums. But now as they walk into the trap, they see Comp, the pillar thrown down, but they will not overcommit. Odoamne off to the side. Broken Blade has to be careful.
So Rogue choose to just concede that Dragon. They decided they weren't in a good enough position to fight. They've got good itemization in their inventory, but for now they're just going to buy more time. Scaling is an interesting discussion when it comes to this game, because you kind of look at the range and the mobility, and you would argue that Rogue have the clear advantage, but Sivir is a champion you can never afford to underestimate in these late-game front-to-back team fights. The question is how much threat is really going to be on her. The smite will come down from Malrang. Flackhead, good damage from him, will force Malrang out, but he got what he came for. He gets the red, and he will look to disengage. Now, though, G2 have a window to start threatening this mid-tier 1.
They've been trying to get this for so long, and this might be their window to look for it. Caps could TP in if they really want to force this one down, but Rogue are just going to decide to give it up. Malrang's on the blue buff, handing it off to Larson, incredibly low HP. The engage is a bit too weak for Rogue to contest that. So G2 get the Dragon, G2 get the mid-tier 1. The gold is evened up.
And in game 1, it was the Rogue show, but here in game 2, these teams are going blow for blow, trading the lead back and forth. Currently, Rogue still holding on to it for now. 600 difference, 700 difference, not significant. Larson hesitating to even walk into the lane. Caps in the darkness. Larson made the right choice to hesitate, but will Caps commit for this play, waiting for the rest of the team to collapse? Larson has the ultimate, but will he have the time? Clean sidestep on the charm. Larson forced to ult out.
Yeah, nice fake there by Caps. He's just threatening an all-in, doesn't use the ult, but Larson's just doesn't have enough information to work with. Best case, just ult out, get the hell out of there before anyone pops out of the shadows to threaten a kill. Malrang, Trimby contesting vision around this top side. Larson forced to base. And Odoamne not having TP means they don't have threat over side on this bot side right now. If Larson fought back against Caps in a 1v1 and he had the information, Broken Blade could TP in and Odoamne can't match. So when that TP's up for Odoamne, they can start to fight those 2v2 solo laners down towards the bot side if it comes to it.
Rogue grouping, looking to regain control, to push back in the mid lane. And we're in a very tense game state, gentlemen. Getting closer and closer to Baron realistically being on the table. Flacked 3 items around the corner. You saw how much damage he did when he was just poking onto Rogue, but it only gets more difficult for that front line to survive in the face of the Sivir, especially when she's protected by the Karma. Has so much control with Lissandra in team fights.
I can feel the tension in this game. You already highlighted it. The TP invested there from Caps on the minimap. G2, they have 5 members around the Baron. They have it cleared out. They have their eyes maybe set on Odoamne. Of course, the vision will be cleared. Has Caps been spotted yet? Of course, he will be missing from the bot lane, but a lot of information is not available for Rogue, and G2 is looking for the pick. They've seen the Lissandra Q. The red buff will be their objective. Malrang, he's not even going to risk. He's just going to give it up. Not a problem. G2 slowly gaining more control over the top side of the map.
And it's so incredibly high stakes to walk into the jungle. Trimby's got 1 Devour. He can save 1 person. If it goes anywhere else, the fight will fall apart so quickly. The thralls from Lissandra, the resets, and the Sivir ult. Rogue are strong as long as no one breaks. But if a single member dies on the side of Rogue, the resets from G2 come in, and they'll start to clean house. Items racking up. You've got the Collector on one side for Comp, on the opposite side, traditional hyper carry, more attack speed, Infinity Edge on the way. The Sivir is going to be a powerhouse.
And I think that's it, Dracos. I think both AD carries and both teams right now are waiting for that spike. The Death Cap has now just come through for Larson. A very big item spike for the Ahri. And I think that both teams are just waiting for that Infinity Edge to be done. I imagine both teams are very close. You can see jungle camps being funneled into both Comp and Flackhead right now. He's going to take the Krugs. Meanwhile, Comp was just taking the Raptors. And they're just doing what they can to get to that item spike as quickly as possible. We'll take a quick look at their gold, see how close they are. 1.2k sitting in the inventory for Conch, still quite a ways away, but Flackett getting closer and closer.
Topside vision still in the favor of G2. Rogue need to get in there and start putting some of their own walls down, clearing out of those pings. You talked about it, Dracos, to resets. Aatrox, Lissandras, even Sivir. It's going to be very difficult if a single member of Rogue falls. Larson just going to push out bot. I wonder if we will see Comp Shadow Larson and gank the solo laner with his TP. This is something that Rogue can get a little bit creative with. Lacking that combat summoner, but has a global on this AD carry. Could be something that Rogue can work with, but right now they want to work around this dragon. 45 seconds on the spawn, Broken Blade's pushing out top. Odoamne not there to match. Flackett's basing for his IE now. We'll see if they call to contest this. It would put G2 on soul point.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have zero vision around this dragon right now. They're going to have to face check their way into the fog of war observers. If you could just show us what G2 see right now, and you can see that it is not a lot. They're going to primarily look to play through mid and move into the river. Caps actually just face checking this. They have information on where Ahri is, and they're going to use the pillar. G2 are just going to force Rogue out. Very well played there from G2 with a lot of confidence. Looks like that they won't be punished. They have the mid prio, and now they have access to the river.
They saw Larson on bot wave, so they thought that there's no real threat of a face check. I think the charm is the biggest threat that precedes them when they do decide to look for those face checks. Now they've got themselves some vision, but Rogue's on the bot side. Battle lines will be drawn. G2 on the top side of this fight, Rogue on the bot side. Flanks, really important. Caps on the Ahri, Caps on the Lissandra, Larson on the Ahri. Flanks will be detrimental to each other's backline if either one can find one.
The traps are going to be really important in controlling the space for Rogue, forcing G2 to have to come through them. Now Rango on the flank, looking for an engage.
Caps now moving forward, ghosting into the fight. Charm coming over the wall, they're looking to take out the jungler, looking to burn through Jankos. Caps foregalls himself, Flackett on the backside, the only member you need to watch, but Malrank head first into the back line, Odoamne beside him. They'll tear G2 to pieces, and it's a shutdown, it is a triple. They will hunt for blood, and they will take the dragon.
Broken Blade watches as his team falls. Rogue set up the trap. G2 walk head first into it. Jankos falls to begin with. Rogue get the dragon. They're going to go towards this Baron as well.
This is the Rogue show today. They will wipe G2 off the map once more, and they will make a beeline towards the Baron.
Who would have thought coming into this series that Rogue would win game 1? In game 2, they almost clean ace G2. Not even a chance in that fight. Caps had to self-ult and could barely peel for himself. Flackett instantly dying the second he steps up. Rogue are going to come back a hell of a lot stronger with this Baron, with Comp getting a triple kill. Will get the Infinity Edge as well.
And gentlemen, we'll get a chance to look back at that fight soon as Rogue take the Baron, as Broken Blade tries to claw something back. But you both highlighted it in picks and bans. The Sivir is a powerhouse, but she is immobile. If Malrank gets on top of Flackett, he has no room to maneuver, and Odoamne can move in to finish the kill.
Still even has flash after that fight. That's how quickly he went down. Let's look at this. Larson doesn't go for Caps. He goes for Jankos. So all the call. Odoamne stun, flash stun, everything onto Jankos. He dies. Trap set up onto Caps. The second he pops the stasis, he's as good as dead. Flackett's in the Jarvanal, but look how quick he dies. Stunned. By the time he even flashes here, Charm dead. Then the Cajun ult comes through, the bullet straight into Targamas, takes him down, 4 kills across.
And I want you to think now about Comp in these last 2 games as Rogue take that Baron. This man was benched. This man did not have a team last year. But today, in the LEC finals, he is showing up. He is going toe-to-toe with the most successful organization in the history of EU. But now, Rogue out, it's clean. And the little wins just keep coming for Rogue. Broken Blade running for his life. Broken Blade needs to pull a miracle, but there's just no way out.
They're going to hand the kill over to Trimby. Odoamne now finds himself in a bit of danger, but can G2 really get much off the back of this? The Baron minions now make their way down into mid lane. G2 is forced back. Odoamne holds the line, and now Rogue have a very clear avenue to attack the bot lane tier 2.
This tier 2 will fall very quickly. All of G2 trying to base as fast as they can after pushing out midway. There's only one lane that Rogue can play on, and it is on this bot side. Odoamne can TP in worst case. No ultimate on him. He had to use it to peel for this mid tier 2, so maybe Rogue have to be a bit careful as to how far they go. They're going to start hitting onto this tier 3, see what G2 can do, poke and prod their way in, and when they respond, they will give an answer themselves. But for now, it's a free tower. Looks like a free inhibitor as well. Jankos forced the ult.
Forced with an early ult. Caps ready to go forward. On the hunt can be used. Caps just threatening there with the path. Odoamne has TP, but he's not in the area. Instead, focusing on mid lane, Rogue can look to get a second inhibitor or a reset. For now, reset is the answer.
Comp can TP back here. He got chunked out. Yes, he's going to base. He's going to TP back mid. The siege is not done just yet. Larson can do the exact same thing. G2 have still got a big, tough task ahead of them in terms of defending these towers. Mid tier 2 should pull. How far the Rogue want to go? Both waves coming in that Larson can hover around. 40 seconds left on this Baron buff.
And who would have thought at the beginning of the year that Rogue would be in a position like this? Back-to-back finals. with a jungler that no one had heard of and an AD carry that was benched. This Rogue roster was not expected to be this good. This Rogue roster was doubted at every opportunity, yet they continue to play at the top. And they are so close to putting themselves at match point here at the Summer 2022 Finals.
But they've been so close before. They were so close versus the Mad Lions before they were re-swept or reverse swept. They cannot afford to lose focus. They cannot afford to be overconfident because G2 is not an opponent to be taken lightly. And no matter how many times the plays have seemed to gone in their favor, all it takes is one to throw it right back into the waiting arms of G2, to flack it, to Caps, to the Sivir. And these resets, Rogue have to be clinical in their execution. They cannot give G2 a moment to breathe.
It's been over a year since they've been in a situation like this, Rogue. Since they did face that reverse sweep, still yet to close this one out, but they're getting closer and closer to that finish line, and G2 have not yet found a response. 1 minute on this Dragon. Rogue ahead, yes, but G2 still have a lot of tools. That's a 3.5 item Sivir building towards 4. That's a Lissandra that's up against a Caitlyn with no cleanse, so Trimby's positioning has to be very, very good in terms of peeling for his AD carry, looking for some bot side vision before his objective spawns.
G2 don't even have teleports, but Rogue are doing a great job of sweeping out any potential vision behind them. The risk of a flank is too great, and they're not going to give G2 that opportunity. The Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Rogue are looking to put themselves at soul point as well. Larssen will be spotted on a ward. Larssen, he doesn't know that Caps knows that he's there. Caps is searching for him. The charm will land.
The damage. Caps careful here not to overcommit. If they can't burst Larssen out, he'll just get out. He'll escape.
Larssen knows that G2 are not contesting this Dragon. He knows that they're sending members towards his top side, looking for a pick onto him. Smartly backs away, chunks out Caps in the meantime. Level 16 just dinged over. Caps is going to base 10 seconds on this Dragon. G2 have no vision, no posture around mid, no waves to play around, no pushing bot. So this should be a free Dragon over to Rogue.
Play around these objectives for G2 has to be flawless. The Caitlyn traps. It's so difficult to get in if you do not have control. So for now, they will concede this one, knowing that they will have to fight for the next.
Void Staff now secured for Caps, but at this point, they're not going to be able to use it to test a Drake. You already talked about a K-Drill. That will be given over to Rogue. They find themselves at Soul Point, the Infernal Soul. And they're in a great position. The Baron now spawning in 1 minute's time, and you have to expect that to be the next major objective on the map.
Yeah, Yankel scratching his head earlier on. Targamas doing the same now. They're really trying to figure out a way to battle up against this Titan of Rogue, who's just so incredibly strong. The fight's never really going in their favor. Such a disadvantage now. G2 have to make a final stand. They have to fight this Baron. They cannot afford to give up Baron against champions like Caitlyn, where they'll just do massive siege opportunities on your inhibitor towers, and then they can threaten the Infernal Soul later on as well.
But K-Drill, you can highlight how meticulous Rogue is with their vision. You can see how deep they're being able to get these wards all the way down in the bot side jungle. They've been able to throw all of these wards. That's a super zoom in. That's too deep.
No, back out.
But you can see on the minimap, and our observers are highlighting it now, that G2 have to do so much to be able to clear this vision. And every time they do, there's a member of Rogue sitting there defending it and holding it. Broken Blade, he doesn't know.
Larssen dash over this wall.
Tension.
And they're not going to go for it. Okay. So he will walk away with his life for now. Larssen going to push out that bot wave. But Rogue, calm, controlled, meticulous. They have good vision control on the topside river as well. They're going to keep pushing in these waves. Item spikes are coming through. Look at Comp. 5 items fully completed. He is primed and ready to carry. He got a pentakill last game. He's gotten a triple kill this one. The superstar AD carry. Looking to do what Reckless has done here in Sweden before.
Odo Amne is going to base, pick up the BF sword. I think Rogue have everything they need now to start this objective up. Flacket finishes Lord Dominic, so he's sitting in 4 items too. Will shred through the front line of Rogue if they go too deep, so they need to make sure they protect their carries. Play as a death ball, play off the charms, the stuns. The Caitlyn trap so important on the follow-ups. They need to be in range of one another. Malwang's going to push out top. I think maybe now they could start it up after the top wave push or on the next mid wave once the vision is swept away.
The KOs for Targamas, stopwatch for Flacket, some tools to help keep the backline of G2 alive, but it's a similar story on the opposite side for Rogue. The QSS for Trimby, he will always make sure to protect his carries.
One more mid-wave is it. I think that's for Rogue. They're just going to push this one out and contest and start Baron, and this is why G2 are grouping up to try to answer that, to try to slow them down. Larssen on the other side, Broken Blade spots. Oh, look at Flacket.
Big damage, and instantly they go in there trying to finish the job. He goes golden. Flacket taken out before the fight even starts. They will not wait for the objective. They will not wait for G2 to find their setup. Rogue are here for blood. Rogue are here for a title. Rogue have shown up in game 2, and G2 are running for their lives.
Comp He takes the shot and he locks him down. A clean headshot onto Flackett, secures that quick pick, and Rogue will convert this into another Baron. Rogue is looking dominant here in the finals, and they're looking to go match point.
Unbelievable damage coming out of Comp. First the headshot, then the ace in the hole. G2, no chance to contest when their AD carries down. There's the Baron. The siege begins. Top tier 3 in their eyes. Not even going to base. They have triple TP. Worst case, if anyone needs to pick up an item, but Comp's full build. Look at the amount of damage this Caden's doing with 100% crit chance. Can G2 hold on when Flackett's back up?
Will provide the wave clear, and Rogue for now will choose to reset. But you mentioned the TPs are up. Maybe they immediately get back out onto the map. They're not going to do that. They know the Dragon is spawning in a minute and a half, but I imagine they can look to continue the push. The advantage is that they continue to gain. 10K is the gold lead right now, and Rogue continue to defy expectations.
1 minute, 20 seconds on this Dragon. That's the next setup they're looking for.
And so crucial that they play with confidence, that they find these picks, that they don't let G2 fight front to back. Because again, despite everything, despite what feels like an insurmountable gold lead, as we get later and later to the game, it might not mean much, but if you can find the solo kill, it'll mean everything. Caps forced out.
A moment of hesitation there for Larssen. There was a clear window for him to get that kill. He saw the cleanse on Caps, which is why he didn't decide to go for it, but either way, they will force Caps back. That will be an inhibitor for Rogue. Jankos on the flank.
Fishing, looking for a pillar. Maybe hoping to just get some small cooldowns, but they just don't really have threat on the Comp quite yet. But here comes Broken Blade over the wall with the Umbral Dash, but he whiffs just a little bit now, going in for a bit more. Trimby forced to devour early on. Comp backing up. G2 pressing forward is the death ball, but here comes Balrang on the flight. But no, G2 is starting to fight in their favor. Caps, it might just be everything. Can he find the resets? Can he find the throws? Can he even find Larssen? That's one. Reset coming in, left and right. This is the power of G2 as they turn the fight.
And this is why Caps has never lost a final. Massive play by him. Gets onto both the carries of Rogue. Broken Blade's in range to follow up. I don't know if they can end off this. 50-second death timers. Is Caps going to TP in? Is this the end of the game?
Pressure, tension, bated breath and cheers from fans. Can they end here? This might be their only shot, their only opportunity to find a win in game 2. There might be nothing left for Rogue. It was just about perfect in the late game, but just about is not enough in the face of G2 Esports.
They're looking to clear the wave.
Trying to clear it. Malrang holding on for everything.
They still have minions.
They have a bit more time. Comp still standing strong. Comp still dealing damage. Malrang, the hero. There's no minions left. He flags. He drags. He walks his way out, and he keeps his team alive in game 2.
3 seconds on Larssen. Respawn's coming in. No TP, but Rogue want to contest this Dragon. This is their sole point. How many members can they come in? Odoamne, really deep TP. Doesn't have the flash. Doesn't have the GA. Needs to be very careful in when he picks his moment to take this fight. G2 know that Rogue are on the horizon looking to contest. How do they respond?
Tension building. A single mistake. The game is not over yet. Third Dragon dropping to G2 Rogue. Is this their opportunity to end? G2 pulling back. And for maybe the final time, the map will reset. The Baron buff on Rogue will fade away. 3 Dragons to 3. Another pause in what has been an intense back and forth.
The second you let loose the pressure against G2, and Caps will find the window. Here we can see 3 members sieging onto mid. Rogue is a little scattered. G2, they're poking, they're prodding. But keep your eyes on Broken Blade on the right here, because he's going to come in from over the wall as Caps comes in for the reset. He forces Trimby to use the ultimate, but the damage onto Comp is good even before the shields come in. Odoamne gets shut down, forced to use the GA. Then look at the engage hit from Caps onto the back line. The 2-man Rue into the ultimate, the immediate follow-up from Broken Blade. Jankos flashes in. They force Comp out of the fight. Without his damage, there's no way that Rogue can come out on top. G2 showcasing that they still have some tricks up their sleeve.
And Caps almost dying, drops the cleanse on the stun, pops to Zhonya's, manages to live. Odo falls shortly afterwards. Rogue back on the pressure, 4 minutes away from a soul for either team. Look at the amount of damage Flackett did as well on this Sivir, able to find space to work with. And now the trap setup comes in. Mid inhibitor fell off screen. Bot inhibitor, the next target for Rogue. G2, Flackett sitting at 6 items with the GA. Caps has the blue pot, no flash though. Rogue needs to be very careful of overstepping. No flash on their carries.
It's so hard for Rogue now. They fight front to back. It's so hard. If they do not instantly jump on Flackett, the entire fight can fall apart. Caps pitching on the flank. Comp has now backed up, used the 90 caliber net. A brief window, potentially something the G2 can punish, but no, the traps blocking their progress forward as Comp fearlessly stands, remains on that front line, just poking. And it's such a tense game now because Rogue know if they make another mistake, the G2 can find another teamfight win.
Rogue have a lot of map pressure now, though. Mid and bot inhib down. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the Baron. That's going to sting for G2. It's later enough in the game that they should have enough wave clear to push out these lanes, but it's going to be very frustrating to deal with because when they try to contest this Baron, there's always that threat, that lingering threat of a double TP into your base to try and end. So Rogue just needs to control this mid wave, push out a couple top waves every now and then, and they should have access to this Baron first.
And the pressure continues to mount on Flakked. Young blood, young gun on the G2 roster. He missteps once, he stands on a single trap, he walks face first into a Renekton, he misclicks a single time, this entire game will fade away from G2. He is the damage. He is the one that must carry these fights. Yes, his teammates can set him up, but he is the one who will have to bring it home.
We take a breather. The action calms down, objectives respawning on the map, both teams clearing out the waves, slowly creating an air of mystery. Jankos has no information. The GAs is slowly coming back online for Rogue. And the crowd is feeling the tension. 40 minutes in, game 2 here in the LEC final. It looked like the game was done and dusted for Rogue. The 10K gold lead brought back to 5, but at this point it does not matter. The death cap being worked on for Caps. Odoamne, bit of danger. Keep your eyes on the mini-map.
Oh my God, Tom! He just gets the kill onto Jankos. The jungle is gone, the Baron is up, and just like that, Rogue turn it around.
Calm, a brief moment, but then instantly the jungler taken away, and now G2 know they must fight. G2 know that they must do something, but it is Malrang already on the flank.
Here he comes,
Malrang hungry for more. Odoamne moving in, the coordination is there. They split the entire team. Flakked, all that matters is Flakked. Can they take him down? But he still stands for now. Flakked on the backline, running in and out. He needs to keep auto-attacking. Devour has not been used on Comp. It was used on Odo. G2 resetting. G2 holding on. G2
they have
staying
minions
in the fight despite the 4v5. They're pushing down mid lane. They're trying to force Rogue's hand. They're looking for Rogue to make a mistake. They're trying to bait something out.
Rogue can't go towards this Baron. Actually, they're going to start it up as 2. They're going to send members towards mid to defend the wave, so it's actually gone to 4v5. It was a good contest, a good hold, but no ultimates left means that G2's on the options to threaten an end. Rogue have the numbers advantage. Rogue have the Baron. 1 minute left on this Dragon Soul. Flakked, no flash. That's going to be Malrang's target. No Guardian Angels blown for Rogue.
And that's the biggest thing. While Flakked does have the GA, losing his flash is massive. Odoamne and Larson are going to have a much easier time diving onto the back line, but hang on a minute. The Dragon spawns in 40 seconds. The TPs are being committed top. They want to break this tower. They want to start pressuring G2's base once again.
G2 are going to have to play Rogue's game here. They can't afford to go towards that Dragon. They don't have the numbers advantage.
Oh! The trap down. There's nothing left. No, the Zhonya's, he buys a bit more space. The rest of the team now collapsing. Caps, the double use of the stasis has kept him still standing, but now the TP coming in. Odoamne, can they burst through? Can they shred through? Can they take down the Gore Drinker? The heal, the pull, the meat. The GA still used. Maybe, just maybe they can turn this Flakked. Malrang doesn't have any purchase. There's no follow-up onto the back line. Comp will take down Jankos. Rogue still standing as 5. Rogue with the momentum. Rogue barreling down the top lane, and G2 holding on for their lives.
3 inhibitors down. The Dragon Soul is up. Rogue could back away here and get a soul, but they want to look for more. They want to look for the G2.
Looking for Comp. They know they have to finish him. They know they have to take him down, but no, not today. Trippy will stop them in their tracks. Comp remains uncontested. Free firing under the back line of G2 Esports. And here in Malmö, for the second time today, we will watch the underdogs take a game of the reigning champions as Rogue move to match point.
Unbelievable.
Also, gentlemen, to break the tension a little bit, I got some stats here.
Sure.
Hit us.
Do you know what Broken Blade's Fiora win rate is?
No, sir. No, I do not.
Yeah, it's only 33%. He has a 2-4 all
Okay.
time.
That's not. I think this is. Fans. Sounds like fist fighting in the stand. Ready to go. Ready to scream each other down. Ready to support their teams. And pressure on both sides. Again, this is probably the last pause, the last free moment we will have in this series because it only gets more and more intense from here.
So Broken Blade has been playing a lot of Fiora in solo queue. I'm just looking at his stats here. A couple wins, couple losses, but it's something that he's found comfort on and he has been practicing. So this isn't something that they've just pulled out of the wheelhouse that they think will work. This is comfort for Broken Blade, and they're looking for a level 1 topside invade.
Stepping forward, Vital proc for Wamne. Not too bad of a spawn, can just stand against the wall and reduce that little bit of damage, but now it looks like they're looking to force potentially a split map. Malrang solo starting on Wolves. Not going to be the fastest clear. Yankos is going to be a little bit ahead on this one.
Yeah, Malrang's actually on the Wolves. So he's doing Wolf start in the bot side, I presume. And Jankos is going to take away the Gromp as well. So really good early game start here for Jankos, which he can transition towards the top side. Maybe look to early gank, go to one lane, and then clear back from top to bot, depending on how bot lane push goes.
And the split map makes a lot of sense when you kind of look at the matchups. It's very difficult to dive these type of lanes, especially when you have these mid lanes. An Azir roaming bot at like level 2, level 3 to try and dive with a Sivir Lulu. It's just not something that G2 is particularly afraid of. They're the ones that actually have more agency in the early game, and look at this, Jankos already looking for a level 2 gank in mid. But Larssen has the ward for it. Really good awareness by him. Ooh. Flash charm from Caps. Will go wide as Larssen respects the flash himself. But now G2 setting up for another play in the mid lane later on.
Really good reactions there by Larssen. Caps wants to make the play happen, and I think that just brings an opportunity at level 6 to see if Caps can punish that flash before it's back up. Don't have much support pressure. You know, target mass roaming mid isn't that much of a threat. Malrang doesn't hit level 3 here. Will show on that ward. Looking for Caps, maybe trying to cover his mid, going towards the top side now. He saw Jankos take away his blue. He saw Jankos go from top to bottom. He can level up from the wave here. He could try to take away Jankos' red himself or the Raptors.
Moving up into enemy territory. 0-2 to 3-2. Prage. G2 fans hopeful. The players on stage need that hope for the G2 army. Now the contest over the red buff. Malrang only level 2. This is a disastrous early start for Malrang. Not able to get level 3 quite yet. Jankos not afraid to just bully him out of the top side of the map.
It's going to chase him because the crab's up, but it looks like he's backtracking. Larssen has mid push, but he's low, but Broken Blade's first to the play, so now Malrang just has to run away and go for bot crab himself. Luckily for him, he has bot push, so yeah, Jankos off to a great start. He can clear out his top side camps. Malrang slightly on the back foot in terms of XP and camps.
Yeah, really good understanding of how the early game is being played out by Jankos. And he's just got a really good read on Malrang overall. Malrang will tick over to 3 after securing this. He may be able to secure this Gromp on the bot side of the map, but Malrang is hesitant. He doesn't have information on where Jankos is, but now he's moving deeper, but he'll be spotted out by another ward. Caps respects the idea that he could get dived. The question is, will this ward actually stop the dive from happening?
Jankos in the area. Malrang, the EQs will be in trouble. Just a bit of poke, just a scorch, a bit of extra damage. Caps forced out of lane for now. Does have the TP. Should be able to come back just fine.
Larssen gonna base as well here, I imagine. Does have the TP if he wants it, but can also walk back to lane given the state of the wave.
Not worth the commit there. The charm can cancel the flag and drag, and then Malrang can't get the auto, and then you have the flash to commit, and it's just a 1-for-1, and double buffs goes back over to Jankos to give a big early game lead to him. So Malrang will just get a little bit of vision for his bot lane as they try to continue this push.
TP's matched. Makes a lot of sense in the early game. No real advantage to holding them 14 minutes. But we can see as well, if we have a quick look at the top lane, we know that this Fiora is going to be a big talking point, but in this early matchup, you can see that Aatrox can get the edge, especially once he has a few levels under his belt. Broken Blade is being bullied just a little bit. Odoamne, rather, yet to use his health pot. But as the game progresses, we know that this Fiora will become a menace in a side lane, and really there aren't many champions on the side of Rogue that can stop her in her ability to split push.
That's exactly it. When she gets towards her first and second item, she can start to 1v2 these lanes. Odoamne will be pretty happy in the early game, but it'll only get worse, as he does have the top push for now. Broken Blade has that TP, of course. Not still with having that pot, like I said, so sitting pretty happily. Pretty slow game. Both have scaling options in bot and top side.
See later on, Jankos hovering around the mid lane, making sure that this wave can get pushed underneath. And again, massive kudos to Jankos. So far, the first 5 minutes of the game, very clean from him. Nothing but advantages gained across the board.
And the past 2 games, we've seen Rogue get 500, 600, 700 gold leads in the early stages just from laning alone or from Malrang's pathing to deny waves himself. But right now it's only a 200, 300, slowly going towards mid and bot. And Jankos, like you said, is keeping that lead slightly even.
The other aspect of the previous games I think is important to highlight is was often quiet like this. But once the plays start, they really never stop. The pace increases so rapidly. So for now, we're seeing the handshake, we're seeing waves press back and forth, TPs and flashes traded, no kills, no objectives going down yet. But as level 6 gets closer and closer for the junglers, the plays will start to come through. That said, Malrang be behind in terms of individual XP. It would be difficult for him to make these early game plays.
Look at the aggression from Larssen on this is here. We already talked about he's been having a great weekend, but when you give him a comfort pick like this, especially with how strong as he is in the meta right now, you can see how dominant he is being in the isolated 1v1.
Wow.
Look at Caps.
Trying to force it. The ulti now coming out. Caps with a clean side step, pulling him back under tower. Larssen now trying to escape. Caps has to be careful about falling forward because Malrang is now on the way and he doesn't even need to finish the Skeleton Climb. He's trying to get one. That's first blood for G2. Caps still standing. Gets the reset on the ult. G2 firing back in game 3.
It's beautiful from Caps, and I think he spellbooked a heal there to bait the 1v1. So Larssen thought he had a kill. Heal comes through, charm connects, Jankos does the rest.
Just as I'm singing the praises of Larssen, Caps goes and breaks his ankles like that. What a phenomenal play. The setup from Caps was beautiful. They burnt Larssen's flash earlier on. Remember, level 2, flash from Caps into the charm. But let's have a look back at this play from Caps here. He's so low, Larssen feels confident to make the play. He dashes forward with this HP, pops the heal. He then dashes away, lands the charm, sidesteps the ultimate. Oh my word, Caps is definitely feeling it here in game 3.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So well executed. Dashes forward to get a reset last second, gets the kill. First blood over to Caps, and Malrang can't really respond.
Frustration on the face of Larssen. But we heard Malma and the G2 army come alive. All it took was Caps popping off in a single play to stoke the embers. That team and their fandom. Broken Blade potentially in trouble now, but a clean parry stops the play from coming out. Broken Blade still has to be careful though because they're getting him lower and lower. The wave will be stacked.
Really good reaction times there by Broken Blade. Take a look at the minimap with 15 seconds on the Herald. Trimby is already up here. We'll see if Targamas bases and tries to match here because there's 4 members of Rogue up towards this top side. Jankos, no flash. It's going to be hard for him to walk up. Malrang needs to tick over to level 6 if they want to have more pressure around this Herald. Well, he started though, but now Jankos is ganking top. Even though they have numbers advantage, Auto forced the ult.
Just walking away. Flash out. Broken Blade trying to get a little bit more here. Odo They will make it out to safety, but they do get the flash. Big for any potential follow-up ganks. Now just getting a little bit risky onto Jankos. Jankos now pulls back. They're looking to turn it. The subjugate not nearly enough. Malrang grabbing the kill.
Remember that Jankos burnt his flash in the mid play to help Caps secure that kill. He then walks into the brush thinking that he was safe, was not expecting Malrang to just be there. And that means that Rogue turn around a quick kill, and this will be the first Herald of the game going to Rogue.
And of course, with the jungler being dead, yes, they can't contest, but they also can't cross-map. There's no dragon in response, so Malrang can clear his camps after basing if he wants, and then go towards his bot side where they've had the push for the majority of the game. That's what allowed Trimby to come up here in the first place. He's teetering still up towards the top side, considering some kind of dive if Broken Blade decides to stay. Look at his HP bar on the top right, but he's going to back away smartly.
And that's the unfortunate thing for Broken Blade. It was a really good trade onto Odoamne. By forcing him back, there was room where Broken Blade and Jankos could then move to contest the Herald. But after losing his jungler, Broken Blade knows that he's at risk of dying, so he loses this whole wave. Odoamne picks up 2 plates off the back of that, and we may very well see the typical Rogue play, where they swap their bot lane up to top, bring the Herald there as well, get that tempo advantage, and then funnel the second Herald plate into their AD carry as well.
I think that's a really smart play. They're just going to have to secure this dragon first because Malrang's just hit 6. He's going to get the red buff. They're going to pressure towards the spot side with a constant push. And I don't think G2 are able to respond. They can even use that Herald to force the dragon, right? They can Herald through bot, use that to get the plates down, and then use that push if they lose it to get the dragon themselves. Odo no TP, Broken Blade no TP. It's a 4v4 on this bot side of the map.
Definitely Rogue want to keep this ball rolling. We talked about already 1-2 items. Broken Blade will start to take over the 1v1, have to capitalize on the advantage that they have built for themselves. Malrang with the Herald on the bottom side. Looks like it could just be used here. They can strut through that first plate and look to knock down one more. Comp, so many resources bundled into this man's back pocket.
And important to note, what Odoamne just did is he leashed blue buff for Larssen. He just handed off the blue. So now he can start pushing in mid, but Malrang might be caught.
Jankos uses the pillar, just trying to zone him off, but Malrang, of course, quick EQ out.
Now with the sheen on Broken Blade, you can see that he's a lot more comfortable in these trades in the 1v1 top lane. He does have the push. Larssen's actually making his way towards top. Broken Blade is cautious of it. Right now, we're watching this tower slowly get chipped away as Yanko starts off the dragon. Both top laners don't have TP just yet. Larssen choosing to reset, will TP back into mid, but it looks like this dragon is going to go uncontested, and G2 will secure their first of the game.
I'm surprised that Rogue have given this up. They had mid push, they had bot push, they had the Herald to force it, but Larssen actually, after pushing in mid wave, went towards top side. He was hovering in top rush, then based and TP'd mid, so maybe because of his positioning, they couldn't walk in. He was a bit too far behind in terms of base timers.
Truth be told, I think that Rogue know that they have the scaling advantage. When we think about front to back, Rogue is just so much stronger, and while yes, G2 have a scaling advantage in the side lane, they don't have to take risks. It's Caps looking for another play on the last set.
So aggressively there.
But overall, I think that Rogue are fine to concede this first Drake and look to test the next one. EQ.
Malrang going into the flash, he's got the red up. He does so much damage. Jarvan base damages are nuts here, waiting for the flash to come out so he can use the Cataclysm, just walking him down. Flacken knows he's dead anyway. He will not get anything. Rogue again finding a clean play on the bottom side.
How did Malrang get there? Did he just sneak through the lane when the waves was dead after his crouch, just sitting so patiently, and Flacken not having the E means he can't dash over the wall. Malrang punishes the second he steps up. Now it's a 3-man of G2 on a ward.
They're looking for a response here, but now they will back away. And gentlemen, let's look back to game 3 of Rogue versus G2 last week. The second that G2 started getting a small edge, the game quickly deteriorated out of control for Rogue. And it feels like something similar is happening here again. Look at how quickly Rogue is building this gold lead. Every little play that Rogue makes is converted into something massive, and they're just taking their time. They know that momentum is in their favor, and the pressure is mounting for G2.
2,000 gold lead combined in the bot side of the map for Rogue, and Odo's up 1,000 as well. First to his Eclipse. Rogue is still far away from his Mythic. Good trade by Caps.
Larssen pulling away as we clear the wave. And I mean, gentlemen, history's going to be made today either way, because G2 have never reverse swept a final. Countless 3-1s throughout their history.
Number of 3-0s.
Number of 3-0s.
Yeah.
They would have to make history for themselves to try to secure their 10th title today. And for
Securing
Rogue,
a 10th title in and of itself would be making history, right?
yeah.
And that man on your screen, it was Cadril that said it at the beginning of the series, this man has never lost a domestic final, ever. He's been in 7 finals and he's won them all. G2, the only final they lost was the one that they lost to Caps. This man knows winning in an environment like this, and that's why at the beginning of the day we said that this was his home ground. And I don't mean Sweden, I mean this environment, this crowd, this type of support is where he plays at his best. But right now, he's playing his heart out, but the map around him is falling apart. 3K gold is the lead, and Rogue are looking to secure this top tower.
And just like you talked about, they're swapping the bot lane towards top. They got the bot tier 1, why not put them up here to get a couple extra plays? 45 seconds left before they fall. Junglers matching each other, but Rogue, constant push in this lane, constant push in mid, just allows Malrang to cover both of them. And G2 lacking a response, lacking lockdown. What's their real CC if they can get onto a target? Malrang again.
Targamas is so vulnerable, they're just going to knock out the Soraka. The Polymorph now coming through. Targamas getting falling. Malrang holds the ultimate. But Flacken looking to fire back. Flacken looking to trade back. Malrang still standing, and Rogue find another kill.
Oh my word, Trimby, the polymorph there was so crucial to lock up Targamas long enough to secure that kill. But now G2, they're on the offensive. They're looking to get some kills back.
They have to get something done. They have a brief advantage, a brief window here. Caps waiting for those timers to fade away.
Needs are in the way.
He has to dash past. Dash, E-flash, maybe.
It's too late.
Maybe they were
Or is
waiting
it?
for Malrang to base so they could set up a dive. No, he's going to back away. But just like you highlighted, the flash polymorph was huge to deny Targamas the initial flash, the initial heal, and the ultimate from coming out. Malrang is being really sneaky this game, and he's finding so many good angles and positionings. Double knock up onto the bot lane of G2.
It's just so clean. The polymorph is just so good. I don't know if he was even aiming for Targamas, but in any case, they get them both. The 2-man knock-up as well from Trimby's ultimate, and the follow-up from Malrang's ultimate. The second Soraka flashes, it's like he's flashing to his doom. Malrang able to get away with his life as well. And look at the smiles on comp faces. He knows that this game is going ever more in the favor of Rogue. 5K is the gold lead now, and Rogue are getting closer and closer to securing the organization's first ever LEC trophy.
And while mid lane is just about dead even, 100 gold in favor of Larssen. You can see in the top lane, 1.1k in the favor of Roto, 1.4 on the bottom side. Hell, even Trimby is 900 gold ahead, courtesy of the spell thieves in lane. But Caps looking to change that. Will get the flash in the 1v1, but Rogue still continuing to build an an incredible advantage.
Caps trying his best here, but now he has no ultimate. Jankos looked like he wanted to start the Herald. Larson uses the flash, yes, but in the short term, that benefits Rogue. If they can force this objective before that ults up, they have the top push. Odoamne has TP. Larson can base himself here and match Caps in terms of base timers. Caps trying his best to find something, but I think G2 are just going to have to give this Herald up.
Rogue keeping a cool head, not overstaying, not overcommitting, not letting what could be a looming 3-0 let their play get sloppy. They learned in Game 1 and in Game 2, if they take their foot off the gas, how quickly this can fall away. And no matter how down and out G2 look, we know that they are a team that must be respected. Broken Blade finishing that first item. 10 stacks away on the Cole, getting closer and closer to 2 items where he will start to take over, potentially. And in the 1v1, the game's so incredibly difficult now, though, for G2. They cannot afford to let Malrang make any more of these plays.
Dragon up, they can Herald mid here, force this Dragon as well. They have a plethora of options right now, so Broken Blade's going to move towards the mid lane. Flacket's going to push out top, see if they can find any kind of vision to see what Rogue's up to. Comp moving back down there to threaten. Odoamne pushing bot. Eventually, G2 will have to go back and catch these waves, but Broken Blade's sticking around as long as possible. Flacket's still coming down. They're going to go for a 5-man mid here to see if they can contest this Dragon. Malrang lying in wait, but they're on a ward.
Yeah, G2, they're looking for something. The rest of the team is starting to collapse into mid lane. Comp will now make himself known. Oh, the spell shield. Charm. Oh, Caps!
Flag drag goes golden. They got the stopwatch out, so crucial. But now G2 looking to turn it back. Malrang has the overstay. Larson on the way in, moving in with the cataclysm. It's massive. The flag and drag. G2 are routed in the third game. Rogue are out for blood. They will not be denied.
Rogue, that was unbelievable. Malrang with the re-engage. Up onto Caps. He shuts down the superstar of G2. Rogue will secure the Dragon. They're dropping the Herald, and they're just taking everything.
They are running away with this game. G2 tried to find something, but Caps had no ult, so he had to stopwatch early, and then Rogue just outperformed them in the team fight. The Soraka healing is strong, but Rogue's damage is too damn high. Odoamne collapses. That's 2 towers in bot. That's a Dragon. Mid tower's down. It's just going out of their hands now, G2. Rogue in control.
A regular season that showed a team like this how many times in a row, and how many times has Rogue fallen flat when it mattered most. But here today in this play, Rogue are showing up.
Caps' ult not up yet, so he pumps the stopwatch, expecting heals afterwards. Malrang trying to run away. Flacket commits, Caps commits. Malrang turns, the stand is still there. Ult gets the knock-up, Q's back to the EQ that he used to go on Caps initially. Incredible engage and plays from Malrang this game. Polymorph onto Flacket, he has no way out. And then Jankos falls to come shortly afterwards with the flash, and off screen we see Odoamne taking down Targamas. 4 kills to Rogue. And you look at this G2 comp and you ask yourselves, where's the engage? Where's the lockdown? It has to be Caps, but it can't fight against 5 of them. And Rogue as a team, Rogue as a brotherhood, they are unstoppable right now.
You can see the frustration on Caps' face. There are a few in Europe that are not a Caps fan. He has been the superstar for Europe, domestically and internationally. And as we mentioned, he has never lost a domestic final that he has been in. But now he finds himself face to face with a Rogue team that seem unstoppable. And while there have been many superstars on this Rogue lineup throughout this series, Malrang's engages, Malrang's cheeky picks throughout this game have been phenomenal on a champion that he is now becoming synonymous with. He is looking to lead his team to victory and secure the championship for Rogue.
And we've seen this all year long from Malrang. He came into the league and everyone just said, yeah, just avoid his ganks, just track him, it's going to be really easy. All he does is gank and never farm. He's stuck to his style. It's working. Always goes down in CS, always looks for kills. 100% KP now, coming from Damwon as a substitute. Coming into this Rogue roster, a lot of skepticism, a lot of questions as to whether it would work. But right now, he's the backbone of decisiveness alongside Odoamne, and he controls and dominates the early game here in Europe.
And Rogue fans, out and force believers in Rogue being made left and right across this series. They were the team that was doubted every single season. You believed in Fnatic, you believed in G2, hell, you believed in the Mad Lions. Rogue was not the team that you believed in. But today, that changes. Rogue on the cusp of something great. Malrang overstaying, Flacket looking to turn, but he doesn't quite have the damage yet.
And this is where we see the game slow down a bit. Rogue. They don't have many options left, but they've already secured the majority of them. They have a very healthy gold lead right now at 7,000. But in terms of forcing, they cannot overforce. They cannot overstep because G2 have good ways to punish. They have a lot of healing to resist dives, and G2 want to scale over side. So G2 will have a bit of time now to breathe, slow it down, not contest dragons. They just need to keep track of this Baron.
A big shout out to Larsen's father in the audience, gave us an interview earlier, holding a sign that says new #1 mid in Europe. Larsen looking to prove it, looking to bring it home.
To be able to win in front of your home crowd as well, it must be a special feeling. Of course, he still needs to do it. Let's not forget that Rogue found themselves with a 10K gold lead against the Mad Lions. They were at match point and they will reverse swept. They do not want to find themselves again. Those painful memories have to be sitting there in the minds of Rogue, front and center. They don't want to mess this up. They've seen what G2 can do. Let's not forget last game, it was Cats with his miracle play. Full focus, as Kadril said. This is Rogue's game to lose. 7,000 is the gold lead, 21 minutes in. G2 are making their way towards the bot lane.
The lock of Odoamne. Odoamne moving back into Caps. The Infernal Chain's not quite connecting. Odoamne putting his back against the wall to deny any further damage. Broken Blade will find the kill with the help of Caps, and G2 looking to claw their way back in.
The collapse is coming down. Trimby is here. Comp is on the way. Broken Blade is trying to recall. I think he'll get it off. He might have to TP to the top tier 2 to defend it, but Malrang's there as well, so they can't get the tower and they lose their top tier 2.
Let's have a look at the pings, though. G2 were like question mark pinging the Baron. They were wondering if Rogue were going to go for it. The moment they had information on where Comp was, they may very well go for that play themselves. The TP towards the top side, but maybe they're looking for a pick on the last, and Malrang reads the play.
Waiting in the brush, taking his time. If they're going to turn this, they have to turn it fast. Broken Blade already on the collapse. The flash in. Clean flash out from Larsen. The movement flawless.
And Cax is just looking to put his team on his back. Gank in the bot lane, TP top lane, gank again. Malrang, though, is he in a dangerous position? The answer to that is yes.
Can flag, drag out, but the pillar won't quite interrupt it. He's now been silenced. There's really nowhere else for him to go, but he's going to try to re-engage the fight. He knows he can maybe try to turn this one back. Odoamne on the way in, but G2 managed to disengage in time. Malrang makes it out.
And Malrang was the human ward for Larsen to spot out Caps, so he had enough information to work with on the timers, and then Rogue pay him back by having to invest a TP to save him. Managed to get both of them out, and they'll get a dragon as a reward. G2, can they cross map? Can they look for this top tier 1? Larsen and Trimby are already there to respond. They're making plays and they're covering any play that G2 can look for.
You can feel the tension building, even though Rogue have the lead. Everyone has seen Rogue in positions like this before. And we've seen the magic that Caps can bring to an arena. He's already been making so many incredible plays. Let's see if he can continue to do just that. Flash is down, TP is down. Rogue, for now, can breathe a sigh of relief as they walk away with the dragon, and they will hold on to their gold lead.
The most important thing for G2 right now, if you're looking through their perspective, is Broken Blade has got 2 items. He needs to do damage on side lane, because grouped up, they're going to lose. But on side lane, trying to punish with Caps' TP is their only avenue of success.
It's very true. Broken Blade doesn't have the best record historically on this Fiora, but the team put their faith in him in the side lane. And now he's at a point where he should be able to win out in the 1v1. Helping secure that kill onto Odoamne, forcing the flash out from him is going to make it even easier for Odoamne in the isolated 1v1. But we look at the minimap, and Rogue, they don't care about the side lane right now. Caps is hovering that side lane, looking to find another pick, but Odoamne is just grouping with his team. I did not know you could attack that ward as Aatrox over the wall. Now they're going to start this one up.
Learn something every day. G2, let's see if they can find a way into this pit. There's no flash on Jankos. Just
They're
not impossible for him to get in here. Zeri W very strong, but they're looking to turn, they're looking to turn! There he goes! Broken Blade now TPing in, Broken Blade in the area, Broken Blade in the pit, but what is he doing? Can they do it in the 50-50? Caps! There's no way he should steal this, but he's stolen them before. Maybe, just maybe they can find it, but no! Not today, Rogue are clean, Rogue are patient, and Rogue will get the Baron, but Malrang is hungry for more! Target is running, Caps running, Rogue pushing them back, Broken Blade running for the hills, 4 members of G2 retreating as Rogue take over the mid lane.
G2 are limping. Rogue are the predators right now, and G2 are the prey. They know the only way they can play the game is through the side lane, so they force a Baron. Jankos has no flash, he can't get into the pit. Eventually he has to just run through and Hail Mary a smite, but Rogue, calm, collected, finish the jungler, finish the smite, no hesitation, are now going to back away and keep the game firmly in their hands.
So hard now for G2. So much control, so much wave clear. Standing up against the siege of the Sivir, the Azir. They have to hold the line, but they don't have a traditional control mage. They don't have that huge source of wave clear on their side. When we take a look back at this play, you can see G2 desperate to try and find something.
And Jankos, he just tries to get into the pit, but he doesn't expect him to be in this bush. Look at the damage that comes out from Comp and Larson. They just melt through the jungler of G2. Broken Blade TP's in to save what I can, but it's not enough. 10k is the gold lead now for Rogue. They have the Nexus in their eyes, and Rogue is looking to upset the apple cart. They are looking to take down the reigning kings of Europe and claim the throne for themselves.
Top tier 1 down. Broken Blade gets the objective bounty. He's going to have to back away soon because the 4-1 is coming in. Malrang will start to shadow Larson. Cannon Wave coming in, buffed up. G2 like a little bit of wave clear. REQ is all really they've got. And now Rogue can step up. Need to be careful for the charms though. Broken Blade still pushing. He's thinking, we're going to lose this inhibitor. Maybe I can get a top tier 2. It's a lot of gold for the Fiora. It's an objective bounty, but it might not just be a bot inhibitor. It might be a mid inhibitor as well. Is Odoamne going to buff up that wave? G2 trying their best to hold on in a 4v5.
Doing everything they can. Targets has to be careful with the silence. That might be the only defensive tool they've got. Trading in for a tier 2, trying to trade something back. Early subjugate forced out for Jankos. So difficult now for G2 to hold on to this tower, for G2 to find a way back into this game. It is about survival, but it is going to be so hard.
And that man on your screen in the bottom left right now, it has been 7 years that he's been playing this game. 477 games, 3 finals, and now only a few towers stand in his way. Odoamne is looking to secure his first ever LEC title, but Rogue will choose to disengage for now. They will not overstay their welcome. They will walk away with 2 inhibitors, the base of G2 in tatters.
They don't want to overextend. They do not want to make a mistake for G2 to punish. They want to base after those inhibitors fall, set up, secure a dragon, and play this top inhibitor. Play it by the book. Rogue know how the book goes. They played it so many times. They like the theory, they like the macro, and they're going to stick to it. No mistakes will be made, and G2 can't pounce on them.
The dragon spawns in 45 seconds. Rogue, they don't have to worry about it right now. And you can hear the cheers from the crowd for Rogue. The support is what they need right now. As they get ever closer, G2 is being put on the back front.
Trimby was in the URLs a few years ago. Comp was benched. Larson's in front of his home crowd for the first time ever. Malrang was a substitute. And now Odoamne, 7 years, like you said, in the making. So close to closing this game out. It slipped through their hands in 2021 spring against the Mad Lions. Doesn't look like it's going to slip through again.
And for so long in the LEC, G2 have felt like an inevitability. They've felt like a force of nature in their own right. Whenever they have been in form, they have been indomitable. They have been unstoppable. But even here, even now, we saw a G2 that tore through playoffs. But in the finals, they have fallen, or they are falling, rather, to Rogue. An incredible turn in the tides of the EU, of the LEC. And while Rogue aren't out of it yet, or Rogue aren't in there yet, it feels like G2 are falling to pieces before our eyes.
So many doubters, so many did not believe in Rogue's run through the lower bracket. They were 3-0'd by G2 only last week, and now they have an opportunity to do the same against the rivals. The ultimate is
stepping
off.
Forward, going golden. Caps on the flank. Caps has to be everything here. Yanko's getting burned down. Yanko's getting shredded. Ignite taking flash forward for Comp. Comp looking to etch his name into the history of EU. Caps being pushed away. Caps being zoned out of his own base. It is a double for Comp. Rogue, though, they wait their patience. Incredible. They will not overcommit. They will not give G2 an inch. They will take everything from them. They will look to make this their final push, or no. Back away, giving them the respect their history deserves. 19 seconds left on the side of G2. That death timer ticking.
They're going to go for it. Nexus power the line.
Caps! Flash away the charm. And no, Malrang here! And this is it! The final moments of G2. The first moments of Rogue's legacy. They will not be knocked down. They will not be denied. They will not be stopped. Larson standing strong. Malmo! Rogue are your champions! of thousands at home. A new name etched into the history of Europe and the LEC. A new champion to be cheered. A new team to be feared. Rogan climbed the mountain. Today's their day. Today's Odawame's day. How many people thought this man would give up and lose faith? But here he stands. Malmo! All together for your LEC champions, Rogue! or Trimby or Freddy112. Today is their day.
Unbelievable.
What an incredible accomplishment for this Rogue squad.
But it's enough from us. Let's hear from the victors themselves. Let's hear from Lore and Odawame's.
Thank you. Mama! It's finally yours.
It took a while. A lot of tries and the reverse sweep as well. A fucking stomp, a 3-0. But now it was our fucking turn to get a fucking stomp!
I can't even imagine what's going through your head right now, especially after such a long time. Tell me about first emotions, first impressions of knowing that this trophy is finally yours.
It's absolutely surreal, you know. After everything that happened last year, you know, and even in spring when we got stomped, I don't know, I was always in the position where I was just only dreaming, you know, of winning the finals. I was always in front of the finals, and I was, you know, thinking sometimes in my head how it would be to lift the trophy. But now after so much trying, I can finally say that I'm the champ.
I know that you told me in the past that after waiting for so long, after so many failures, you lost hope. You were thinking about retiring even at some point, but what kept your hopes up so long?
I mean, about that, honestly, my career was always long. I'm not thinking of retiring, but at times, there were times where I was like, I don't want to be remembered as one of the great tops of EU, but be the guy who was just always a loser and never won anything. So that was always my main driving factor recently, and yeah, I'm just happy. It's surreal, and in front of you, Malmo, and in front of such a great crowd, in front of G2 crowd and everyone. Thanks everyone for being here, even you guys are haters. I appreciate all of you.
It has been a special year for you. When you think about the road journey, what happened in spring, this lineup that you had to guide, the responsibilities you took this weekend, especially as a captain. Tell me about your evolution and what do you think you are as a player right now and who you want to be remembered by?
Honestly, I don't want to take this all for myself. I think the guys, ever since we came to Malmo, this road trip changed us. I think if we were in Berlin right now, we'd have gotten stomped 3-0 by Fnatic. But this road trip did wonders for us. Everyone stepped up massively. Coaching staff, Team B, all the players, absolutely everyone was absolutely fantastic this weekend. I could not have asked for better teammates than what I had today. And as for the future, time will tell. We have the distinction of being EU's first seed at Worlds, and I mean, we need to make the most of it. We cannot disappoint the region after we stomped G2 today.
When you think about the time it took for you to get there, the heartbreaks, the river sweeps, the everything, the thrills, was it all worth it?
It was absolutely worth it, you know. Like, honestly, what an ending. Getting stomped 3-0 into stomping the guys that stomped you 3-0 to just stomp them in the grand finals. It's poetic at this point.
Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you, Malmo!
Wow, what an amazing experience that was in the Malmö Arena, alongside you, the greatest fans, as well as from around the world. Rogue have now rebranded to Koi. They finally won their title in their third attempt. And it was one of the best storylines and arguably one of the best 3-0s that have ever existed, especially here in the LEC. Now, on the LEC broadcast, you know that we're about the storylines, the narratives. Who hasn't heard of Kings, Dynasty, Legacy? We're also about some of the fun and some of the memes. So here are our cold opens from last year. Some of our favorites, some of the best, starting with a bumpy flight from the LEC Airlines.
Welcome to this flight back to the LEC. Your emergency buyouts are located in Los Angeles, California. In the event of a drop in international results, Hopium masks will deploy from the cabin above you. We recommend you keep your seatbelt fastened while seated at all times in the event of a clown fiesta.
Good evening, everybody. This is, from the cockpit, this is your captain speaking, Dan Dracos, of course. This is flight 123 with LEC Airlines to EU West. Hopefully you all enjoyed your NA vacation, and at this point in the flight, should definitely have your seatbelts fastened. And enjoy the in-flight entertainment. We'll have you back on the ground in no time.
Oh, buddy, I miss flying together so much. I've been flying LCK Airlines for the past 2 weeks. And boy, have I got a need for speed.
Yeah, that's great. Good to be back together. Of course, if there's anything I've learned in my 5 years of being a pilot, it's that you have to be ready for anything.
What was that?
This looks like Perk's got a little overeager on Akshan. Nothing to be worried about. Oh, okay, a little bit of soft tinting, but again, just one game.
I think I would be sick.
Don't worry about it, Cadril. Can't be any worse than juggling for Excel. Oh God.
What is it?
Vitality have a huge lead against Fnatic, but they absolutely cannot close out the game. We're gonna have to flip it.
We're gonna have to flip it.
Cabin crew, we're gonna have to flip it. Get to your seats,
Flip it.
buckle up. We're gonna have to flip it.
What does that mean?
Okay.
What the hell? You could have warned me.
Just a little bit of a hiccup there. Everything's fine.
This was supposed to be a smooth flight.
Okay, one time. See, everything is
I'm sorry, what?
I said.
Dracos? Dracos! Dracos! Oh my god, I've never flown solo before. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to... Oh god. Finn, he's getting bodied on Jace. He's an NA Jace. Oh no, what do I do? What do I do with an NA Jace? Oh god, what am I supposed to do? What would Dracos do? What do any of these buttons do? I'm not even a pilot. Wait, just think. Think. Wait. It's not an NA Jace. It's an EU Jace. It's Finn. Cabin crews, prepare for landing. It's an EU Jace. I figured it out. It's an EU Jace. Oh my god, I can do this. I can actually do this.
Hello, flight LEC Airlines 123. This is the tower speaking. We have cleared the midway for you, so you should be safe for landing. Get our players home, Captain.
Oh, I did it. Oh, let's go, man.
Oh. Ooh. Hello from the flight deck. Sorry for the bumpy ride. Hope that you're feeling nice and safe now that you've landed in EU West. Sorry for the
Dracos?
issues. But hope that you'll be flying LEC Airlines again. Yeah.
Have you been here this whole time?
Man, look, I was gonna say great job on landing the plane and the players safely, but
We could have died. Why didn't you even try and help?
I mean,
Dracos? Dracos?
how does that work every time, bro? Oh, technical difficulties.
What the is wrong with you?
He's a robot. Beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop, beep boop.
God.
Beep boop, beep boop.
Hello, Cat. welcome. How are you today? You look good. Do you understand why you're here with us today at the LEC Labs? It's okay, don't worry. We're here at the LEC Training Labs to make you the best possible player that you can be. You know, we've even got a gift for you, haven't we? All you've got to do is close your eyes. Visualize a happier place. Think of a time where you were in a wonderful experience. Like MSI, for example. Do you remember that 12-0 run that you were a part of? That amazing experience that you and your friends were finding success at. Wasn't it wonderful? Now, I want you to slowly and calmly open your eyes.
T1!
Did you get that? Did you see that?
Very strong fear response.
That was quite strong. That's a weakness we're gonna have to get rid of. Oh, what are you making them watch?
We're having them rewatch the BDS Baron play.
They were in that! You sure this is humane?
They need to face their past so they can focus towards the future. It's completely normal.
No way. Sometimes I wonder if we've gone too far. Nah, probably not, right? Humanoid, how are you today?
I'm very good, thank you.
That's excellent. So today, my assistant and I are going to be working on some weaknesses that we've identified in your play to make sure that you are the best possible player. So Laura, if you could.
Sure. Can you tell me what is this champion?
That's Ari.
That's
good.
A humanoid. Yeah, this is for you. Well done, well done. Okay, now I'm going to show you a card and I want you to tell me what it reminds you of, okay? What does this remind you of?
DF.
Very good, humanoid, very good. Laura, if you could show the next one, please.
Right. Can you tell me the name of this champion?
Yasuo?
That is
Very
Yasuo. Very good, humanoid. Very good. Now I want you to tell me, what does this remind you of?
That's DF?
I'm going to ask you one last question, okay? And I just want you to tell me, when you see this next card, what champion do you want to pick?
I wanna pick DF.
We got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, just the beginning.
Oh wow, you too.
Odo.
Not creepy at all.
Congratulations, Odo. You passed every test. Fear training, reflexes, cooperation management, psychic awesomeness. Okay. And you have a maximum score on confidence. You are our greatest achievement.
All of those tests are fake. That makes no sense. Those tests make no sense.
What do you mean? Those tests are fake. These are real tests. 40% of the time it works, 100% of the time. It is legit.
Guys, you are cringe. You are French. You guys just kidnapped a bunch of LEC players and we're at the backstage area, okay? So I'm gonna go.
What? Odo,
No.
Well, I mean, no surprise coming from someone who almost went 0-3 last week.
I heard that.
Okay, I'll play Broken Blade and end my turn.
Okay, I'm going to start with live audience, and I will play Kennen bot lane meta.
Yeah, Yanko, scream your cannon bot lane, Mesa.
I'm going to start with Yamato Cannon's inspirational speech. That's going to activate Hylissang's Playmaker ability. I get to draw 2 cards and play one of them for free. I'm going to play Whippo's Weird Champion Pool. That allows me to draft any 2 champions. So naturally, I'll draft Garen and Yumi, activating 2019 Fnatic Fan Trauma. I have to discard a player in order to play 2 additional cards from my hand. The first card I'm going to play is a Reckless Fist Bump pose, and then Upset, whose stats are doubled if there's no Reckless on the field. And finally, my favorite card, Caps 2018. On my next turn, it's GG. You're over, I win.
Okay, yeah. Is it my turn now?
Sure, by all means.
Cool, excellent. I will play totally legit roster acquisition, which means I get to select any one of your players. I'm going to take 2018 Caps.
That's broken!
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Now, 2018 Caps entering the battlefield triggers Mithy's mentorship ability, meaning that I can play an event card from my hand for free. I'm going to play Capital P, which upgrades 2018 Caps into 2022 Caps, who has the special ability Crowd Buff. If there's a 1v1 or a 2v2 in front of a crowd, he wins.
Oh, I should not have played live audience.
No, probably not. Now I'm going to play Grabs, whose bad drafts would usually resolve here, but Dylan's good drafts actually cancel them out, leading to an unresolvable draft vortex. Now, when an unresolvable action occurs, I can play whatisgoingon.jpg, search through my library for 2 support cards. Now, I could play Carlos, but we both know he's not that strong. So instead, we both know the card I'm gonna pick.
Shit.
That's correct. It's Flacker's Duck. That gives me 5 duck buff cards. I'll select L+ ratio 5 times. Do you think maybe it's time for you to concede?
Wait. I have an answer. I've got a card with so much power that G2 has never once tasted it. A card that only Fnatic can play. I play the Season 1 World Champions.
Trevor, that card's as old as you are. It's neither relevant nor legal. So yeah, L+ ratio. L+ ratio, Young Buck, you can go to XL. L+ ratio, Upset. L+ ratio, SOAS. Maybe a little L+ ratio over here on Broxer, go back to NA. L+ ratio on Hylissang.
Great to see you, man.
Honestly, it's
good.
really good.
I can't believe it.
What's going
They're
on?
saying I cancelled the Chemtech, Drake.
This guy.
Am I cursed?
No.
No, look, dude, it was like...
No, I think I am
it's one
cursed. It
mistake.
feels like the universe is just gonna know me as the cancel boy forever.
Okay, Droll. It's.
I'm gonna go stream.
I feel for him.
Yeah.
But it's not a big deal.
It's not. I wish there was something we could do to just show him that it wasn't that consequential.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I may have something for that. Yeah, I actually just got this Hextech Echo Multiverse Chrono Breaker. Yeah, but I mean, for short, it's just HEMPK.
I'm sorry, what?
HEMPK. Yeah, it's supposed to take you into the multiverse so you can see different realities and different K-Drolls.
Where did you even buy something like
eBay,
this?
dude.
How does it work?
I'm not exactly sure, but they did say that whoever made it has 200 years of experience, so you can't go wrong. Had great ratings.
So if I
Yeah.
turn this thing on, I will go see another K-Drol.
Yeah, it's voice activated. Give it a try. Safe travels.
Take me to another K-Drol. It's supposed to smell like burning? Oh, wow. In this universe, he's not even a pro. He's just flipping burgers.
Burger Boy, you're getting behind on the orders. You need to move them off the screen. The customers are waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, at least if he's not playing League, there's nothing he could possibly...
Did you just cancel all of the orders? Dude, what are we supposed to do?
Okay, Hemk. Next universe.
I have a flight today.
Obviously. Where are you flying today, sir?
I'm flying to Berlin. My team made the LEC playoffs.
I don't know what any of that means, but let me check.
He actually did it. In this universe, he made playoffs. Well done, Mark.
So what's your name again?
Marc Lamont, I should be on the list.
Have you checked in online?
Checked in online last night.
Okay.
Flying today, playing tomorrow.
All right, L-A-M-O-N. Oh, okay, I got it right here. Wonderful, found your booking, lovely. But, it does say here that you failed to check in. You actually canceled your flights today.
I cannot cancel my flight.
Yeah, I have it right here, unfortunately.
But I'm playing tomorrow. When's your next flight?
I mean, I can get you on the earliest flight, which is next week.
Next week?
Earliest.
What? I'm supposed to be playing in the playoffs tomorrow.
I really do not get paid enough for this. Next. Unbelievable. Today is the day we upload the beta. League of Legends will be released into the world. Oh, people are going to look back on 2009 and marvel at what we have done. Are you coming to the party?
I have some work to finish.
But the party is,
Oh, have fun. I'll be there later.
Okay, well, we're going to finish the countdown and we'll see you at the party, yeah? Yeah, cheers.
Whoa, Cadro works for Riot in this universe? This is awesome. He's starting at the beginning. Maybe he could learn so much more about the game. He could even be a champion one day. Okay, so he's the cleaner. Well, at least he has a hand. Of course.
Oh, you're back. Well, how was it?
Well, it works, but it's a nightmare. He's the best Cadro by far, if you can believe it.
I know I'm barely, but oh God, poor lad.
In one universe, he even stops League of Legends from existing entirely.
No League of Legends at all? Imagine the time we'd have.
All right, I got 2 double cheeseburgers, side of fries, and a vanilla milkshake.
Order up.
I don't know about you kids, but I'm very excited about today. That's because it's nearly LEC playoffs. Look, it's a photo album. See, it has all our playoff teams inside. Here, you can see the team Rogue. Now remember, Mr. Goldberg thinks all the LEC teams are just as good as each other. He doesn't pick any favorites. Look, they're gamers too. Let's have another look at a completely random pick team. Wow, it's Fnatic! What a coincidence that those were the first 3 teams that we saw. To make sure we're fair, let's have a look at all the other teams too. That's the doorbell. I wonder who that could be. It's Nymera, a lovely male person.
Well, hi, Mr. Goldberg.
Hi. What do you have for me today?
It's mostly just fan comments saying that we're cringe.
Well, obviously not those.
Well, I do have a letter from a lovely young lady called Sharks.
I hope it's not too long. Thanks, Nymera. I'll see you at playoffs.
Bye.
Let's have a look at that now, shall we? Dear Mr. Goldberg, do you have a favorite player in the LEC? Who do you think is the GOAT? P.S. I will curse all the teams with monologues if you don't answer me. What a lovely letter, Sharks. As I already explained, Mr. Goldberg doesn't pick any favorites. But I tell you what, why don't I just show you my GOAT? Follow me, gamers. Whoa, would you look at that? It's my neighbor, Selfmade. He's come to say hello. Well, to answer your question, Sharks, this is my GOAT. Selfmade, do you mind moving out of the way? You're blocking it. This is by far my favorite GOAT. Here you go. Eat all those up. Yes. Wowzers. Would you look at that, gamers? Doesn't time just fly when you're having fun? What a lovely day for playoffs. Rogue as the winner is always in vogue. A Fnatic win would be quite dramatic. But not if Misfits prove that they can hack it. G2 will show just what they can do. Vitality of fighting for victory too. The title is there for anyone to claim. Even Excel might secure the ultimate fame. That's it for now, e-gamers. Bye-bye.
I'm reverse sweeping. Like you guys last weekend?
Okay, fine, that makes sense, but...
Hi.
You're weird.
Weird champ, good one. People are gonna love that. Hi everyone, I'm Ender, back for another Between Two Iverns here with Odo Omne. Let me just... Odo. You were my guiding wind. We soared across the sky. Who knew a storm would come and break apart this lie? I'm trapped in a void, an endless pain.
Okay.
No. Armor can protect me from this pain.
Okay.
Did you like it? That was I tried to get them to do When You're So Odo with My Heart. Well, that was my pitch, but they went with Reckless.
Now it makes sense why you are not lead singing and you're just stuck on drums.
You used to be a swimmer, right? As a competitor? Was it all in preparation for Worlds last year? And swimming home?
I mean, what kind of question is that? You know, when I'm 5 years old and I'm training with my coach, I think my coach is going to be like, son, in 15 years, you're going to swim from China to Europe because you're just so bad?
I think
I mean, honestly, I don't see... I mean, it makes sense why you got kicked. Because if you ask me stupid questions like this, then you kind of deserved it. So you should be ashamed of yourself.
I didn't get kicked.
No?
I left on my own.
Oh, it's kind of like the same thing when like your boss is about to fire you, but instead of firing you, he's like, you should resign. Was it like that?
Nope.
I mean, the camera's here, so...
They invited me back. Look, I'm back because they invited me back, okay? Okay?
It's kind of like a charity thing,
They said, we're bringing fans back to the studio. You can come back too. You can talk to Odo Omne. It'll be fun, okay?
Wait, so you're here as a fan?
No, I'm here to interview. I'm here to talk to you.
So...
To get asked the hard-hitting questions. Let's talk about your LEC career. Let's go back to the beginning, right? How did they set up the electricity when you played your first stage game at Stonehenge? Because you're old.
Fact check that?
Yeah, I did. It was on your Liquipedia.
Did I play at Stonehenge?
I think so.
Did you write it? Because everyone can write it, so I'm pretty sure it was you.
Okay, maybe. I thought it was a good bet. I'm trying my best here. You know, my birthday's in a couple of weeks.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, but who asked?
I just don't understand why you've been like this all day. I come in, I try to make you feel good, and you've been disrespectful to me the whole time. I'm your #1 fan. I voted for you Every single week, I'm the person that puts you in everyone's minds. Why you're player of the game, Odo Omne, weak side king. That was me. That was me this entire time, and you haven't shown me one single ounce of respect this entire interview, and all I want you to do is to do something nice for my birthday, Odo. That's all I wanted to begin with, and now I just want you to smile when you look at me. I don't understand it. Why?
I did not forget your birthday. I even got your cake. You want to
Wait,
see it?
really? You got me a pre-birthday cake?
Yeah, I mean, look, I spent a lot of money on this. It's crazy. It's literally, I wouldn't even get this cake for my own birthday.
Thank you so much.
You wanna have it?
I would love it.
You wanna have a
please.
taste?
Yes, I would
Really?
love to.
Really? Keep being a fan.
I'm voting for Comp.
So, let me get this straight. You want to drop out of playoffs.
Look, I've done this for over half a decade. I'm tired. I can't keep up with these kids anymore.
Well, if you quit playing, well, what then? We've got a match coming up soon.
Listen, I have the answer right here. A way to start a brand new life.
I'm gonna hit the John, and I'm hoping you come to your senses by the time I'm back.
I won't.
Are you sure about this?
I swept out the area. There's no odds whatsoever. They won't even see us coming. It's gonna be completely free. This is a gang!
Everybody get on the floor! Now!
Did you not hear me, old man? You're on a trip to the fountain. Well, well, well. If it isn't G2. Don't you know the bottom of the standings is further down the road?
SK, XL, what are you doing here?
There's a change coming. This is new blood territory. What's in the suitcase?
EU's chances of winning Worlds.
Don't bullshit me. Show me.
What is it?
It's beautiful.
Let him go! Let him go! Let him go, or I'm gonna release God Gillis's might upon you.
Tell her to be cool. Say SK, be cool.
SK, be cool.
Don't hurt him.
Nobody's gonna get hurt. We're gonna be just like the Freljord. SK, what's that like? I said, what's that like, SK?
Cool?
Correctissimo. You're gonna drop the gun and put your hands on the table on the count of 3. You with me? 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, smooth and 4 picks are twisted. Fate.
You think they're going to one Korean bootcamp and figuring out a single patch makes you the same level as me? They call me the Korean Killers.
Last time I checked, Gramps, this was in 2019. Korean Killers don't go 0-3 versus T1.
You've lost sight of yourself, old man. You have no idea what being a pro is all about.
You think that I don't know what it means to be a pro? I've got this passage memorized from the chat logs of Faker at 1337. The path of the pro is beset on all sides by the inequities of the patches and the tyranny of the meta. But blessed is he who, in the name of mechanics and good macro, shepherds their teammates through the fog of war. For he is truly his jungler's leash and the stealer of lost objectives. And I will cast down upon thee with great memes and furious banter those who attempt to int and feed in my solo queue games, and you will know I am the GOAT when I lay my vengeance upon you. You know, for the longest time, I thought I was the pro, beset by the inequities and tyranny of this world. Then later in life, I really wanted to become the shepherd, and I tried. But just now, I've had the realization that I am no pro and no shepherd. For 20mm water cannon here is and will always be the GOAT. I am simply its vengeance. But I am trying real hard to be the shepherd.
He's crazy. It's not worth it. Let's get out of here. We're scaling.
So, if you're really going to retire, nothing I can do about it. I'll help you whenever I can.
I have completely changed my mind.
Are you serious? Changing my fast and BDS at Baron.
Yeah, while you were in the John, I was reminded about why I started doing this in the first place. And it's to stop these perma-inting teams on my fiddle-sticksing stage. We have a game to play. Come on, let's go.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight. On the verge of greatness, it's time to leave. They'll feel your name when it's up in lights. You'll know your worth when you win the fight. Tell the world you won't go quietly. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition, rise above the pain. Rock solid, your conviction. We're here to win, we're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it. We're here to win, we're here to win. Push through it, cleanse through it. We're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Ignite the competition, rise above the pain. Rock solid, your conviction. We're here to win, we're here to win the game. Push through it, cleanse through it.
Oh, damn. Everybody here this time? You must be delusional if you think that's gonna make any difference. Falcon Shield, give me a track so I can body these rats. Y'all just getting carried by the trash that I threw out. Underrate my bot lane, don't speak, baby, no doubt. Targa on a roam, gonna show you what this pipe out. Flack and get to cracking, gonna make this one to blow out. Rabbit past the prime, sold the spot, looking sullen. Better call me Edward, cause I'm shining when I'm pulling. F&C super team, man, you're lulling me to sleep. Send your soul lanes to NA, cause they're pricey and they're weak. What you know about another clean sweep 12-0? Choking every series like Rogue, just a no-show. Losing every lane, scared, hiding in the alcove. Freddy on the draft, baby, that ain't Falco. Throwing huge leads, that's mad at peak. BB dance around you with those happy feet. This combo popping off, yeah, and goes on fleek. Call it Wombo, no up a 5 when you ask it beat. Cause you need a little G2 in your life. I need another title by my side. A few more 3-0's all I see. Better pray to God before you challenge me. Cause I'm spelling God C-A-P-S. Outplayed, outfought, G2 finesse. Taking all challengers, come and bring your best. G2's EU, EU's not impressed.
I have to say I'm a little disappointed. The prey's about to become the predator, and like rabbits, we're about to fuck this shit up.
They be uncoordinated, they be playing with the synergy. Call us misfits, cause your fit's always missing me. And they put the mid into mid lane. That's cause they wanted to be faker, but then took the name literally. Don't get in my lane, that plays be so tragic. Zara, when we face, we make them pay taxes. AP in my veins, the way I flow magic. Honest of the game, we ain't the same rabbits. Savage, leaving you to lick your wounds. It's win or lose, these players fight like minions do. Shine bright like neon when we're introduced. We be playing like Ikora, we predict your moves. They act like Americans.
How they free to be
100% of them.
We do it easily.
Call them irrelevant.
That's how we leave in
Do it so graphic as cut from the DVD. Playing at an A rank, you're a G2. You be linking all your game plans, man, you'll see through. We can tick you up the checklist. If you have a death wish, we can play like Brexit and take you out the EU. Steps are better you than you accept defeat. Because we turning all our rookies into MVPs. Don't forget we challenge SKT. This year, win worlds, then we out like it's destiny.
Listen, that's cute. While I refute, let me put you on mute. Time to get the suit, time to let loose, time to lock, load, aim, shoot. I need an opponent that can kick me into gear, not a broken component that cancelled his career. You only excel at wasting my time. Got more titles in my brand than you got. This is in your rhyme. Enjoy it while you can. This is big as you can be. As the OG MC, I'll end it in 3 like a spreadsheet. I'll beat you on a cellular level. Maybe you should change game, rename to Rap Devil. You're not at my level. Why can't you understand? It's the trend I ascend. In the end, winning is the brand. I can't stand these fofos. They called rogue. They just froze. They choked with their own hands. No plan. That's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Arrow to the head. August dead. C'est la vie. Now mad. They think they earned a crown. They ain't earned shit. Just be put down. G2, you're just a name on the list, and I'm a god of war. Your face from my fist. Your ace don't resist. Your legacy ends here. No one can stop me. This is Fnatic's year. Let's be clear. I'm the best. No contest. It's a given. Feel the noose round your neck. Start to sweat. Losing vision as you cry. You just fight like hobbits for a ring. When the fans only need the return of the king.
Let's set the scene, it's 2018, page roll, cancel a meme. And now it's 4 years later and who'd have dreamed? Excel at the top, we're a bum-ass team. Boom, takes down goes your queen. Big brain, checkmate, Mickey X is clean. Puff stain, insane, you need to be to stand a chance if you wanna go toe-to-toe against me, bitch. Leveled up with camping in Korea, Galleria, screenshots of my dubs. Mamma mia, stack your tia in your deathbed while you're hugging on Sophia. I'm the nightmare, XL be the name that you fear. Jungle in our hands, we got an early game prodigy. Doom vs Makunia, it's clear that you gotta be outclassed. Running for your life like it's Outlast, you're trash, it's about time that you touch grass. Think about it, Fnatic looking bland. Super team suck, don't you fucking understand? Upside gonna choke, got to call the referee. False hack won't save you when we ban Zeri. Call me a spreadsheet boy, whole team erase. Time to lose control, H find and replace. I've got an equation that you should embrace. Your L plus this ratio equals disgrace. Oh Jesus, it's the Mad Lions. You guys actually made it this time? Who let you out of your cage?
Dude, you shouldn't even be speaking. It's literally your second time. You don't even go here.
What was I? An angry little kitty cat. Now the back-to-back babies suck on that. Took a split off to let y'all have a chance. Captain Yonkos looking like a washed last dance. It all starts with you ruining your legacy. Choking on the world stage shit, you come and blame me. Humanoid loves to die, he's just a freebie. Keep it up and my next monologue will be a eulogy. Larson getting shit on, hope he's good at ingesting. Finally your games are interesting. Suck so bad, might as well be a Hoover. Shurima shuffle, you need a Heimlich maneuver. Rogue, how many chances do you need? Solving world hunger, the amount you feed. We got mac and cheese, no side dish. Now arm it's Snar, that's a side diff. Joya on his king shit, mid-gank leashless. Playing in the fog, yeah, you know we'd see him. You want it mad, now you're gonna get a beating. Two-time, yeah, bitch, you better believe him. Wag those lips, make those quips. Everything is cap when you ain't done shit. Yeah, you'll never get a shot at the top. You're only here to make me look good when you drop.
Another choking meme. Get some new material. You ought to be humble with such a low rank, all-blooded jungle. And no gang, Odo, gang clacking your tanks. No parlay, you sacking the racks, mount rack, showed you the hard way. Jumping and Madden and you kill your imagining dragons. You've had enough planted and now you amateurs to average to answer for the fact you're lacking in comparison to Rogue. The most prone to postpone. I'm looking round. Nope, no talent, it's a big shame. Hammering up solo, carrying the mid lane. Honestly, you got a better chance of winning Squid Game. Now you're learning down ball isn't just a nickname. You're getting so bullied, you're becoming bovine. You won't even go in your own lane without a road sign. I throw it into cruise right up the coastline. It's been a slow climb, let's call it road time. The league table's a gentle hill that we'll even ascend when we're standing still. Look at these feet, they're not boots that you're meant to feel. You lack the lyrical, physical and mental skill. You're just cutting your teeth, you're like a dentist drill. Now I'm really getting tense, sent to nils. Not polyamorous, but then again I will take all 5 of you out. Pentakill.
Content, more content. Every LEC week, we want to make sure that you have everything you need to be ready and hyped for all of the action to come. So while we already have some plans for our opening weeks, be sure to keep an eye out on the LEC social channels so you don't miss any of that extra special content we're producing. One of our staples is the Euphoria podcast, where we discuss the latest news in the LEC. We give you an in-depth look at the current state of the league. And for this week, Dracos was joined by Dagda and Yamato Cannon to rank some of the LEC teams, as well as look ahead towards week 1 and the games that were going to be played. Make sure you check out all of the episodes over at youtube.com/LEC.
Welcome to season 13, episode 2 of the Euphoria podcast. Welcome to what? It's season 11? Welcome to season 11, definitely not season 13 of the Euphoria podcast. We nailed this intro first try, 100%. Easy. Episode 2, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud. As always, I'm Dracos, joined today by 2 very special guests. Master Coach, formerly of Fnatic, formerly of the Euphoria podcast, former cohort of mine, none other than Jacob Yamato Cannon Mebdi, and joining myself as well as the LEC broadcast team, none other than Rob Dagda Price. Welcome, boys. It's good to have you here.
Thank you very much. That's a sick name, buddy. Rob Price.
Thank you.
Rob Price, yeah. It does sound...
that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's got to be a robbery joke.
But I really didn't.
That is the thing, right? We both kind of lucked into just interesting names. Yeah, because like people, we could have all just picked cool names.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
It would have been really bad. Imagine like you turn 5, you pick a name. It would be like Beyblade Master.
I would name myself after the
Everyone
Red
is
Power. I would have been like, I would have been like Tommy Beyblade after the Red Ranger in my favorite show, Tommy Street Shark. You know, like, oh my god, I like that though. But I meant more like in show business, right? Because like in theory, before you're a public persona, you know, you can be whatever you need to be legally for paperwork and when you get paid. But on show, you could have been anybody. Could have made up any name you wanted. We all just, we kind of did, obviously. I picked very poorly. You guys both have pretty good names, so.
Dagda. Reminds me of Age of Empires. Oh, Irish God.
Irish God of what?
He's like the All-Father God, so imagine like...
He's like Odin.
Zeus or Odin, yeah.
Did he also like hang himself from a tree for knowledge or anything like that? Are there any
overlapping
overlapping themes?
Weird, but no, he's like kind of in charge of like the seasons and all that kind of stuff. So like he has like a massive pot that he can feed anyone out of, and he's got like a big staff that can give life or give death. And
wow,
yeah.
That's an OPS god. I'll be honest. There's very rarely in like, is there a pantheon of Irish gods?
There is, yeah. It's called the Tuatha De Danann.
That was sick. You should just say stuff in Irish more often. I could not repeat whatever you just said.
You know, the
but
Irish
that was
harp.
cool.
The Irish harp is Dagda's harp.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm waiting for God of War to visit now.
Yeah. I was ready. God of War 8 in the Irish pantheon. It's going to be interesting. Oh. Anyway, sick backstory, your name. No, I had literally zero idea. I like it. It's more subtle than like Hades or Zeus, you know, like the more well-known, I guess, mythologies of the world, but super sick. Anyway, boys, last week, Cage and I, we rated 5 teams. This week, spoiler alert for everyone watching at home, we're going to rate the other 5 teams. We're going to talk about each of the 5 teams. Before we get into doing that, I'd love to get your thoughts on our rankings. We can put them on the screen behind you for those of you in YouTube land, but I'll read them off. So for Excel, I gave them a B. Cadril gave them an A. This is S to D tier for context. For Koi, I gave them an A. Cadril gave them an S. We both put SK in C tier. We both put Heretics in B tier. I put G2 in A, and Cadril put them in S. Any initial thoughts? Anything stand out to you as like, God, these guys are dumb, or like you have follow-up questions? Any questions for the class before we begin our second half of the...
I guess my question is, will you put any team in S?
No.
Yeah. That's the thing. Okay.
Because I was debating, because to be completely honest with you, I had not ranked the other 5 teams when we started this, right? I'd only ranked the 5 we were going to do for the episode 1. And then I kind of backed myself into a corner where I'm like, oh, well, shit, if I'm not going to give either of these teams S tier, I can't give anybody. And I kind of realized that prepping this episode.
Did you just get hurt by Vitality last year? Was that it? Where they came in, and I think you had them at S tier, right?
Well, maybe. I don't. It's hard to. I mean, they were a promised super team alongside Fnatic. I was confused with where that going. I was like, Dagda, are you about to tell me Vitality's an S tier team? I was like, it's a bold start to your LEC.
That's all I need.
I'm a Chinese player, baby.
I'm with you on Excel.
Oh.
Oh, the podcast is over. Thank you very much, guys. That's the timer. We're done.
That's all we had time for today. Yeah, we'll add it in next week. Yeah?
Okay. Yeah, that's my Google timer that was supposed
Like you put
to
in
be
the
a
premium
stopwatch.
episode, we'll actually.
I think we just keep rolling with that and pray the sound wasn't too bad. Can I get a confirmation from our producer? We're just gonna roll through that technical difficulty. Sorry for that. That was Google timer. It was supposed to be a stopwatch. Stopwatch is also running. Keeps track of how we're doing. Spoiler: we're doing great. Other than the timer.
I'm with you on XLB though. I'm not as hype as putting them on A.
I think that it depends on how you rank these tiers. I think in Cagel's mind, Koi and G2 are title contenders. And I think that I agree with him. I just don't think that they're like neither of them feel like a sure thing. If Koi had kept their roster, I would have put them in S tier. But like whenever you add a new player, you just never 100% know how things are going to work out. And I'm still very optimistic about G2, but it's like, could also be a dumpster fire, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to try to oversell G2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very similar to Cadril, to be honest. I've Excel a little bit higher because I think I have a lot of hope. I think Video is going to pop off. I think Patrick is going to look good. I actually want to see what Targamas is going to be like, though, because I think obviously G2's bot lane struggled. But I mean, when Targamas was in EU Masters, like him and Syncroft were like the powerhouse jungle support. And I think if you can bring that back in for Excel, I mean, you can just play around Video. You're in a good spot. I think that's kind of why I have them a little bit higher. Like, I think that's where I'll see them pop off. But I mean, wait to be seen.
Yeah, on my end, when it comes to Excel, I think on paper they look really, really gorgeous. But I think each individual piece, and like when I think of Patrick and Viteo, I always remember regular split games where they looked like they could potentially be the best player in their position. But in terms of achieving those high highs when it comes to playoff games, I never see the same level of performance. And I think overcoming that mountain is what separates the elite in the LEC that wins the titles and the players that don't. And even though this is a roster that potentially do so, I think regular split, they will look very dangerous in terms of contesting for a title. When I look across the other teams where they have the names that have consistently been at the top and figured out ways to actually, win and do good when it comes to, of course, the best of fives, I am more excited by those names. But maybe this new format will give them that experience throughout the year to really, really build them up.
I think that is kind of the interesting thing, because definitely Patrick and VTO, it almost feels like there's a pretty decently sized list of players like this we will see them in regular seasons or single best of fives where we're like, this guy is insane. And players will talk about Patrick, for example. They talked about Patrick Mickey so much last year. So many coaches were like, Excel is nuts in scrims. They're going to blast everything, and then they just like fell apart in playoffs, right?
Yeah,
so I think I'm with you. I'm generally more on the pessimistic side of most teams. And so it's just like, I'm ready to be wrong, and I'll believe it when I see it, kind of. But until someone has like crossed that threshold into like almost household name of Europe, it's really hard to give them, for me at least, that same benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, for sure. I'm with you.
Seems like generally similar sentiment, although maybe we can get you guys full tier list. People can say what they think. Shout out to everyone who did YouTube comments, etc. I'll reference a few of them today. Cage will ask for tier lists in the YouTube comments.
Okay.
Very similar, some of them. A lot more people, a lot more aggressive with their D tier, I would say, and their S tier. So it was a little bit weird there in the YouTube comments, but it was good to see what the audience is feeling. Moving on to our teams today, we're going to be talking about Mad Lions, BDS, Fnatic, Astralis, and Vitality ahead of week 1 here in the LEC. Kicking it off with Mad Lions. Chasey, Elyoya, Niski, Karzi, Hillisang. This has been called by many the most coin flip roster of our generation. Potentially the most coin flip roster of all time. Potentially the new, I'm going to say it, unicorns of love. Is that fair? Are people overblowing this? How are you guys feeling about these rosters? How do you guys feel about the Mad Lions overall?
Honestly, it's like my main focus is just Hillisang because I just worked with him for 2 years, and I think the community sentiment was rather negative towards Hilly in regards to his performance, the recent performance. But he's a very emotional player that I think in terms of who he works with, I think it's very important that he is able to draw energy and motivation from others. I think this is where he gets his main source of power from, and I feel like this is an environment where he can definitely thrive in. I think that Hilly has shown like levels of performance that I think very few supports in Europe can ever even like think of surpassing. And I think that with that in mind, I think this is the perfect team for Hilly to reinvent himself and to come back into form, because the previous year, there was a lot of things going on behind the scene that, of course, I'm not going to go into now. But those type of things are definitely things that affect Hilly when it comes to his gameplay. And I think this is the roster. When I think of the characters, it's like, as I look at Kazi's Twitter, like, this guy is a madman. Niski's hilarious. These guys are going to laugh whether they're winning or losing. They're going to have a good time. And I think that Hilly will definitely find a good home in this roster. And I think that's also important. It's very vague and very intangible, but this is how I would describe Hilly in terms of his level of performance.
Well, just before you jump in, Rob, I do appreciate that insight, because I think that Hilly is a player who's always got a spotlight on him, for better or for worse. He's either looking like the best support in the league or he's running it, you know what I mean? And I think that it's interesting to hear that context, that he is a more emotional player, that these are the things that he values, because these are the things that, they are intangible, and these aren't the things that'll let you really, mathematically or consistently, objectively rank him as a player. But these are those little bits of context I do think help paint a bigger picture of what players need to succeed, right? And I think more often than not, we only talk about it in the context of you've got the Whippos and Bjergsons of the world who want to go to work, go home. And we've got the players who want to live 5 absolute gaming degens in a gaming house together and spend every waking moment together. And that's the most that we talk about, those kind of personality preferences. So it's good to hear something deeper than that, like Hilly being a guy who maybe will thrive because, as you highlighted, this is a team full of personalities. No comment on their gameplay. There's just a lot of personality on this team.
But I also think it's this bot lane has a lot to kind of prove again, right? As you're saying, Hilly, a lot of fan sentiment wasn't on his side last split. It's same with Karzi as well. And I think for Karzi, he kind of got done a little bit dirty by the Vitality system that they had, because it was very much, hey, we're going to play around the solo laners, and then Karzi was left on his own. So I think if Karzi and Hilly can actually work together well, I think this could actually be a bot lane that does work really well, especially with Karzi coming back to Mad Lions now as well. I actually have a little bit of hope for this. I know it's going to be absolutely bedlam down there, and I'm really excited for it. But I think for both these guys, I think they are still phenomenally good players, and I think this is a bot lane where they can actually show that.
For sure. And I think looking at how the offseason played out, there was rumors that Fnatic was also interested in Karzi, and I think the profile of Karzi has been the type of player that is very agreeable and adjustable regardless of the game states that he's been put in. I think when Mad Lions were the most successful and they won back-to-back splits, Karzi was often left on his own, and Kaiser and Elioya and Humanoid were doing a lot of damage together, and then whether Karzi was 0-5 or 0-0, 50 CS behind, 50 CS ahead, it really didn't matter. His performance was always, consistent, and it never seemed to affect him in regards to the game state. And I think if they can follow that mold and Hilly-san becomes completely unleashed and Karzi gets to adapt to that would be super, super good. But then the question is, when you tie it to the current meta, it's can I imagine these two playing Lucian Nami together? That sounds bombastic.
No.
It's Yumi Zeri together. Who knows what the meta will throw at them. If it lands in the right place for this type of a team, I think it can be super, super good.
Well, and in a world, I think the thing that excites me the most about this roster is support jungle. In a world where supports are actually allowed to leave the lane, right, please. Please. Elioya Hylissang, are you kidding me? Elioya, I think, did everything he could to put Mad Lions on his back in spring when that roster did not make playoffs, when they were a hot mess. He was trying for his life. Things obviously got a lot better with Niski coming in. And I'm optimistic that if, again, the meta allows, these two together could just break games open. And now they can also sprint it. I think that's the caveat we always have to add, because I think that Hylissang is a guy who, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I know since his days in the Unicorns of Love, this is a guy who really sees micro in such clear detail, and he will do shit that people just do not expect or see coming, because he is he knows so many weird champions. He's VOD reviewed every stupid trade he's ever taken, and he sees opportunities other people don't see, and that's what always, gets me fired up to see what he can do in terms of playmaking.
Yeah, I think in terms of laning, I think the attention to detail when it comes to bot lane, I don't think I've seen anyone like that, meticulous when it comes to it. I think him and Upset together, in terms of the detail they looked at in terms of lane phase, was absolutely crazy. I think when it comes to Hilly in terms of how he views the game. He always views the game through the lens of his champion. So there is going to be cases where, let's say, as a support, you're going to only find your opportunities depending on the game state. So let's say, for example, the enemy mid laner or enemy bot laner doesn't have flash, and he's playing, like, for example, Leona, the enemy doesn't have cleanse, then he views that window as his biggest opportunity in the context of the game. This is where he has the highest chances of having the most impact, and usually these are the moments that he really, really wants to pursue in the game. And when he gets that confidence from his teammates to follow along on that journey, this is where Hilly has his super, super high highs, because he's very, very clearly tied to when he is the strongest. But sometimes where there can be a little bit of friction is when some players on the team are looking at the context of the whole game in a bigger picture. Maybe there's some big item that is being finished. Maybe there's going to be a Drake soul point. Maybe there's something that is like has a wider, horizon in terms of when the payoff will be, and that is sometimes where the friction comes in. But when Hilly gets that trust, he definitely delivers. Something that I wanted to touch on too, I hope that's okay, in regards to Niski, my boy Niski, like the patch notes, I feel like Niski bribed someone because they buffed Lissandra, they buffed Rise, they buffed Twisted Fate.
Galio's back. Yeah.
Galio's back. So he bribed someone, because when I think of Niski, I think the same thing for him and the bot lane is just the meta reliance, right?
Yeah.
I think Niski in the right meta is competing with the best of the best, but I think the fact that he's not been so adjustable in the metas. This is what is holding me back from thinking of Niski as one of the elites in Europe with Caps and Humanoid and Larson. And if he manages to show that this year, I think that could be a big plus for Mad Lions too.
And I think he will need to, right? Because we've already kind of hit on the bot lane being, look, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hopeful for them. But I think from the top side as well for Chasey, this guy coming in off X7 from EU Masters, he was very much a case of, if he's doing well, phenomenal, he's going to pop the hell off. But he will always try and push an advantage in lane. He always wants to play aggressive, and that can leave him a bit vulnerable to junglers. So I think for Niski and Elyoya, they're kind of have to babysit a little bit what these side lanes are doing, because otherwise it can just go completely out the window so quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, I think that there's the top end of what this team could be is super, super high. Now, there's a lot of caveats. There's a lot of variables we're talking about. Chasey, obviously a guy who, can be feast or famine. Hillsang can be feast or famine. Karzi can be feast or famine. We can say that about just everybody. Obviously, the right meta going to favor them a lot more. Don't generally want to see Hillsang on enchanters. But when everything comes together, this is a scary-ass team. Now, I don't know if everything's going to come together, most certainly, but the fact that Niski is so proficient on roaming, the fact that Elyoya, I think you can't take anything away from Malrang, because Malrang just does what he does and he's unstoppable in terms of what he does. But if I were to first round draft pick a jungler in our league, it'd probably be Elyoya.
Yeah.
Consistently. Because he feels like he is the whole package in terms of I trust this guy to play tanks and engage. I trust this guy to play carries. I haven't worked with him personally, but from talking to him, it seems like he has a great attitude. Don't want to oversell that, because I'm not there with him behind the scenes. But this is a guy who I think is the real deal, is the full picture. And he, to me, feels like if he is set up to thrive on this team, or if he can take care of his laners and they are performing, this team is a contender for top 4 at the very least. Problem is, for me right now, I've got him in B because there's too many damn variables. And when I get into it and we're talking about it and I can see it, I can see the future where it's Hillsang crazy engages, Karzi's just, chilling bot lane, just waiting, scaling up. You've got Niski, you've got Elyoya, everybody coming together. Maybe they're going top, maybe they're going bot. That sounds sick. That team sounds insane. That team sounds like they'll do very well. But it takes a lot of things for them to get there, I think.
I'm with you 100%. I would also put them B.
Yeah, I have to B as well.
Yeah. So the way I do the tier list is basically, it's what are the probability of the situation, the circumstance where they win the league for it to occur? Because you can easily paint that image for almost any team. And how weirder that conversation becomes, the lower I would put them on the tier list. If I'm going to rationalize how for example, let's say Astralis wins, then we're into voodoo.
You'll get a chance,
we're
baby.
Voodoo magic and all that jazz.
You're gonna get a chance, brother. Don't worry.
But with Mad Lions, there's some good stuff there, but there's a lot of question marks too. So I'm feeding the B.
Yeah. Universal B. We'll see. I mean, this is, again, we look at the top end, the potential is high, but without seeing it, I think we're all reticent to just jump right on the Mad Lions bandwagon. You said it, and why don't we just go there next? We'll go to Astralis second, mix up the order a little bit. Finn, 113, Dayor, Kabi, Junghoon. It is a team. It is an Astralis lineup. One of the YouTube comments, it was mean, but really just got me in the moment, was There are two teams that I just can never put. I can never look. I don't really need to look at their rosters to know where they end up, and it's Vitality and Astralis, because Astralis will always be D and Vitality will always be 2 tiers below wherever you think they should be. I was like, oh my god! I don't remember who did it. I wasn't going to look it up. It was something. It was basically along those lines, and it's just like
butchered,
brutal, but also fair. And I guess the discussion we can have right now is: this going to be an Astralis lineup that's going to flip the script? Is this an Astralis lineup that we can expect more than fighting for top 8? Because reminder again, if you missed the first episode or you haven't checked it out, there's a format explainer video. You should watch it, but it is really the only breakpoints that matter anymore are top 8 and top 4. Top 6 is no longer a thing. So yeah, I mean, should we have higher expectations? How are you guys feeling about this Astralis lineup?
Yeah, I'm not feeling great about it. I'm going to just put it out there. I mean, this kind of feels again like it's going to be bot or bust for this squad. I don't think Finn is going to. I mean, look, Finn coming in, I don't think is going to make a massive difference to this team. 113 was kind of a surprising pickup for me, I will say. Like, especially when you look at guys like Skeens that are still in the LFL league. I think there's a lot of talent that is there. I think 113 is kind of just one step below, I think, where he needs to be coming in here. Like, he obviously did end up winning a EU Masters a couple of times, but I think he was probably the weakest point of that roster when he was on it, so I'm kind of surprised. But look, I'm happy if he can come in and prove me wrong, but I still think for this squad, it's like, hey, maybe Kobe and Jonghoon can bring out some weird picks, you know, his Bard, his Pike and stuff like that, but I just don't really see this Astralis lineup doing much more than it did last time.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I feel like on paper it's a downgrade. I think the one saving grace is just Kobe and Jonghoon. Like, sometimes they had moments where they did well. They had some games. I remember there was some Twitch games from Kobe. Jonghoon on his Pike did some crazy stuff. But I think like losing Xerxes for 113, I think is a downgrade. I feel like Astralis, they're dealing with an issue where it doesn't seem like they want to spend much, and I think a lot of the higher end ERL talent also don't want to make their debut in Astralis.
Yeah.
That's at least my impression. Of course, I'm only speculating, but I think that also becomes a part of the problem where you don't want to have that as your start in the LEC, and they really need to find a way to reinvent that, and usually you do that through spending. But it doesn't seem like Astralis want to go that path. They definitely need some kind of a miracle, because I think in a situation where they don't, if they're not 10th in comparison to the other rosters, I'd be surprised and I'd be very disappointed with whoever else is 10th. That's where I put Astralis.
And that is rough, but it's hard to argue that. And I agree. And I think it sucks for Astralis because it feels like this downward spiral, and it feels like a downward spiral. I especially feel bad for the players on the roster, where your reputation will only continue to tank as you on a roster that performs poorly, regardless of the circumstances. I think it's a struggle. I think Finn should be an upgrade on paper. Can't say how big of an upgrade he'll be, but 113, don't know a lot about 113, know a lot about Xerxes. I know a lot about how Xerxes played on that team last year, and him and Jonghoon were the redeeming factors for me. Kobe is a reliable player. He is a consistent player, but when I look at the guy who is you're going to build a team around, Kobe's still, he's not that guy for me. He can be. I believe that he has it in him. We've seen it in the past, but that's been many years ago at this point. And I think that what scares me the most too is Jonghoon had the Pike, he had the Bard, but then later in the season last year, people just started banning both those champions, and his impact was instantly mitigated almost completely. And I think that, we really are going to need to see, because we now know we're not going to see it in the off season from the org side. We need to see a rebirth for these players, and I don't know where that's going to come from. That's a lot of pressure on guys who are kind of already expected to fail. Maybe expecting so little from them will make it easier for them. I'm not sure, but Dayor had a Vex. There's like one or two shining lights for each of these players, but when you talk about grasping at straws to kind of how they get it, you're essentially trying to draft the perfect 5-man team comp for this team every game, and if they get those exact 5 champions every game, Finn and 113 don't really fit into this, but from last season, you could fit the team into this, then maybe they're making top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one saving grace for these guys maybe is for Dayor's champion pool kind of coming a bit back into meta. Like in EU Masters, he's a big Twist of Fate and Rise, kind of similar to Niski, right? Same conversation. So maybe they can make things work with that. Like, he was a facilitator, so you get Kobe and Jonghoon going a bit easier. Maybe, as you say, they can hit 8th, but I really don't see these guys making it anywhere near playoffs,
And maybe, if anything, like if I'm strategizing as the coach for the team Astralis, it's like, how am I going to approach this season? I'm making sure that we practice way more than anyone in the off season leading up to the BO1s.
Because that is so important.
Because that's where they can catch some of the other teams that have higher, of course, goals. For example, like a team like Fnatic or G2 or whoever, like they are not going to put the same amount of time in the off season because they are planning to potentially go to MSI and to play deep runs. So this is where Astralis maybe has an opportunity to, do some damage.
And I think that is infinitely more valuable because also that first section of the split is 3 weeks, which means we're going to be playing on one patch, right? And that means that however many weeks in advance that you're doing preparation, that is essentially valid for way more of the season than it used to be. Because we used to have teams like SK. I feel like SK every season came in hitting the ground running, and we were always like, this is the season where they could do it. And then the patch changes and the other teams start to catch up, and suddenly we're back to square one. Now that momentum, because of how tight the seasons are and because of how the patch changes are working out comparatively, where we're on like 1 or 2 patches instead of like 5 or 6, means that hitting the ground running is much, much more viable. And I think if we do see a world where expected favorites, teams we'd expect to get top 6 in the past, top 8, top 4 now, get knocked down, it will be because teams like Astralis hit the ground, or other teams that we don't expect as much from, hit the ground running and are like completely ready, have a good read on the patch, because that will carry you so far.
For sure.
That is a third of your best of ones if you come into week 1 with a good strategy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's actually nuts.
And to add as well, considering, like, from my experience, playing super weeks is super exhausting. Like the fact that you play 1 game per day and the separation of that, like coming to the studio, preparing for 1 game, it kind of takes over the whole day. It's very difficult to be in a position where you also scrim, unless maybe like in Fnatic's case, they always have the later games. They play at 10 almost every day, right? So maybe there's some leeway there. But if you fall behind, you're going to have a lot less time to actually practice because you're going to have potentially 1 break day, 3 days of scrims, and then boom, super week again. So momentum is going to be super, super important. We've been in situations so many times where teams like Vitality or whoever, they start the first super week 0-3. Who cares? They're going to get into playoffs anyway. But now if you do...
Sweaty hands. Sweaty. If you start 0-3, it's not a death sentence, but it's rough. And especially because like the good news for the teams that are potentially going to start 0-3 for any of them, whether it's, a lineup who's starting slowly or a lineup who's just getting blasted, is like you just have to make top 8.
Yeah.
You just have to not be in the bottom 2. You just cannot be 9th or 10th. So I feel like it balances out a little bit, but it's still going to be an absolute rat race. Astralis D tier.
Is D the lowest?
That's D is the lowest.
Okay. Sorry.
That's a bit mean. Can I put them lower?
Not a lot of faith in Astralis. Astralis are our expected 10th place team.
Yeah.
It's grim, but for the sake of the boys on the roster, for the sake of staff behind the scenes, I hope it works out better for them. Moving ahead to our next team, 3rd on the list, none other than Fnatic, Wonder, Razork, Humanoid, Reckless, and Rux. Yamato, we've been going to you first a decent amount, but I feel like we have to go to you first on this one. You can ask Dagda to give his assessment first if you want, or I can give my assessment first. I don't know. You obviously know this team and these players much more intimately than either of us do. And I don't know how involved you were, if at all, with their plans for the future. But yeah, what do you got for us? How do you feel?
I was not involved. Like we parted ways rather early, but there was some conversations, right? Obviously, during the World Championship, we had Rux as a sub. There was always conversations about how we should maneuver things, and I was always pushing very hard for Hilly. And I think when you look at Fnatic's strategy in this off-season, they've chosen to build around Humanoid, Wunder, and Razork because these are the players that they've kept. And I think that the main question always is there an improvement in that side? Because on paper, I think it's not an improvement. I think upset Hilly on paper, last year we had a fantastic roster, but we didn't achieve the high highs that everyone expected, right?
Yeah.
So they've made changes to adapt to the 3 players that were kept. And then the question is Reckless and Rux, that addition, is that going to improve the performance of the other 3? Because that's the only world where I see that this team is going to do better. if there's a situation where Marek, Razork, and Wunder are going to have a better performance than the previous year due to this change up in the staff and also in the bot side of their team, then maybe they can kind of reinvent themselves. But there's also, that when I look at the sides of Rux, it's like a lot of the hype at the World Championship, but that's a very narrow way of viewing a player. And even though I think Rux has an experience of being a leader in his past teams, moving to Berlin and joining a team like Fnatic and joining, the LEC at the same time, that's a lot of new stress factors that you need to deal with. And then the question is, will that same leader be there in that situation where the stress levels are extremely elevated in comparison to being in sunny Spain, where things are a little bit more relaxed when you're in an environment where you're a lot more comfortable, because this will be the big challenge for Rux.
Yeah, it is not sunny here. It is dark and depressing.
Yes.
8 to 9 months out of the year. The other 3 months, bang. But those 9 months of winter's hard. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is like this team. Look, I think Reckless is a strong player, but I put him kind of in the I'm going to use LPL terms here because I just come across LPL. It's I put him as like a Gala rather than a Jaculov, right? When I look at someone who's going to step up, hard carry a game and make the play that breaks the camel's back, I don't see that as Reckless. I see that as Reckless is phenomenally good at doing his job. He will deal the damage that you need, but will not actually go that one step further where I see Uzi or Jaculov will, right?
Yeah.
Wunder as well, I think, is an absolutely great top laner. But again, I don't see him stepping up to be the hard carry in a situation. So I think this team then feels like if Humanoid is on form, fantastic. This is going to go wonderfully well. And we've seen what Humanoid is like. I mean, World Championship, he popped the hell off. But I've also seen in summer that at the start, Humanoid wasn't looking so hot. And I remember that Talia wall where he just threw himself into the middle of 5 members and immediately died, right? So I think this is where if Humanoid is looking good coming into the split, I think this team is going to look absolutely phenomenal, but it depends on what side of Humanoid that we get coming into this.
Yeah, I feel like I'm curious to see how these guys mesh together behind the scenes as well. We'll only get bits and pieces. But, Wonder's a guy who is really good at the pro side of the game, but doesn't love solo queue a lot of the way that people would want him to. And I'm not going to hold that against him. And I think Humanoid's a guy who, when the motivation is there, when there's an opponent that is at his level or above his level, we've seen it. I've heard it from Mac, and I haven't heard it from you, but you can correct me if I'm wrong here. But he is a man who will rise to the challenge, but he'll also drop to the challenge too. I think is kind of what my perspective has been on him as well. And I'm really curious how that's going to work with a guy like Reckless, who is notoriously a grinder. He is a guy who wants to fix problems by putting in a lot of raw hours. And I just don't know how all those personalities are going to work together on this team. On top of Rux, who's a guy I don't know very well, but if he wants to be a leader, that's a tall task. When you have such a different mix of personality, that's a huge task for a coaching staff. And I think that when you look at ceilings on paper, this is a team that could be very, very good. But if there is one team who did not, I look at who I'm like, oh, this format change going to 3 weeks. Actually, there's probably 2 teams. It's Vitality and Fnatic. When I look at a 3-week regular season with elimination on the line, and both these teams should easily be top 8. But if it was top 6, I would be sweating because I just don't. These are the guys who, when the fire is lit under them, I believe that they will shine. And again, as your coach, I would love to get your take on that. I believe these guys will shine when there's a fire lit under them, specifically Wonder and Humanoid. When they have a reason to sweat for their life, they will sweat and they will be top 2, top 1 in their respective positions. But when they don't need to sweat, I feel like they'll have good games, they'll have bad games, and they'll sit somewhere kind of in the middle.
I think a very problematic theme that we had was that often it was hard to make the players confront the issues they have with one another. I think when I look at Humanoid and Marek, I think as individual Humanoid and Marek, I say Wunder Humanoid. When I look at
Humanoid is Marek for those who don't go by names.
Sorry. as individual players, they will always perform as individuals, regardless of what circumstance they're in. This is what makes them. They are true professionals. I think the main thing is, will there be, room for a person to have some kind of overarching, impact on the group to make them come together and actually tackle their problems head on. Because a big part of the roster is kept the same, and they're going to move into another stressful year. A lot of those issues will remain, and will they be able to tackle them with the new players? An additional layer to it, like I always call it the reckless minigame. The reckless minigame is the game of how does he solve the meta by not playing the meta. I know that last year in K-Corp he was playing a lot of Zeri, and that was the big meta, and there was no like a clear like gap in terms of what he played. But they're walking into this season where everything is going to be very lane heavy. We're going to see Lulus, we're going to see Heimerdingers, we're going to see Namis, we're going to see Yumis. And Rux, he's performing the best when he's playing the melee all-in supports, and that will be the biggest challenge for Reckless and Rux to figure out at the same time as they're adjusting to so many new things with the pressure, and at the same time they need to perform at a very high level in terms of lane phase. Because even though it might look boring on screen, the amount of effort you need to put in to be clinically precise in these mage support matchups is very, very difficult. I saw it myself at the World Championship, the amount of 2v2s my bot lane did, Lucian Nami against Genji, over and over again. It's like there are so many details to it that you need to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one funny thing is like Rux is 100% win rate, I think, on Lulu. I think he's 8-0 on that champion, and then you got Sivir. So that's where I'm just like, if they just stick to Sivir Lulu, maybe they'll be fine. But that's where that's one of the biggest worries as well, is like, how does Reckless slot into things? I mean, if he gets his hands on the Sivir all the time, fantastic. But yeah I don't know.
I mean, yeah, and I think that if you're watching this and you're like zero faith in Reckless because you did not watch the LFL, or you saw the absolute mess that was his year on G2, I get it, because it did feel like when shit hit the fan and G2 were like, how do we make this work? The answer that Reckless had, or that the coaching staff and Reckless decided on, was like, back to the Jhin, baby. And like a meta where Jhin was like such a random pick. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say completely useless, but like pretty useless. And I think that's also the concern too, if we're talking about a team who, and for all teams, that they need to hit the ground running, right? It's very likely that for teams, like, because the splits are so short, you're going to live the emotional cycle of a split, the stress, everything way, way faster. And if Fnatic are a team that start 1-2, 0-3, then it feels like, is that the thing we're going to see the next week? Are we going to start to see those maybe off-meta comfort picks just trying to stabilize? And I feel like Fnatic could be a team that when they spiral hard. And it feels like this team is a more complicated puzzle than a 3-week best of one season is really going to allow them to solve. Now, I don't know how much time they've spent in advance of the season prepping and practicing together as a 5-man. Maybe they've already solved a lot of these issues, but there's a world where they've figured their shit out and they're great, because again, when you look at individual players, there's very high skill ceiling here. And there's a world where they haven't figured it out and it is a hot mess on stage.
Yep. The sad truth is some teams, they are better when they practice less, because then they're not reminded of all of the issues they can't solve. And I say that from experience, and I'll add nothing else.
Let's hope that issues get solved this year. That's what I'll say. Hope that everybody's solving their issues. Where are you guys putting them? S through D tier. Where do you guys see Fnatic?
It's like I would have to put them A tier.
Yeah.
I just have a lot of faith still in the top side, and I think there's a world where they bring enough attention for Reckless and Rux to really show their strengths.
Yeah. Because I have G2 and Koi as S tier, so I put Fnatic one step down, which is basically where I'm at. I mean, they have the ability to win the split, as you say, like if they can get everything going, but I just put them just below G2 and Koi.
I put them on the same tier with Mad Lions. The only one that I feel bad about putting in B tier now is Heretics, because I think that they're probably a tier below Mad Lions and Fnatic for me. But I just, as a guy who's not putting anyone in S tier, I'm like, they're probably to me on the same tier as like Excel, etc. Because I think Excel is not going to have issues. They just have players who haven't broken through those ceilings. I expect them to hit the ground running. And for me, I'm worried about. There's just been more times in recent years, I feel like, where I felt like Fnatic isn't performing than I feel like Fnatic is performing. And to be fair to them, when they are performing, when you were coaching this team, you guys were making miracle runs and best of fives through like weird situations, top lane substitution, junglers coming in. Like, again, these are players where when the fire is lit, I have faith in this organization and probably in this roster as well to perform. But until that point in these first few weeks, I'm just like, not no faith, but I'm like, I just don't know.
It was surprising to me when I looked at like Fnatic hasn't won a domestic title since 2018.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
'cause it
that's
feels- 'cause they've been
broadcast, baby.
so
We keep
close.
talking about them.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All good.
Building you up.
Oh man.
It's hard to say. How do you? Can I ask, like, on a personal note, how does it feel when you step away from a team and you watch them? Is it like, are you worried for your boys because you spend so much time working for them? Are you optimistic for them? Like, how do you feel when you look now at this team, at this lineup, as someone who worked with these players for so long, worked so hard to help them get to Worlds, to help them make that journey?
I guess there's always two sides to it. It's like it's the personal and then the professional. I think the professional side, I am detached, right, in a way that they made a decision and they moved this direction. No ill harm, no harm that way. I accept that. The personal side is, of course, like I want like Razor, Humanoid, and Wunder to do super well. Like I have so much history with Wunder. Rox was also such a good sport at the World Championship.
Yeah.
Like he was very helpful for us and just just a breath of fresh air in an environment that was the same for a whole year.
Yep.
And having a new perspective there was really, really good for us. Reckless, I have history with. Like back in season 2, I played on the same team as him. I had a lot of conversations with him in the off season that I joined Fnatic, and we were considering, we were talking about how we wanted to work together. And all in all, I hope that they succeed because it's in the end these are my boys,
Yeah.
But on the professional side, when someone asks me my opinion, I have to say it how it is,
Yeah. Hard line to walk sometimes in the world of esports. It's really easy to get close to players' personalities, but yeah, it is what it is. And sugarcoating it doesn't really help anybody. So we'll see ultimately. And that's the story for a lot of these teams. But again, new format, new season, new roster. All we can do is count the variables and bet on whether they're going to end up positive or negative. But speaking of a breath of fresh air, shifting our attention to Team BDS, Adam, Shio, Nuke, formerly Nuclear Int, Crowny, and Lebrov. Huge potential here for BDS to be reborn after what was an abysmal year overall. It was a hot mess. We had interviews talking about it was a hot mess. We saw it on stage. This was the most visible, I think, disaster we've had as BDS last year, where the players were chatting shit, the coaching staff was disappointed in the players, and it was a mess, is the TLDR. Anyway, now we have BDS Academy, or at least multiple pieces of it being elevated alongside Nuclear Int remaining, Nuke and Lebrov. So, Dagny, let's start with you. How do you feel about this? Are you optimistic about BDS Academy? They had some great results in the LFL. Overall, are you feeling like strong upgrade for the team?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit more optimistic about them. There's a couple of different things, right? I think the fact you got Adam, Shio, and Crowny coming up from the same team, it essentially feels like you're just kind of playing around that like LFL core, right? I think they have like a fairly solid game plan, which is, at least from what we saw in the LFL, was Shio playing around Adam, right? And it feels like we're getting Adam's champions starting to come back into meta, right? Like the Renekton's, the Camille's. Olaf, Yumi could be a combo for that top side, but it feels like that could be like the way that they try to play the game. Crowny and Labrov as well used to play on Vitality back in the day. So, you're kind of getting that reunion as well. I think they finished 6th, I want to say. But it's still, these guys are kind of coming back together to play. So I think the big thing is you've kind of got a lot of these guys that have already got that inbuilt synergy. So especially if we're looking at best of ones, that can stand to you quite a bit. So I'm quietly optimistic about these guys. I think the biggest thing though for me is like, when I looked at BDS, they had absolutely no idea how they wanted to play a mid-game. Like, not even the slightest. So I think if you're looking at like an early game plan, I think they're sorted. It's when they get to the mid-game, I want to see who actually steps up to be that big shot caller. And if it is someone like Lebrov coming in as well to see if he can sort that out. But that's what I'm going to keep my eyes on.
No, for sure. No, I'm with you. I believe that across the board, I think this is a massive upgrade. I think some of the things that you heard from the BDS camp was really disappointing, like in terms of the motivation of the players and the general sentiment around the team that there was just doomed. And I heard the rumors as well. Or not I heard.
You heard rumors, and then you heard in interviews people talking about everything that went wrong. Like, it was very, even before the rumors, and the rumors were bad. It was very publicly messy. Let's just say that.
And it's like I heard time and time again, BDS Academy was stomping the BDS main team in scrims over and over again, to the point where it was a waste of time for the BDS Academy to play against the main team in scrims, which is crazy. Usually it's the opposite. And I think that here you have players that are very hungry. It's always that resurgence of players that get into the LEC, they get a taste of the good life, and then they get removed from it. And the players that manage to find a way to claw themselves back come with very, very valuable experience. And I think if I look at the bottom three, so to speak, like SK, BDS, and Astralis, I think BDS is the team that I'm the most excited for, because I think this is a team that has a sense of direction, and I think that they've made improvements, and I think they've shown good potential in EU Masters. I think Crowney and Labrov is a bot lane that definitely can do well together. And if I look at the context of the current meta, I could easily imagine Labrov playing all of those range supports and being very satisfied with that, because this is a lot of the things that he plays in order to consistently just have rank 1 on the solo queue ladder. So I think this is definitely a situation that can work out super, super good for them, especially on the current patch.
Yeah, I've been becoming more optimistic. We talked a little bit about these guys before the show, and I was like, you know what, that's a good point. That's a good point. Because I think initially I was ready to be like, because like when we saw Adam last time, obviously he was really hyped up, but it was like his pocket picks, I think, were becoming a liability rather than a strength. When we saw Nuclear Ant, this was the guy who probably had more expectation put on his shoulder than was fair, because this was the guy that they chose to build their roster around. But I think when a roster is crumbling, like BDS was last year, it's really hard to look at individuals and be like, oh, you should have done this, or oh, like your individual performance was really so significant when everything's going to shit. And I'm hoping for Nuke that he can step up in this, because this is a guy that BDS is very clearly super invested in. He's a guy that is sticking around here, that they want to do well. And from a rookie perspective, Shio was popping. There were lots of teams last year that were looking at Shio. They were like, this is the guy. He's the next one to go up. And I'm glad the BDS held on to him and that they now get to see him on their main roster. I love new junglers in the league, because I feel like you can't be boring as a jungler. There's one or two that come to mind. Mostly not trying to throw any more shade than I'm already going to do so today. Mostly you cannot be boring as a jungler. And Shio's a very explosive guy and a very mechanically gifted guy. And when you pair that with, as you highlighted, Adam, who obviously already has some history playing with Nuke, when you pair that with a guy like Labrov, who can roam when he needs to roam or can play the range sports, it's just like it feels solid as far. And again, the expectations are not sky high. It's make top 8. You know what I mean? I think that is the reasonable goal for this team. We'll see how far they can go past then. I think in our old format, you would have said fighting to get into playoffs, 7th, trying to get their way into 6th, maybe. But I think in this format, get to best of 3s is the goal for this team. And I think that they're the easy favorite, I think, for that 8th place slot. Maybe contested by SK, but like cautiously optimistic about this team, I will say.
Yeah, for sure. I would also add that as a group, the fact that they've have had experience within their dynamic, going into high stakes games, best of 5s. There is individual experience, and then there's also group experience, because each dynamic kind of course, maneuver themselves differently depending on the situation. And I think if they're in a situations where they're fighting for like their tournament life and those best of 3s, that happens so early on in the season, and that is going to be a very interesting experiment for all of the teams. But that's where this team also has some valuable experience that can definitely help them in the second round with the best of 3s double elimination.
Yeah. Well, and I think just in general, it's a good point to highlight, because in the same way that we're looking at a team like Fnatic and being like, they don't have that experience together, or any of the other teams we've talked about today, the fact that BDS does have so much of that experience, the same way we were talking about Astralis, talking about hitting the ground running, BDS is very much a team that can hit the ground running, that you would expect. You already talked about the range support for Labrov. It's what he plays in solo queue. You look at Adam, he'd love to have a Yuumi. Now, am I ever a fan of the Olaf? Sometimes, yes. But mostly I'm like, as long as it's an option for him to pick it and not a he must pick it, I'm a happy camper. If it's a he has to pick Renekton, Darius, or Olaf, I'm a sad boy. As long as it is an extra option, not a limiter, I'm a happy man. And this is a team that I think could go 2-1 in the first week pretty easily, could just hit the ground running, could just be good, because they are a team, I think, in the same capacity as Astralis, where they are probably putting in the extra hours because they know they have to come out swinging if they want to make a deep run in this tournament.
See?
Yeah.
C tier.
C tier. For me, that's alongside SK, the only other C tier team I have.
It took me a second to realize you weren't just saying yes in
C.
Spanish.
C. C. Okay.
C.
Solid team. All right. I already. Oh man, this next team, the final team, Vitality. 2 teams. Vitality, always 2 tiers below where you expect. The comment just sticks in my head. We'll see. This is a wild ass roster. This roster is crazy. It is almost as crazy as Heretic's roster with the Evi pickup. Photon, Bo, Perks, Neon, Kaiser. I'll just state right off the bat. I really need Bo to be good. We made an ad. Pedro literally once a day told me how insane Bo was in solo queue. Like I'd watch his stream and he'd talk about it, and then he'd come into work and he'd tell me the same thing. And I feel bad for Bo, and I'm blessed that I don't think that like he is the best English speaker on the planet, so he cannot see all of the like discourse about Bo, because this guy has been dangerous levels of hyped to the audience. If he does anything other than come in and smack the shit out of his opponent, people are going to be disappointed. So I believe in the Bo hype train. I want to see more for Bo, but past Bo, or even on the subject of Bo, how are you guys feeling about Vitality?
I mean, for me, a lot of it does come down to Bo. Honestly, like, funny enough, I think the interesting thing is, like, I am very, very excited for Bo. Like, we cast him the LPL 10-0, pops the hell off on FPX. But I think one of the big things that people forget, like, even he set the record for the most kills as an LPL jungler with 16 kills on Olaf in one of the games. Like, the guy pops the hell off.
Yeah.
But the big caveat to that is he had some of the best support in mid at playing around the jungler. You have Doomby in your mid lane, and you've got Crisp, who literally just, we used to call him the mad dog on a leash, because Crisp would just wander around the jungle with them. Like, literally just point him in a direction and just send him. That was
it's like a pig sniffing for truffles, but it was kills and awards.
Yeah. I mean, that's how this setup worked, right? So I think if you can have a similar story on Vitality where Kaiser's able to facilitate him to a certain extent, you got Perks who can try and help him out, I think he can pop the hell off. But if you end up with Bo not having that support system, I think that's where he's going to struggle. And I think that's the big question for me coming into Vitality is, like, do they actually play around Bo as a big carry, or is it just a case of Bo kind of does his own thing, doesn't really have a huge amount of competitive experience, and then the whole thing kind of goes to crap?
No, I'm with you 100%. I think you hit the nail on the head there with, I think in solo queue it's a lot easier to put yourself in situations where you can mechanically express yourself, but in competitive play it requires a lot more precision and coordination with your teammates. I have to say that Vitality, I think in terms of how they've managed Bo's situation, has been very, very good, because Bo has been in Vitality for quite some time. It isn't like a random pickup where we're just going to slot him in and see what happens. He's been adjusting to Europe, he's been learning English, and he's been, involved with the team for quite some time. I don't know exactly when they signed him, but it's been a while that the Bo stew has been cooking, and we've been waiting for him to unleash. I think as long as they figure out ways for Bo to put themselves in situations where he can mechanically show how inferior the enemy is, like when I watch him play, I get goosebumps. When I watch him play AD carry, he is one of the best AD carries that I have seen. It's insanity. When he plays, I saw this replay of him playing Samira, and I'm like, this is crazy. It's like there was this meme that it's like Neon is a really strong AD, but he's the third best AD on Vitality. It's like obviously Perks doesn't play AD anymore, but it's like Perks and Bo is right there, and like Bo mechanically, as long as they manage to put him in situations where he can mechanically shine, this team can be very dangerous. And when I think of Perks, when I think of Kaiser, I think these are the type of guys that can make it happen. I think Kaiser was at his best when he was facilitating for Elioya.
Yeah.
And I think Neon is a smart player that can adjust to situations. And I think he's very adaptable and is a good player that is, if you allow him to go under the radar, he comes up big when it matters. So I think this is a very good constructed roster, and it's all about our boy Bo.
Yeah, and even, I mean, Photon as well. I reached out to Chronicler to chat to him, so shout out to Chronicler. And he was saying he's super excited for him to be coming over. Like, Photon has been really good in the Challengers League over in Korea, probably like top 3 in the league. And he's kind of talking about how good of a champion pool he has, like super diverse, likes their Renekton, but like, I mean, if you got someone who can kind of bring in a whole bunch of different stuff, can even play the carries that we're kind of seeing the meta shift towards.
Yeah.
I think you've got a solid top lane. I mean, Perks is Perks, Neon Kaiser, super solid bot side. So I think it is just that big question mark of what do we get from the jungle?
I mean, it feels so difficult to put that all on his shoulders, but I think it is fair. And I think that question would be there even if we didn't already have the language gaps. And I think that just kind of compounds on the issue. And you're kind of just trusting that Vitality has put in the resources necessary to facilitate that communication, that the players are going to be able to do what they need to do in game. But there's a world where I think this is more of a long-term project, and maybe the first split is a little bit messy, and they don't quite get to where they want to get. Obviously, top 8 easy, top 4 very hard for any team. It's stacked towards the top end. But I'm optimistic. I think you're right. I think Kaiser and Perks, when I look at them, when Perks first started, it was Trick setting him up, and Perks was great at playing within that team, and I'm hoping we get similar shades of that. Neon is a guy who did very well last year on Misfits, and you're right, did go under the radar for most of the season, and it was only towards the end where people looked at him not in the same light as they did VTO, but in a similar capacity where like he was the other really big driving carry force behind that team being able to place as well as they did. So cautiously optimistic, but everything is on Bo.
You?
I believe in Bo though. So I'm putting him in A tier, boys. Where are you putting him?
Yeah, A tier. Yeah.
A tier. We all believe in Bo.
I have to.
Yeah.
I can't see him playing FPX and come across as like XLPL and not put Bo high,
Yeah.
I'm really excited for him.
For
genuinely.
sure, A tier, yeah. I'm with you.
I'm ready for this to blow up in my face. I'm very ready.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to try my best not to backpedal right here in this instance. I want to so bad to be like, it's all going to fall apart. Don't get mad at me, public. But like, there's really good players on this team.
Yeah.
And there's probably one of the best mechanical players in Europe is in the jungle, is residing currently in Europe. And if he's able to perform, he can be anywhere from another random note in our history of a player who showed up and didn't make an impact to similar to Malrang did last season, a player, coming in as an import who literally redefines the role for people because he's so good at doing what he does. And in Malrang's case, it was one very specific thing. But in Bo's case, if it's just a mechanical skill ceiling, that's crazy. And that is an advantage that Vitality will hold over people for a while, if that is the case.
Yeah, it's like the way I would put this Vitality team, it's like they're putting everything in like the Bo basket, but the basket is so nice. It's like I'm looking at the basket, Photon, Perks, Neon, Kaiser, even changing up their coaching staff. Coach Carter, it's like in terms of Misfits, I think this was always a team that looked like a team that was well coached because they always had a clear identity, a clear idea, and they really played to their strengths and managed to achieve more than what people expected on paper. And I'm excited to see how that kind of plays out as well in the context of Vitality because it's a very different shade of a roster. But if they can find that clarity in their identity fast, that is a big advantage as well coming into any game, honestly.
Yeah. And it's just, this is the team I think I want to watch play the most. Next to seeing the Fnatic and Vitality again, it happened just like last year, not because of super team status, just these are the teams that I want to watch the most. These are the teams that I think that have the questions that I want to see answered the most. And in the case of Vitality, it is just that Bo question. That said, taking a look now, we've talked about all 10 teams over the course of these 2 episodes. The meta, we've hit on it. It's basically the same. We don't really have anything sexy going on. I mean, Cassante is up in the top lane. He's a handsome man. But past that, there's not really anything new or crazy spicy. Jack's coming out. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I think we will topside that will probably exist more in the LPL than it will exist here as always. Jax was also popular in the past, and we never played it domestically. But sadly for literally anyone with a heart, Yumi is still viable in competitive meta. It's still Zeri. It's still Lucian Nami. We get the occasional Heimerdinger and Ashe. I don't know. I hate this meta. How do you guys feel?
It's kind of boring. I like sitting there predicting the picks. It's like, I feel like a toddler can do it. It's like, oh, Vi, Wukong, Lucian Nami, Zeri Yumi, Keisante. Okay. Enemy, this LPL top laner is a Fiora OTP, so he's going to pick Fiora. Okay. Okay. Give us some variety, please. Please.
Yeah, I mean, the only somewhat interesting change is going to be in the mid lane where like Ryze has become super popular. We're starting to see like Kassadin on the fringe of stuff as well.
Yeah.
And like that can make things a little bit more interesting. But I mean, when a lot of these are kind of like, hey, we're just going to play Rome and play for sidelines because, I mean, our top, well, at least in LPL, right? It's like we've got some sort of carry top. We've got Zeri, Yumi bot. Cool, we're just going to scale to late and be fine.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does kind of put a dampener on things, especially when, like, I was hoping for a little bit more coming in with the off-season changes.
Because on paper, it looked like massive changes.
Yeah, and then it was just like, oh no, we're literally just straight back to the same thing.
Like, did you guys see the patch preview of 13.2? It's like a bigger list than patch 13.1.
Yeah.
They're changing the whole bruiser class. They're changing the AD
fighter
carry class.
Yeah.
They're nerfing every, like, pick that has been consistently there, like Kassadin, Heimerdinger, Yumi, blah, blah, blah. Every champ that is being played,
I feel like
is
they
getting
know.
nerfed.
They're like, nah, like we need something fresh. But it's so crazy to me because this is also not maybe an ideal patch for it to happen because we're going to play like we're going to play the best of 1 week on one patch. I don't know exactly when we switch patch. So if you're at home, don't hold me to this. You can check it out online. You'll get updated, I'm sure, on the LOL Esports Twitter or the LEC Twitter, rather.
I think Shakra has broke it down on his Twitter.
Basically,
yeah.
It's 3 weeks, same patch, and then the
best of three,
best of three, and best of five, same patch. Yeah.
So you're going to go from best of one in one meta to best of three in a completely different meta, which God bless that you're going to the new meta in best of three and not in best of one. You know what I mean? Because then there is actually more value to adjusting between games. But this season's going to be wacky. I'm excited that there are that many changes for 13-2, though, because aside from Kassadin, who's really fun to watch for exactly 2 games, and then you remember how Kassadin works, and you're like, yep, that's a Kassadin game. And Rise, who I always think is fun to watch, but is kind of a degen champ. I totally get that. This has not been there's not been enough change here, I would say. I am ready for the death of Zeri. I'm ready for Lucian to get out of meta. I bring back, for the sake of Europe, bring back Ornn, bring back Rel, bring back Rakan, bring back the occasional Pyke. You know what I mean? Because, like, if, God forbid, we go into an international event, Yamato, I'm asking this to you first. Is there a world where our top laners are going to be able to compete on picks like Fiora or Jax or Gwen or Cassante? Like, is it possible? Because every top laner I talk to has this mental block, the same way that like bronze players do when they go up against challenger players, where they're like, he just does more damage than me. You know what I mean? And they like, believe it. It's like cemented into their brain. And I hear the same thing from EU top laners that makes me very sad, where they're just like, I don't know what to say, man. He's just on another level. Like, it's like the shy trauma from all those years ago that the entire region holds on to.
Like, it's like I want to say it's like jumping into like an ice cold bath, but I'm trying to find something that's worse in terms of the shock, because like maybe, no, I can't think of anything that is worse.
It's like if someone were to fill your pants with a bunch of beans and or spaghetti.
Yes, both with like a thick sauce.
Thick sauce. Just wildly uncomfortable.
Yes.
And you just have to live in that sauce.
It's like we see it in the fact that like we have Chasey coming in, we have Photon coming in. It's like teams are thinking about this issue ahead of time. It's like you need to. It's like you are going to face up against these beasts at some point, and a lot of the things what is going on in the LEC is a lot of people are band-aid solving some issues that are not being highlighted in the same way as they will be highlighted on the stage later on. It's
cough, Ornn every game. Cough,
Ornn every game, because it's so easy. It's like, oh, weak side Ornn, we're gonna play for our bot side. Everything is so streamlined. You don't have a game plan. You don't have that didn't work. Okay, we wait for Ornn items. Donk, donk, donk. We scaled better than them, and it's like it's so streamlined and easy. But then when you play against that solo laner that is going to be able to leverage his advantage into taking better position, and the enemy team is not going to fall for the Ornn horn.
Yeah, you're going to choke on that Ornn horn. You're going to go for it. He's just going to be, oh, you're going to have a Fiora just stabbing you in the throat. You know,
it's terrible, and it's like a big concern. It's like that's always the biggest issue when it comes to international tournaments. But there's more to it than just being able to play the champion.
Yeah,
it's also like when you watch, for example, the LPL or the LCK, the timing ganks, the sacrifices the junglers are willing to do to get those matchups ahead is very, very different. The amount of times you see like a level 5 Wukong wait in the bush just until the enemy pushes up just to get the kill, just to get bin an advantage, they know it's worth it, and they just go for it. And that cooperation, that investment is something that no one is willing to do, because it's very scary in Europe, because For example, in our case, last year, like we were fighting for our life. The whole summer split. We come into Super Week, we need to win every game, and then we are playing through the loser bracket, need to win every game. We're not gonna risk it and bust out some Fiora action.
Gragas, baby.
Gragas,
One more
baby.
time, Wonder.
They will dive you, Wonder. Go for it, baby. Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I think it's so difficult when that gap is there and when that practice against that caliber of opponent is so infrequent, and you kind of just hope that, you know, maybe Photon brings some of that with him. You kind of hope that over time these players level up, or the teams are more comfortable investing those resources and maybe looking stupid for doing it.
Yeah.
But then in the long term, getting better for it, because every team, because this is literally always what has happened. The second the shit hits the fan, top laners are playing Ornn every game.
Yes.
The second you are 0-3, your top laner is playing tanks every single game. I'm just betting on it now.
So do you think teams are actually going to like experiment at all coming into the first week of the split? Or do you think it'll just be, hey, we've only got 3 weeks, let's just crank out the Ornn?
So what I heard is there was a bot lane meta in scrims, and then all the teams watched one set of LPL games, and it was instantly just the LPL meta every scrim after that. So and that was from a limited sample size and from a single source. So I'll take that with a grain of salt. But I have a distinct feeling that people were just trying to figure out what to play, and most teams that I have heard of are pretty happy to just let the LPL and the LCK just figure that out for them. So, but next patch, very big, very much in the middle of the season with no break. So that is where I think if we're going to see experimentation will come. It'll also be in best of threes, but short of 1 or 2 cheeses, I feel like it's going to be pretty vanilla for the teams.
I wanted to get your thoughts on Cassante as well, because I've been watching a lot of LPL, right? He has a 33% win rate in the LPL right now, which is supposed to be where all the really good top laners are supposed to be. I've seen the clips, I know, like from Demacia Cup and stuff like that. I know Caedrel had that pop-off moment where Hoya just like murders Bin underneath his own Terra and Aatrox, but it feels like those plays are becoming so few and far between as teams are getting better at playing against them. So I don't know. I feel like Cassante is kind of going to be a flash in the pan and then falling off, but can still have those really high highs. I just don't feel like we're going to get them as consistently and competitive.
Yeah. No, I think that's completely fair. I think the nerfs hit him really hard, and I think also with a champion like Cassante, I think there is like this learning curve that definitely benefits the players that are against Cassante. Because I think playing Cassante was pretty easy to figure out, but understanding what this champion does playing against it, I think that required a little bit more time. It's like, why does this champion have 5 dashes? You know, that's if you put that in someone's ear without understanding Cassante, that looks super, super scary. But I think now we see the Gwen, we see the Fiora. A lot of those matchups got a lot better with the Cassante nerfs of the move speed and the base damages. And I'm with you. I think Cassante, many games you just see him running around trying to catch up to people, and he just like kind of reminds you of
he literally
Renekton.
Takes Ghost, right?
Yeah, he's
he's like
just jogging.
Yeah, just running for his life.
It's like Pepsi Man. It's just sometimes you see like those games where he's just running
just
after
running,
people,
collecting coins. That's all you can do.
Trying to stack his Q, and it just doesn't work, and then he just dies.
Yeah, I was when he came out, obviously thought he was broken, and he has been nerfed since then. But it does feel like a champion that people have been figuring out more and more. And I think that one of the things that I notice is that every other side laner in the game, really has some kind of sustain that they either build or is inbuilt into their kit. And one of the things we were watching LPL today on Wednesday, before this started recording, and I was just watching Gwen just kind of take advantage of the fact that Cassante just like, even if you go even in a trade, Gwen walks back and gets to heal up off the wave or heals a little bit more in the next trade. And it really does start to stack up. And I think that like, I feel like he's just been figured out, and he doesn't, I look at him in kind of a similar way to like Camille, where she's not really the greatest side laner on the face of the planet, but she provides a little bit more in the team fight. And I see him in the same thing where he's like a character between 2 roles, where he's tank and he's building tanks and he can have those impactful tank moments, but like he doesn't really fit the bill of what you want from a side laner more often than not against other comparable side laners. And against other tanks, he's probably outperformed by Ornn, maybe Gragas. And so when he's good, he's very good naturally. But when I look at like, what is the best situation to pick Cassante? It's like, when he has a really good lane matchup or he's objectively OP. And since he's no longer, I think, objectively OP, or at least feeling much less so, I think that just the worlds and the compositions that he fit into just feels like they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, and I like that people are starting to bring in AP matchups into him, because obviously Iceborne Gauntlet got changed coming into the season, right? So it only gives armor. So he kind of wants to build that item because it's like, hey, I need that sticking power. I want to be able to stay on top of this guy. But as soon as you stick him into a matchup with Gwen, it's like, all right, well, can't really build armor against this champion. So,
but also like a lot of the items you want to build their armor, right? Like the other one is Sunfire Cape, help with your wave clear. You know what I mean? It's like it's actually it's hard. There's not very many like there's good split resistance items, but there's not as many good MR items that actually really help you in that Gwen laning phase that are actually really impactful in terms of your trading power. Like there's really good MR items, don't get me wrong, but most of them are not enhancing Cassante's combat power in the same way that Iceborne or Sunfire would be.
Yeah, I would say like if anything, I think he fits in the box similar to kind of Renekton, where I think that you can probably with Cassante, if you just queue the wave and you just push, you can create a situation where you push. And maybe if that's enough for your composition to win by potentially Cassante being very strong around the first Herald fight, this is the same thought process around Renekton, right? That in most matchups he can push, and then around the Rift Herald fight with his Dominus and so forth, that he is just very strong in that fight. And usually, sometimes that can be enough to leverage the rest of your composition into a position where the rest of the composition is going to do the work, and Cassante is just going to vibe and be there.
I actually really like the comparison too, because I think that when we see Renekton's used well in late game, I think it's a lot of similar to where we see Cassante used well in late game, where it is often isolating a carry, because in the context of a team fight, late game, similar to Renekton, if he has to walk at you and he's not coming in from a flank, he looks like he does absolutely nothing. But if you can get on top of your carry, which obviously Cassante has great tools to do with his ultimate, he still has enough damage in his kit. He has enough sustain. His kit is strong enough not to solo every AD carry in the game in every circumstance, but to like really just murder a backline. Or I think the thing that he lacks is the thing that I love about Renekton in late game is like, worst comes to worst, you just sit on top of your AD carry with a point and click stun. You're like, come at me, bro. You know, so a little bit worse maybe in some ways, but also better in the sense that he can in a perfect world just isolate a carry from a fight. And even if he dies, even if that Lucian just one-shots him, you know what I mean? That Lucian's now on the other side of a big-ass wall. You know what I mean? So I see it. I see the potential. Definitely not as hyped about him as I was when he first came out and we were just watching him. Well, when he first came out, people were building like Divine Sunder and he looked kind of bad. And then people figured out Iceborne Gauntlet and Ghost and he looked disgusting. Mm-hmm. And now he's a little bit weaker and I'm happy about that. Last thing on the agenda, boys, week 1. It's right around the corner. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. A lot of thrilling games coming up. We've got G2 Fnatic, Mad Vitality. We've got Fnatic Vitality. I'm just listing games I'm excited about. I don't know if you guys have the schedule in front of you.
I'm pulling up the schedule. I was like looking for it and all of these screens you guys have here.
XL Koi. Ooh, Fnatic Koi. G2 Astralis.
Holy, Fnatic schedule is so hard.
Fnatic schedule actually is brutal. They're like, all right, welcome back, Reckless. Here you go. You can fight Neon. Then you're fighting Hansama. And then you're fighting the old Trimby bot lane. Little comp Trimby. How's that sound? Nice little gauntlet to get you kicked off.
It's gonna sound so bad when I say I think Fnatic can go 0-3 this week. Oh, he's so mad. It's just very hard matchups.
These are very hard matchups.
Damn. So where do we start?
Yeah, I mean, pick which one you're excited about. We don't have to run through every single game.
Good.
Who are you excited about? Which games do you think are explosive? Do you have any controversial predictions? Like Astralis could beat Heretics on day 1. That's not my prediction. Don't hold that against me. I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I'm hyped for Fnatic Vitality. I feel like we kind of get an inkling as to where those two teams kind of sit then at that stage. And also it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath, right? Like it feels like when, at least from Vitality side, when they hit the Rift, they just want to go absolutely nuts. You got, I don't know. I'm just so hyped for that matchup. It's going to be so sick.
Aren't you casting that matchup?
I think so, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Dag to quick shot. Brace yourself, audience. Get the Dag to cast. That's a banger to cast, dude. Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that's a great call out. I think I'm a little bummed that is their day 1 matchup. Because these are two teams that I want, like, if they're going to be successful, I expect them to hit the ground running, and now only one can hit the ground running.
Yeah.
Now, someone is getting the momentum day 1, and I think that is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'd be easier for both of them if they were playing maybe one of the lower teams on our tier list, but that's a brutal start. This Fnatic schedule, you're right, is hard.
A rough Fnatic. Like, every Fnatic game is really, really
also,
hype, honestly.
I don't know if you guys know this, but, like, Mickey X is for sure just going to try to 2v2 kill Reckless. Like, they're just going to pick the most aggressive bot lane they can and try to kill that man.
Yes.
Like, Mickey's not petty. He's not revenge. He doesn't have a beef with Reckless, but he's like, ooh. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anyone plays into the rivalry, but Hansama and Mickey X are a bot lane that kills people. And right now, Reckless and Rux are those people. So that's, whew. You know, if you lose day one and then you're going up against a bot lane who's like very personally invested in 2v2 killing you, that's a tough week into the former champions. Oh!
I even remember the last time they played together, they lost against my team in the best of 5, right? But what Hilly and Upset did to them was, I remember like one pike queue, like both flash, like they were completely gone. Like Reckless and Mickey together was not working. Like they were in a different dimension. Like Hilly was so deep in their head. He was like doing their taxes for them in their head. Like he was. If that memory is going to stir up something.
It's just the inception there.
For sure. And if anything else, besides the Fnatic games, I would say Vitality versus Mad Lions. I think Elioya versus Bo. It's like we have some crazy jungle matchups to be excited for.
I swear if we get Vi versus whatever the hell, I'm going to be
Wukong.
No. Give me something psycho. Give me something truly unhinged.
Belveth comes in.
Belveth.
Graves Belveth.
Belveth. Yes. Both of them just, all the gold goes to them and they just 1v1 in the river to decide who wins.
Honestly, we have some crazy, like the jungle matchup is going to be crazy this year. Just Bo versus Malrang.
Also, we talked about this last week. Malrang, is he just going to do the same thing forever?
Of course.
Can anyone stop him? Of course. Is it just going to be Jarvan? Another year of Jarvan? Like, is he actually unstoppable? Does he laugh at in the face of the balance team every time? He looks at them and he goes, yes, it is a Jarvan meta, isn't it, freak? They're trying so hard. Anything they can do to get him off the pick won't happen. Malrang is unbreakable.
I think his logic around Jarvan is perfect. It's like, if they have dashes, I can make them use them. And when
if they don't have dashes, they can't get out of my abilities.
Perfect.
The only man I know to pick Jarvan into Ezreal and LeBlanc. Only man I know to get away with it too. So can't take that away from Malrang. All right, boys. We'll wrap it up nicely. This weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, start of a brand new year, start of a brand new format. Thanks again, Yamato, for joining us on this wonderful podcast. Dag, I'll see you this weekend. And I think we'll have you back in the near future broadcast. He's coming back.
Can I announce that?
Get your boy on the analyst.
I'm doing the hand phone, so I can announce it.
Hand phone.
Is that how it works?
Yes.
He can leak anything while you do this.
Anything. Throwback. G2 boys. I don't know where this came from, but it took over our league like storm. Because it started somewhere other than G2, and then G2 took it, and now it's just... Anyway, this has been Euphoria Season 11, not 13. Episode 2. Thanks again to Dagda. Thanks again to Yamato and everyone who listened. I think we'll make pictures of these tier lists and put them on the internet somewhere if you guys want to see the full tier list for all 10 teams. And in the meantime, we will see you this weekend. And stay tuned because more sick content is coming out before the start of the season. Until then, we'll see you guys next week.
Euphoria.
Forever till the end of time.
No one's here to sing. No one was here.
And I... Going up, 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 up.
Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams. starts with
What the hell?
Imposter!
Someone medic. A doctor.
Gable.
Goldberg.
If you really want a team to win, you insult them.
I mean, that was amazing.
Right?
What?
Yeah, I mean, like, especially that end part, that was amazing.
Why was I not in it?
Oh. Oh, yeah, right. Look, so I might have totally forgot to put you in it, but it's fine, we can fix it.
Okay.
Who are you again?
Are you serious? We cast together for 3 goddamn years. I was here when LEC started. I have picked, my background is literally us at the caster desk.
Oh, yeah, right. Bender.
Ender.
Fender.
Ender!
Yeah, no, it's not really ringing a bell.
Look, don't worry about it, man. Look, this happens to all the new casters.
I'm not new! Yeah! No. I killed them all. You underestimate my power. I literally crossed an ocean for this.
Day one of the LEC 2023 winter season, live from Berlin, Germany. Winter season, indeed. It actually started snowing a while ago, as you can see by the thick coats that the G2 members are wearing as they have their fans welcoming into the studio, and 2 Excel fans as well, welcoming Excel to the studio. Amazing. Our team names may be the same, actually for most of them. Some teams have actually changed overall, but we'll get into all of that. There's a lot to say, but overall, super exciting start of the new year with a new format, as said. That's why we're calling it LEC Winter, but we're getting ready to kick everything off in an hour-long ready check. I'm Shax, joined here by Dagda, by Goldberg, and by Blender. And there's some faces that we've seen before that have returned, some that have continued to be here, and Dagda, our newest addition. Can we get an applause for Dagda? Let's go.
Yeah, it's really cool to be here. I mean, look, I got to guest a little bit last year, and it was kind of cool to see what happens behind the scenes, but being here full-time is absolutely incredible. Being in this 6 studio as well is so cool.
True. But it's only like your first week, so maybe you'll change your mind after a little bit. Goldberg, also congratulations and welcome back.
Thank you very much, and super excited to be here with all the talent. Dagda showed me the ropes in the LPL. I get to show him the ropes in the LEC now, of course, and super motivated to just get this year started.
And Blender, so happy to have you. Yeah.
Look, it's
Tell
great
me,
to be
introduce
back.
yourself. Introduce yourself.
I'm right, yeah, so I'm this Valorant caster. I was
Okay.
doing that for about 2 years, but I'm really excited to show what I know about Neon. You know, they call her Zeri over here.
Yeah, they do.
I'm ready.
They do. Yeah, we'll see indeed. Overall, though, it feels so different. Even though, of course, we are back in the studio, we know our trophy, but it will be a lot harder to get it this time around. Goldberg, the new format is super exciting. We don't really know what to expect, but if anything,
I'm happy that in the middle of the split, we're not like, all right, it's week 6 and these teams aren't really going to make it. And it's completely different, and I love the dynamic.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm 10 times more excited with the new format. The fact that, best of 3s, they'll still matter, but they'll matter even more. You have to make it into that top 8 breaking point, and then just continuing into best of 3s, like inject me with it. I'm so ready for it.
Yeah, and especially if you can see some of the experimentation as well in those best of 3s, that's what I'm really excited to see.
Oh, let's see what happens. But before we take a deep dive into what is ahead of us, let's remind ourselves of our favorite LEC moments and memories from the past year.
Very, very perksy. Why am I here? But it just looks really troll to me. Finn manages to have a good flash. Okay, Finn has a good flash.
The first card I'm going to play is a Reckless Fist Bump pose, and then Upsets, whose stats are doubled if there's no Reckless on the field. It's GG. You're over, I win.
That's what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, what the fuck? Oh my God, Baden and absolutely outsmarted. Holy! Yanko's the birthday boy still standing. Larson stunned. He knocks him back. We wanted to know how they would get into range, and Larson delivers them. On Larson, he is the one that matters, but he's knocked back. Larson, his kingdom will fall. G2 tearing Rogue to pieces. A master class from G2 and the birthday boy.
Hang on, Jogu, buddy, did you just spellbook smite the cannon away from your AD carry?
Korean mechanics, baby.
It is my pleasure to present to you the ultimate European heavyweight clash. The Crown!
Oh, here we go. This looks like it might just be it. Humanoid making it out to safety. Full control of the midway. Flack at the Gale Force forward. That's a mark on the Humanoid. Boom, baby. Aphelios damage.
Oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it.
Oh, they're gonna do it. Here it comes.
Berlin! Make some noise!
What a banger are we in for?
Rogue and G2 Esports clash it out for the final battle of the season in order to find out who will lift the trophy.
It's gonna be a banger. First they came for Vitality, then for Misfits, then for Fnatic, and now the death of Rogue is written in stone. G2 claim their 9th title. Rogue is down. T1 is next. G2 booked their ticket to MSI.
Guys, look, there is a sign. Danzara picks corner. I can lock it in, yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go! Get over here! That damage is disgusting! Haru forced to run for his life. The Cataclysm not going to be able to form the three!
I like the hair, yeah.
They've done it! They've done it! SK Gaming have destroyed Vitality!
GG, easy.
10 years of excellence, 20 seasons of competition. No matter the year, the meta, or the name on our league, peak League of Legends has come from Europe.
Hello, everyone in Malmö, Sweden. Welcome to this bustling arena. Finally, we are back on land. We are back with all of you right here.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map. Hanks on the back.
I want to get the gift to come and you can do the DiCaprio meme, like, that's me.
Triple for the Callista. It is Malrang finding Captain on the side. Make it a quadra, baby.
The picks are coming down. They want to give him the Penta.
It's the finals. And baby, we're in Sweden. Give it to Cobb.
It's a Penta. It's a
Penta. And this is it. The first moments of Rogue's legacy. They will not be knocked down. They will not be denied. They will not be stopped. Malmo, Rogue are your champions!
Oh, absolute goosebumps looking at everything, but especially ending it with the Malmö highlight, of course, and the Rogue, as said so eloquently by Dracos, starting their legacy. It was a beautiful weekend all over, I think, GB. Just being there in front of the fans for the first time back on the big stage, it was great.
I mean, it was my first time in an arena as well, and seeing Rogue like almost struggling against Fnatic, coming back, and then the entire finals. I mean, I could not put it better. It was just beautiful. I don't have better words for it.
It was beautiful, and then promptly, it's now koi, but, you know, that's how things go.
That's a whole other sort of story.
Yeah.
You know, we were while we were watching the video, I actually went in the Discord and like asked people to like give their favorite memories, and I thought we were gonna get some like wholesome, awesome stuff. No, first thing I saw was Vitality failing to make playoffs. And I was like, you know what? I was here, but like that whole race at the end of the summer split to try and make it in with Misfits showing up as well. I know we got a Misfits fan right over there, but it was a whole lot of fun as the regular season was coming to a close.
LEC regular, actually. Cool. Yeah, GB, you were talking about this in rehearsal as well. That was crazy. I hope that in our new format, of course, we're also going to get that much excitement. It won't be in that form, though. It will be in another one. But that was a day to remember.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, I mean, there's sure lots of actions that we're still going to get. We don't have to get, like, these tiebreakers in the best of 1 scenarios. We get the best of 3. We get the best of 5. So I'm happy to let go of that to get what's coming instead.
Dagda, of course, you weren't here for the entire season, but...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the favorite part for me was getting the fans back. I mean, I'd never actually cast in front of a live crowd before, so having the fans come back into the studio meant a lot to me, and kind of getting to experience that here for the first time in Berlin was just so sick.
Yeah, and you're going to get it all year, which is awesome. There was also a couple of things that happened at the end of the year of 2022. It kind of is the elephant in the room. And that's that.
We don't have to.
That's that.
No, that's fine.
We actually don't.
It's all good.
Moving on, enough from the past, time for the present. The League of Legends preseason and the new patch 13.1, so cute, brought quite a few changes. So here's our video, rather, to summarize the most important beats.
Throw it away.
Welcome to the LEC Patch Rundown. Today we'll be taking a look at the changes in patch 13.1. Since we last saw the LEC teams, there have been some shake-ups on the Rift with a lot of new additions that will affect pro play. I'm going to hit some of the highlights as we count down towards week 1 of the LEC Winter Split. First of all, the return of an old friend. The Chemtech Drake has been revamped and reshaped to wreak havoc on Summoner's Rift. Killing the Drake and claiming the soul will grant your team tenacity as well as increased damage and damage reduction. While the Chemtech Rift thankfully no longer has those weird fog zones that it used to have, for now empowers all the plants to create some interesting opportunities for pro players. We also have a brand new champion, the pride of Nazuma, aka Cassante, and if you haven't seen him yet in your solo queue games, it's because he's always banned.
No, you don't!
His passive Dauntless Instinct allows Cassante to mark enemies hit for a short duration. He deals damage and slows enemies hit with his Q, knocks back and stuns enemies with his W, gives himself and allies a shield with his E, and that's all before we even get to his ultimate. In all-out form, Cassante gains attack damage that scales with his armor and magic resist, and his abilities gain cooldown reduction, more damage, and his E-dash gets increased range and speed, and also he has an auto-attack reset. Although he does have to sacrifice some of his health, armor, and magic resist, so I'm sure you'll definitely be able to kill him before he suplexes you over a wall into his whole team. From a newcomer in the top lane to a veteran, Jax has gotten a small rework in patch 13.1, including a brand new ultimate and some increased AP ratios. And, like Cassante, we also expect him to be angling for some action in the top lane. Despite the AP buffs, you can still see the traditional Jax build with a Blade of the Ruin King and Divine Sundra being high on this fisherman's shopping list. Some new as well as returning items have taken over the Rift. The combination of a buffed Seraph's Embrace plus the revival of Rod of Ages is a powerful duo on the likes of Ryze and Kassadin, although some of us are still upset that Rod of Ages isn't purple anymore. Also, the new mythic Jax Show the Protean is a go-to item for tanks, and even for some bruisers. In the jungle, you'll see a new friend helping you to catch them all. Players can choose between the green tank, red damage, or blue mobility-focused jungle pet to increase their strength throughout the game. Across the board, we have a lot of new changes to keep an eye on here in week 1, so let's see what happens when the teams hit the Rift for patch 13.1. Thank you for tuning in to the LEC's Patch Rundown.
Thank you, Medic, for that incredible patch breakdown. Of course, a lot of information there to digest. So let's just look at what has been affecting pro play so far as the LCK and LPL have already kicked off. Couple of champions already coming out. Medic mentioned Cassante, but I think the mid lane is kind of where we have to shift our focus.
Yeah, I think Medic touched on it because of the changes to Rod of Ages and Archangels, right? Going back to ability power instead of haste, you just go towards things like Rise and Cassin. And Syndra changes have actually made her a quite high pick ban. The win rate's not so good, but that's the mid lane pool for now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
But Kendra, my favorite lane is the bot lane. And to be honest, I was getting really tired of Lucian Nami. What exciting new things do we have in the bot lane?
We've got...
Oh, I see.
We've got Lucian Nami.
Okay.
It's like, you know when you go to your favorite...
but there's no Zeri Yumi, right? Surely Yumi can't be playable anymore. They've nerfed her like 100 times.
Surely that's not playable anymore, right? Yeah.
Mark,
no.
what do we do when there's actually no changes and there's nothing to talk about?
You know when you go to your favorite restaurant and you want to go, you can order like 5 different things.
Yeah.
All of it's like out of stock. They've only got one thing.
Yeah.
That's basically the situation we've got on our hands here. You know when you're a weatherman and it's like, it's summer, what's the weather?
Is it hot?
It's hot.
Oh.
That's the meta.
3.1. Might not be
13.1.
so hot. 13.1, 13.2. We might hope for a little bit more. In the meantime, hope you like a little bit of Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu. That's all from us here on the 13.1 update. Let's send it over to our new video editor intern, Lore, for an important announcement.
What's the point about
Yeah. One sec. Oh, I'm not finished yet. Hi. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I was just putting the finishing notes because I wanted to make sure that everything is perfect. Yeah, plug this in somewhere, please. I'm really excited to be sharing this news with you today, and I wanted to make sure that everything was right and perfect. So can we turn down the lights, please? Lights. Yeah, thanks. All right. Thank you. Roll the clip now. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. LEC comes to...
The world is watching.
Of course, Romain is joining me for this one. Oh, they give you a mic. On va à la maison. Nice. Scepter, I think that's the one from 2019. Bad memories, but still lots to celebrate by the end of the year. We will be back in France, that's right. We will be bringing the 2023 LEC finals to Montpellier, Occitanie, and we're so excited to bring the finals back to France, and that's why we couldn't wait to share the news. Of course, we will be having a full announcement later in the year, including all the information about dates, times, tickets, and more. Romain, I'm glad that you wearing something for once. I hope you will be joining us on stage by the end of the year.
I had to wear something.
Yeah, of course. Okay,
but I'm super
right?
excited to go back to France. It was a banger last time we were there. So again, French audience, best in the world.
Will be a banger. We have to prove it again. What are you doing here, though? Your team is playing in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting ready. Can't wait for
Go back and fight them. Go back and find them. Thank you for joining me, though. Good luck with G2 today, and that's all for us here now. But after the break, we'll listen to the latest comebacks of the league's edgiest casters, and we're discussing the most important roster changes of the off-season, so stay tuned. Before we go, though, let's check our brand new LEC 2023 season format.
Hello, LEC lovers. I hope you missed us because we are back. Before we kick off our 2023 winter split, let's take a look at the changes to our format that will make the most entertaining league in the world the most entertaining league in the universe. First things first, it's time to update your calendars because every week is now a super week. We have 3 game days during the splits, with the LEC now being broadcast on Saturday, Sunday, and Mondays. As you may already know, the LEC has expanded to winter, spring, and summer splits, with the season finals rounding off the year. Each split has an identical format, so let's take a look at how a split is laid out. Each split will be made up of 3 stages. The regular season, featuring best of 1s. The group stage, where we are introducing best of 3s, and the playoffs, with pure, high-octane best of 5 action. In the regular season, all 10 teams will face off against one another in a single round-robin best of 1. The top 8 teams from the regular season will qualify for the group stage. Teams will be separated into 4 seeded pools before being randomly drawn into 2 groups of 4, both groups taking 1 team from each pool. Within these groups, teams will play best of 3s with the aim of winning enough series to advance to the playoffs. The highest seed in each group will pick their first opponent from the 2 lowest seed teams, and from From there, it's quite simple. Win 2 series and you're through. Lose 2 and you are out. Think of it as a best of 3 of best of 3s. The remaining 4 teams will compete in the playoffs. The first teams to qualify from each group will face off in the upper bracket best of 5, while the other 2 square off in the lower bracket best of 5. After 4 thrilling series, we'll crown our split champion. Our split winners will take home a fancy piece of silverware and a guaranteed spot in the season finals. Once we wrap up the spring split, 2 of our LEC teams will represent EMEA at MSI. After 3 splits of fierce competition, we enter the most high-stakes moment in the year for our competitors, the season finals. The season finals will be made up of 6 teams. Our split champions from winter, spring, and summer, with the remaining slots being filled by the teams who have earned the most championship points throughout the year. So you might be asking, how do you earn championship points? Championship points will be earned based on the final placement of the team for winter, spring, and summer split, with the winter and spring splits offering the same amount of points and the summer split offering more. The 6 qualified teams will then be seeded based on those championship points, with a few small exceptions. If a team has won 2 splits, they are guaranteed a minimum of 4th seed at the season finals. If a team has won all 3 splits, they are guaranteed 1st seed, and to further reward their dominance, they earn a guaranteed minimum lowest seed at Worlds. Once that is decided, our 6 teams compete in best of 5s over the course of 4 weeks, with the goal of lifting the one and only LEC trophy, being crowned the champion of EMEA and representing our region as our #1 seed at Worlds. We can't wait to see our 10 teams battle it out with this new format and embark on our most exciting LEC season yet. We kick things off on Saturday, the 21st of January. See you there.
Became champions, now we're right back at the start. You made me break blue walls of pain while you laid waste to all I gave. I kept the faith your sins so grave, and now I'll never be the same. It's the same old story. Can we regain our glory? Heartbreaker, you traitor, you put me in chains that set me free. I remember all the pain, it's true. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior, I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together. We were together, you stabbed me in the back, then I got better, but now your tears fully stacked. Just like my heart, your arms are now pitch black. How did you think I would react? This back and forth, the ricochet. Off and on, will you please stay? The way we play is not the same. Can we be beautiful again? It's the same old story. Can we regain our glory? Heartbreaker, you traitor, you put me in chains that set me free. I remember all the pain, it's true. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior, I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together. I was so upset, I was so alone. I can't forget all you have to atone. I was so upset, I was so alone. All these regrets, can we take the throne? It's the same old story. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, you traitor, you put me in chains that set me free. I remember all the pain, it's true. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior, I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together.
Many of you might be wondering why there's so much conversation and focus around the player Reckless. Some of you may not even know who the hell he is. So let's give a bit of context. Reckless has been playing professional league in Europe for nearly a decade. In that time, he has appeared in 8 LEC finals where he has won 4 of them. He was crowned regular season MVP 4 times and has a total of 6 pentakills, the highest in LEC's history. Even after not playing in the LEC for a whole year, he has a grand total of 483 games played in the LEC, the 3rd highest of all players. On top of this, he also has the highest number of kills at 2,081. This is more than 400 kills higher than the next highest player. Reckless is one of the most accomplished players in Europe's history. But why does any of this matter? Well, he's done most of this on Fnatic. Of the 16 splits he's played, 13 of these were spent with Fnatic. Every time he left, Reckless could not replicate the level of success he was used to. And now, he's back. After a year with G2 and another year not in the LEC at all, he returns to the home of his success, and the question becomes, can he reclaim his former glory?
I love that. Also, thank you for doing the monologue, so I didn't have to. But all jokes aside, though, I think people might be wondering, like, oh, why you're building him up so much? You know, do you think he's going to be the best ADC in the league? That's not it. It's about that legacy and about will he even be able to rekindle that? I think that is the most important storyline coming into this. The question marks of, does he still have it?
That's really the big question. And I think when you look at his most recent performances, the answer is probably no. Because when you think about how his performance was on KC, their most recent split, they finished 6th, last in the playoffs. Like, while he was able to succeed at the EMEA Masters earlier in the year, overall, KC and Reckless did not find the success that people were expecting them to find. And then the fact that he's just returning kind of unexpectedly, a lot of people did not have him on the list of players that they wanted back in the LEC. So there are a lot of question marks around the level of performance that he will be able to bring to the LEC.
Oh, definitely. And when we look at also the team that he's in and a Fnatic with a very interesting configuration, of course, you have Wonder up in that top lane who he knows very well. A Fnatic who reached high highs, but I don't think exactly as high as they would have wanted last year, obviously. When it comes to his flexibility and his ability to both adapt to what is thrown at him, as well as live up to kind of the young generation of ADCs, where do you see him landing?
Well, this is it. I think in the past, Reckless has always been touted as someone that can play any and all AD carries, right? But when you look at some past history, I remember a certain patch where he refused to play Kalista. There are certain patches where he only played Sivir. Has he evolved as a player? Can he actually dip more into the pool? What can he actually bring rather than just a Janna? You know, I'm excited to see what Reckless can do, but definitely when we look at top AD carries, especially with the pool that we have, it's going to be difficult for him to perform at the same level that can match the history that he's had throughout his long career.
From a gut check, who are you looking at in the ADC role that you think are really going to show us things here?
I mean, I think Comp, Patrick, and Upstart, my apologies. I mean, I still think he's an incredibly talented AD carry. He's one of the big surprises that we don't see this split. Behind Sama and his return, I think those are the main AD carries that I'm going to be looking at this split to kind of sit at the top of the table and the people that Reckless is going to have to compete against.
Yeah, a couple of the rookies as well, of course, looking. And I think that's the interesting thing about this split and the winter split overall. We'll talk about it later, but established players that aren't necessarily finding their homes with the team they've always been with, but that now have to adjust to everything as everyone else. Now, rumors, though, they have been spreading like wildfire this offseason as well. And a lot's been said about Reckless's return to Fnatic. So we've lined up 3 guests with close ties to Reckless that have some shocking stories to tell. Here with us now, if everything is working, is Mr. Attender.
Attendez.
Oh, my mistake. Thank you for coming. You are apparently K-Core's janitor?
Head janitor. Yes.
All right. Well, most of us saw your post on Reddit saying that Reckless would often visit the bathroom alone. Would you care to expand on that?
Indeed, yes. We called it the toilet issue back at HQ. I found several words carved into the bathroom stall over and over again. The same sentence repeated dozens of times. Jin is meta. Jin is meta. Jin is meta. It seemed like a cry for help.
Incredible. He could make a mark on the bathroom stall, but not in-game.
Yeah, but that wasn't the half of it. You see, he would always fail to replace the toilet paper when the roll ran out.
What? So how was he as a teammate?
Well, once I even heard him coming out without washing his hands.
What?
Yeah,
okay.
But I mean, it's ridiculous, really.
That doesn't matter, though. What are your expectations for this year? Surely the other players must have talked about him.
Oh, I mean, well, I've heard only good things about him. Pleasure to work with, a very hard worker at that, but a disaster in the bathroom. Anyways, I've got to go. BDS just signed me to a huge contract. Much to do.
All right, well, better BDS than IBS, I guess. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of interesting insights here, I think. We do have a few more interviews lined up. I'm hearing from my producers, almost ready. We're having someone very close to Reckless. In fact, it may be Reckless's personal lawyer. Let's see. They can't find him. Oh, okay, hello? Mr. Pretender?
No, just pretender.
Oh, you were Reckless's lawyer?
Well, I can't legally say that I'm his lawyer, attorney-client privilege and all that, but I can tell you that I'm not Upset's lawyer.
Would you care to respond to the janitor's comments?
Well, yes, as lawyer and Reckless's third cousin twice removed, I can tell you that Reckless declines to comment.
Okay, and what rumor did you hear?
Well, my sources say that Reckless has spent most of the last year doing charity work, becoming a better person, contributing to society. So if he ever was underperforming in game, which I'm not saying he was, it was certainly something to do with his philanthropic efforts.
Oh, well, we definitely all saw the charitable contributions he made to Game Ward in the LFL playoffs. Well, you can't object to that.
Overruled!
Okay, so how would you then address public concerns that Reckless may or may not be washed up?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Relevance? He's returning to the LEC after a year. Besides, this isn't a court of law, dude.
No, this interview is adjourned.
Fine. Okay, I feel like those are both pretty biased. Let's see if we have everyone else. I believe we have one more interview live from outside. An LEC superfan for Fnatic. He's been camping outside of our studio doors for the past week. Your IGN is Chicken Tender?
My mother gave me that name.
Sorry. So you've been camped outside the LEC studio for how long?
Oh, 3 weeks.
Well, you're certainly dedicated. When did you get that work done on your arms?
Well, the crazy thing was I got a Reckless and Falafel tattoo right before the 2018 World Finals, but I blacked out both my arms after that when he betrayed us and left to G2. The only song on my Spotify Rap 2021 was Reckless with My Heart. So you can imagine how excited I was to find out that he also covered up his tattoos, you know? Urgh.
And he's returning to Fnatic.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Okay, so what did you hear about Reckless then?
Oh, well, my pal that recently joined the team, he was telling me about how Reckless is the hardest worker. He's been grinding every day, playing a lot of solo queue. But he really wanted me to remind you and everyone else that Jhin is really strong in the current meta. I'm telling you, as an AD carry, though, not as a support.
Thank you. That is really insightful.
Yeah, and also what that janitor was saying
janitor.
Oh, right. What he was saying earlier was completely untrue. I double-checked, triple-checked, quadruple-checked, and Reckless definitely replaces his toilet paper when he runs out. So I wouldn't trust a word of what him and that lawyer guy were saying.
Well, believe any of this or not, there are a lot of opinions and eyes on Reckless heading into our year. I even heard a rumor that his favorite band is Against the Current, not League's edgiest casters.
No, that's ridiculous. That is not true.
You didn't get it from me.
Slander.
Ha! Oh, well, it's always nice when we get these exclusive insights from people really close to the players. Even better when we get an actual player. Odawamne, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Did you enjoy that?
I enjoyed Blender's triple personalities that he showcased over there. It was great. You're a real one.
He is a real one. So the reason we got Odo on the desk is, of course, we have Reckless, who is back in Fnatic and who's a very experienced player. But there's many players with a lot of stature in the LEC that have actually joined new teams, completely different environments. Let's start with you then, Odo. Now on Excel, what can you tell us?
I mean, I'm going to have an excellent year over here, but definitely it's a new challenge given that I left or like yeah, I'm not with Rogue now Koi after winning the LEC, so it's definitely going to be a new challenge. You know, it's one of those situations where you need to just kind of match what you just did, otherwise everyone's going to be like, oh, they were right to let them go and stuff like that, you know. But a lot of players are in the situation, like me and Jankos now as well in Heretics, so it's definitely not, you know, a funny situation. It's kind of like one of those lose-lose situations in terms of community perspective in that sense, because I mean everyone loves storylines and stuff and they love to latch onto everything, but it's definitely a challenge that I think a lot of us welcome.
I think that's really interesting perspective indeed, Vedi, right? They have to perform now because, as he says, the fans are going to be like, well, see, better off without you. Typical.
I mean, that's one of it's hindsight analysis, right?
Yeah.
It's the beauty of being able to look back on what was. But one of the things that we do get to say is that you were the best performing top laner last split at Worlds, while it was a struggle for all of Europe. But I think that that's going to be one of the big things that people, I know fans are looking for, is like with a couple Korean players now coming to Europe, how top laners stack against them and the level of which that you and Jigenda and all top laners in Europe can bring to the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, it's a welcome change because for a while now, community and everyone was complaining that top lane is a weak role in Europe, and I agree with that sentiment. I think top lane didn't really have a lot of, you know, top-tier players in the region. There would maybe be 2, 3, okay, let's say 4 very, very good ones that would be there consistently. But then it just felt like with time passing, there wouldn't be any new top lane talent. New top lane talent that would come into the league would just be there for maybe a split, max 2, and then a team would just flip a coin with someone else, you know? So now that we have Korean imports in that sense with, I think, two of them, it's going to be interesting because I really do hope that they're going to be good and we have new competition that's going to stay here for a long time to kind of push some of us that have been here for a really long time.
Yeah, elevate the region, I think, is important. Goldborg, you know, Heretics Jankos, Mad Hillesang, which is also really insane. Which of these is exciting you the most, let's say, going into winter?
I think going into it, I think Hillesang is going to be the more exciting one to watch for me specifically. And I think it's also a bit of the same situation. You know, he wanted to stay on Fnatic. He got moved out of the system. He has to prove himself again. Some of it goes back to what you're talking about. And it sucks a bit from the community sentiment because there will be a lot of pressure. But I think he's looking to try and thrive on this team like Mad Lions. I can see a potential where this can be really explosive, super exciting to watch. I mean, sadly, I can also see the other side of the coin, right? But this is also why it's so exciting to follow Hillesang specifically.
Yeah, what do you think, Odo?
For me, it's really weird because I've seen Healy in a Fnatic jersey for 6 years now,
quite a
something
while,
like
yeah.
that. So it became one of those things where it was kind of how we would associate Reckless with Fnatic. It kind of became the same sentiment for me with Healy and Fnatic. So now him in a Mad Lions jersey, it doesn't sit right with me, you know, because it's something that I really need to get used to. But I think also for him, it's a great opportunity to kind of relaunch himself, because community perspective about him has been kind of up and down lately with his performances and his inconsistencies. And having a new environment like this helps a lot for someone who's been there for a really long time, especially him, 6 years at Fnatic.
Oh yeah, I think that's a great note on kind of the experienced players. A fresh perspective can always be great. When it comes to fresh perspective, we also have a lot of rookies, a lot coming in from the ERLs, Verius, and they're going to light a fire under the asses of some of the players that
They
have been here for a
certainly
while.
are, yeah. I think that a lot of people are looking at G2's new jungler Yike. I think that he's a player that had a lot of prospects when he was playing in the ERLs alongside LELC. And I think that he's an individual that when you're replacing Jankos, you have to have something, right? There has to be some element to your play or personality or something that brings something new to the team, because it's very difficult to criticize Jankos' career. He is one of the most accomplished junglers, if not the most accomplished, that we have here in Europe. So very exciting to see what he can do and fill the shoes of such a legendary European jungler.
I think that's the really interesting part, because Yike is like the fastest growing talent we had in DRL. He played a bit of Italian Northern League, then went up to play second division LFL, and then back-to-back with LDLC, won the LFL. And as a developmental player coming into it, being developed, I thought, okay, this is super exciting if he ends up in the middle of the pack team. But you're replacing Jankos, right? And that's the big part. You're not just going on to any team. You're going on to G2, and with that comes expectations, not just to develop, but to win. So I'm excited to see how he's going to thrive under those circumstances.
Yeah, Odo, there's a couple of these rookies like Yike on G2 for Jankos, but also Rux now in that Hylissang spot in Fnatic, Jack Spectra, who had so much hype already. What will be the most important things for these rookies to make sure that they, you know, give themselves the best chance to perform in Winter?
I think it's great that they're all kind of joining teams with established coaching staffs and good structure. With Yike and G2, there's no doubt that the coaching staff there is great, because I worked with them in the past, and you know they have a pedigree of just being historically top of the table. And also Heretics with Peter Dunn, he has been, you know, successful throughout his career over here and in NA. So I think for rookies to succeed, they kind of got lucky in the sense they already, or like the big rookies, the big names, kind of got slotted into teams with great room to grow and great coaching staffs that can kind of foster them into what identity the team needs them to have.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's definitely the case. One word on Rux, maybe. He's behind us now. But what a situation, right? At Worlds, we see him, and now he's a starter.
I mean, you have to take it. I know sometimes when you go being brought into new, opportunities like this, you kind of sometimes have in the back of your head, oh, I'm only getting this, not necessarily because I'm good enough, but just because I was lucky enough to get the shot, and all of a sudden these bad thoughts start coming up in your head. I think those are the pressure that Rux are going to be dealing with as well coming into it, because I think he did deserve it. He played well on those two first games he had at World Championships, and he also chased this for forever. He's been playing in the LLs for the longest time. I think his time to finally get a shot at the LEC was long overdue.
Absolutely. Thank you, Odo Amne.
Always my pleasure.
You can join your team because you're playing versus G2 in
really?
a little bit. Yeah,
Oh.
surprise.
In like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
Oopsie. Thank you for talking to us, though. And good luck, of course. So we got a lot of roster changes out of the way, but we're only roughly 16 minutes away from kicking off the first ever LEC Winter season. Odo Amne is going to go get ready, and we'll get into that.
The first moments of Rogue's legacy. Rogue are your champion!
Winning LEC for me didn't change anything. They shouldn't stop me from doing more than I did so far.
There was a mistake to go to G2, I realized that now. Sometimes you just can't work with players even if they're very good. That team could have worked if we played through mid. We failed, and that's a fact. We never really fixed that team, and I'm sad that they didn't give me more of a chance. It's time for me to grow. It's also time for Caps to have a new jungler grow himself.
They have Jankos now, and I know he's probably gonna gank me, so I guess that's something to look out for.
Whether we beat G2 or not, that's not the main goal of the year.
Claim their ninth title!
Is Yike gonna live up to the guy who can handle the needs of the team?
I'm excited to showcase a better year than the last year. It should not be that much harder to do better than last year.
Goodbye, Vitality! Excel advance to playoffs!
I don't think I have to be like a full leader, but I have to show a little bit more responsibility now.
I think Mark has to step up big in this team if they want to make it far.
You just have to be better than the opponent. They could completely run it down. They could just like take over a game. I think more often than not they will run it down.
For first time when I play against Fnatic, it will be kind of weird since I've been there for a while.
If you want to be a good bot lane, you have to be aggressive anyway.
I think it's going to be super fun to play against Mad Lions again because I played with them for like 2 years. I want to just beat them and stomp them to the ground.
I want to prove here that I'm the strongest.
He's a good laner, and that's going to be something that we'll need to be aware of.
I'm really happy that I get the chance again to just prove to myself, to just prove everyone that I'm a good person and I want to be a good player as well.
You could predict any team to be anywhere.
There's many reasons why the roster can fail.
We can like pop off pretty easily like the underdogs team.
Feels like you have more chances to show yourself, to redeem yourself.
Experience is the most important.
I don't have that pressure on my shoulders anymore.
It's nice to be on top, but now it's the time to actually show that you're able to actually stay on the top.
Brace yourselves. The winter split is here. And welcome back to the 2023 LEC Winter Split. My name is Quickshot. I want to take a few minutes just to quickly run you through our brand new format, as it will be replicated in Winter, Spring, and Summer Splits. As you can see the graphics behind me, I'm going to start playing this in a moment, and we're going to focus on the regular season, the group stage, and how teams qualify for playoffs. Let's start with the regular season, where we find ourselves today. It is a 10-team, single round robin, best of 1 stage. After all the games are completed, we'll have our stack rankings. For today's example, let's say hypothetically that Team BDS and Astralis will finish 1st and 2nd. And hypothetically, G2 Esports and Koi finished 9th and 10th. Bump that one down just as well. Why I want to highlight this is simple. If you place 9th or 10th, you will be eliminated from that split and not be able to advance to the group stage. When I click the Draw Groups button, what you'll notice is 1 team of each color in each respective group. That is because 1st and 2nd seed will be in Pool 1, 3rd and 4th, Pool 2, Pool 3, Pool 4. Each group must have 1 team from each of those pools. The reason that it is important to fight for seeding and why every single game counts is if you place 1st or 2nd during the regular season, you have the option of selecting your opponent for round 1 of the group stage. Look at this bracket here for the group stage. It is a double elimination best of 3 bracket. In my example here, BDS will be the number 1 seed, and let's say they want to face off against SK. You'll notice they face SK in round 1, automatically pitting Vitality and Heretics against one another. The same can happen in the bottom. Let's say Astralis, they want to go for the memes and take down Fnatic. We now have our bracket. I'm only going to run through the top half of the group stage to show how this will play out. But of course, BDS will be taking down SK. Heretics will surprise everyone and take down Vitality. Vitality will defeat SK, let's say BDS, 1st team to qualify for playoffs, and Vitality, 2nd team to qualify for playoffs. Our playoffs are, of course, going to be best of 5, and we will talk about that stage later on in the Winter Split. That's an example of how that is going to play out. Now that we explained how a regular split works in the LEC season, I want to talk about international events. As it was recently announced, the LEC will have 2 teams qualifying for MSI this year in London. The Spring Split champion will qualify as the 1st seed, while the Winter Split champion will qualify as the 2nd seed. If a team wins both Winter and Spring Split, it will qualify as the 1st seed, while the team with the next highest amount of championship points qualifies as the 2nd seed. Stay with me, team, because for Worlds qualification, the LEC champion and runner-up from our season finals in Montpellier will travel to Worlds as our 1st and 2nd seed, respectively. 3rd and 4th will be decided at the season finals unless a team wins all 3 splits during the season, which will automatically qualify them to Worlds at a minimum as the 3rd seed. You can check out all the information on lolesports.com for details and explanations. Trust me, I know that it is complex, but we'll be breaking it down and showing you different examples all throughout the Winter, Spring, and Summer splits. That's it from me. So let's head back to the desk for XL versus G2.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Indeed, it's a lot to take in. I love the tool that Aika designed for us back in the back end, which we'll be playing with, right, to see how it all plays out. Because
I want to go mess with those things.
Yeah, that's the easiest way for me to learn it, though, because I'm disastrous with formats overall, but a visual aid does help.
Yeah, I would say, getting lectured by Quickshot, if you just do that like 2 or 3 more times, then it might like finally bake itself into my brain.
You already got it.
I mean, just keep it pre-recorded. I mean, I'm just going back to the VOD and there we go. Right?
Yeah,
so
for
that's
sure.
how we're going to do it.
But of course, for now, for the first 3 weeks, it's interesting because nothing changes as to how we previously started off the splits, right? You get the best of ones, but it's like they're triple value because after those 3 weeks, you already have to say goodbye to 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, 2 teams instantly kicked. I think like the ability to choose in the first round who you're facing off against out of some of those seeds is also going to be really, really important. But also just like the fact that we get to see some best of 3s, a bracket style way, just makes every week way more exciting.
Definitely. So, as said, we're starting off with the best of ones. G2 versus Excel is our very first game that we have in Winter, and we've had a bit of an introduction already to Yike. He's coming up for Jankos. GB, reset the stage for us. What can we expect? And can we expect just the same G2 like we have been seeing it?
I mean, no. I mean, you had 3 players, different players coming in, so no, that's not going to be the case at all whatsoever. What if I want to take it back a bit, I talked with about Yike on the desk earlier, and I said, well, I would have loved to see him in a development team instead. But coming into a player in G2, when you're a player like Yike that does play a lot of Kha'Zix as well, that has these pocket picks, I think it's a perfect setting for him. Because G2, they're like water, they're ebb and flow, they're free-flowing. Caps want to go, Dylan, let's play in Vayne mid. Yike go like, this is a good Kha'Zix game. He's going to have the freedom to that. And that's what I'm excited to see because you get a new player. He's not going to be Jankos. He's going to be different. You need new systems around it. I'm excited to see this kind of player in a team like G2.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like in-game they are so flexible, but we have yet to see a G2 system without a jungler as communicative as Jankos.
Yeah.
Like this guy is not just loud, but just constantly engaged with his teammates, feeding information, explaining what he's going to be doing. And from what I've heard, Yike is not that same way. So I think for this team, like we know Yike has the talent, but this is now a roster where players like a Caps or Mickey X, if they're trying to make plays, they may have to do a little bit more heavy lifting in the comm side, and that will be a new test for them.
That's a great point, I think, for all the memes about Jankos and on Sejuani duty, but he always did exactly what the team needed, and sometimes that was just that duty on top of making sure the communication was on point for G2. A lot of question marks, you mentioned it already. Mickey, back on G2 with Hans Sama, Goldberg. What an amazing bot lane on paper.
On paper, yes, maybe, but like respectively, they of course have played a duet before. They never made an international. They started doing that when they no longer played together.
Reckless Janna, I'm sorry. That's great.
Well,
continue.
maybe that's just something in the past, or it's a sign for something in the future to come. But I think it's going to be interesting because these are probably some of the people that has the most to prove on the G2 roster. Mickey got some flack for his Yuumi play last year. Yumi's still very much meta. Hans didn't have the best showing with Team Liquid, but on European soil and together, I still believe the name value alone brings a lot of expectations for them.
Oh yeah, and looking back, like you remember the clips, I remember the Draven Morgana, how powerful that was in the bot lane. This was a duo that was exceptionally dominant in lane, looking for 2v2 kills all the time. Of course, they have gone their separate ways, and I think for these players like Hans Sama and the failed Liquid project last year, Mickey X struggling as well, these players are now looking for big redemption on G2, and that's not the usual G2 formula either, right? It's about taking big stars and setting them up in an even better system to succeed, but this bot lane has to come out swinging early on, I feel like, to live up to the hype.
Yeah, it's crazy, and I think, as you say, namesake brings with it a lot of expectation. I think that's only natural, and unless Caps isn't on that roster anymore, you're always going to think like, all right, they will be able to do something. But as said, there's a lot of changes coming in for them. Of course, their support, Targamas, no longer on G2, but now on the other side. So we have a new Excel. And for more insight on them, let's hear from Laura, who is standing by with their new support, Targamas.
Thank you, Shox and Targamas. Thank you so much for joining me. So nice to see you again with new colors. Was not expecting you to see you in new colors though, and I think it was the same thing for you. Tell me about the off-season, this change from G2 to Excel, and how is it like playing with a new team?
Yeah, so as you say, I was not really expecting it either. I think when we went back from Worlds, we knew there was going to be some changes in the team because even though we won in EU, at least the spring splits, we didn't really fulfill the expectations, which were like at least to do well at Worlds, and we didn't. So we knew there was going to be some change, but I didn't think I was going to be a victim of it. But they made their decision right with Hansama choosing who he gets to play with. But for me, I don't really, I respect their decision, right? And I'm just happy I found a new home with Excel, with a team that I believe we have great players, great individualities, and I think that's really important if we want to win against the better team, to have like those kind of players. And I'm really happy that I found this home.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's an interesting mix for sure. And I especially want to focus on the bot lane here because I know that for the longest time that I've known you with KC, with G2, you were not particularly a lane player, and for me, you being paired with Patrick especially has to push something else from you style-wise, and you may have to adapt on this. Tell me about forming a synergy with this player and how you had to step up maybe in that sense.
Yeah, I think for me it's a really big difference from the past years. I've always felt like I couldn't, like it was not my job to do a lot in lane because both Matty and Flacket were not the most aggressive players and they have their own strengths, right? And with Patrick it's different because he always wants to play more aggressive, take more risks. So I just have to adapt a bit, but that's something I was looking for because it's something that's like missing in my playstyle. I know some people don't consider me like a strong laner, and maybe that's what's missing for me to be like considered the best in Europe, at least. So I'm looking forward to prove everyone wrong and that I can also be a strong laner.
Tell me a bit more about the matchup we have coming in today, because interestingly enough, you play your opening game of the season versus your former team, G2 Esports. And even though there's some new players, you're still going to find some players that you know. Tell me about this. How hyped are you about this one and how special it feels for you?
I don't know, it feels kind of weird like coming to the studio and seeing them and not being with them, right? Also because it's the first game of the season, right? So I'm not used to the new team yet and not used to being without them anymore. But I think it will be funny. Like I'm not like specifically hyped for this matchup or anything. Like I'm always happy to play against older teammates. But it's just gonna be fun on the Rift, I guess.
Is it personal for you, this one, or not even?
Not really. Like
All right.
honestly, I wish them the best as well. Of course, not to win against me. I have to take this win today. But after that, I am hoping to meet them further in the tournament.
All right, treating them as any opponent. Humble for you. Targamas, thank you so much. I'll let you join the team for the prep, and Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laure. Always lovely to hear from Targamas, and of course, happy that you're back doing our interviews. Now, when it comes to Targamas' interview, there was one thing that we heard that we all kind of looked at each other. Did we know this? Him saying Hans deciding who he wanted to play with, and that didn't end up being me. I'm not sure if that was anywhere or not, but yeah, it's interesting. And of course, then for a player like Targamas, then there's some big decisions to be made, right? So Goody's found a home in Excel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really good news for him. Obviously, the difference there being like having to build the synergy a little bit more from the ground up, as opposed to Hans was like, we already did this, we're going to run it back. We already know that this is a dual lane that works for them. But I just think it's really interesting that Hans wanted that, right? Because I think community perception last year around Mickey X was not very good. But Hans, knowing how good Mickey has been in the past and wanting to return to that, decided to go for that. That's a big vote of confidence in him as a player.
I think it also comes a little bit down to, if I had to play devil's advocate, right? Targamas was the kind of player that played with AD carries where they are self-sufficient. So they just stand by in bot lane and take the farm they can, while he's super good at being the kind of player that enables the rest of the map. So as an AD carry, if you like having resources yourself, if you have to pick between a support where you can be like, oh, you're going to be around me or you're going to be around the rest of the map, for Hans, that could have been the decision as well. So it is quite obvious, I'd say, that it's the AD carry that gets to say what kind of support is it that I'm going to be paired up with.
Yeah, and then we get Patrick and Targamas, of course, and we heard it for him. And a great question by Laure. Also, it wasn't necessarily your strength or something you worked at because you didn't have to lane prowess. Novelty, a lot of new champions pick, diversity in the draft, influencing the map. Now, though, GB, with Patrick, one of our best ADCs we've had in the league here for years, distinctly different style.
It just feels like it's about time that there's a bigger team around Patrick to really elevate him to the next level. Because how many times can we continue saying, you know what, he's one of the best AD carries in the league, but the tournament result itself never really reflects that. now you finally have a team around you where Odo, best top lane in the league, Cersei was the best players on Astralis, VTO shining light on Misfits, and of course Tarkamas as well down there in Spring Split, which was one of the best supports in the league as well with his roaming styles. They of course won back then. This is a super good team to have around you to finally try and start proving that. And especially, I mean, against their former teammate and, you know, with G2 as well.
I love that he was asked, but he's too kind. He's like too sweet. He's like,
so humble.
Cool. I'm sorry, I can't hang out with them. That sucks. But regardless, though, I think a lot of headlines will go to the Reckless return and Koi and G2, of course, as always. But I'm carefully very excited about this XL lineup. It is one of familiar faces, but not to the level that you say, okay, we tried to get all the best superstars in the world together. No, it feels like there's a real plan behind this. And we'll see what comes of it.
And for me, like I'm actually less focused on Patrick when I look at this roster than I am looking at VTO in the mid lane. Because for me, like everything you're saying is correct, right? Like Patrick has been so good for so long. But to me, I'm like, okay, VTO was this sort of like wildfire player, right? That could absolutely take over. And now you're putting around him Xerxes, Odo Omne, Patrick, like just pillars of consistency in our league, especially on that top side of the map, have just been in the league for absolutely forever. And this is now a situation where VTO has the ability to be that sort of player that's put on a pedestal around with the support of those teammates.
Yeah, and I don't know if you agree with me, but if we ignore the fact that this team has to build new foundations, they're coming from 5 different teams into one, so, you know, the trajectory might be a bit slow. But this should be a top 4 team. This should be a team that contests to at least get into the semifinals and later in the year try and break in for finals. That's at least my humble opinion on it.
I love it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say right now because there's so many unknowns with all of the teams, but I do think this is a team that you can get very excited about right now. My only hesitancy, and this is again off of VTO, because I do think this is kind of the guy that makes or breaks the team for them, is he just came off of a year playing with Zanzar, spam ganking all the time, setting him up, you know, putting him in position. Whereas now he has Xerxes, who's been a little bit more loving of the farming junglers, has a more eclectic champion pool. So as they figure out their system and what all these 5 players come together and what that looks like, what does the Excel style look like, it really goes, it's up in the air just yet how Xerxes is going to play around VTO.
Yeah, I think that's key, is that it's would, could, should. We actually don't know how any of these teams are going to perform. What I do know, though, is that we have a brief delay on stage. The players are finishing getting ready. Of course, it is the very first time they do it on stage this winter, so perhaps they need a little bit more time. No problem, though. We're going to get Verius back. We're going to shift a little bit. Smooth.
Whoa.
Because
we
luckily,
can do this?
Any musical
we can
chair
do
enjoy
this. So
what's up, homies?
Luckily, it is the beginning of winter, meaning it's hard to quantify a lot because maybe teams will play completely different things than we thought they would, or with the meta the way it is, maybe not.
So Verius, who wins
the
winter split?
Who wins the winter split?
Yeah, the
we
winter
do.
split.
The fans of League of Legends, because we're going to get some great games. Oh, you don't like that answer?
Yeah, you can actually leave our desk. That's good.
I mean, obviously, that's a very difficult question, an unfair question. But if I was to have favorites based on what I've heard, I would say G2. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, what I've heard is that, like, you made a really great point that I'm a big fan of. Great job, Desk. Is the synergy and the identity, right? And something that we often talk about during regular season, like that. Well, let's go back to last year when XL came back from their boot camp from Korea, right? And everyone was like, oh, this XL, they're so good. They went like 5-2. They were sitting at the top of the table after 3 weeks. Everyone was like, we're so impressed. And they stagnated. They didn't actually change their style anymore while every other team was getting better around them. And then they just fell further and further behind. Now, when you have such a shorter season, things like that type of play style can be really valuable because that isn't necessarily going to be figured out. But if you have the opposite problem, where you don't actually know what your identity is, where you don't have a clear idea of how you want to play the game coming into a split, now it's a lot harder. G2 last split, they went 4-5 in the first half and then went 8-1 in the second half. You don't have that level of flexibility anymore. You have to hit the ground running. And this is one of the concerns that I do have for XL coming into this split because you guys make a great point. You've got a self-sufficient jungler. You've got a bot lane that wants resources and wants to dominate. You've got a mid laner that's in the same way while you've got a weak side top laner. How do you collect all of this together, even if the players individually are very talented?
There's a 10-minute delay, approximately, so we do have time. I like the way you painted that, though. Luckily, Odoamne is still there, and he knows what to do with that situation, at least.
Yeah, I mean,
Hopefully.
look, I always am going to have my faith in Odoamne, so don't worry about that. I did just quickly want to button up your point there about sort of like coming in with a strong identity right off the rip, because a big reminder to everyone, we only play on 2 patches in this season. And the first patch, it's for the first 3 weeks, right? So like you will do or die on this first patch. So whoever got practicing and scrimming like early on, if you started practicing 3-4 weeks ago, like you have a big advantage, I feel like, coming in and sort of figuring out what your identity is going to be. And it's very a real possibility where we see some teams with low expectations sneaking in and some teams with higher expectations potentially falling away because they have a bad read on patch 1.
But I'm interested to see, like, how bad can that read actually be on the current patch that we have, right? Because
You'd be surprised.
I'm like, we've had Fanatics go 0-4 before in the first 2 weeks.
What I'm really looking at is either, like, is the meta really already asset out, as it looks like in the LCK or LPL? Or is there actually some picks that can come through that can, like, be thrown into the pot, mix it all up a bit, and that's how you get ahead of the meta? Last year, towards summer, it was Mad Lions and XL who was really good at that mid-jungle synergy into dive bot lane that made everything work, and you just got the early game working, and that's how you got the game going for you. Now a lot more is just the enchanters, it's Aita, the Lucian Nami, it's all about bot lane with the Seri Lulu, Yumi Sivir, you know the name of the game. So I feel like just in terms of playing the game, it's not too much rocket science. I think it's a bit more lenient to get into it from last year into this year.
Goldberg.
Yes.
The problem is...
Okay, go on.
Internationally,
yes,
Europe is recognized as one of the most creative regions on the planet.
Yes.
In fact, we've had a number of quotes from LCK players even saying, we just watch LEC to see what random stuff G2 plays. Like, these teams are so good at coming up with ridiculous counters, and Mickey refused to reveal his secrets. I did try and probe him earlier. I'm like, can I expect Yumi or Lulu today? And he was just like, maybe something different. And I was like, interesting. And then Roman was like, so I couldn't quite pry away what secrets he had. But let's not forget the famous Mordekaiser from Perk's Mickey bot lane into the Yumi answer. Didn't work, but it was a great sentiment. I'm excited because we know that like Jax is going to be very strong. We know Cassante is going to be very strong. We know things like the Ryze and Syndra are already very prominent in the meta. But this is the team that I expect to take the meta and flip it and bring in something.
Can I tell the story about the Pyke Mordekaiser bot lane? You know what I'm talking about.
I do know the story.
So, look, we've got time, so I'm going to settle a personal grievance against you. So there was this point back in League of Legends where this Garen Yumi thing was taking over the bot lane. Yes, we all remember this. Reckless was playing it down the bot side of the map. And at one point, G2 decided to lock in Mordekaiser Pyke as a counter to it, right? You just like... Mordekaiser can ult the AD carry and then pour the
Or even
Lumi.
the Garen, and then it splits them up.
Yeah,
right?
you ult the Garen and then the Yumi's left. So we're standing backstage right before we go out for a cast for this game, before this pick happens. And a certain Grabs comes into the caster room and is like, so listen to this. Fnatic are going to lock in Garen Yumi, and we've come up with the perfect counter. Everybody's like, oh my God, he pulls out his notebook. He's like furiously scribbling it down. He's like, what is it? What is it? He's like, we're going to play Mordekaiser Pyke in the bot lane. And he's like, oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Asking all these questions. Then we go on to the caster desk. And would you believe it? Garen first pick for Fnatic. And on the opposite side, a Mordekaiser gets locked in for G2. No Pyke just yet.
That,
And Vedius just casually says, actually, I think this Mordekaiser might just go into the bot lane. Now, keep in mind, this pick has never happened before. He just literally, out of nowhere, makes this. I was very upset. And everyone's like, Venice is a genius. He's a genius.
Mentioned it could go anywhere. It was just suspicious that it was locked in after the Garen was locked in.
No.
I wonder if it was an answer behind it.
The truth comes out. The people must know.
Blender comes in and just absolutely shades everybody with this. This is because now everybody's always going to say Vedius. Yeah, and you're going to.
Oh, Vedius. Who did he steal the information from this time?
But the fact of the matter is, you are all really good at predicting. So I hope that you still get your flowers.
Yeah, it turns out that I actually just speak to all the teams and they all tell me their drafts.
Speaking of, so you said, okay, from what I've heard, so we're going to get scrims. What else have you heard? Come on.
I've heard there are a couple dark horses in scrims. but they've specifically asked me not to talk about them.
Oh.
But G2, I asked Roman,
Dark
is it
horses,
okay?
Hecarim.
I asked Roman, is it okay for me to talk about like G2 scrims? And he was like, oh yeah, tell everyone that we're beating everyone. Okay. And I was like, okay, I will tell everyone that you're beating everyone.
Then I'll randomly make an assumption. Vitality, let's talk about them. Maybe, because in terms of kind of the hype and a lot of players, you know, the reckless hype or whatever, and G2 maybe as always, but Bo, what has transpired around Bo finally playing his first game in the LEC is kind of larger than life, I want to say, Goldborg. It's crazy.
I think it's interesting to see if he's going to be the kind of jungler that's going to come into the scene and just redefine everything that we got with junglers. You know, back in the day, it was Reignover when he joined Fnatic that kind of changed the style. Then Malrang, when he came in last year, didn't completely define it, but it got into a new point as well where the ganking style really became sufficient. And I'm excited to see if his just like kind of psychopathish kind of pathing in a jungle is going to be what people are moving on to, where it's just like, nothing for my laners. I'm not a dog jungler. I'm going to move into the enemy team's jungle. I'm going to counter jungle there instead. And that's where we're going to make it happen. At least those are the stories I hear about this guy. And I'm curious to see how well that's going to translate on stage.
It's funny because you're telling me stories about like running into the enemy jungle, like focused on self, farming up. And it's like last year, Malrong came in. It was like, oh, help laners, you know, just spam out ganks. You could not describe a different jungler
It's
for
a contrast.
me. So I don't know. That to me excites me a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the things that we always hear every year is that like, oh, we're so good in scrims, we're so good. XL, especially when Cage was on XL, he would sit there and be like, oh yeah, we'd have like this really good week of scrims, and then we'd go on stage and we'd do nothing that we did in scrims on stage. Like actually being able to perform in with the lights and with the pressure and with the crowd is like a very different experience. Every single pro will tell you that. I have the utmost confidence that Bo is the type of player that will perform exactly as he does in scrims on stage. And I think that that's the level of play that will catch a lot of teams off guard. But I guarantee you in about 2-3 weeks, we're going to have other junglers being like, we figured him out. It's fine. He's really aggressive, but if you're ready for it, it's okay,
it's
guys.
so funny.
Don't worry
Every
about
week
it.
on PGL, Malrang? I've got him figured out. I guess he's in the playoffs. I guess he's in the. I guess he won the whole season. So
I think the problem with Malrang
out.
specifically is that you get LEC finals Malrang at times, and then you get Lee Sin World Championship Malrang as well.
And I think we're going to get the same thing from Bo. This is the thing. I genuinely think that, like, as a player, it's unfair to put all of these expectations that he's going to be the greatest jungler ever in his very first split, especially when you're playing with a player like Perks. Like, I think that he's very good at being able to enable and cater towards his players and set them up for success. But like, there's also going to be that team chemistry where they really need to figure out how they work together, because identity has been the biggest issue for Vitality for years now, even before Perks joined this roster. And I don't think that this roster is making it any easier. The question is, can they actually set up both?
How does that keep across lineups being the issue?
I don't know.
Interesting.
I think I will say their coaching staff is brand new now. Like, there are big changes to their coaching staff, and maybe that was the change that they needed, acquiring some members from the Misfits coaching staff, where we only heard nothing but good things from the Misfits. And like, it was the difference is Misfits always had results to back that up too. So I'm excited to see what this Vitality can do. But it was great hearing from Perks at the SKE event, where he basically said, no, we're going to be 8th place. Don't have any expectations on us. Like, don't believe in us. It's fine. We're going to be bad. Because I really think he wants to like take that pressure away from his players, and he wants to try and minimize these expectations.
See, I think that statement was hilarious out of Perks, because like 2 days later, I'm like scrolling through Reddit and I see a headline. It's like, Perks, Bo is a once-in-a-generation player who's going to completely change the game. I'm like, oh, okay, Perks, I see what you're doing here. So talk about setting expectations. Once in a generation is kind of a big deal. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really cool. So hopefully we'll see an explosive match out of them. Of course, Photon in the top lane. We also have Neon, Kaiser. There's almost too much to name in terms of the changes that have come. So maybe I'll take an easier one, which is Koi. Of course, our reigning champions. Odoamne no longer on there. It's Shigenda now in the top lane. How much are they going to be able to hit that ground running, you feel, Vedius?
Oh, I think that they're going to
stomp it.
Yeah, I really do. I have so much faith in Koi, purely because they are the regular season kings. As much as people tend to doubt them and how they think that they're going to choke in playoffs and how, like in the best of fives, that's where they fall short. This organization went, I believe the order was 2-3-2-3 first. Right, like that level of consistency comes from Larson, who is by far and away the most consistent mid laner that Europe has. Comp, who has risen to priority and dominance in the bot lane. Like, this organization has, and I mean, in the past, it was Odoamne. You had those 3 pillars that made this roster very consistent, very reliable, very good during a regular season. How will Jigenda do now that he's in a new environment? He's not in Vitality anymore. Being in a place like Koi means that level of consistency, he will be better set up for success. But I struggle not to believe that this team won't be a good team in the best of 1.
I struggle not to believe that they won't be. Okay.
I do think, though, that the top lane question, right? You take away 3 pillars, now you have 2, might get a little bit wobbly. Like, the fact that you took out Odoamne and you are now putting in, like, a raw carry top lane player. Like, Jigenda is known for, like, very aggressive top lane picks. I feel like this could indicate, like, a much bigger swing in the rogue or the Koi dynamic overall. Oh, it's going to be a long year. But I do have some hesitancy. So I know everyone's coming, or I hear a lot of people coming out like very high expectations, #1 team in the league. I'm like, yes, I know they're going to be good, but it might actually take them a little while longer for them to figure out what that identity is.
Potentially, but I've seen that so many times as well, where we had like a carry top laner, but then it's just easier sometimes to go to the European style, which is just all right, going on, and then we play bot side. Actually, exactly that. And I think as a top laner, it's way easier becoming a weak side top laner than it is for a passive AD carry to become a carry AD carry instead, if you were to play something. And I also think, like, I have high expectations for Jigenda. I think he was done dirty when he was on Vitality. I think that was a hot mess back then, and I think that was multiple factions going into why that did not work out. I'm excited to see him finally get a shot again. I watched him a lot in the LFL when he was on Vitality B, and it was a carry top laner. It was a carry mid laner with Diplex back then that now went to C9. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he's going to function. But I'm also not worried about the fact that he say, well, I can play GP, I can still function as weak side and make that happen. That was one of his most played champions. And defaulting to a tank afterwards, I'm sure that it's going to be fine.
And I guess for most of the teams, even though we know that the knife is really on their throats in terms of you only have 3 weeks, you got to make it into the top 8. I think most of these teams that were already in the top half, they aren't worried about dropping down to the bottom 2. They think, I feel like in their heads, they know, okay, we'll for sure survive these first 3 weeks. But maybe it's there that the danger lies, very.
Perhaps that's where I think a lot of these teams are. I think that these 2 summed it up eloquently, like being ready on the patch, making sure you have a good meta read. It's plagued so many teams before, and they've had the opportunity to then bounce back later on. You don't have that anymore. It's one patch. You got to be good at this patch, and if you're not, that could be it.
Speaking of, I have good news. I think we're about to get into the patch, and in terms of the picks and bans for XL versus G2, we took a little ring around the rosy in terms of talking about all our teams. So it was a good primer. So maybe I can entice you to some predictions since we had a delay. You have some time. XL or G2?
Oh, we get to predictions.
Oh.
You know what?
What?
We're going XL.
Okay.
I've got the faith, okay? Look.
That's it. I've got the faith.
It's day 1, game 1. Like, we're seeing XL for the first time. Like,
listen, Bender. I know you're new here, okay? Let me show you how the
stand up, make your
professionals
point.
do it. I'm predicting G2.
Of course you always
Of course
do.
I am. Why wouldn't I predict G2? I think that the most compelling argument to me is that Caps finds himself in an environment where he is comfortable, in that he knows how to play with Mickey and he knows how to play with Broken Blade. These 2 players in particular know how to play through mid, and I think that Yike, even if he's in an environment that he's not as accustomed to, I think he's going to slot in so much easier than perhaps if he was on something like a developmental team. And the fact that you have Hans there, it's difficult for me to see how a brand new team like XL will be able to find that level of synergy where I think G2 already have those core components. So I'm predicting G2.
Counteroffer, what if Odoamne picks
Okay, I'll give him mine
Ornn
after.
into Broken Blade? How will he fare in the top lane?
Back to that.
How will he fare?
I'm sure he will be fine, okay? He will be fine.
All right, XL or G2, because we got to toss.
Source is close to me on my left side. I hear G2, so I say G2.
Okay. All right, so our delay is concluded. Woohoo, the stage is ready. Without further ado, it's time to kick off the opening day of the LEC 2023 winter season.
Berlin! Are you ready for the LEC 2023 season? It is time to meet some familiar faces, to discover who the next legends and icons will be. Today, we meet our 10 teams who are beginning their journey to our season finals right here in our studio. The 2023 format has been revamped and revitalized with the winter split, the spring split, the Summer Split. And the 3 split champions will be joined by 3 of the best teams in the LEC and will be competing in Montpellier, Occitane for the season grand finals and the title of being crowned the EMEA 2023 champion. They will have the honor of hoisting this, the LEC trophy. Do not touch that browser. The LEC season starts right now.
To the caster desk. You can hear a very lively crowd here in Berlin, back in the LEC studio, ready for our first 2 teams. I'm Dracos, that's Cadril.
Banger. That was a good intro. I don't think there's any more to say, really.
There's not really. Also, because I'm not entirely sure we know how to cast, but the fans love you anyway. That's an honor.
The crowd here today is unreal, unrelenting. I can tell you all day they're going to have energy to just scream out team names. A lot of G2 fans as well, so the first game will be very, very loud. And XL with a revamped roster. The analyst desk has touched on it plenty. Yeah. Lots of pieces from different teams, similar to the era of Fnatic, you know, where they take Winter from G2. You've got Humanoid coming from Mad. Just picking the best players from certain teams, putting them together and seeing if the cocktail will work.
And I'm really excited for this team because up until last year when Ottawamne was able to win in summer, this is so many players who we've known are at the peak, top 2, top 3 in their position, who were not able to transition that into greater success, not able to lock down those trophies. So Vito, a guy who obviously made his name a lot last year, being that MVP for Misfits alongside Patrick, who has been so consistent. You've had the pleasure of playing with him. Ottawamne now as well, a title winner. I'm ready to see what this Excel lineup can do. On the other side, G2, Titanic potential, no doubt, but will they live up to it is the big question, I think, on everyone's mind.
Straight into draft. Wow, it's been a while since we've cast together. I think the last time we cast together was the World Semis 3 or 4 months ago, so a little bit of rust to shake off.
If I bring up Deft, just know that I'm just getting it out of my system.
You just got the prep. I mean, they're the same champions, basically, right? So you didn't have to drop the prep too much. Bans coming in, Caitlyn, Maokai, Ryze, Sylas. A little targeted ban there at Caps for the Sylas. Bot lane will be very high prio. There's the Yumi ban. And as always, there's the cheer. Is Lucian Nami going to get targeted here by G2? Is that going to be something that they're going to try to ban away? Kassadin, we've seen rise up as more of a blind pick later on in the draft. There's the Lucian ban. Do you go Zeri Lulu? Do you still go in that direction? Varus is really strong. We've also seen things like Ashe, Heimerdinger, which is still quite valuable. Any kind of pushing bot lane is where they lean towards. But Wukong for Xerxes. I think that was his most played champion in the 2022 season. Obviously, was meta alongside things like Diego, and that's where he found a lot of his success.
And to be fair, so many people banded out against him, and I think he was really the best Wukong individually in our league. Now, wasn't always able to show it, partly because it was banned, partly because his team wasn't always performing, but ready to see if he's still got what it takes to really make an impact on this champion. On the opposite side, quick, easy Heimer lock-in. I hate this champion. I hate playing against it, but as long as I'm not in the game, I love watching it because it can do so much work.
There's Caps and Ivia being teased from MSI. Is it just me, or is that Heimer portrait just so zoomed in on his face? Is just even cuter. I don't know. It's just so large. Anyway,
everyone else gets a full body shot. Heimer is like just the stash and the goggles.
Stashing goggles, absolutely dappered out. So what's XL's pick here? They have to go something into Ashe, Heimerdinger. So much push. Do you match it with something like Varus Karma that can push back? Do you go for a Lulu lane and just tank the early game and play the Zeri Lulu and get pushed in? Looks like they're the ones who
G2 want to look to push back.
And I like the choice to a match here, at least with a Varus pick. I would love to see the support come in as well, because getting that pool pinched in the second phase could be pretty disastrous.
We saw Jin support into Heimerdinger. I'm not sure if we'll see it again. Targamas is one of those players who I look at to pull out these pocket picks.
Yeah.
If they do want to go for Varus Jin bot lane to try to push back. But Syndra, such a powerful champ on the current patch. Reworked, has much better scaling, 2 points in 2 Qs to work with in fights. A little bit of an execute on her ult as well. VTO's bread and butter. I think this is one of his favorite champions. Will Caps respond here with mid? Will G2 look to respond in jungle? Couple questions here. Cassante is still open, which has been an early rotation in the LCK and the LPL.
Graves, the hover for now. Taking their time really debating on this final pick. Going to lock in the Graves. Clearly Cap's confident enough in his champion pool that he has more than 2 options to go up into the Cassandra, as Excel could just opt to target ban him out. I like grabbing the Graves here. Definitely a lot of setup for this champion in bot lane. We'll see where he wants to put his attention.
I can tell we're a little bit rusty because you said Lissandra instead of Syndra, but we're shaking it off the Syndra.
I'm talking about what I want to see.
I want to see it too.
You know what I mean?
Caps just saying back to Lissandra straight to VTO, you know? Just dropping the memes.
That was not my point.
But Graves hasn't seen much presence in pro play, but it's really strong in solo queue. It's a very selfish jungler, power farm, take kills, take resources, kind of, you know, when you think of the old school Graves of self-mid in Fnatic, you play things like Karma mid to support it. I wonder if that's the direction that G2 will go in. Galio is quite viable right now in the current meta, so it could work well with the Graves, but a pushing bot lane and a farming jungler right now. XL have a lot of team fight to work with. Renekton and Gnar are kind of like the top blinds right now. I think that's the direction that Odoamne might lean towards, unless the Cassante is up. With the J-Span, I think maybe G2 are the ones who want to take away the Gnar. We'll see.
Yeah, and I feel like G2 have put themselves in a pretty powerful position because they can counterpick mid and then respond to Excel's last 2 picks to just really ensure as many winning lane matchups as humanly possible here, whether they do want to go for something utility in the mid lane like the Galio to further set up Yike to be kind of the central focus in terms of getting resources, getting that support to gank mid lane, or put that focus somewhere else. I'm kind of hoping for something spicy between Odoamne and Broken Blade in terms of picks, but given the sheer quantity of like bruisery champions on the top side, I think it's going to be pretty hard to see anything truly flashy today.
Yeah, Aatrox is another one. Gwen ban is something that you would pick into the Aatrox. Karma ban, of course, to stop the Varus Karma. Jax so powerful in this patch, instantly picked up there by Broken Blade. Not even going to counterpick mid. They're not even going to counterpick top, sorry. They're just going to instantly lock in the Jax. So how does Odoamne respond? Will he go for something safe like the Gnar, something ranged? Or will he go for something like the Fiora, a bit more of a skill matchup? Gragas is another champion that does really well into the Jax. Just bodies, you know, belly bop him the second he jumps in, run away, never take the fight, play for team fights, disrupt the enemy backline.
And I really love playing for team fights with the Gragas because the disruption against 2 immobile champions like the Heimerdinger, like the Ashe, can be so incredibly impactful, especially when you have a lot of raw burst damage coming out. Instead, however, opting for the Cassante, still very strong. He's been hit with the nerf bat a number of times, but especially in the AD matchups where he's so comfortable to get that Iceborne Gauntlet early, it's just a really no-brainer pick.
So what's Targamas's pick here? Karma's banned, and if you want to play a Varus lane and get the push, you're going to have to go something like Jhin. We've seen Azir support as well. I think it was Demacia Cup into Heimerdinger to try and push back. Anything to kill the turrets and just keep Heimerdinger. Yeah, there's the Jhin support. He's gone for it.
There it is.
I thought Targamas would be the one in Europe to try to pull it out, so we'll see how he performs on it. Really good pick potential with Wukong and Syndra as well. The W from long range is so powerful, and the ult on side lanes can help the Syndra in the 1v1 to get the kills. Now, side lane is one thing, but Caps wants to play for team fights by the looks of it. Victor, quite good into Syndra. Good wave clear, can outrange her a little bit, poke her down with the E, of course. Need to be careful, though, because the mid-jungle of G2 is quite weak, but they have a lot of setup from bot lane, so they need that bot lane to impact the game.
Absolutely do. Curious to see how Yike is going to perform in this position where he's just been set up to kind of power farm. Does have good setup in top lane as well as in bot lane if he wants to try to go for early ganks, early action there. Depends on where he wants to put his focus. But as you highlighted, not nearly as many aggressive engage tools on the side of G2. You've got Jax leaping in with the Counter-Strike. You've really got the Ashe Arrow from range. Everything else, G2 really wants you to be fighting into them, which means getting pushed, getting prio, getting control of objectives first is going to be massive.
Exactly right. 4 range champions against Wukong. Their only direction they're going is backwards. They need to run away and kite the Wukong. But I love the drafts we've seen here already. There's no Lucian Nami versus Zeri Yuumi. There's no Vi versus Maokai. There's no Azir. You know, we've got a lot of action, a lot of engage, a lot of range from bot lane specifically to try to catch out the top side of each other's map. So we'll see how they do it. We'll see which one gets the push, and I expect both junglers to focus down there. Top lane will be favored to the Jax later on, but it's day 1, it's week 1, it's the LEC, and we are back. This is going to be a banger of a game. Revitalized G2 and a miniature super team built up by XL.
Debate on the fist bump or the handshake. Trying to figure it out here in the final moments before we do get into game. Pressure on both sides here. Want to hit the ground running in this new format. Only 3 weeks. Try to find as many wins as possible. All you have to do is secure top 8, so just can't fall too far behind here. Obviously, both these teams want to show what they've got. G2 have been telling us a lot about how good scrims have been going. Time to put that to the test here on stage.
Yeah, and in the offseason you thought, maybe Caps would be alone, but Mickey has rejoined him from the 2019 era. He wasn't alone on that bench, and now he's come back. I love Handsama's hair as well, I must say. Nice little scarlet red.
And apparently we have a pause. So we have another moment to talk to you. This is our pause voice. It's soft.
Welcome to the Euphoria podcast,
Welcome to the Euphoria
episode 3.
Today we're going to be talking about hair game. Hansama in the lead. Color important here on the Euphoria Hair podcast.
Have we got any other?
We can't go off topic yet. It's been 30 seconds. Have a break.
Give it a minute.
So here's the thing that I'm really excited to see is I think that on paper you can always look at a draft like this and we know where the pressure is going to go most likely. We know who the center focus is going to be and how the team fights are going to be played out. But individual lane matchups are what I'm really ready for, especially when we look at the bottom lanes. Targamas, of course, him and Mickey just swapping teams in the season, and I think that the G2 bot lane last season, Targamas and Flacket, did have some struggles, and I'm ready to see what Targamas can now do alongside Patrick. And similarly, Hansama, Mickey X. This is a lane that in 2018 was killing everybody in lane. Draven, Morgana, what they were known for. So I don't want to see passive push lane here, even though that's kind of what we're set up for until a jungler decides to rear his head down on the bottom side. I want to see a lot of kill pressure. I want to see some 2v2s, man.
Yeah, I mean, they're set up on both sides for sure at level 6 too. Both junglers will be looking down there. Whichever one gets the push innately has more pressure and can look for the dragons. Bot lane's been shaken up a lot in Europe, hasn't it? With Reckless coming back, Unforgiven disappearing, but here we go! Ready to jump into game.
It's like boast.
Oh, that's broken blade. Oh,
G2 fans in the house, you might have missed it, but we had the XL Esports la 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 chant. And the HUD a little bit off at this exact moment in time. I promise you none of those champions are dead. Oh, there you go.
They're back alive.
They're back alive.
Respawned on the spot. And I don't think we'll see anything level 1. Normally what happens in these kind of games with Heimerdinger specifically is the enemy team will go 5-man bot to kill these towers to stop him from getting pushed on the first wave. But XL haven't decided to do that. Instead, they're hovering around top, trying to spot out Yike, see where he's going to start.
Trying to get as much information as humanly possible. And surprising to see them not try to contest those towers just a little bit more. Reminds me back to when Zyra was really meta. You really had to fist fight in that level 1 because it could fall apart so quickly. But Ashe and Jhin, enough range that they're not too concerned. We'll be able to walk up uncontested and take those tower. Hansama going for a bit of an aggressive trade here. Mickey just zooming forward, dropping a tower. He doesn't care. He's just ignoring Jhin to run at Patrick.
He just ran straight towards the Varus and put turrets in his face. Managed to get 2 potions out of him already. You can tell there's a lot of poke in this lane just by the item purchases. Longsword triple pot for both sides. Hans and Mickey already with the early pressure. The Jhin support, I think you look to max W, and then you put a couple points in Q to try to kill the towers with a Q auto attack. Dark Harvest for the finish. But both junglers, as expected, pathing towards the bot side. We'll see how quickly they want to get down here. Yike skipping Crux means he can go for Gromp, and they could even set up for an early dive if they stack the wave properly. Maybe even walk into the enemy jungle. Is Yike just gonna... I think he's just going to walk in and see if he can contest the red. It's very common in the LPL especially to just do 3 or 2 camps and just run into the enemy jungle. Start a fight. Play on the lane that you have prior one. And Xerxes will be level 3, but Yike might take away his red buff first. VTO's checking.
Plus the Ashe.
Yeah, so much vision.
And the sheer amount of utility in this bot lane is just incredible. Between the CC, between the extra vision, Yike now taking Krugs. This is the dive or potential dive you were talking about.
So what he's done is he's going to Krugs because he needs level 3. I think red buff won't give it to him because he did buff and Raptors. This Krugs will level him up and he has a ward on red. So he might dash over towards red and fight Xerxes when he starts it up. And Mickey's ready to move.
We're going low to Omni level 2. Will it be the soul? He's waiting.
Game of chicken there. Broken Blade's just pressing S to see if he will flash.
Gonna happen, but now fist fight in the jungle, no red buff for Xerxes. Yike coming around the corner, right into melee range. Xerxes gonna be hurting after that one, has to leave out. Same thing with the stun. Mickey reads the play perfectly.
Beautiful, really good stun there by Mickey. Gets Xerxes flash, and it's not the end of the world for Xerxes. He's losing 2 camps, but he gets out with his life. You could see that was a really interesting happening of events there, as Mickey just stood in tri-bush for the last minute, for the last couple of waves, just ready to react when Yike starts a fight. And now Yike will take away that red, take away the Crux, and move back into his own jungle. This is the power of bot push. XL struggling to get their own.
And I think between the individual proficiency of Hansama and Mickey X kind of getting that really positive trade early on, Yike now coming bottom lane, it just makes it so hard for XL. If they did have an early game plan, they are no longer in control. They are no longer in the driver's seat because G2 are essentially dictating the pace of the game. Xerxes moving back up to the top side, but there's not really a lot there for him. In the meantime, Yike now coming down. Targamas and Patrick still stepping forward. Smoke screen goes. Instant flash out from Patrick. Good damage, good fall. Flash forward. Auto. Is it enough? I don't think so. Red buff ticking, ticking. Not going to finish the job. Yike, a little overconfident there, but does trade flash for flash. 14 HP remaining on Patrick.
Debut game there. Yike on the player cam had a little cheeky smile. Didn't manage to get the kill. That's one of those moments where there's no comms and trust. And he flash autos, hoping that maybe Hans or Mickey will do the same so they can finish the kill. Or he thought that he had the damage. So Xerxes greedily goes topside. His bot lane was really vulnerable. Ignores them, goes and says, I need to get myself ahead. Takes away Yike's camps. Won't hurt him too much. He'll lose Krugs and Raptors. He got Red and Krugs, so in the end, it's an even trade overall. But Yike forcing out those summoners and bot. He'll pay a revisit down there, and that ward over the wall from Caps is just going to spot out Xerxes. So G2 playing with a lot of information, but look at top lane. A little bit more push here for Odo. We saw a struggling trade, stacking wave. A little bit of pressure up here means that Xerxes can take these camps. If he'd had no push and Broken Blade went into his own jungle looking for Xerxes, he would have fallen so far behind.
Which makes the earlier top play where Odo was able to hold onto his flash that much more crucial. At least a little bit of glimmer of hope here for XL in the early game. Because when we look at the bot lane situation, it's not Yike who really got the big advantage there. He's about even with Xerxes overall. It is the bot lane. Hansama 31-18 in terms of raw CS numbers. On top of that, you got Varus putting himself a little bit further behind by going for the tier early on. Great for the poke build, obviously, but less immediate raw stats up against the Ashe is going to make trading very difficult. Odo feeling confident here. Q3 up and available, but not going to overcommit on the trade.
G2 just constantly invading bot side. Yike and Mickey teaming up. VTO and Xerxes around. Caps is matching. Needs to be careful here.
Good bit of poke. VTO has the setup. Scatter the Weak not going to come out quite yet. Xerxes just trying to retreat here. Targamas in the area. Jin getting the root, but doesn't really match the damage of the Heimerdinger quite yet, so not doing the whole ton, but that could just be enough. Yike! Cut down first blood, and it's clean. XL quick on the rotation there, and you can see just over-committing. Bit of a pause coming out.
We got a pause. I wonder who it was that paused. I can see the ref talking to XL, so it must be, I think Xerxes chatting to him, so Yike didn't have any issues there. It was a clean kill, but it's XL who look like they have the issue. A lot of aggression from Yike. This guy, I think he spent more time in the enemy jungle than his own jungle. And this is one of those things from scrims where you just keep bringing your support, keep invading, aggression, 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 push them out, dive the lane, but that kind of flow is gone now. They got the camps, they got the sums, and now he's dead. First blood over to XL is going to really relieve the pressure on XL's bot lane.
Which is massive now. And we'll see when we get back in the game. We'll keep you guys updated as to the nature of the pause. And if we get a chance to take a look at that replay, because, yeah, it's just a moment of overextending. Now, I will say, when you're a rookie on stage, I would always rather see you play too aggressive than not aggressive enough. That was not a good play from Yike. He does get caught out. He does get punished. But ultimately, if you never try, you're not going to know those limits. You're not going to test those limits. And more often than not, when we see rookies struggle on the stage, it's because they're too scared to do anything, not because they're, you know, maybe a little over-aggressive in the jungle.
But it's be a bit overconfident because you can reel it in, tone it back a bit, not go for those extra camps. Those Raptors were a little bit greedy. I think level 5 Syndra versus level 5 Victor, the amount of impact from mid especially was very heavily in XL's favor in terms of chain CC and burst. And Yike uses E forwards to try and take the Raptor, and then VTO just kind of wanders in and stuns him and says, what are you doing, mate? And gets the kill. So XL,
yeah, we're taking a look at the replay here. We have at least another minute here on the pause while we sort through the issue. I'll keep you guys updated as we go. And you can see initially feels very, very positive, but then Yike caught out here, over-committing. I think baited into a false insecurity. It easily could have been Mickey taken down there as well. Just the sheer amount of burst damage present between those characters, more than enough to solo out one of those individual champions.
Yeah, it'll only get worse for G2 because the Jhin is really powerful at setting up picks. If you face check a bush with Syndra in it, or if she can land a Q on you and the Jhin roots you, then all the skill shots are going to hit. So oftentimes, I think it was in the LCK, I can't remember exactly which team played it, but one team did play Jhin support. I want to say it's live randomly. Anyway, the side lane fights happened. Jhin just stood behind the mid laner, and as soon as a spell landed, W landed, ult, and it's so much burst. It's almost like a cover on a side lane for picks. So we'll see how XL use it.
And I really like it because it amplifies the poke of the lethality Varus. At least you can assume that's what we're going to be getting here based on the early itemization. Because if he hits a Q at all, you get a root, or if you're able to hit something else and then root, he immediately gets the free Q. So very, very punishing for a lot of these squishier champions. Not going to be as big of a concern for Jax unless they fall very far behind. But as you were talking about earlier, Life, the one to really bring it out. And build, when we want to talk about it, no surprise seeing Umbral Glaive.
Yeah, looking at the build here for Jhin support, he went for Umbral Glaive into Chainsword, Dark Harvest, and just Spoof to Swiftness, of course, on Jhin, just running around the side lanes, helping Zeka out. Sylas a bit more of a, in that game that Life was playing with Sylas, a bit more of a scrappy champion, but Syndra still has tools to set up. So we'll see if we can get this problem solved, get Xerxes back in, early lead to XL, but we'll see if G2 keep up the aggression. I think top lane is just going to be its own island for the rest of the game, and Caps is going to be weaker than VTO in the early stages, so they need to be really careful around playing through mid to bot, rather than playing through bot to mid, where they really have that pressure where initially Yike went down to the Krugs.
And if we come into an even mid game here, I actually really like what Excel have going on, because they're just going to be able to one-shot the vast majority of the champions of the G2 lineup. Like, maybe Yike has enough armor with True Grit, maybe with early itemization they'll be able to survive, but Syndra, Varus, Jhin, I mean, you kill anybody if they wander into the wrong thing, if they overextended mid lane at all, if they overcommit. And that kill really did relieve so much of that pressure. Bot lane's still going to be struggling. Hansama will have to see what he is able to do, because I am very used to just seeing Ashe throw arrows and let someone else do the work.
Yeah.
But I think with this kind of lead, you're going to need to see more, because that is ultimately where G2 chose to invest their time, chose to invest their resources. So definitely want to see the Ashe performance be immaculate, want to be weaving those autos in, want to be maximizing that DPS. Seems like we're still sorting through what is potentially a comms issue on stage.
Yeah, but just going back to something you said, this is just an important game to hit the ground running. You know, for G2, it's about having Yike, having a rookie, having a good debut to set the momentum forwards, and then for XL saying, you know what, this formula does work. We're not going to fall apart in the first few weeks. How many times have we seen teams built to succeed that fall apart in week 1? You know, you think back to Vitality last year. Every Super Week.
Well, and the biggest thing here is our new format. It's forgiving in some ways, because all you have to do is make it to top 8 in order to make it to the next stage. But if you start really badly in week 1, if your read on the meta is wrong, if you lose however many weeks of practice you had before coming into the season because your read is wrong, that can be devastating. We're only playing on 2 patches, right? So it's not like other seasons where maybe we've seen teams that ultimately didn't place super highly at the end of the season start really strong and then fade off as other people catch up. There's not time to catch up.
Single round robin.
There's 3 weeks.
Yeah.
3 days each week, 9 games. That is all you get to try to lock into top 8. And again, top 8 much easier to make than top 6, but still a lot of pressure. And then you're immediately into a new patch and best of 3s. So the pace of these seasons is insane compared to last year. There's no more week 5, week 6. Oh, great. Yeah, maybe if they win 12 games in a row, they'll be able to make playoffs.
It's happened a couple times, though. You know, those teams that just pull it out of nowhere. You know, I think there was teams.
But now,
even, remember, there was an era of Fnatic. I think it was a split that I was playing, and they started out 0-6 or something, and then they bounced back really quickly. So some teams can struggle in the first few weeks, whether it's meta read, team synergy, just overall lack of stage performance, despite having good scrims, for example. It can really destroy your split.
Yeah. Definitely could be devastating. In the meantime, while we do appear to be having an extended pause, we're going to send it over to Vedius, who's going to take us through some stuff from that game. Or just talk about anything.
Maybe you can sing Heartbreaker.
Sing us a song,
Sing
Vedi.
Heartbreaker, Vedi.
Sing for us, Vedi.
In any songs, gentlemen. Listen, I'm here to do some hardcore analysis. We're back in the LEC, and we are experiencing some technical issues. So while we get those resolved, you're going to be chilling with me for a little while as we go through some of this really great early game stuff that we've already been seeing from Yike. So it all starts with this bot lane. The casters set it up beautifully. They were looking to try and get this advantage in the bot side of the map, and I'm here joined by my observers. Hey, observers, they're going to shake the screen and say hello for me. Thank you very much. They're going to be talking. They're going to be listening along with me, and we're going to be going through some of this early gameplay stuff and highlighting some of the cool stuff that G2 is already doing. So observers, if you can start rolling this one out, and I'm going to start explaining. Basically, G2 is looking to gain control in this lane right from level 1. Ashe Heimerdinger is something that you guys have already seen from the World Championship, can be very dominant in the 2 versus 2. And even though Mickey is losing HP, it's giving space for Hansama to have control over the lane and get this push. Observers, if you can now go up towards the jungler, you'll see that he is now clearing his red. They do get a little bit of information as to where he is, thanks to this blue ward that has been spotted out by G2. And he's doing his best to kite away from it, not give that much information. But what he's going to do off the back of this is the great thing about having prior lanes when you're Graves is you kind of get to do whatever it is that you want. Now, if we, as we follow Graves, highlight this ward that's going to come up right in his vision, and if we can pause it very briefly here, what G2 know from this ward is that Xerxes did not start on the bot side of the map. They know that he's clearing his top side camps, and they were curious as to like what type of pathing he's doing. The fact that he's not on these Raptors yet suggests that he is doing a full top side clear. Yike recognizes that thanks to the push that he has in the bot lane, Mickey can actually move up to assist him if they actually want to do anything creative. But as Kadra was highlighting, they're looking to set up the dive. So as we now roll this clip out and we keep things going, Yike is going to use the Krugs to get that early level advantage and actually start threatening a dive. And look at what they're doing. Pause it right here. Mickey is offering assistance and cover to Yike, utilizing this brush right here. Putting this little, whoa, that's a big circle. I'll use the line instead. Yeah, our observers are highlighting it for us as well. Using this little turret to give him a little bit of information as to what this bot lane exactly is doing, while Hans Sama is continuing to keep pressure on. He's utilizing his poke to keep these two underneath the tower. Now, as we clear this out, I want to move up to Xerxes, because as Yike is clearing this out, Xerxes is now getting a little bit suspicious. What exactly is Yike up to? He knows that he has a bot lane pushing, and perhaps Yike could actually look for an invade. So we don't need to keep talking because the teams are ready. So thank you for joining me. Let's get straight back into the game without further delay.
Faker, you faker.
Sing, Betty! The people want the song!
Where's the song? The breakdown was good too, though.
Yeah, loved it.
He's not coming back, guys. He won't sing the song.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can you get him to run on center
When we
stage
get in the
with just a
studio, he's
handheld
like, I
mic?
want to sing the song. We get onto this studio, he's like, I don't want to sing the song. I'm just saying, that's inconsistent. Anyway.
We're back. We're back in business. Okay, so taking stock. Yike just died. He's coming out of base. Kill
Mickey,
went over.
Big stun. Good bit of poke.
No
Patrick,
flash.
No flash. Cleanse coming out here. Flash for Manzama. Instantly they're going to grab the kill. Targamas now trying to fire back. But instantly slowed down. Lockup is there. Targamas.
That's the ignite, but he's not in range to drop the ignite. So Summoner's blown there. Patrick really late on the cleanse. I don't think he cleansed anything. He could have cleansed the stun, but he thought he was fine. Hands flashes forwards. Waves in a horrible spot for Excel's bot lane as well. Odo TP's mid. I wonder why did Odo TP mid? He's not going to go back top, it looks like. He's just catching a wave and then he runs up by the looks of it.
Just trying to relieve pressure maybe from Vito so Vito can get his base off. Not entirely clear.
Not entirely clear. It didn't get anything mid, but he did TP there. So Broken Blade just TP'd back as well. Top is in an even state, but yeah, there's the lead already for G2's bot lane as we expected.
Which is big, again, because while Yike was able to put down a lot of early pressure, we said it just moments ago, he did die, and Excel were actually 500 gold ahead up until that bottom lane play. Hans Sama able to grab that kill alongside Mickey, clutch grenade there to secure the stun, and now just keeping the pressure on here in bottom lane.
No flash.
Trap gonna slow him down, the grenade not gonna connect, and really not a lot else here for G2 to grab. Is Hans Sama just gonna catch this wave?
Yeah, both of them had no flash and they wanted to crash the wave. It looked like Yike wanted to set up a gank there with Mickey, but the trap slowed Mickey down so he couldn't land the stun. So Yike's going back to clearing his camps. I think bot lane is just going to be the sole focus now for G2. I mean, they've been doing it since the start of the game. I think they're going to continue doing it. But for Excel, this top side seems to be in a good state. Their mid jungle should win when Wukong hits level 6. Odo is holding up against Broken Blade and is managing to get the push, small CS lead. And Caps on this Victor will be strong in team fights, but he needs time. So can Excel break the game through mid and start shutting down this bot lane of G2 with hands, no flash? Maybe they can look to set something up when Xerxes gets that Cyclone.
I think it does put a lot of pressure here on the top side of Excel, especially with their bottom lane suffering to generate bigger leads from what they've already been able to accrue as Odoamne and Broken Blade trading back and forth, because we know the later we get, the stronger the Jax and the Victor are going to feel. Not that Cassante doesn't match up pretty well, and new Syndra also definitely scales or feels a little bit better in the mid to late game than the old Syndra did, but still just a tough task when Victor can Q auto you in a late game and one-shot you.
Don't forget to ping wards, gives you 5 gold now. I think Yike did just ping that ward. +5, maybe he doesn't have sweeper. Maybe I think he does have sweeper coming up so he can get the ward anyway, but always got to ping those wards. One thing I did want to touch on quickly is just how G2 did work last year. It wasn't ever really about bot lane, it was about bot lane playing.
Arrow from downtown to connect the fall, the stun, the grenade, it's a perfect combo, and down goes Vito!
He can't move! Leave him alone! Vito, no counterplay, doesn't have cleanse. Chain CC, just has to sit there watching his screen. Mickey, though, has flash, Xerxes.
So just get taken out here. Xerxes now following up, waiting, holding onto the ult as long as possible. They don't want to overcommit. I think taking a lot more damage than they expected from Mickey there on that rotation. Broken Blade on the way down, level 8. Odoamne behind him.
Okay, it's a 3v4. Looks like they don't want to opt into it. BTO's not there. I'm surprised Xerxes didn't go for the all-in there on Mickey, get the knock-up into some kind of Jhin route, but nevertheless, they don't even get Mickey's flash from that. G2 get their Herald. They got what they came for, and you saw earlier on, Yike was trying to start up Dragon as well. It looks like their early priority is on those neutral objectives with these pushing lanes. But that relieves a lot of pressure mid there, that arrow.
It does. And I mean, 1.5k gold lead this early in the game is pretty big as we take a look back at this play.
And Sama bowling here, gets the strike. Oof, nowhere. I mean, Vito has about a second there to flash react to it. There's the analyst desk.
There's the analyst desk.
Looking intently at that kill.
They were going to tell us what they thought of that arrow, but all they had to say was nice. So we didn't open their mics.
Ooh, Odo got Broken Blade's flash. Hang on a second, Odo.
Oh, here, Odoamne, can he just take him down? He's going to try to get one more. No! Oh, his ankles! Oh, God, check his ankles. Are they broken?
Oh, that was so unlucky. Oh,
Another arrow. Look at the ball. He's been rooted right in front of his face. Targamas getting cut down, ignited. There's the 1v1. But Patrick now firing back. Hans Sama does so much damage. Flashed out from Patrick. It's a bloodbath across the map.
Mickey got rooted up there by the Varus ult, couldn't move. A lot of chain CC from both bot lanes. The support's getting hit by it because of the cleanse on Patrick. Action on both sides. Odo Amne so unlucky, couldn't get the kill onto Broken Blade. Needed one more auto, he thought, as he flashed to hit him. Then Broken Blade jumped away. Yike there just in time, but even trade in bot.
Crushing there on the top side. Odo, again, supposed to be the stronger point on the map. One auto away from finishing that kill. Now a 2k gold deficit. Side of Excel. Caps trading really aggressively here. Just trying to zone VTO out of lane with everything he has. That's the last of his mana. If this does not force VTO back, he's going to be in a sticky situation here. He has no more mana. He's got 1 stack left on the Corrupting Pot.
Yeah, well, he does have TP here, VTO. Caps is coming up as well. Can Yike hit him with the ult? Is he going to get the kill?
Gets the flash and a thumbs up.
Poor VTO, he's playing dodgeball in mid lane. Ash arrows, Graves ult just flying at him. What I've noticed is Caps and Mickey just run in straight lines when they want to fight. You know, they don't try and dodge, they just run in a straight line and hit you. So that's a telling tale, but it looks like they'll get the bot side scuttle and they'll look for this dragon.
And this is just an incredibly dominant early game from the side of G2. Lots of little individual outplays, as well as some good map movement. Especially from a rookie jungler. Yike gonna have to hold that thought. Target is now locked up. Instant flash over. There's no fear, there's no hesitation. Yike going for the kill on Targamas.
Oh, Caps has 90 HP. VTO, I think he tried to get the kill onto Caps, landed the stun. Caps flashed away. He just about lived. Everyone's living on 1 HP here.
Yike used to smite. No!
Yoink. Xerxes gets it. Takes it away. Nicely highlighted there, Dracos. He used the smite. Was it on Targamas, I think, to get the kill?
Yeah.
And yeah, Caps almost died. Broken Blade almost died. These solo lanes for XL are so close to getting kills, but they're not getting any success.
And I think that Chemtech Drake is big. You know, nice to have the extra power. Nice to be a little bit less annoyed by all the stuns and CC that are going to be coming in here. Overall, though, that was definitely the silver lining of what has slowly been becoming a darker and darker cloud for the side of XL, because it is still a pretty massive goal difference. You can see 1.1k in the jungle alone. And if it wasn't for, to be honest, kind of an oopsie from Yikes. I don't think he needed the smite in that context. They might have also been able to secure the objective, or at least would have been a true 50-50.
Xerxes has the ult, Broken Blade has a pink, and he has no flash, but Mickey's just wandering up here, roaming, Heimerdinger, going up and down this river. Doesn't...
Hold back under tower, now getting pushed in. Now we're going to ult him, just going to keep him there. Broken Blade living under that tower. Counter-Strike going to stop any potential follow-up here as the rest of G2 showing up in force.
The G2 are just everywhere. They're top, they're bot, they're top, they're mid.
Seeding.
They're sending numbers to every single play. So XL can't cross-map. Mickey's just stopping the enemy jungler from making his own play top. He's just throwing spells at him.
Obnoxious. And this is uncanny in terms of how much it reminds me of early G2 2019. They're sacking bot lane and they're completely overloading a different side lane. Here we go.
He just dies.
Wow. We were focused on the arrow. We should have just been watching BB die there.
Odo just solo kills him. You know, if there's an arrow flying through your lane, just solo kill the enemy later, and then you won't have a problem.
Wow,
big kill there for Odo. Got so close to the first solo kill. Now he gets the second. Big plays coming out of the XL top laner, moving from Rogue, of course, and now G2 need to get back towards his bot side, get back towards Hand so he can start pressuring his lane. Top side will abandon that for now, it looks like, for G2.
Yeah, holding off on that one. Odoamne getting the Iceborne Gauntlet, making trading that much easier. It's under, not too surprising. But the good news for the side of Excel, of course, and all of that, you get the solo kill as well as relieve some of the pressure on the bottom lane. G2 still in control overall, but not getting nearly as much as they would have liked from that play.
Vicky has just been running around the whole map. Level 5 right now at 13 minutes. Caps is level 11. His mid laner is 6 levels up on him right now, so he doesn't really care about experience. He just wants to make sure he's there to shut down plays. He will level up on this wave soon, though, and he will join up with Hansama. There's level 6. Now he's going to look for more information. That's all Mickey's been trying to look for this entire game. Targamas hasn't been able to keep up.
Playing with fire a little bit here. Good movement, though, to sidestep the snare. That could have been his death.
Yeah, playing with fire, indeed.
But level 10 to level 8 is brutal for Patrick right now. Hansama is hitting like a truck.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot of experience. XL need to find something. They need to look for plays. Top's winning in isolation. Great. Do you really want to over-index on that winning lane? No, you need to salvage this bot side. Mickey's basically laning in between towers against your bot lane in a 2v2, and Yike's taking away your camp. So, with jungle trying to pair up here, look for something. There's no objective, no dragon for 2 minutes. Targamas is here too, trying to reclaim some vision. But Mickey's just going to walk in.
He's just going on a walkabout.
He just walks in, puts down the wards, and XL can't really do anything about it.
This has to be the most obnoxious champion I have ever seen in pro.
It's the walk.
Like, it's the walk. Because at least Yuumi straps herself to someone else, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, I hate Yuumi, but like, you know where she's going to be. It's attached to somebody else. This Heimer could just appear anywhere.
It's the little hop every time he takes a step. Just shoot. Look, Xerxes tries to look for a gank top, and then Mickey's firing spells over the wall. He's doing it here again in bot lane.
All I'm saying is open your freezer slowly tonight, because if Mickey's hiding in there, it will not be a surprise.
I just want a replay of this entire game, The Adventures of Mickey X, and he's just walking around the entire map, taking everyone's...
Oh, flash out, Snip! That's the thing, he's not giving them enough respect.
Catch me if you can.
There you go. Little Leonardo DiCaprio there running around.
Yeah, we'll see if they do catch him. Got his flash now, so that'll be easier to lock him down. But yeah, it's just all about salvaging bot side. But G2 can always be the ones to pull the trigger towards top. Objective spawns, Herald's up. Let's just transition everything up here. Start up the Herald. Yike's incredibly strong. Xerxes can't match. But he is around. We'll see if Odoamne wants to move down. G2's bot lane is also base to move across. XL is on the way. We might see some kind of 5v5 around this Herald if everyone wants to collapse.
Yike. One camp off, getting the full Primal Smite, which would make it that much easier to secure. Xerxes still 4 stacks away. Does not want to contest there when it's not really feeling like a true 50-50. Fully upgraded, fully evolved. Can we say that?
Evolved.
Is that all? Fully realized arrow. Flash out from the side. Caps doing big damage onto Patrick. There's just nothing. The triple hit on the grenade. The third one going to connect onto VTO. Big damage now coming out, but they're not going to finish any kills. Targamas waiting over the wall. Just a lot of poke here from G2, giving them control over the mid lane, allowing them to transition down to the bottom side. Some of that wasn't English, don't.
And the adventures of Mickey X continue as he walks into the enemy jungle once again, straight onto Xerxes.
Fearless. Forcing the flash. The grenades have been immaculate. Hansama still playing with confidence here. Gets locked up, gets stunned.
That's flash.
They don't want to commit.
They can't gap close. XL can never commit. The flashes are just constantly blown from arrows, from Heimerdinger. Ults with the E just bouncing across the lane. Caps just forcing the play. You got Yike with the... It's 4 range champions, and they need to get on top of them, but Mickey's flanking. No, just putting a little bit of turret down to get some information. XL needs to find a way to get on top of G2 because they still have their summoners up. Well, Mickey blew his earlier, but they can't commit.
And it's just so hard right now because they don't really have that much control over the map. They haven't taken a single tower. They can't set up flanking TP wards for the Cassante. Xerxes with no flash means he's going to have such a hard time fighting an off angle. If you get Odoamne or Xerxes on a flank, you have a chance in a fight, but as we highlighted in the draft, you can't walk into Ashe, Heimerdinger, Victor and expect anything but death.
Well, PTO being annoyed by these towers.
The level 11 Syndra is scared to walk into the level 6 Heimer. Why is this allowed?
This is great. I love this. Mickey's just owning every side of the jungle he walks into. It's the strut, just little hopping straight in there. No one can answer it. But now the game goes into the mid game. No more lane phase. Hansama and Patrick are going to match in mid. A little bit of a 1-3-1. Caps in bot. TPs are very important. Baron spawning in around 2 minutes time. And we'll see how G2 dissect it. What they ideally want to look for is picks, but XL need to start forcing summoners out of G2 because once you get Hansama's flash or you get Yike's flash, walking into the enemy jungle becomes a lot more difficult because you can be punished so easily. If you land a Varus ult or a Syndra stun, they are dead.
Great, back and forth top side. Broken Blade. More natural sustain, but has to be careful about these all-ins here from Cassante. That's all out from Odoamne. Now committing gets the reset on the W. Now Broken Blade leaping in for the stun, but he can't commit for anything else. Broken Blade still standing for now. Big damage. Yike coming in, says not today on that 1v1.
That was a gentleman's 1v1. A lot of outplays from both sides. Broken Blade flashing the Q3, going back in. Odo flashing the stun, then dashing back in. It was on a knife's edge, but Yike just comes in and says, nope, my kill. And Mickey fighting the enemy mid-jungle. Has no flash yet.
The stun going to go down, but it's not going to matter. The Wukong just keeps spinning.
And for the first time, Mickey gets punished. Walking into the enemy jungle, XL pick up that kill. I'd love to see the replay of that top fight because there were so many minute things that swung in either favor. But look at the gold. 2.5k gold lead to Yike already.
Ooh. The damage there. Even at a deficit, obviously, the lethality Varus just hits so hard from such a long range. Has to be respected. Total control of the mid lane, something that Hansama really cannot match. Doesn't have the wave clear. Now we see the 1v1 again.
Yeah, 2 top lane. Giga just going at it 1v1. Extremely close. Odoamne is going to go behind Broken Blade here and ult him into the tower to try to get extra damage onto him. Then he gets the bonus damage, loses a little bit of HP from the Sunder W. Then here comes the flash on the Q3, then the dash away from the stun, not being tower range. Then the Q flash to try to pick up the kill. And he could chase here perhaps, but then here comes Yike and gets the kill. Broken Blade really low. There's a possibility that Broken Blade turns with the WQ there, empowered and kills Odoamne, but it's really, really close. Hard to tell.
Very, very close. Looking back, of course, looks like he might have missed a single Q Odoamne, thrown in the wrong direction. Not sure if the back end of that hitbox managed to hit Broken Blade as well, but that was absolutely, well, at least until Yike showed up, a game of inches. Now on the top side, Broken Blade, he's got Divine Sunderer. Now, usually you can build Blade of the Rune King or tank, and he's chosen, well, half of the tank route. What's going on now for the Zhonya's? Obviously just an insanely powerful item generally, and Jax has probably been highlighted in numerous of your solo queue games. Can go AP now. I don't like it. Don't think it's as good as normal Jax, but the AP ratios are so high that I think building Zhonya's never feels bad, and Zhonya's probably the single most powerful active in the game, so...
Yeah, the stats are just really good for him ever since the changes, and also the Zhonya's buys you more time to get another E off in a team fight to get another combo. So we'll see how he uses it. A little bit of focus up towards his top side for XL, and I don't think they can look for a dive. Broken Blade is quite tanky if he gets his ult on both of them. Xerxes doesn't have Herald, he's just gonna walk up and hit it. And Mickey's on the way to push them back. His hand's gonna fire the arrow. Yes, he is. Is it gonna land is the question. I think it's gonna miss.
Up just a little bit wide there.
Picks is what both these teams want to look for. XL looking for the G2 top laner. G2 looking to respond on their own. Dragon a piece, 1 minute 20 seconds on the next Dragon will be very far away from a soul for either side. It's just top side vision contest. Targamas on the way up here. If Broken Blade stays, he could get TP from here's behind. The TP from Caps.
Big stun gonna lock down BTO for now. Targamas in the area, but Caps just gonna walk in here, throw down his ultimate, try to burn down BTO before he can even get the ulti off there. He's gonna throw it out, but Caps still standing. Broa keeping him so healthy. He's just so tanky, getting out to safety with the flash. Odoamne now coming over the wall. Odoamne looking for a way out of this one. He goes all out, he pulls him back in. The stun now going down. Odoamne's managed to find one. He has a lot of vamp here, but it will not be enough to live. G2 taking the exchange.
3 for 1. Are they going to go for Baron as well? I think they are. They have the ults from Heimerdinger if they want to place the tower down. Not much XL's bot lane can do here to contest. They have flashes if they want to try something, get some poke down onto them. Very risky though, because the Heimer ult is still up, I believe. There's
1,
the
2,
grenade.
3. The stun now going to connect onto Patrick. That's going to be big. They're getting slow, losing a lot of health, just trying to approach the pit. There is nothing here for them short of a miracle steal. They will not find it. Yikes, securing his first Baron in the LEC.
And that comes off the back of XL being the ones to look for the play. They were the ones who tried to force something on the top side. Caps on Victor, just TPs behind them. Quite tanky with this Rod of Ages build. It hasn't kicked in yet with the extra level on 10 stacks, but does have so much health in the sense that he can just walk into XL and there's no actual lockdown. There's no Syndra E. The Jhin can't really stop the Victor, and he manages to take down VTO, kite out the rest of XL. And now Broken Blade is looking for a pick of his own onto Xerxes.
Wandering through. At this point, he's pretty tanky, pretty difficult to one-shot. A lot of the poke threat, a lot of the pick potential of this XL composition has just been mitigated by how well G2 have been picking their fights and finding individual weak points.
Yeah.
You know, when we look back at that last exchange, it's just so hard if BTO is not able to use his entire combo to just burn through the health bar of Caps. Things are only going to get harder too from here because now G2 have the Baron. They have the luxury of moving forward into these towers without XL really being able to stop them. And if XL want to fight, they have to fight into, again, Ashe, Heimerdinger, Victor, which outside of these really long-range poke tools, like the Varus, they don't really have a lot of good options.
It's going to turn into a little bit of an ARAM here, but the arrow lands onto the decoy. That was up for a while. Hans is just standing still, realizing, emoting that he made a small mistake there. Shouldn't be too long with this back up, but Yike has a lot of damage. Three levels
14.
Up. 3 levels up on Xerxes right now. The Baron helps a lot, but it's just an ARAM for this mid tower. Caps get a lot of damage here, though.
BTO now locked up. Hansama trying to finish the kill. BTO flashing out to safety. It's chasing him down. Will it get the job done? Just out of range. Hansama taking down Patrick in the meantime, however. Tower getting cut through. Mickey up to the side, just trying to stop the back. That's a bouncy grenade. 1, 2, and 3 will only catch Targamas.
Yeah, just stopping VTO's base. He doesn't have TP. They're looking for mid tower now. The adventures of Mickey continue towards bot.
Blake can just walk forward, fish for the stun. Third Q is available. Unstoppable now, trying to push it back out to safety. The lockdown is going to be there. Pulls him back away. Nice dodge. Now going to try to finish off Mickey. Now leaving the way back to the rest of his team. Broken Blade trying to finish it. He's just getting embarrassed. Oh, a bit of revenge, but no! Not today! Broken Blade still finding the kill.
Does eventually pick up Odoamne, but it's a 2 for 1. A bit of a scuff dive there. They had Zhonya's to drop aggro, but Mickey can't tank it. Don't know if he had the stopwatch, but it wouldn't matter because then he'll go back to Broken Blade and he'd fall. So small outplay there for XL helps him hold on against his Baron buff G2. They lost mid tower, but that's about it. You saw Yike pushing top. He's split pushing on Graves at this point, Dracos. Yeah. 4,000 gold lead, huge level lead, experience close to level 15. Same level as his mid laner.
This is an 8k gold lead, Kadril. The early game was close, G2 were favored. Yike died, it brought XL back, XL making some plays across the map, brought it back a little bit, but G2 have just been taking over. This mid game has been phenomenal. finding so many of these picks. Hansama just burning through Patrick's health bar as VTO is also running for his life from a Victor ultimate.
I just love how Hans just W's and then stands still knowing that he's going to die. Good guys don't look at explosions. So here's the bot dive, which Mickey just walked into. I think the only thing he can contribute here is a stun, and that's exactly what he does, but it's on the ult, which is unstoppable, so he basically can't do anything. The turrets are doing a little bit, but then he gets tower aggro and dies. Nice movement here from Broken Blade to dodge this Q, and then jump in to make sure it's a 1-for-1. For him, at least. He was going to die no matter what. So G2 keeping up the pressure. Baron buff has fallen off, I believe. They're trying to get some bot side vision.
Back to live here. Caps, of course, with the Roa passive, able to zoom around here, gets a lot of these little movement speed steroids, walk in, poke, and then immediately walk out. Unstoppable now. Odoamne running out to safety. Big damage coming in from the Victor. XL forced to retreat. Caps and the rest of G2 just taking total control of the jungle while Broken Blade breaks down the mid tier 2. G2 so incredibly far ahead. Difficult for Excel to match at all. If anyone steps up to the wave, very likely they will be stunned up and taken out.
G2 just putting so much pressure on the map. They're 4v4, 4v5, but maybe Excel can respond now.
Coming in, this could be a huge opportunity. Caps goes golden by the brief moment, but the rest of the team is now here. Odoamne in the area. Odoamne needs to go massive if they want to win this. Patrick's still standing, but Yank flashes in and takes him out. Odoamne on the backside trying to finish off Mickey desperately. One more Q, he's going to get it. Odoamne holding on to hope for Excel. Target is VTO off to the backside, need to quit away from Broken Blade. He's so incredibly strong. Excel finding a brief glimmer of hope, but Broken Blade looking to take it away. That's the stun, that's the follow-up from Yike. Broken Blade how long in the leap strike, that's it! Broken Blade chasing for a little bit more. A sad B from Targamas. That might have been the last punch left for Excel as Broken Blade and Yike push into the bottom lane.
It was close until Yike and Broken Blade just stood tall and fought back. The only damage left was VTO. Odoamne can't really answer this. They're going to get this bot inhibitor. Caps has TP in 15 seconds. Patrick's up in 10, but I think they can just walk out afterwards. See if XL want to take the fight. Top support versus top and jungle. Jin W lands. Here comes Circe. Broken Blade, no flash. Can't jump towards Yike though.
Ooh, on the smoke screen. Just stopping any potential follow-up there. Well played by G2, extending the gold lead. 10K now in their favor. Objective bounties on the side of Excel, but they're going to need a lot of them if they want to bring this one back. It is going to get harder and harder for them. No flash for Odoamne, no flash for Circe in the next fight.
There's just so many threats. You kill Caps on the Victor, who's scaling so strong and is playing so far up. Then you've got Hans to deal with. Hans falls, then you've got Yike to deal with, and then Broken Blade is fourth in line to actually be a target for Excel. So they use so many ults. There's the Syndra ult onto Hans. There's the Wukong ult onto the backline of G2. But once you think you've got the carries, here come Yike and Broken Blade. And despite being in kind of like a 2v3 scenario, because Mickey can't offer anything, they still win. Circe looking for Mickey.
One all stack used. He's getting cut down. He has to dash out to safety. Barsalt is going to connect onto one. Mickey very, very low. Arrow going in. Circe going to spin his way around that one. But Excel burning so many cooldowns just to check the Baron area.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the spawn. I think G2 want to start it as soon as it does. XL needs some vision. Targamas is looking for it. Has no flash though, so it's really difficult for him to walk up unless they have blue orb. Circe's in base. Midwave's going to get pushed in. Caps has TP. Dragon is up, which is the easy option here, and it looks like that's what G2 are going towards.
Patrick poking a bit here, playing with fire though. Still confident enough to step up. And right now, Kadril, I just want to look at the jungle for a second. Because that's a 5.5k gold lead.
That is a 5.5k gold lead.
And not just for the memes, but that's insane.
It is insane. No, it's 5.6. Memes ruined.
Memes ruined. But G2, I mean, setting up Yike for success. It's very clear to see. So many pushing lanes, allowing him to do whatever he wants on this Graves, and it's been working out very well. But even if Yike had a few hiccups here across this game, the team more than happy to pick up the slack and really make this work. Now for Excel, we're in miracle territory, folks. If they bring this back, should be impossible. But every time we say that, it seems like teams find a way.
So Baron picked up. Here comes the siege again from G2. Last time we saw them with this buff, they went a little bit too deep on the bot dive and gave up a little bit of their pressure. So they're just going to base here, set up the waves. Top tier 2 looks like an easy objective for them. Go for some kind of 4-1 in top side. And I feel like the solo lanes of XL did pretty well. You know, Odoamne got a solo kill, you got close to killing him twice. Again, VTO was under a lot of pressure, but the gold's pretty even between him and Caps. It's just the jungle bot lane, the way they played together here for G2, just outclassed XL, and there was nothing that they could do to respond. Maybe they think it's from draft because the Graves and the pushing bot is just too strong for XL to deal with, but that was the crutch of the game for them. And now into this late game, it's going to become even more difficult. Poke Varus barely pushing 3 items. The Ashe scaling so well. With the Baron buff, they can just shoot out an arrow and just chunk someone else.
Arrow, gonna hit the clone. Incredibly crucial that Circe has that ability that can block that arrow. Void Staff now coming in for VTO. 3 items may be enough to burst through some of these tankier members, but Caps now with the Zanyas as well. You got 2 Zanyas. You got a stopwatch on everybody else. G2 investing that extra gold into a bit of stasis makes perfect sense. this is the thing that's so difficult about falling behind like this in League of Legends. You're not only behind in items, when you don't have these actives like a stopwatch, like a Zanya's, team fighting feels impossible.
Varusol Jews just to chunk out Yike, but look at his health bar. I don't think he minds too much, so that's Caps stepping forwards.
Okay, that's a little bit brutal. Odoamne now going to try to punish onto Caps. He can go golden, he can use the stopwatch, and he's holding on to it for now as the tower falls.
He can TV back.
Odoamne holding on, trying to hold the line, but they're just tickling them. Broken Blade barely taking any damage. They're going to finish off Odoamne, and that should just be it. Here comes a full health Caps. TPing into the mid lane, looking to keep the momentum going. The early game a bit back and forth. For the level 1 and total control for the G2 bottom lane. It's been snowballed throughout the entire game. Finally, they will kill Mickey. But it looks like they're going to get very little else. Broken Blade leaping in, going to deny at least one ultimate. He wants a few more kills. He's popping off. He should still die here. Stun going to go in. No, how did he do it? The Nexus Towers are playing against XL. It's a 6v5. They went from close game to montage power hour here for the side of G2, but the new roster looking strong, looking fresh, looking clean, a confident first game from G2.
It was a 4-level lead for Yike in the end, a 7,000 gold lead for him as an individual. It was an absolute whitewash, and despite the kill score being close, the pressure was not. G2 very happy with Yike in his debut.
Have to be. Couple small issues here and there, but overall, a lot of the strengths we've seen from previous G2 rosters showing up here. Confidence in that 2v2, that level 1 running forward into the minion wave to drop another Heimer turret. Have not seen that before. I have a feeling XL have not seen it either, as they just absolutely obliterated Patrick's health bar and really snowballed a lot off of that early pressure.
And it's a new look for G2, playing so heavily through bots. Completely new style. Caps will have to adapt, Broken Blade will have to adapt, not as much resources towards the top side of the map, and playing in isolation now, BB at times. Yike did counter gank, actually helped the 1v1 a couple of times, but G2 very happy. Lots of G2 fans here who are very happy with their performance.
Here we are, the high fives. Congrats, Yike. Oh, okay, now I gotta give them to everyone.
We're gonna get high fives every time now.
There it is, there it is.
There's the adventures of Mickey X have come to an end. The chapter is closed, the book is finished.
Around.
Stay tuned for episode 2.
To nerf. I forgot to read the 13.2 patch notes because I know they're not. Are they nerfing Heimer?
I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head, but they're nerfing things like Yumi and Zeri and things like this, which is great. Not sure if there's direct Heimer nerfs, but I don't think we'll see that patch for a few weeks here in the LEC.
We won't. We've got at least 2 more weeks of this, all the way till week 3. I believe going into week 4, we'll see a best of 3s is when we're going to see that. In the meantime, though, seems like G2 have at least a few cards up their sleeves. We've seen the Heimer before. Being able to play it admirably does make your team that much more threatening.
Does indeed, and you have to ask what kind of other junglers can Yike do this on. We've seen Graves now. Yep. We can see their style is very jungle bot focused, pushing bot and farming jungler, anything that can carry any kind of carry jungler that can farm quickly. What else can he slot in? Are we going to see things like Viego slotted in? Are we going to see things like Nidalee and Lilia, perhaps? We'll see how far he goes down this rabbit hole of carry junglers, and maybe he plays supportive junglers as well. More styles always helps.
And I think that it's not the biggest thing that we always talk about, but it is something that I think has to be in the back of Yike's mind, is you're filling big shoes here. Yep. Filling Jankos' spot is tough, and so I think trying to fill it by being the guy who plays Jarvan, by being the guy who plays Engage, you're making it so hard on yourself. But if you're the guy who plays carries really well, really consistently, that's something new for G2. That's something new for the org that they have not had. No discredit to Jankos, but obviously, if Yike can be on another level, that would be a massive boon to the team overall, and something that we can look at as we progress through the season.
He kind of grew in the game. We saw, a little bit of jitters at the start, didn't get the kill with the flash, died on the Raptors, but as the game progressed, he got into his comfort zone.
Yeah. And of course, you can vote at LEC on Twitter for your player of the game. Your candidates are Yike, Sama, and Mickey X. A lot of good options.
I would go for Mickey just because of the Heimer walk.
The Heimer level 1. Oh, the walk? The animation. He made that animation.
Yes, it's his now.
All right. Whatever. And let's send it over to Laura, who's on stage with G2's Mickey X.
Patented.
Thank you, Dracos. And Mickey, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Lots of fans cheering for you today, but I want to know, how is it to be back in this color? It's kind of a deja vu.
Yeah,
like
it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Feels good to be back and have all the people here cheering for us. It was very loud. I got here during the pause as well. So yeah, feels good overall.
Dominating game from you as well. I mean, I was talking about this backstage. They turn around, you're here. They look at top lane, you're here. They open the fridge, you're here as well. Tell me about this game for you and the aggressiveness from your Heimerdinger here.
Yeah, so basically, early lane went really well for us. Because usually with Gen Varus lanes, you want to have push. and
Yeah.
they didn't really even try it. Like level 1, we went 5 bot, right? Because we want to get the push. But they were not there, so then we got the push, and then we could kind of control the game from there. We invaded Wukong, so we had a lot of pressure, and at some point, Hans had shield bow, and he said he can probably 2v1, so I just had a lot of free time. I didn't really use my free time that well, I think. So I was a bit under-leveled in the end, and I was getting one shot all the time. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
You guys made it work in the end anyway. I have to say, it feels really good seeing you reunited with Hans Sama on the bot lane. Tell me about him choosing you, basically, and wanting to play with you again, but also reforming an old synergy with a mate you used to know.
Yeah, I mean, it felt really nice. I mean, I was kind of planning to play with him as well at some point again, and it was nice that he chose me, because otherwise, probably I would not be here. So yeah, I appreciate it, and I also like that, you know, G2 decided to just trust their AD carry and go with whoever he wants to play with. And if he didn't choose me, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, fair enough, you know. But yeah, I think me and Steven are really good. I think even 2018, I felt like we were really good together. I think now we're even better. And a lot of people think Steven doesn't talk much because he's a more like shy person, but this guy talks all the time. Like,
He talks a lot.
Like in game.
Is he driving you in lane,
Yeah, of
actually?
course. I'm getting micromanaged.
Oh my God, that is amazing. But you were mentioning the fact that you were working well when you played together in 2018. And looking at the way you guys played today, aggressive, playing forward and everything, it feels like the synergy is still there. But how different are you? How different is Steven, especially?
I think Steven is just more aggressive in the variety of champions. Before he had like a few champions that he just like took over the game. If he was ahead, he would 24/7 call, shot call. But now he just does it with every champion.
Yeah.
So that's a big improvement. And I feel like I also contribute a lot more to the game than just like following, I guess. So yeah, I think we both evolved a lot since 2018. And I think we will show it this year.
Yeah, really looking forward to see how far you guys can go. Bit of overreactions here, because I was looking at Twitter and people are already saying that this iteration of G2 might surpass maybe the 2019 version of G2 in the sense that you may have the best player at every lane. Of course, it's still early to make conclusions on this, but what do you say about this? Because you lived through the golden days of G2 as well.
I mean, I can definitely see it. That's one of the reasons why I joined this roster as well, because I actually believe that we can be the best and winning Worlds is the goal. And I think we can actually do it with this team. I think it's the most comfortable I've ever been in any team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this year.
Well, nice to see that everything is going well. Mickey, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck
Thank you.
tomorrow for your next game. And Vedi, back to you for more on this game.
Thank you very much, Law. I have the privilege of being joined by Yike. Welcome very much. Welcome, Yike, to the LEC. How do you feel after your first game?
Feels amazing. I mean, it was a bit sad first blood, but after that, I feel like I played well, and I'm really happy with it.
Well, we can talk a little bit about that because I'm going to get your insight to talk me through some of the logic that you had in this early game. You started on red buff and you pathed towards bot. Tell me as a jungler when you come into these games as we roll this clip, what are you thinking? Where is your brain at when you're thinking about what you want to do in the early game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a really good plan level 1. I think we know exactly what we wanted to do. And I think I planned myself, like, we need to track every vision they do. And we have the plan to punish bots because this bot matchup, I guess we can punish easily. So, I mean, I communicate well with my bot lane, I think. And I feel like we play it like really well together. Like, I feel like I'm really free on the map. And I can play in enemy jungle like it's my jungle.
Right.
That's really nice.
So I'm going to pause it very quickly here. You put a ward down on the red buff, and I'm curious, I want to get your insight here. What's the decision-making between not stealing away the red versus taking the Krogs, getting the level up, diving? How do you make the decision as to what your priority is?
Yeah, so I wanted to do Krogs because I want level 3. I'm not sure if I get it on red buff. Actually, wait.
Because you did red raptors, you probably wouldn't get the level 3 on the red,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I did Krogs, level 3. And then I just decided, like, okay, if he's going to do red, I can punish him. If he's not going to do red, I can look to die bot as well. There's like a lot of things we can do here. And that's why I think it's like a really good case for us. And like we have so many possibilities.
Right. So as we roll this clip out now, the communication I imagine between you and Mickey is it depends on what the bot lane does. That's how you react?
Yeah.
Okay, so the pressure is consistent, and now you get a bit of information here that Xerxes is going to move into the jungle, that you spot him on this ward. What's the decision-making here when you realize, hey, we actually might be able to pick a fight with the Wukong?
Yeah, so we see he's going to skip the red buff after Raptors. So we know he's going to try to come behind bot, and I will just wait for him. I think I will try to call Mickey to come as well, and I think we'll try to burst him, maybe force a flash, which we did, and that was like really good. And then afterwards we could like keep punishing bot. We could keep him, like we could take red for free because he can't do anything,
Yeah.
and then we just maybe dive bots if they're low enough. So it's like really good punish.
So the thing that amazed us when we were watching this was your first LEC game, new team. How do you even have this level of synergy this quickly already?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like everyone in the team is like, it's such a good mood in the team. Everyone is playing well together. We have like a really good team synergy, and it's like everything is like going well for us. So I guess it's just easy for us, kind of.
That's great. So it wouldn't be the LEC if we didn't meme you a little bit. So if we can fast forward to the first blood from Yike, talk me through what the logic is here and how you actually end up dying, because you and Mickey are looking to try and set up a play towards like enemy Raptors. Obviously, you're doing a lot of punishment and great stuff on the bot side of the map, but it feels like that you get a little too over-aggressive when you do actually end up dying in this first play.
Yeah, I might have been a bit too hype when we played this game, so I just really wanted to take his Raptors, and I guess I didn't think so much about the Syndra with the QE combo, so I got a bit punished, and I mean, it was my bad. I just fucked up.
It's okay. Sorry. You get one. You get one.
And yeah, I mean, I think it was just a simple mistake by me, and it happens, you know?
Yeah, of course it happens. And we're not going to hold this against you, not at all. But obviously, it's good to be able to look back and laugh at some of the mistakes that you do make. But overall, great performance, Yike. Really impressive stuff from your very first game. And now we're going to send it over to the desk to break down the rest of the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, you both. That was wonderful. When Verius and Yike were talking about it, he was like, oh, all I could think was like, they're going to spam Yikes. It's so annoying. Like, my nickname is I'm sure they did, but hey.
No, that doesn't sound like Twitch chat.
Not at all.
They're super wholesome, super nice.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure there wasn't a single comment.
Oh, this is so great. I get so happy when we have new players who immediately are like, yeah, I'll go on a telestrator and explain stuff. And he was wonderful as well, and I think in game as well. So let's talk a little bit about G2 and how they made this happen. Indeed, the synergy was pretty good, I would say, from a first one, especially the adventures of Yike and Mickey.
Yeah, I think it's just the way that it's built up as well from the early game. As he said, from level 1, we knew exactly what we wanted. Heimerdinger, absolute focus. You got the comment, you just drop the turrets down, you just start all attacking them. It doesn't even matter about the setup. Come in, have the slow on Ash autos, you get lane power. Great. Now you have a lane that can stack up a wave. I can skip my camps here. And I think the presence of mind from Yike should just not be like, all right, let me just get the red and get out of here, but continue with his bot lane to create plays that not only opens up dives, but enables them to counteract on Cersei afterwards as well. It's just like, he's not just thinking about one game plan. He's thinking about multiple at the same time. That's enabling his team in so many possibilities. I am beyond... I can't even believe this was how the first game panned out from Yike in the beginning. And I was a firm believer of him. I watched the entire NFL with him. I was like, this guy's good. I didn't realize, you know, he was going to be this good in his first game.
He was amazing, and I think, too, the rest of G2 did everything in their power to set him up to play in exactly the way he wanted to play, right? You talk about the level 1 fight. All it does is give them this huge early push that then he's bouncing off of. But the ganks and the consistent damage forcing them to the base, it keeps this bot lane priority that then we have Mickey moving up. Mickey was always holding hands in the jungle with Yike to look for the invade plays. Then we saw in both solo lanes the call from G2 to be, we're going to fight really aggressively, right?
Yeah.
Like Perks hit level 9, and I think just unloaded his entire kit in the mid lane, got the enemy just super low.
Yeah, did you just... How stuck are you?
Guys, it's been a while since I've been on the LEC. I'm so sorry. Anyways, Caps throws everything down there, and it doesn't result in a kill, but Mickey and Yike were both trying to come around there at the exact same time. We saw it top lane too. Broken Blade obviously ends up dying to Odoamne, so can't say I didn't call it there. But it's all about these very aggressive trades to set up for Yike to come around.
No, and also just it's the kind of compositions you've built where you allow yourself to be aggressive like this because everything is so long range and because your CC is not conditional, but you can just fire it across straight from downtown, baby, into the mid lane. And every Ash support will do this in every single game. I don't know if they're not expecting it from Hans Sommer, but it's super hard to react to as well. Like when it comes out of Fog of War, you're not really ready for it. And they can continue doing this every single time into the follow-up of a grenade afterwards, into the flash from Yike. It's the fact that they're relentless and they're not hesitating at all whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
They see the kill, they go for the kill, old Moscow 5 style.
And this is a game where both teams had fairly similar comps, right? Like very squishy sides, lots of like long range engage. The difference is like a Jhin maybe a little bit harder to execute, less demanding of a kill than an Ash arrow. But but the fact that G2 were always the ones with priority, the fact that they were the ones with vision inside the enemy jungle, it gave them way more windows in which to look for those picks that simply on the other side could not be matched.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with Mickey as well, right? His return, spending a lot of time getting that vision as well, teaming up with Yike, making it happen. I think those are all good signs. And I think the comments that Lore referred to in terms like, oh, I saw someone saying maybe better
We're
than
saving
2019
overreactions for
G2.
tomorrow.
And then
Relax.
Mickey's like, well, yeah, that's exactly what I thought. One final thing, though, before we go. You said you saw us play and you said, oh, Odoamne, they did you dirty because Koi,
man.
because you absolutely are
I think I
great.
said something of like biggest loss of the offseason was Koi getting rid of Odoamne. He still got it, got the solo kill,
He
didn't even
did.
need the Ornn, made it happen.
And I'm glad you brought it up because after the break, we're going to look forward to Koi's debut here in the LEC versus Team BDS. Here you can see the players arriving in just a bit. Yeah,
There they are.
and I heard that a particular team is here to ensure that you're well fed.
Huh.
We got one order of Koi bottling, quick!
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like if nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. It is time for the reigning LEC champions to take to the stage, Koi, to enter the stage against Team BDS. Shout out to BDS's intro, the walking into the studio with the Koi.
Cooking up some memes for us.
That's so good. I hear they have a lot of special things prepared for us. But I guess, are Koi like endangered fish? Probably, right? They're like...
I don't know if they're endangered.
I don't know either.
I feel like there's a lot
after
of them.
BDS started killing them.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
No. They're cooking them up.
It seems
That's
like
rough.
They are decorative fish, so
That's true.
But what if someone...
It actually works on so many different levels, right? Because...
Let's not have a philosophical
No,
debate
but their
about Koi.
conservation status is domesticated, actually.
Oh.
Which doesn't mean that, like, all the cats in the world could also... never mind. This is... we do have a small delay. This is why we're back here. But that gives us a chance to introduce this matchup. Here we see Adam on screen. We'll start by talking about Koi, though. Winning in Malmo, of course, as Rogue back then. The big headline coming into this year being that Odoamne, who was part of that championship winning lineup, Veri, had a great first game on stage. No longer on the lineup. Placed by Shigenda, who we know previously from Vitality and other teams, of course. So what is your first inkling as to how they're going to appear here in Winter?
Well, I earlier in the day, I commented that I believe that Rogue should... Rogue. It's going to take us a while. Koi,
Everyone gets one today.
Koi should look strong off the bat. I believe that we talked about the pillars before. Last split, I felt like that when you have Comp, you have Larson, and you have Odoamne as these three reliable, consistent pillars in terms of their carry performance and what they bring in the laning phase and how they team fight. These were players that you could, in a best-of-1 environment, could consistently expect to perform at a very high level. Losing one of those pillars doesn't mean that I suddenly lose faith in their ability to play that way. I still have so much faith in Larson's laning ability. I still think that Comp is the best performing AD carry based on last split, and I expect that level to maintain, especially retaining this bot lane of Comp and Trimby. Jigenda, we know domestically has looked good. I think that the general sentiment around him as a player was that we never really got to see him set up for success when we saw him play for Vitality in his previous stint in the LEC. The problem is that his playstyle is different.
Yep.
And this then brings into question, is this a good or a bad thing for Koi? Is this what they needed? Did they need more options on the top side of the map? Did they feel that Odoamne couldn't be that hyper carry that Jigenda can be? Or is it in fact that they felt that Odoamne just wasn't fitting in the team and they found Jigenda as a good alternative, but then does he actually provide what he needs for this team? This is the big question mark around what this new Koi will look like.
Clearly, if we know about the context, it means that they wanted to make a change, right? If we read kind of between the lines.
But if the question is like, oh, do we need this? Like, they just won the LEC, right? Like, it's not like they're looking for like the missing puzzle piece that'll finally make them a top team. This team was incredibly good. But at the same time, like, I do think we kind of have to move beyond that just a little bit, right? Like, we know Odoamne is out of the picture, and now, like, the small question is, will Shigenda be able to perform all the way on the LEC stage on a top team? I'm not personally concerned about that, but there is going to be a big challenge because I think we have a couple new top laners entering the league this year, a lot of hype around more aggressive top lane options. Top lane historically been very weak for the LEC, so everyone's kind of excited. I think Odoamne was talking earlier on Ready Check about like, hey, maybe some of these new players can try to elevate the rest of the league. Shigenda is also going to be in that conversation now, just joining a roster as stacked as Koi.
The interesting thing is Jigenda has found himself in basically an ERL fight right now. You've got BDS Academy largely being elevated up to the LEC. And remember that in the past, he was playing alongside Comp on Vitality. Yeah. Like, these are all players that he's very familiar with. This is an environment that he's comfortable in. And I feel like that Jigenda, for his debut game, this is probably one of the best opportunities he could have.
The irony is he got smacked in the ERLs by BDS, who just throwed a bunch of their boys.
So we're going to see BDS up against them, and maybe the same thing happens. We'll see. But Team BDS indeed promoted multiple players from their academy team and this season, and one of them is our jungler Sheo, who joined us for a newcomer interview.
So hello guys, I'm Theo, known as Sheo Boril. I'm coming from France, and I'm the jungler for Team BDS. So I started League of Legends in Season 3, when I was like 11 years old, and I became pro 2 years ago in 2020. I did Division 2, then last year LFL, and now I will be in LEC. My playstyle, I think I like to react to enemy junglers. If they do mistake, if they crit for a gank, something like this, I will look to to cheese him later, or I like to gank as well, to cheese gank people so they get mad and they hint maybe. I mean, I used to be a Echo one trick, so I will say Echo. But right now, maybe Wukong. I like Wukong a lot. I mean, I'm excited to play against G2 because it's like a really big horde in Europe. Then they have Yike, so I played against Yike in Division 2 LFL. So I will play against him again, so it will be fun. So in my free time, I like to read manga and listening to music as well, French rap. I like it, and do some sport.
Excited to see what Sheo can do here on the big stage. Of course, heard a lot about Koi from the analysts. Let's talk a little bit more about BDS. You heard Vidius allude to it. BDS Academy last year, the team that you need to know about, because 3 out of 5 of the pieces you're seeing play on stage today are the same from that lineup. Promoted 3 of those players. When we look at that lineup, when we look at that roster, pretty impressive results in the ERI, I would say. They were not the dominate literally everything, but they came close, getting a lot of second places and a lot of names you may recognize.
Yep. Crowny, of course, was on Vitality, replaced Comp a couple of years ago, and Comp then went through the ERLs back to the LEC, and then he found himself winning a championship. Adam, I think everyone knows Adam from the Fnatic days, you know, where he would pick things like Set and Darius and then roam mid-level 3 of the Worlds, trying to get his mid laners ahead, like Niski. Erdote was on that Academy team with Reeker, but of course they were not the ones promoted up. It was Nuke, who has changed his name from Nuclear Int, and Labrov coming over from Vitality. So interested to see how it will do. I think Vidius highlighted it's basically BDS Academy with Nuke, of course, coming, and then Labrov. So rookies, low expectations, high ceiling, hopefully, for BDS. I think a rebuild is what they needed. Academy team almost won a Masters, so definitely a good prospect to go for.
Well, and we talked about it on the Euphoria podcast. Last year was a year that it's best for BDS to forget, move on, fresh project, fresh start. And I really think that they've done that with this roster. It is outside of Nook, very much a completely different team. Labrov coming in as well. He's a guy that we've looked at. He's no longer a rookie by any means, but a guy who's had a lot of promise as support, maybe can find his footing here on this team. And I'm just curious to see what they're going to be able to do. Expectations, I think, for most people are pretty tempered. This is not a team that you would bet on right off the bat, but really want to see how high that ceiling goes. See if they can hit the ground running, because again, we've talked about it so many times today. In this format, you come out with a good first and second week, your split's made. You made top 8. That's it. That's all that matters. You're sailing.
Yeah, and I think every day one of every split is just testing the waters, see how the newcomers perform. For Koi, it's Shigenda. How well does he fit into this team who just came off the back of winning a title? And how well does his style fit into the team? Odoamne very flexible. Shigenda maybe leaning more towards the carry play style. Does Malrang like to visit top more? How does their bot lane adapt? We will have to see. So a lot of questions to be answered, and I don't think the first game will answer any of them. I think it's going to take a couple of weeks to see where these teams sit, how these players perform, what their styles and tendencies are. I think we just know for certain that the Koi 4-man roster strong of the jungle towards the support is probably the best in their roles, arguably top 2, top 3.
I think that's the struggle of best of one, and especially day 1 of best of ones, is how much do you actually take away from it? And it's really good that you highlight that this is, you know, a drop of water in a bucket overall in terms of what this year is going to be for BDS.
So philosophical.
I don't know. I was trying to say flash in the pan. That is not right, dude. I'm mixing a lot of metaphors today, so I'm just trying to be a little conservative with them. We'll have to see what it means. I think for Koi, there's actually a lot of pressure. Sejena maybe less so. I mean, he is filling in for Odoamne. It is his first big game on stage, but for the other 4 players, you're coming in as returning champions. And if your name is not Fnatic or G2, I think for most fans it feels, to bring up the metaphor I said before, like a flash in the pan. It feels like this one-time thing when you win a split. For Mad Lions, it was 2 back-to-back in a single year. For Koi, the question is, can they keep that going? We just saw G2 in the previous game. They're looking pretty good, confident, so confident that Mickey X is talking about Worlds already. And obviously that was a pretty loaded question, and it's very early in the year. Mickey. Yeah, let's all take a breath. Very far away from any international competition, but this is a kind of confidence that you want to see if you are a Koi fan mirrored on stage today.
Definitely, I can see the players just getting ready. We'll go backstage soon, just making sure all the settings are in order. Everyone's happy. There's Trinity,
and then we'll bring them out again.
And they'll bring them out again.
With flashing lights.
And they'll look
sound.
Epic and heroic. And then they'll jump straight into the game. A lot of question marks. We'll see how they do. But like I said, I think a lot of people have Koi just because of the 4 players that have remained as, you know, S tier, one of the best teams in the league. It's just about showing that. And it's just opposites. I think Koi are here to show that they're still in form, and BDS can't really finish lower than 10th or 9th that they've done over the last couple splits. So there's no real pressure on these rookies, you know.
I think, and that's the case. And I think ultimately when you're looking at goalposts for different teams, it's going to be different. For Koi, it's winning the split because they won last split. And for BDS, it's making top 8 and starting there and going from there and taking it one game and 1 week at a time. And, you know, when you're talking about pressure early on for a young roster like BDS, for all these guys who maybe they have some bigger stage experience in the case of players like Adam, in the case of players like Labrov or Crowny, you still, or Nook.
You're right, actually. I've been saying the word rookies all this time.
Well,
but
I mean, it's kind of like a recent.
Not
I think,
really
I think
rookies.
almost sometimes for their sake, I feel like you should give them that same, like, not low expectations, but that same level of forgiveness, because this is an opportunity for them to like rewrite their story. Because these are not guys that are like, wow, how did they not find a team? They're on that list of guys where you're like, okay, I could see them finding a team. I could see them maybe not finding a team. And again, to change that expectation, to find that redemption arc, I think is a huge and super cool opportunity for players who have had mixed success in the past.
Yeah, I think it's a redemption arc, really, isn't it? Adam coming back from Fnatic. Labrov was just next to so many superstar names that it's really hard to shine when there's people so bright next to you, and that roster even struggled, so pointing fingers becomes complicated because all these players have achieved so much and you haven't, so obviously everyone just starts leaning in that direction, but now he's got a chance to prove that it wasn't him. Crowny, similarly, on the Vitality days, needing a shot caller, a very vocal player. We'll see how he performs on this team. But with the meta right now, it looks very bot-centric. Everything looks like it's revolving around bot lane.
True. We've also seen one game, so we'll see how each individual team wants to play it. But I'm inclined to agree, just the sheer amount of hard CC setup. We didn't see any of the more, let's say, less CC, more supportive focused supports, like a Lulu, like a Karma, like a Yuumi. Instead, we saw a lot more of the engage setup, kind of pick potential supports like the Jhin, like the Heimer. I want to see more of that personally. I just hate Karma, Yuumi, and Lulu. I think
Shield.
Yeah.
Heal.
It is very skill expressive gameplay in terms of raw 2v2. But I don't care. Like, I want to watch people kill each other, not like move 50 pixels forward and then suddenly some analyst is going to tell me, in this case you, wow, look at his great movement in lane. Like, it's not...
I think everyone gets the point of how these champs work. Now, where's the Leona Nautilus? Where's the flash in level 1? Ooh, the spooky music, the lights have dimmed. Does that mean we're ready for game 2? Intro time. Do we talk during the intro?
Ooh, and here we go. Moments away from Champion Select. 2 new teams sitting in front of the stage looking snazzy in their brand new uniforms. Mayor Trimby giving a wave to his people.
I like the smoke. I like the lights looking all epic in these jerseys. Koi, their first debut game in the LEC. Of course, Ibai will be watching it on his own stream. Eyes on the prize for this team, looking for another trophy. How well will Shigenda fit in? How well will the redemption arc of BDS play itself out in this first split? Every win is so important in these next 3 weeks. Best of ones to get to the top 8. And BDS is a team that is fighting for that top 8. For Koi, it's just expected. A bare minimum.
Bare minimum. Top 4, really, actually, the bare minimum, which is a lot of pressure for Sagenda. For the rest of the players, you think they have to be used to it now. Again, when we look back at Koi, previously Rogue, they were regular season best of 1 kings. First, second, third, they were always top placers. See if they can mirror that in a shorter season. And with a new lineup here, or at least a new top laner, as we get to picks and bans. Darius banned away. You love to see it. That's for your boy Adam on the opposite side.
Laughing. Adam's having a little giggle. Is he going to ban away Olaf as well or something? Just make sure that they don't have to deal with it. I mean, if they're looking to play something like, for example, GP, Olaf is really annoying, especially on blue side. Maybe we'll see that on the 4-5 bans.
I feel like that might be some LFL trauma ban there for Sagenda. I think maybe he's had a few too many losses to the old Darius in his time.
Yeah, not playing against that one again. And it was Adam's Darius that sent Fnatic to Worlds last time, if you think back to up against Winter on Camille. Very intense best of 5, but here we are a couple years later, now 2023 season. Lucian Yuumi taken away, Varus taken away. Zeri Lulu could be pretty strong right now. Debates across the board. How will Malrank fit into this jungle meta? I think Wukong, yes, his wheelhouse. We saw his Lee Sin at Worlds, Knight's Vow, Electrocute, wasn't a fan. But he's more of like the Jarvan Trundle player. Is he just going to play Jarvan Trundle anyway, you think? Just pick it? Yes?
I know it as much as you know it. Malrang is a man of unwavering confidence.
In a farming jungle meta, he picks Jarvan. In
This
a
is the
ganking
kind of
jungle meta,
guy
he
who
picks
could
Jarvan.
roll up to a wedding in a t-shirt and jeans and feel comfortable.
Yeah.
You know? He's never underdressed. He's
Acting
dressed
casual.
exactly as he means to be dressed.
So
There's no way that's real.
No, it's not. No way. There's the Ryze first pick. We'll see the new Ryze in action here. Oh my god, I thought he got locked in for a second. Oh my.
Heimer to get locked in alongside Jhin. All right, so Jhin most likely going to take the carry position. Will be farming with the Heimer now acting as support. So taking both the Heimer and the option against the Heimer away, but it's going to put Crownie and Labrov on a more utility-focused bot lane. Not really a high damage profile unless they get wildly far ahead.
Which one do you think's going to be? Do you think Jhin will be the AD carry in this one? Or will the Heimer?
I think, well, you know what? I'm ready for anything.
We've seen Jhin support.
Here we go.
Here we go. Jarvan no, is maybe a Sejuani. Yeah, it's going to be a
That's still
Sejuani. Another champ that's been quite high prio in the LPL and the LCK. Surprised Maokai hasn't been picked up yet. We'll see if Shio wants to go for that on 3. But Heimerdinger priority seems to be the LEC favorite. Will they pick a bot laner here? I mean, there's nothing they can really pick to get push. Varus is down. They could go for something like Karma and then hope for an AD carry on 4-5 like Ezreal and try to push in, but nope, that's going to be a Sejuani
Just
Renekton.
entire topside. Comp and Trimby just getting thrown to the wind. Okay, so you guys don't understand how funny this is. We prepped a graphic for Adam's Olaf, and our stats guy said it would not happen. It would be a waste. But this man does not disappoint.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. He's just going to pick Olaf into Renekton Sejuani. Sacking jungle a bit here, they could ban away things, like I said, the Maokai or any kind of setup jungler for the Olaf. But that's going to be a bit difficult for the Sejuani Renekton. You know, you've got all this chain CC layer, but at level 6, he's just going to keep hitting you. And Adam is no stranger to this champ whatsoever. A couple mid bans coming in as well. We'll see if Syndra gets taken away from Nuke.
Definitely like it as a way, especially to just run through the potential front line of Renekton Sejuani. But now Sivir and Zeri, the remaining 2 premier AD carry options alongside the Varus. We're really deep now in the AD pool. Ashe is still up and available, but it's still going to be tough to match this Jhin Heimer as you highlighted. Going to have to dig deep.
I don't know if... I mean, they could play Ashe support. I'm trying to think what AD carry they could pair it with. I mean, Ezreal Ashe is not something you really want to run.
Aphelios, maybe?
Aphelios, Ashe. And I think normally you see things like Ashe support picked here. I mean, Ashe Karma wouldn't be great either, but we'll see what they opt into. There's the Viego ban. I mean, there's not really any value left for BDS in this draft in terms of counter picks. You see their full top side, they see your full bot side. It's just responses now. Do you respond with something like the Syndra? Do you respond with something like the Maokai? What direction do they want to go in? They need some kind of setup to assist these side lanes. One wants to push, and one is in an absolute fist fight up against a pig and a crocodile, but that's going to be a bird. Azir locked in for Nuke.
All right, just old McDonald over here, just building this little farm. Thank you, Mark Lamont. We got Azir now locked in for Nook, and I think this is going to be interesting, obviously going up against Larson. Wow, English is hard for us both today. Against Larson, when he's playing the Ryze, is going to be a tall task. Ryze, another one of those champions who was buffed so much by the changes to the itemization for Archangels as well as for Roa. And the final option here, Bard, very good against the Heimer and Jhin. Once you get out of the early lane still a struggle. Bard, level 1, notoriously strong.
You would love a little Bard on day one. It's your favorite.
Bard. I do feel like they're going to get bullied if they pick it, so they're not going to pick it. Instead, they're going to pick the Ashe, which is fair.
They heard you for a second.
Post level 6, it would be sick. You just ult that Heimer, and he just gets one shot. Feel great.
Okay, so there's the Ashe support. They paired it with Ezreal, so we'll have a little bit of poke. Here comes the jungle last pick. Lockdown would be great. Ezreal Ashe, very kind of long-range pokish champions. You need some kind of gap close vibe. Will get the job done. So interested to see where both these teams focus. There's only one melee champ on Koi's draft with the Sejuani. Normally you like to have, like, you know, Renekton, Nautilus, something like this to help you pair up with the stacks, but now it's just Renekton Sejuani. So top side might be the focus, but bot push is really important. So level 6, maybe that's when Malrang pays a visit, and we'll see how mid prio goes. I feel like Shio has a couple more options.
Yeah, and I'm curious how Trimby's going to play this Ashe, because Ezreal is one of those characters that you can usually just leave him alone in a lane. That becomes much less true at level 6 when there's a Vi in the game, when there's a Jhin in the bot lane. So want to know what the value they're going to get out of here, because Team BDS invested a lot in picks and bans in securing this bottom lane. So it really needs to pay off. They really need to find a way to make it work. And on the opposite side, top side, Jigenda coming in on the Renekton. This is a champion that he played very well even when he was playing in the LEC against Adam's Olaf. Definitely a signature pick. Could not have asked for a better top lane matchup in terms of individual comfort.
Yeah, the first test, the first boss in the temple. He's got a long way to go to fight all of these different bosses, but it's Adam's Olaf in round 1 up against, well, with a Sejuani by his side, so that helps a lot, but up against Shio on the Vi. But focus is where I'm looking at. You talked about draft, where one team focuses top side, one team focuses bot side. Will we see a similar kind of thing in game? Just complete split map trade-off, one side diving the other?
Also,
just as an aside, not to just only talk about Malrang this cast, but what is Malrang going to do in this meta? Because we just watched the Graves power farm. Shout out to Yike. We'll find out as we get into game. Game 2 coming up. Okay. Well, I guess I could talk about Malrang more. The crowd cheers. Okay,
So
no? All right,
day one growing pains, you know, happens.
Yeah. So there are a couple gauntlets that need to be passed in the LEC. One of them for mid laners, leaning against players like Caps, obviously a big deal.
Final boss.
One of them is a new boss, a different kind of boss, and that is the Malrang boss, which is that he doesn't play jungle like anyone else.
So
he does things, and it always works, despite how crazy it is, until, of course, international, where it doesn't work as well. Firebag?
He said it on the hand warmer. It looks so cool.
Oh.
No, carry on. I just wanted to...
Yeah, anyway, so I'm just saying, for Sheo, I'm ready to see how he does this. Is he going to be the kind of guy who farms? Is he going to be the kind of guy who matches crazy with crazy? Because I think that if you want to go far, if you want to go deep into the tournament, you got to have a plan against Malrang. Because even when he's 30 CS down, he's died 2 times, he's going to EQ ult you as Jarvan at least once in your career and win a game.
And then stopwatch and refuse to elaborate. It's going to happen. I mean, you think back to last year where everyone's like, yeah, Malrang's playstyle, all he does is gank.
Every
it's
jungler
so
we talked to,
yeah.
every jungler we talked to was like, nah, people are going to figure it out. It's not going to be good. He won the season, Mark.
And then his interview afterwards, he's just like, so Malrang, how did you defend the base? And he says, well, I just go in. And that's all he said. But it's true. 9 players boot up League of Legends, 1 player boots up Ganking Simulator, and that's Malrang. We'll see. He laughed at that joke. That was funny. He liked that one. So we'll see how he does it with the Sejuani. A bit tricky to go for level 2 ganks on Sejuani. Still doable with QW, but things like Jarvan and Trundle are much easier. So we might see him do 3 camps before he does, instead of 1 and then gank.
Really mixing it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed. So we'll see what this issue is. Not sure what, but it's mostly tech issues. We've had kind of like, you know, the players getting their mouse comfortable, making sure the settings are good, making sure everything works.
And players are readjusting their settings, and for many of these players, they have new versions of the same exact keyboards or mice or peripherals that they have at home. So they're unboxing them for the first time today. I saw that behind stage. New copies for the year, fresh keyboard,
clean,
no bad juju, you know. Yeah.
No bad juju.
There's no bad, you know what I mean? Like if you lost on a keyboard for a year, competitively, are you really going to bring that keyboard back?
It's got like fist imprints from when you punched it, and like, you know, you feel really comfortable with it.
Because you don't know this, but like, so American baseball, which I find to be the most boring game ever imaginable, but it has great stories. One of them is it's incredibly superstitious. So like if a guy wears a jersey when he goes in, you know what I mean, and it's unwashed, he's like, that's why we won.
That's the analysis.
Yeah, and then and they're like, is he wearing his stinky jersey today? Because if not, they're gonna lose the game. So I'm just saying, don't
superstitions.
Don't doubt the keyboard juju. That's my only point.
The keyboard juju. Is there mouse juju as well?
I don't know. I don't make the superstitions, but we can ask the players if they have any superstitions.
Shigenda's wearing a jacket.
Again,
Larson
if he wins wearing that jacket, they have to wear that jacket every time.
This is why we have the shoes discussion. Do you wear shoes or not? It's just pure superstition. Right, into game we go. Koi versus BDS, game 2 of week 1 of day 1 of the LEC 2023 Winter split.
Wow.
Yeah,
mouthful.
A mouthful. Ooh, there's we got.
What was it? We talked about.
Or no, it was Sting.
It was Heimer Stinger.
Heimer Stinger.
I thought it should be Beamer Dinger.
Still keeps his walk though. Nice little hop.
There it is.
Gonna put the towers down. BDS are just here to cover to make sure that the towers can be placed for this level 1 push.
And this is the strategy we talked about in game 1 that we ultimately didn't see too much of. But securing those towers, just making sure that the BDS bot lane can have total control early on. And a good thing too, contesting comp in the brush, they're gonna know what is the actual response here from the side of Koi. I don't think there's a lot you can do once the towers are laid down.
They're just gonna stand there.
Menacingly. Nice.
Malrang doesn't want to drop the ward, it seems. Maybe he goes in later, because obviously the ward will stay for longer. But it looks like Koi don't want to respond yet. Comp running the TP in this lane, thinking that he's going to get pushed in really hard and get a couple trades on his head. He wants to make sure he can TP back to be able to withstand this push.
Yep. Ultimately, ready to see how this shakes out. Ezreal as a champion with tier early on. That just says you're conceding the lane to me. Crowny taking boots, though, I do like. That much more aggressive on the trading. Spell Thief's Edge. Obviously, going to make the poke that much easier for LeBron.
Can I just say that Ryze skin makes him look like what? Robin Hood. Looks like a green archer.
Can you pronounce Robin Hood for me one more time?
Robin Hood.
You have a great voice.
Oh, thank you.
Adam,
well, here comes the Olaf Classic.
Doing Olaf
Right big enemy top laner.
Sagenda, you banned the Darius, but there's still one more champion. That was fun.
Yeah, and he's going to continuously do that every single time. Q through the wave, pick it up, get towards level 2, and of course he'll push the wave as well. I think Shigenda ideally wants to keep the wave near his tower so he can't get walled in. Adam, of course, the lower HP gets the happier he is, but okay, you can level 2 gank on Sejuani.
Oh, hold that thought, we're going to talk about Adam's Olaf.
Dead Olaf. Marang proved me wrong. Shigenda's only job is to not die.
Does Adam know that he has to all in here? He's ghosting. It seems to have sniffed it out. Q already now used. The W can slow him down, but he's ghosting. Are they actually going to be able to chase him down? The phase rush from Malrang. One more on him, but he does have E. He doesn't even take W. He's a psycho.
I take it back. I take it back. You can't level 2 gank on anything. He's done it on Sejuani. QE. His clear is abysmal, but he's done red into top, and it's worked. Malrang always finds a way.
And that's the thing. That's the Malrang test we talked about. You never know where he's going to appear. Think of the craziest idea you can possibly think of, and Malrang will probably do it. But now, Sheo, on the way in, level advantage. He needs to punish here. He needs to get something back.
Have you ever seen the film Now You See Me? You know, he gets the kill, but now here comes the best part. He doesn't get punished for it. We'll see if he can steal away this blue from Sheo and then lose nothing. Is he a magician, Malrang? Is Sheo gonna dive on top of him? Adam's on the way. He's on a timer. No, he won't.
Not a magician.
Not very magic today.
Just
Maybe
a lady riding a Poro.
Maybe he needs to wear his jacket. Superstitions. Now Sheo's going to look for the Gromp. This is really bad for Malrang. He's down 3 camps right now.
Yeah. This is the best part about a Malrang game, though, is you just... it's always going to be something. There is never a quiet early game.
No.
So you're now going to try to back him up, maybe just support him, pay back the difference now that his jungler gave him that assist. Contesting this, though, is a little bit risky, as Azir is already in the mid lane, but Shigenda just going to walk in and bully him off. Is he even going to take it, or is he just going to donate it to Malrang? No, looks like he will grab that one for himself.
Looks like he will take it. Malrang still level 2, has base. Of course, the gold from the first blood is great, but the experience he's lacking right now is what hurts the most. He needs to get level 3. He doesn't have W, which is really good for the clear. E does a lot of damage as well, but it's very single target damage. So Gromp and Blue, easy going towards Raptors, maybe a little bit more difficult. Sheo didn't have Smite to contest Shigenda on that crab, so he's going to pick up the bot crab instead. Still a couple more camps for him to clear. Bot push really important.
Ooh, big damage.
Gets a good trade.
And LeBron not able to have quite the same impact on the Heimer so far in the early game. Trymbian compensating pretty comfortably. Yes, they don't have push. Yes, so far it is a 7 CS lead for Crowny and LeBron, but Trymbi holding on.
Larson had to use the TP back. Nuke hasn't used his just yet. Ryze, of course, will struggle a little bit against Azir in the early stages, but once he gets a couple levels, he can just start to push the waves in Azir's face. There's not much he can do, just EQing through the wave. And now let's watch Malrang. Is he going to dive top? He just ran behind Larson, out of vision, and I think Shigenda might be stacking a wave. He's not doing wolves. He's not doing Krugs. He's not taking away your camps. He's going top lane. And is he going to dive, or is he going to take away these Krugs? He's thinking about some kind of play. Let's see the top wave. It's actually pushing into Shigenda, so Adam's the one who's vulnerable. There's no dive there, just a gank setup, but Adam knows something's up, and this is the sacrifice of Malrang's playstyle, the time investment. If he gets a kill, it's great. If he doesn't get anything, then he falls further and further behind.
Gonna wander back into his own jungle, grab the wolf camp, but very difficult. Again, gold, 100 to his advantage, but the XP difference is only gonna continue to mount. It's get harder and harder for him. Sagenda, though, level 5, full Fury stack. Difficult for Adam to walk up, but trading for Olaf is just so good. This is such a brutal matchup. Level 6, obviously, for Sagenda could start to change things back. Good trade there overall, but Adam getting the wave in, all he really needs.
Is Sheo going to spot him? Yeah, he is. So, Malrang, no flash.
Gonna commit anyway. Gonna commit onto Adam. Now level 6 around the corner, he can get the stun. Adam, a little bit of a shield there, now trying to back away. Sagenda ready. Is the follow-up gonna come through? Stun gonna connect. Real patient here. But also now the Q is back up. Sheo just re-engaging. Nothing happens.
I think Shigenda didn't have E up. He would have E flash stunned Adam there and picked up the kill. I think he has Triumph as well, so Sheo wouldn't be able to respond, but I think he used his E on the wave to try to stop Adam from crashing and into trade back onto him. He has TP, so he'll keep a pretty big lead here. The wave will hold in a great spot as well. A lot of topside focus here. Bot lane isolation. Tiamat first item for Crowny, so he just wants to push those waves in, going towards the Hydra, you have to imagine. So we'll see what kind of build he ends up getting. Nuke looking for the play onto Larson, but won't pick it up.
everything else. Yeah, overall a much quieter game than our previous one. Only 300 gold in favor of Koi, almost entirely due to the first blood. Actually, not the first blood, rather, but the CS lead that we're seeing on the top side for Agenda. So able to grab a lot there as the wave frees. I think that wave will eventually crash back into Adam, and he'll grab a lot of that CS in return. But level 6, things are going to get more difficult to actually lock Adam down in a 2v1. Obviously, in terms of trading power, next incredibly powerful in the level 6, but being able to just walk away from anything and everything as an Olaf is certainly going to make it pretty impossible for the Sejuani to make an impact.
Yeah, Malrang. One second, Larson will find Shio, just trying to get some vision around this crab. Koi just using information as much as possible. Get a little bit of damage down, but he won't be able to contest this. No push over the wall available. And Malrang will finish the red buff. Level 5 now, getting towards that level 6. Shigenda still has a freeze here. Not going to fight onto Adam. Will he use the ult here, Adam? No. Chooses not to.
I like the way Agenda plays it, just staying as much in the wave as he can to maximize the healing there from the Cold and Meek. Difficult to out-trade the Olaf in sustained exchanges. Ulti now coming in for Crowny. Trimby is going to have to body block. Labrov stepping forward. The slows hitting hard, but not really any opportunity for follow. This Trimby now firing back Labrov. Almost overcommitting there, but will not get punished.
4 out of 4 on the bullets. Crowny lands them all, gets a lot of damage onto Koi's bot lane. Just trying to keep this push. Shio hasn't been able to translate it into any kind of dragons yet. It's on towards the top side, constantly covering Adam. Olaf, of course, doesn't scale that great, but Koi's top side is quite short range. Rise, Sejuani, Renekton, a Herald fight could be pretty good for them. Labrov playing similar to how Mickey did last game, just in their face, putting down towers, keeping them close to their own tower so that Crowny can keep pushing these waves in.
Definitely has been working well so far. You can see the ult there connecting from Comp, but now on the top side of the map, Shio in the area. Emote thrown down. The challenge.
Here comes the Q.
Protected notorious 2v2 monster, but it doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to escape. Just barely able to pop the ultimate, healing up just a little bit more. Flash now going down, but that should be the kill. Adam taking down Shigenda.
Good setup there from BDS. Shio holding the Q. The only way Shigenda lives that maybe is if he flashes the initial Q from the Vine, reacts to it. Malrang was getting towards that level 6, was a little bit behind Shio in the clear and in the experience, but he's going to sneak around this crab and start up Herald, knowing that the top jungle have no ults and knowing that Shigenda will be coming out of base. Trimby's around. It should be a free Herald for them. We'll see if Shio responds. He should know that something's up around here. A lot of pings from BDS towards the top side of the map. He can pick up a dragon, perhaps.
Trimby already on the roam up as well. Koi for now going to be ahead of the clock. BDS may be able to respond with the dragon, but should be just a little bit behind in tempo overall, even though they did manage to get that kill on the top side of the map and even out that top lane matchup in terms of overall gold.
Yeah, there's the cross map, and we'll see where they place this Herald. Of course, Herald doesn't give 2 plates anymore. I think it gives around 1.5. It's around 600 true damage, 1700 true damage. So you want to use it when the tower is low still, yes, but it won't instantly guarantee you those 2 plates, but the plates do give more gold. There's the cross map, like I just mentioned, and Malrang still hovering on this top side. He knows that entering the bot side of the map, there's nothing to be done, and Adam with no ghost and no ult means that they can pressure some kind of dive. Larson can react really quickly with Malrang to take the blast cone. Doesn't have the realm warp, but Adam really afraid to walk up here knowing his jungler's on Drake. Shio's going to base and run top as quickly as he can. And as much as we said it's like a bot-centric meta for push, a lot of focus on top side.
And it makes sense. You have an Olaf Renekton. This is not your conventional top side matchup, but this is the nature of kind of this Olaf pick overall. Crowny walks forward, threatening the 4th shot here.
Good pressure from BDS's bot lane. Early rotation in the draft, Jhin, Heimerdinger on the 1-2 straight away, and this is the value. They can play in isolation with push, they can get a 10 to 15 CS lead and get plates, while BDS are focusing his top side. Malrang hovering around mid, maybe trying to get Larson escorted. Maybe he thinks Larson will be ganked here, and he will. Shio has ult in 5 seconds. He's holding off for now.
Stepping up, getting a bit of poke there. All-up coming out. Labrov trying to hold on to control, but he's taking a lot of poke in the interim. Credit to Koi. Holding on as best they can on the bottom side of the map. 14 CS advantage in favor of Crowny. I like the early itemization choice from the Tiamat you highlighted earlier, but it just makes it that much easier to keep the pressure up against 2 champions who don't really have the best wave clear outside of Ezreal ult.
And not the best synergy either. There's not much kill pressure in an Ezreal Ashe lane. No ignite, no real instant follow-up, no poke either, because they can just put down Heimerdinger turrets and stand behind them and just keep the push. TP on Comp to help out with that. Malrang is thinking about a gank on top side. Maybe Shio's also doing the same, trying to counter gank one another. Basically, whoever goes first loses in those instances.
You see for Agenda, it's so easy, especially as he's just been building a massive CS advantage, to just do these quick trades. Because Adam, ultimately, if he really wants to fire back, has to ult through the Ruthless Predator. But once you lose that ult, you really can't afford to all-in future exchanges. And incredibly well played, and kind of what you would expect from 2 players who have played against each other so many times, and especially with Adam on a signature pick. If Agenda had not come from the LFL, maybe he wouldn't have been prepared for this, but he has that experience. He's played in this league. Adam is a player that he's had to give that respect to, that he has to learn this matchup for. If you're in a league without Adam in it, you probably don't practice against Olaf.
Definitely.
Probably never.
And that's why it's such a rarity and such a thing you have to be careful for, these pocket picks. But, I mean, look at the CS lead. Almost doubling the CS of Adam right now, despite a couple ganks from Shio, a couple focus up there. They managed to get the Drake. Still Herald in Malrang's back pocket. Mid or top is probably the best place to put it down. There's no real world where Koi can get any kind of bot push, but Trimby's level 6, so we might start seeing some cross-map arrows towards top side. Not the most amount of value, because of course Olaf can just ult through it, but onto things like the Azir, if Ryze can follow up with his chain CC, with the Rune Prism, with the Sejuani, well, that's when the lockdown will start to come through. There's the Blade of the Ruined King for Shigenda as well, so this top matchup will start swinging in the Renekton's favor even more.
Gonna get harder and harder. Of course, again, big first match here, playing against former opponent in Adam. Really wanted to make your mark on the top side, replacing Odoamne. Big shoes to fill, but has been doing incredibly well so far with the support of Malrang. Both junglers spending a decent amount of time top, and honestly, overall, a very quiet game. 12.5 minutes in, much slower than our previous one. Both sides seemingly content to scale up. You got a Ryze on one side, you got Nazir on the other. Never a bad choice.
Yeah. Scaling not too bad for either side. I think Trimby's hovering out of vision there. I can see him on the minimap looking for an arrow, but now he's going to come back to help out Comp.
Brock has to be careful here, flashing away from the arrow. Now going to use an ult of his own. Trimby getting slowed up, but there's no follow-up there. Overall, very positive for Koi.
Nice sidestep, but Shigenda might be in trouble. Both mid laners are hovering around. There's the Herald place for Shigenda. BDS are just here to defend the play. The Herald crash will come in. I don't think there'll be a fight. Whoever goes in, but Larsen's showing on mid-wave now. This could be a window if the Azir decides to turn around, but no, it's just going to be a 2v2 for now.
Nook doesn't want to commit. Wants to be back in mid lane to catch that wave. Makes a lot of sense. And it's just so hard because if they're not under tower, Shigenda and Malrang should just win the 2v2 pretty easily. Stun coming out there.
That's the empowered W with Blade. Can do so much damage. Auto attack is there to the Blade. And Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. A bit of a quiet game in terms of kills, but a lot of focus on this top side. A lot of focus on these volatile champs like the Olaf and the Renekton. The reason they're volatile, of course, is because their scaling is just bad. So their strongest point is now, so they need to get ahead.
Never heard anyone put it so simply before. Usually it's like because they're so powerful early game, unless, you know, they try to frame it in the positive way.
Nope,
I like your glass half empty, because they're really bad late game.
Yeah, straight as it goes. There's a Radiant Virtue picked up from Malrang. Nice new item. Rod of Ages for Larsen, going to start stacking. Mythic slowly coming in across the board. Again, they're going to find Adam. Doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Wants to stack up that Rage Bar.
Here's a question for you, Cajal. We're 14 seconds until the Ocean Drake.
14.
Not to get too political here, but when the objective vote pops up here for Koi, are you voting yes or no?
I think Larsen might drop an FF vote in a second. He's in trouble.
I don't know if he's FFing quite yet, but he's definitely taking a lot of shots here. Realm Orb coming out. Just gets pushed back.
1 out of 5 on the green, I can tell you that for a fact.
Right there.
Larsen face checking into the bush of Shio. Does Koi try to fight this anyway? They're posturing for a 3v4. Malrang doesn't really have anything else to do. He's already showed, so they may as well fish for something. Arrow's not up though. Could just look for a steal.
On the smite.
Malrang just walks in.
Walk in, taking a lot of damage. Ult just goes completely wide. Sheo able to secure the objective, but Comp and Trimby now trying to follow up. Labrov has been caught out though, at least trade 1 for 1 of the kills. And meanwhile on the top side, we got a 1v1. Shigenda coming out on top quite easily, but Adam now fully committing for the exchange. Ulti traded. CC immune Olaf, but he just flashes out to safety. Summoner spell for summoner spell. In the long run, however, that ghost is going to be up much sooner.
Yep, it is. And I think Shigenda will have the pressure in the lane now because he can lifesteal off the wave as Adam has to give it up because of the mana situation. But I'm surprised BDS gave a kill over to Koi there. They were in a 4v3. They could have been the ones to step up, but they were lacking a few ultimates. They didn't have the Azir, the Vi, the Jhin ult. There was nothing really to work with, so they couldn't pressure away the 3-man squadron of Koi. And they do get a kill for the Dragon. Nice try on the steal by Malrang. As we look at the face check from Larsen here, thinking maybe he can help his bot jungle get some vision on the Drake.
He's Robin Hood, he's having a great time. Little does he know, Sheriff Nottingham, right on the opposite side of the wall, shooting him.
Taken out instantly. And let's look at it, because Malrang goes to the steal, but no ultimates, so they can't really stop the 4v3. Maybe Labrov's just a bit too far forwards. Maybe he's the one thinking, he lands the stun onto the Ashe. He's like, guys, let's go onto this Ashe. Looks like a free kill. And the rest of them are kind of like, well, no, we're good. They back away. Saves the flash.
Why do we even do team comms? Like, why do we even do mic check? You should just do the team comms for everybody. Here we go. Ulti going to connect. Cleanse now going to come out. Malrang potentially ready there for the follow-up. Oh, Stinger. Has he been baited into the trap? But the lockdown for Comp is going to be big. Comp, where's the fancy footwork going to go? Heal for the extra movement speed. Labrov getting cut down. Can they get anything else back? Malrang, quick flash out to safety. Ulti not going to connect onto the Labrov. Both sides walking away. Hurt. No kills for either team.
That was an I will always love you moment there. Shio blocks the Sejuani ult just in time with his Q, so Labrov could live. Didn't have the flash to escape. Support jungle of Koi have lockdown, but they don't have damage, so Labrov escapes. And the fighting dies down. But 2 dragons over to BDS is important. If they can get towards that Infernal Soul, Koi will start to struggle. All their pressure on this top side has left them in a hole with no dragons. So next dragon will be a very big fight. Items will start to be built. Prowler's Claw on the Renekton to lock down this ranged 3-man trio of the mid and bot side.
And I gotta say, I've been loving how Shea's been playing this one. When we look back at his LFL summer stats, they weren't out of this world. They were okay, you know, pretty middling. But when you look at his actual impact in game, this guy was such a huge impact player. And we saw Yike debut in the previous game. I was hopeful that Shea would be able to have a similar impact. I think thus far in this game, yes, he's behind Malrang in terms of individual build, but both of those assists, the Dragon take as well, you know, a solid start. That said, though, the top side falling apart is definitely going to continue to cost the team more and more.
It is, and both these teams, their top side especially, top jungle, can only go forwards. There's no backing down. Because once the Olaf ults you, ooh! Nice dodge from the Azir.
I'm just loving Shea keeps just tanking ults.
He does. First the Sejuani, now the Ashe ult. Got a magnet on him. Just colliding towards him. Nice dodge there by Nuke.
Did it for the team on that one. We'll just pretend. I think the concern that I have is that you hit a threshold with Olaf where it's really easy for the opposition to DPS check you, and that threshold for Renekton is when that Prowler's Claw is finished. I actually just don't think that there's anything you can do, and it's going to be a similarly difficult story for Crownie and Labrov in a team fight. If Renekton is ever on a flank, he will one-shot your backline if that is going to be the build.
He will. So much damage, but also quite squishy. The problem is then, once you... What BDS will then do is once the Prowler's Claw is finished, for example, or once they're approaching fights, they'll say to themselves, well, Shio, are you going to use the Vi ult on Renekton so we can go front to back and take down this full lethality damage Renekton, or are you going to ult someone like Comp so we can gap close onto this Ashe and Ezreal and maybe dive on top of them with the Olaf? So we'll see how these two teams decide to play their comps in terms of front to back. Will the Renekton be flanking? Will they just be tanking damage and trying to get the Olaf down to buy time for Comp and Trimby? But in 1 minute's time, we'll find out.
And range is a really interesting discussion here because we know the Azir pretty easily outranges the Ryze in fights. Ryze obviously can be a machine gun in terms of damage output, but how they position, how they play these fights is going to be massive, as is always the case. But Trimby and Malrang, dynamic, icy duo here. Just looking for
Freljord.
This is a lore draft. They're lore drafting. It's a new strategy here in the LEC.
We want the color blue and Freljord. And Larson picked Ryze and went green instead.
Icy Ezreal, just saying. Larson did kind of ruin it. Default skin is blue. Oh, he felt it. He felt the wind on his back.
Tiny bit bigger hitbox on the Jhin, and that would have landed. 20 seconds on Drake, though. We'll see if the arrow comes up in time. It's relatively short cooldown, but BDS playing for mid-prio here. Gonna start pushing Comp back, but he has so much range to clear the wave. First one's to the river. Shigenda's based. He hasn't got the Prowler's Claw yet, but will Koi be able to crack this setup and get towards this dragon, deny that soul point? Small gold lead, set up for BDS.
Soul still a very powerful win condition, so this would be big for the team overall. With the Herald now being dropped mid, a pressure point that most likely need to be responded to. Adam's still in the area, though, healing up courtesy of that red buff. Boy, a little bit divided on what they want to be doing here. It looks like they've decided to move up into mid lane. But the Herald already gone means they don't really have a great push angle here. Larson on the flank could be massive, but again, if they mistime this engage, very easy for BDS just to collapse on said flank. So for now, Dragon was not going to get started there, but Crownie, first shot here, pulling it out.
Larson is really split. He's on bot Tribush. See if he rejoins his team or wants to realm warp across. Flanking on Ryze. Yeah, I mean, he can look for it, but if they all turn up, he will die. Adam's also already split. This is awkward. You've got one member on either side, which are completely split off from the rest of the team.
Time to see how well they can execute the team fight here. Larson off to the side. Ryze on the side is going to be big. Damage is huge, but instantly going to get taken down. Unstoppable, but not unkillable. Instant dragon take from the side of Koi. Complete confidence on the engage there.
So much damage. BDS is compromised on singling out one target and just bursting them down, but I think they were a bit surprised that the Ryze is flanking them. Nuke got instantly rooted and couldn't respond. Are they realm warping for a Nash rush here? Enemy jungler's dead. You've got Ryze. You should be able to burst it down rather quick.
I mean, your Renekton has Blade of the Rune King. They should be able to shred through this so incredibly quickly. 3 primary damage sources. The stacks now coming in fast for Malrang. Rob and Crownie waiting over the wall.
Gone. Unless some miracle steal happens.
Lower. Can the steal come through? Will they be able to take it away? That's going to be the objective. Malrang might just fall for it, but the entire team leaping forward to body block. He's still ticking. He's still burning. And he almost dies to the Tiamat. That could have been massive. Adam now chasing in. CC immune, but has to run back to safety. Oh, and the shutdown goes through!
I think he wasn't even aiming at Malrang. I think he was aiming at Comp, but then he E'd, and then it just didn't tank the bullet, and then it hit Malrang instead.
And we'll have to look at the replay because I didn't see if the W connected or if it was the Ravenous Hydra from the W hitting that finished him off there. But ultimately, hugely positive for Koi. No doubt in my mind that this is a big loss for BDS. Now going to go in, gets pushed right back, dashing through again.
Couldn't block the WE there. If he just got in front of him, he could have stopped the dash. No flash as well. He would have picked up the kill. Arrow, mate, it always hits Shio. It's not even aimed at him half the time. And he's gonna look for a pick here. See if he can find Shigenda, but there's no one around. We'll pretend that didn't happen.
No, come on.
So here's the replay. I think they were just surprised that Larsen's on the flank.
Yeah,
Nuke gets instantly rooted, and he's just such an easy target. Shio gets locked down. Look at his health bar, just shredded by the time he even tries to look for an ult. The rest of BDS are too far back. Their front back damage is not that high if the Azir is forced out. And there's the pet evolve.
And this is one of the circumstances where I think that the team who pulls the trigger first in a fight is just always advantage. Because there's a world where all of BDS instantly turns and tries to one-shot Larsen, but because they're already on the back foot, because they're clearly unprepared, it just falls apart immediately.
So now the Baron Siege comes in. Mid-tier 1 will fall quite easily. A bit of a 4-1 setup here. Larsen will start to shadow Shigenda. You have to imagine Malcolm's pushing in waves. Deep vision for Koi. Look for mid and bot tier 2. No teleports. You don't really want to split up. No realm warp either. So you want to make sure you're within arm's reach of your members. Big stacking bot wave here. BDS will clear it out, but Koi will use this to go towards mid, you have to imagine.
Your name's not Shio, and the arrow cannot hit you.
Oh, they're a bit late on the mid wave. You can see Comp trying to E forwards to get the buff onto the creeps. Crowny was the only one to clear the wave, but they'll get it. So
Ravenous Hydra really paying off here in terms of just raw wave clear, making it that much easier.
Ooh, big stun.
There's a big stun. The follow-up now. Fine, now going in there looking to find one more pick. Larsen now taking down. This is a massive fight. This could just be everything for BDS. There are no objectives on the map, but if they can keep this momentum going, maybe, just maybe, they can break open mid.
Massive play there by Lebrov. I think he realized that Comp and Trimby taking a bit of a greedy path. Larsen following them as well, and Comp has the escape to E through mid-wave, but the grenade bouncing, just landing on both of them. Instant follow-up from the Vi. Adam being very cautious despite having the numbers of events on the map that he could get picked off. Doesn't have the ult, doesn't have the ghost, and the Renekton Sejuani has a lot of lockdown. Huge play there from the Lebrov to stop this siege. We'll see it again. Jinold comes in. He knows Larsen trying to run away, so I think he doesn't even know Trimby's there. He's just aiming at Larsen. They don't actually have any vision on the Ashe. But when Shio goes over, he says, well, that's just a free kill. And then the airborne hits onto Larsen as well. Very minute CC chain, but then the rest of BDS are here. Gets a little bit of a lockdown, and he can't get away.
Very well played. Lebrov, that is one of the powers of the Heimerdinger. You can just fish.
Imagine if that hit Shio, just bent around the Azir and just landed onto the Vi. I would just leave the cast.
Just take off the headset and walk away.
I'm just gone.
I'm done. Nothing is real anymore. Nothing makes sense.
This is the BDS Death Brush. They're looking for the rise. Will Larsen walk up?
Ooh, Larsen. He was the flanker last time. Will the flanker become the flanked?
Look at the pings. I think they think that they have a pick onto the Azir. There's a blue orb in the back brush. Maybe they saw the Vi and the Heimerdinger. I'm not sure. They're 4-man collapsing on 3. Crowny's a bit far away. Oh no.
The gig is up, boys.
Run!
It's every man for himself. Shio waiting, debating. TP now coming in. They're already committing. Nook on the backside. Still has to be the one to deal so much damage. Lockdown on the rise is big. Larsen still standing strong, though. Now on the backside, it's Crowny firing shots. Everybody's still standing now. 5 members strong. So many Heimerdinger turrets set up and ready to go. They're trying to burn down. It's going to be big. Ezreal, now the turn coming out. Adam forced to walk away. Crowny does not have any mana. He cannot follow this one up.
No mana.
Dash forward. Gale Force, 4-shot. Will not connect. Snare does flash in. He gets it.
Clean.
A little bit of style to finish that one off.
It's a 1-for-1. It's so hard for either of these teams to walk in. You saw Koi try initially, There were so many Heimerdinger turrets. The Heimerdinger ult turret as well. They couldn't get the damage in. Shigenda didn't even want to dash forwards. And then when BDS commit, Koi are the ones who turn onto the Vi. So whoever commits first, it just feels so tough to actually lock down a single target. But in the end, it's a 1-for-1. Good trade-off there. And they'll get this tower that they came for. They also looked for a pick. 1-for-1 and a tower. Dragon is up, though. So Comp will pick that one up with the rest of Koi as they look for that tower to make sure the Dragons are even across the board.
Infernal going to feel very good when you have so many carry threats on this team. 3 between the Ezreal, Ryze, and Renekton.
Oh, it's just to cancel a base, maybe?
And this one will connect onto Crowny. Immediate cleanse because he doesn't know who is in the area.
I think it was a good cleanse because Larsen is in range for Realm Warp. He's level 16. I think he could have instantly Realm Warped on top of the Jhin. And he might have died because he has no flash and the Ryze has Phase Rush. So Good decision there to just use the summoner and be safe. Has a shutdown as well. Baron spawning in 50 seconds. It could have been an absolute disaster on the map in terms of control. But here it is again. The blue orb does spot the Heimerdinger. So
oh no.
Koi did know that the play was happening. Oh, it doesn't check the bush. So close. So they send 4 up thinking there's only 2. They don't know Shio's here. Maybe they saw him as well. But 4v3, numbers advantage. But look how many Heimer turrets get placed down on top of the ult one. The Azir dodges out despite getting hit by the Sedge. Despite getting hit by the Sejuani, dashes. Backs against the wall, turn onto the rise, and then watch Shigenna here. He wants to commit, but look how many towers there are. How does he jump onto the Jhin? He's just gonna get melted straight through, and then Shio goes in, and they turn onto him.
Obviously, the rest of the fight plays out. You can see there's a lot of burst on the side of Koi. Really, the thing that makes this work for BDS Ultimate Crownie, playing with a lot of confidence. Gale Force, step back, baiting. Hits the W because there's really nowhere for Trimby to go. The second he tries to step between the towers, it's guaranteed to land just enough mana to make it work there. But the thing I just have to say is the thing that makes Heimerdinger, I think, so obnoxious is the early Rylai's buy, because then you're getting slowed. And yes, the turrets you can dash through as Renekton, which is a nice added bonus. You can reset, obviously, the dash cooldown on the slice and dice, but it's not enough to make it easy to get through all of those, because they don't do a ton of damage, but when he throws down the empowered one, more than enough to shift a 1v1 in your favor. Engage.
Just blocked it. I think he was aiming at Crownie there. No cleanse. Not a bad game state, though, I have to say, for BDS. The Azir is getting towards 3 items. The Jhin is getting towards 3 items. The Olaf's actually pretty tanky with this Jack Show build, going towards Bramble. Even though the Renekton's building full damage still. So I think the Olaf might actually offer quite a bit in teamfights in terms of just soaking up damage to allow the Azir to find space. Here's the arrow, though. Trimmy looking for Crownie. I don't think he has Gale Force up. No, he doesn't. Or Cleanse. If that hit, he was dead. Important that he gets out there. Koi now trying to push forward, get some vision with that mid-wave in, but BDS's game state is not bad. I think if they set up a good fight, they should be able to make a comeback here. Koi has to be very careful.
Have to be patient, have to play well together, leverage the synergy that you built for 3 of the 5 in the LFL. These mid to late game states, Scrim's going to give you so much practice in the early game, mid game with this 5-stack. Late game's much harder, especially on stage. Koi has that practice. Shigenna really the only player who has not had that entire year of experience with this lineup.
Touched on it earlier on as well. Koi, formerly known as Rogue, was just so dominant in the best of 1. Regular season was their bread and butter. They had splits where they went 11-12-0 and then dropped their first game so long into the split. So hopefully they can keep up that consistency, because that's exactly what they're known for. Up against BDS here, we didn't really know what to expect. You can see the regular season scores on the side there. Slowly got so much better, especially with the roster in 2022. We'll see what BDS can do. They're putting up a fight now. 3 items on the Azir, level 16. Set up across the board, 1 minute 40 seconds on the next dragon. Baron still up, a lot of vision contest on this top side. There's the Lord Dominic's for Crownie as well. So this is the point in the game where BDS want to take a fight.
Debating their options here, and again, setup is so crucial. If you're fighting into the Azir, if you're fighting into the Jhin and the Heimerdinger, things get so much easier for you overall. Trimby will continue to fish with these Ash arrows. Not even level 11 yet at this stage of the game.
I think they can start Baron and turn if they want to. The only problem is that little scuttled crab there is a pain. The scuttle vision and the Ash ease, there's so many ways that Koi can check. They drop the top push as well to make sure they can get a mid-wave in, so Adam will have to go and collect that, but he's getting close to level 16 as well. Dragon up in 1 minute. Neither team would want to give that one up, put them on soul point. Very risky and dangerous to be in that position. There's a lot of back and forth of pushing in waves here and getting vision.
And we're into the, people call it like the chess game state, essentially, of League of Legends. Push a wave, lay down some vision, enemy team forced to respond. Really the only thing that makes this game state different than that chess state is the fact that we have Ash arrows flying every 60 seconds or so, just to see if they can break what has been a very turn-based game for probably the last 10 minutes.
Crownie was molded by the Crownie comments. You can't hit him. Constantly dodging, but it's so crucial that he keeps dodging these arrows and none of them are landing. He can keep his cleansing, keep his flash, keep his life. Are they going to look for a fight here? There's the grenade.
Grenade. Stun will not connect, just the slow. Trying to be able to make his way out of that one. I'm getting scarier and scarier, though. The early laning deficit definitely not hurting him anymore.
BDS are threatening a Baron here. If you go towards Dragon, you send 1 or 2 members, we're just going to instantly rush it down, and it will be quick with the Azir.
Azir, Heimer, Olaf, it's going to be a very quick Baron.
They're going to do it over the wall.
I like it.
Malrank saw the Vi charge into the pit. There's the Ashy as well. So BDS, this is the Baron start. Here comes the turn. Crownie, a bit split from the rest of the team, though.
Malrank stepping forward. 6k getting lower. When is the call going to be to turn and fight? Are they just going to try to bet everything on this? They just want to flip it. Now trying to burn it down, but Shio's out of the pit. Shio needs to go back in to try to smite this. Shio charging the Q, has to go back in, but they just give it. It's just a big lead, but now Adam, they're in the meat grinder of the Olaf. Can he get anything done? Not today.
was that by BDS? They just tried to force the Baron, but there was only 3 people in the pit, so Koi just ran in, pushed them out, took it away, and it looked great. The Azir turned to get multiple people in the Emperor's Divide, but there's just not enough damage there. Crowny's not in the pit. And once the Azir goes in without the stopwatch, he's basically dead. So it's just on Adam to pick up the kills. Koi just handed it on a silver platter, a Baron and Soul Point.
Such a difficult situation. Obviously felt confident to start that up, but they'll look back at that and evaluate. Should they have turned? Should they have never started the Baron in the first place? All we know is that this, at the end of the day, was not the right call. Koi clearly prepared. BDS very much split. Massive damage from the Ezreal.
The Azir is just at the back of the pit. The only thing he can do here is just get out. Shio gets hit by so many spells, he has to flash out. Crowny can't do anything. I mean, he can pop the ult, but there's no real auto attacks to do. Good knock here on the Emperor's Divide. Big changes in comp, good reaction time to E backwards. It looks like there's a sign of life for BDS, but yeah, Crowny can't get himself in the fights, and comp is just untouched.
I think the other big issue right now is Larson is so strong. Not only does he do a ton of damage because he has the Frozen Heart, all this extra health coming in as well from the Roa, the Seraph Shield. Nuke is the only person that he hasn't itemized against yet, and the Azir doesn't have enough burst damage to kill this Rise, and it takes so long. He's essentially can frontline in so many of these fights. You saw he tanked the entire Azir ult. He got hit by Adam multiple times, went down to what, 50% health? Yeah. So difficult for them to burst through Larson before he starts taking out their backline.
Yeah, Ezreal such a good pick into Vi and Olaf. So much range. It's really hard for BDS to commit onto him. He's got the E, he's got the flash, and by the time you've just been taken to Narnia, so you're just alone at that point when you're engaging on Vi. But here's another Baron for Koi. They made a bit of a mistake, a bit of a blunder when they had it the first time. They got caught out. Big play by Labrov to get BDS in a more stable state, but now they're in some kind of 1-1-3 setup, looking for these tier 2s on side lanes. They will crack them open, but will they crack open the base? A lot of wave clear on the side of BDS from the Azir.
Yeah, as well as the Ravenous Jhin. Still, of course, difficult to clear these Baron creeps.
Shio.
To the top side.
The Renekton.
Maybe
No
they
flash.
can get this done, but the instant response is already coming out from Koi. Arrow goes a little bit wide. Nook now trying to walk away. Big damage going through. It means that tower should just fall on the bot side. In the meantime, Sigenda doing what he can in the 2v1, trying to turn it back. Double dash through. Dashing back in. So much damage. They go golden. Sigenda, does he have the cooldowns? No, not quite. But he does have another life. Guardian Angel being procced. Adam already starting to walk away. This was not the fight they bargained for.
It's over.
Koi just looking to end the game. Comp stepping up. Manages to mark Labrov. The damage follow-up is not there, but Crowny and Nuke doing what they can to hold on for as long as possible. Shigeta just TPing right back into the action. Koi looking to win their first game of the season. Very close, very contentious mid-game, but Koi just kept finding these small advantages, and now they've blown the game wide open.
The Azir are doing work, though. They put up a second Nexus tower for the time being. I'm not sure if Koi can end. I'm not sure if they can push the advantage more. I thought Shigenda would just chase the Olaf and Vi all the way to the Nexus, but instead he based, allowing them to recall as well. So turns into a 5v5 instead of a 4v3. They have got the Soul Point, though. They've cracked open 2 inhibitors, and I think they'll be looking at the next dragon. Shio will queue over here. Not sure if he wants to take this fight.
I don't think he does. He doesn't know the Renekton is waiting there in the darkness, but the Renekton is waiting there in the darkness. Adam spotted out by the Ezreal. Red buff taken away. And again, 10k gold lead. Comp. Big. Every AD in meta.
Good adjective. Comp.
It is big, because every AD in the meta was banned against him.
Yeah.
They picked a very wonky bot lane in Ashe Ezreal, something I'm not used to seeing whatsoever. But despite the early pressure that a Jhin and Heimer should be able to put out, they kept it close. And now here in the mid game, they've been thriving. 399 CS, 203, fully built. An extra Zanyas, because why not? That item is so strong. Here comes Larson and Shigenda. This should just be easy peasy. He's going to get pushed back, though. Finds a bit more space. Shio now needs to make his way out. Realm Orb coming in, and the retreat is there. TP coming down, but will get interrupted.
What just happened? Larson Realm mobbed Shigenda out. Then they canceled the TP onto Adam, who's TPing in front of Malrang. It's 2v3 on top side.
Raw fishing. That's the ulti down for the Heimerdinger. Malrang can just body block these shots. And again, BDS at this point are just fishing for anything, just trying to find some kind of advantage. The root has taken hold. Adam backing off. Crowny, Gale forcing in, desperate to get anything done. Malrang ticking away. Arrow's going to connect. Adam forced to ult and run back to safety. Larson on the flank once more. You're now going to be in trouble forcing the flash out as well. BDS are losing so many tiny advantages, and here comes Renekton. 1-4, now going to go in with the Prowlers as well, and just instantly takes them down. Trimby following up, and there it is. The final fight for BDS, not the one that they wanted, but the one that they will get as Koi move in to break down the Nexus. Taking their time in the fountain, adding insult to injury, and Shio just doing what he can. But Larsen's a tanky boy, and he's a fast boy as well with this phase rush. They're not ending the game. It's like ARAM.
Damage farming.
They say we go again. Stats. There it is. We'll go.
There it is. Win for Koi. Even Comp had a guard. He had a Zonias towards the end there. So even if they managed to get on top of him, he had a Zonias. There was no real way BDS could get on top of Comp. He was playing the range so fantastically, and that's the consistency you get out of one of the best AD carries Europe has to offer. A little bit of a rocky road, especially in that mid to late game, but Koi coming out on top. They got the Baron, kept a couple of hiccups around the Baron, but then this BDS play just to give them a Baron, just kind of saying we're going to start it in turn, but the turn was not locked in enough for a lead, and Koi punish it. And you can't make mistakes against a team like Koi.
Absolutely cannot. They have the experience to punish, to play those mid to late game scenarios, even with some of the younger players on the roster. And I think an excellent debut for Shigenda. Looking pretty solid on the Renekton. Renekton versus Olaf, something he's probably pretty comfortable on given his time and tenure in the LFL. But overall, exactly what you wanted to see. And for both of our super veteran lineups that we've seen so far today, both for G2 and for Koi, the new blood looking good, looking solid, which is, if you're a fan of those teams, exactly what you want to see. Of course, again, we talked about it, one game, not the biggest sample size. It's best of one. It doesn't mean everything. It doesn't mean nothing either. Definitely closer to the nothing side.
I think the best takeaway for me there is Shigenda's lane phase was just really strong. Despite a couple ganks from, level 2 gank from Malrang, there was matching ganks from Shio as well, so it was kind of even across the board, but his wave control was great against the Olaf. The Olaf wants you to push into him so he can try to punish you as you try to crash waves, but every time you looked top, the wave was either coming into him or it was frozen next to his tower, so there was no room for Adam to punish. And Adam was constantly thinking if Malrang was top, then he could die trying to push out this wave. So good debut game there for Shigenda on Koi. Of course, we have seen him in the LEC before under Vitality. Had his stint through the ERLs, and he's looking good. G2 looking a bit cleaner, I have to say. But you never know what kind of firepower BDS can bring. You know, maybe this is a big level up, a big step up. A couple mistakes in the mid to late game, though, and that just comes from a lot of experience.
And credit to BDS for punishing when they found opportunities. LeBron finding the excellent grenade over the wall there to take out Larsen in the exchange. And ultimately, BDS will probably review the entire game, and it's easy as a fan to look back to just the Baron and kind of say, this is the moment where it clearly fell apart. But it was such a slow, controlled mid-game, and that is such a difficult situation to play out because I feel like you feel this pressure to do something. And we see so many players crack under that pressure, and Koi did not crack. You can vote at LEC on Twitter for your player of the game. Candidates are Malrang, Larsen, or Comp. Let us know who you think. For now, though, let's send it over on stage with Lore and the victorious Trimby.
Thank you, Dracos. Trimby, thank you for joining me as well. Congrats on taking the first game. You were just telling me that you thought the game was a bit boring from your perspective. Can you elaborate on that, please?
I mean, if you play Ash like this, and then there's like not much happening, but we got like good trades, we got bad trades, and then it's like, then the game kind of stagnated in the sense that they were just playing topside. My boys were playing topside. I came one time to get the Herald, and then I'm like, you know, just chilling with Ezreal scaling. So there's not much to do unless I'm like doing like crazy Ash ults, etc. But on top lane they have Olaf, so he would just ult. Like there's nothing I can do, pretty much. And then there's Azir coming with Mercs, so yeah, it was kind of boring, but at the end of the day it was also a lot of fun because I could like throw arrows in and there and just help my team, right?
Ash is one of the fun picks we see on bot lane right now because on Twitter for the whole week, people were complaining about Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yuumi. I'm glad that we didn't see any of them so far in the LEC, but tell me a bit more about Ash and if we can expect that it's going to be one of the rising picks in the LEC as well.
I'm not sure if in LEC. I know that in Korean ladder, they play a lot of Ash support, and that's why like I kind of like to play it too. It's like really obnoxious early levels with the Hell of Blades and all. But I feel like in EU, it's not that important to win lane right now, so it's not... It depends, obviously, on the lanes. For instance, the G2 game, right, when like lane was like pretty important. But yeah, overall, it's like just kind of trying to just get some arrows in and there, try to trade well, so you can have some pressure from bot side. We didn't have it, but also we're playing like Ezreal with TP, First Strike, we're like pretty much scaling, and enemy have like Jhin, you know? So it's like, it's pretty fun, it was pretty chill after all.
We'll see how the meta develops, of course, it's still very early to make predictions. A bit more about you as a player, but also with Koi, because minus the name change, you're coming back as the LEC Summer Champion. So tell me how your title affected you and how do you think it's going to help you play also good in the LEC this year?
I I mean, there's for sure self-confidence like rises up right instantly after you win the LEC, and it's like, you know, it's like something that not many people got to do, so that's obviously nice. But if I have to be honest, it's not as nice as I thought it would be this year. I think that it's not, you know, it's not like I've been playing like really bad or something. It's like, you know, you have to get back there again, and it's not easy. Teams are getting better. Teams are evolving in a way, like so many changes, right? And we are kind of pretty much the only team that did not make much changes. And we still need to perform and get better and better and better. And for now, it's been shaky, for sure. It's like fine in scrims, but you know, we're like not top. We're not on top of the world. So for sure, like next 2 games will be important, and overall just trying to make sure we are in a good shape, because right now the most important is like read the meta well and be able to be prepared, because in 2 weeks I might not be here anymore for like, you know, another like for next split. So we need to step up, all of us, to like make it work for sure.
If anything, it feels like getting a title is just setting up expectations for yourself and what's coming. A couple words on Shiganda, because he's joining the desk right now. You were mentioning the dynamic for Koi. How is it going to change compared to last year?
Matthias is a bit of a specific person. He likes to joke a lot. He's kind of the guy that takes a lot of stuff and also tries whatever he possibly can. So that's like nice. He like for sure tries his best to accommodate in the current state. And also it's like not easy, right? Because like before with Odo, we kind of played a specific playstyle that obviously worked for us the best. And right now we have to shake things up. We have to make sure that he feels also comfortable, because he might look like a griefer sometimes, but it's us who grieve him. So, you know, it's like we need to make sure that we help him out. But this game, he played really well. I think that he was doing a lot of good stuff. And yeah, I'm proud that, you know, he spoke up during the draft. He like said what he wants, and we made it work. And I'm happy for that.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing more from him and from Koi as well. Nice color, they suit you very well.
Koi, nice.
Chimbi, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you for postgame.
Thank you so much, Laure. And we actually have Shigenda with us, so that is perfectly set up by you. You don't have an in-ear, though, and I am telling the truth. So basically, Trimby was saying how he's really happy to work with you, how you have... when they played with Odo, they had a very specific play style, but now maybe you have to find out what's more comfortable for you. He also said that if you're griefing, it's actually the team that is griefing, and I guess you agree with that?
I will agree 100%. I'm always playing perfect, and the boys are trolling.
Okay, perfect. Regardless, though, he was also asked about how he feels about Koi's level overall. When you look at the way you think you've performed in scrims and now this first game on stage, how happy are you as to where you are right now?
Well, I've seen like a lot on Twitter and this stuff. I follow like tier list predictions. Everyone thinks we're like the best, but in scrims, we're really not the best. Right now, in the start of the split, I was mind blown how bad we were. It's like getting better and better day by day, and I think we'll become really good again. But they have to get used to me playing instead of Odo for sure. He was like always chilling, and I like to fight a lot usually. So yeah, right now we have dirty enders, but I think it will become really great.
I was going to say, because having watched you for a long time, you're very adamant about resources, especially in Vitality B. It was the Sigenda and Diplex show for the most part. Coming into Koi now, who was really good playing through the bot lane, how is the stylistic of this team changing with you coming in there? Is it just like always you and that hyper carry, or are you not that one-dimensional? What do you feel like as a team right now?
It's like right now, I think bot lane is OP, so we try to not give like too many resources to me because bot lane is just broken, so we cannot like only be top. But yeah, I'm down for both styles, and the team is down for both styles at the moment to see what will work out.
Okay, we do have a replay, I think. We want to look at that one. It's from the level 2 top gank. So basically playing with Malrang is something I want to ask you about because, of course, if we watch him, he's sometimes pretty crazy. But talk us through this one.
Well, in Champ Select, when they locked Olaf, he's like, we can gank top level 2. Then in Champ Select, or like when loading screen, we see he has Ghost, and then it's like, okay, we go top level 2. So I just play to like trade level 1 a lot, and Adam is like, he likes to trade, so I know he will go for it, and then we just know we can kill.
This is so funny, because Vedis was talking in the green room when we were going through this, and when you blinded Renekton and they came in with Olaf, Vedi was literally joking. You just know Malrang's already saying he's coming top level 2, no one's going to expect it. Oh my word. Yeah, crazy stuff to come through from Malrang.
I guess that makes you happy then.
I love it, like Malrang is so nice. If I call him, he's there. If I don't call him, he's there. He's always there. I don't know. He's like so nice.
Oh my God, I love it. Now, you said it already, right? A different kind of play style. Aside from that, I think it's also maybe it could be stressful, I guess, because Odoamne is a very loved person, of course, in the community, but also specifically on Koi/Rogue, who won their first title. How are you kind of dealing with that? Because for you, none of this is your fault, of course. You just came in and you're playing, but has that been hard to adjust to?
Well, we just won our first game, so no one will like flame me yet. But I think maybe it'll hurt me if I in too much and they'll be like bring Odo back. Maybe it'll hurt. I don't know. We'll have to see. But it's like for now it seems good, and the teammates seems to like me, so I'm happy.
It's been a long way for you as well. Like you had to go back. Obviously, you were in the LEC with Vitality in the beginning. And really, I don't want to talk about the team situation, also not about the team situation right now. The journey from you from Vitality down to the Academy and now back up to Koi, what do you feel like you as an individual, as a top laner, what's different from you now than as to what it was back then when some people may have seen you on the stage?
I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of the same. I'm just like better looking. I don't know.
That's great. I mean, sure.
Sigenda before and after LEC got more fit. There you have it.
And actually winning games.
Yeah.
Maybe this time around.
Perhaps, yeah.
More than before. Oh, I love this. Thank you so much, Sigenda. Congratulations
thank you so much.
on your first win and also a really fun interview at the desk. Coming up, though, we'll preview Evie and Team Heretic's debut in the LEC versus Astralis with a special game together with my analysts. Stay tuned.
Hello, my name is Ebi. I'm from Japan. My age is 27. I started League of Legends in 2013, season 3. I think 2015 I started to be a programmer. My play style is assistant team play style. For example, roaming. I always help our team call. Not main, but help.
Who are your favorite champions?
Depends on season, but I like Na. Tamkench. Argot. Torindamir. I want all LEC top laners against, but especially Odoamne, because we are same age. Team is D2.
Why?
Jitsu is European symbol team.
Do you have any interests? Anything you like to do outside of League of Legends?
I'm excited food. Wait, not excited. Interested learning English. Communication with my teammates. I'm all interested.
Interested in food, and he came from Japan to Berlin.
Yeah, that's so. I don't know about that one.
It's about perspective, isn't it?
No
I
shade.
do really love how it's like, do you like doing anything outside of League? It's like, oh yeah, I want to learn how to communicate better with my teammates, and I also want to have sustenance so I can survive, so I can play more League of Legends.
He's just like me for real.
Grind set.
Well, this is awesome. Welcome, of course, to Europe, Ebi, and we're already getting a show. And welcome, of course, Heretics. Let's get the team graphic up for Heretics if we do have it, because some familiar faces there, as well as a blend very much of experience and new players. And I'd like to approach this pregame a little bit differently because we have Ebi, and we know he got famous for his thumbs up.
True.
So I'm
Big
going to play a game where I'm going to throw some statements your way about Heretics, and then you can go like this or like this, like Roman Emperor style.
But then we should probably like explain
Yes,
the
yes.
thumbs as well. Okay,
It's
I'm
not
on
as
board.
easy.
I'm on board.
Okay, first up, Heretics will make top 4. That came out weird. 4.
Coming out big.
Yeah,
That's
because
some-
like top 8 and then top
It's fair
6 not really
enough.
exists, so top
I'm
4.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go with the classic
Why?
thumbs down. Honestly, so I think that out of the gate, saying they will be top 4 is just too much faith, right? Like,
Could we get the team actually maybe up? Because some people might not be completely familiar with the lineup. So we can,
yeah. Because I mean, when you think about it, there's just so many unknown quantities here in Europe when it comes to this team, right? Like everyone's gonna know Jankos. If you watch Worlds, you also know Ebi. With like Ruby and Jack Spectre also coming into the mix. These are players with a lot of promise, but I think compared to some of the other known quantities in the LEC already, saying top 4 right out of the gate is too much.
Okay, sorry. Is it right out of the gate? Is it only winter split, or are we talking the entire year?
top 4 at the end of winter.
Okay,
Winter.
then it's a no. But
Okay.
if it was
But-
the entire year, I could actually be willing to like throw a prediction
like
in there
this.
for
Yeah.
them. Exactly.
Okay.
I could be positive towards them.
Okay,
I could
see
see
it.
that happening because also like another thing that you have to remember is the coaching staff behind
Exactly,
Heretics,
and that's
which
my
is
reasoning too.
So huge. You have
No, it's his
Peter
point.
Dunn. You have Peter Dunn, right? Who everyone here should know from Mad Lions, but also was working with Evil Geniuses, who made some of the best promotions into the LCS just last year. Absolutely huge for them. But now scouting out some talent, especially someone like Ruby in the mid lane, Jack Spectre as well. Like I have full faith that this guy can scout and also incorporate them into a good team.
I love it. So maybe winter a bit too short to show full potential, but when we look at the long term,
Yes.
very much a top 4 team. Secondly, Jankos is washed up? Question mark?
Bruh.
That's not honestly for me. Like it's not even going to take a lot of time to come up with this. Like I think for sure you can argue that if you want to go back to the prime time of who he was as a jungler, yes, there probably was higher performances every now and then, or highlight plays rather. But when it comes to Jankos as an individual, despite the sloppy end of the year he has yesterday, we cannot forget Spring. We cannot forget the kind of player he was around his laner, the voice he is for a team as well. I think calling him washed up at this point is way too early. But of course, if the trajectory continues downwards, that's where I would start the discussion.
Well, I think the real question is, what is the jungle meta actually going to pan out as? Because if we're seeing, like, unironically, like, Sejuani, like, champions that can hard gank, that's absolutely where a guy like Jankos thrives. But if it's going to be more of the farm style, like we saw in game 1, out of Yike with the Graves, that's where he hasn't been as successful in the past. So my expectation would be, if we can get him on those hard game early ganking junglers, he's going to be cruising.
Just to be clear, it's just a game to get you guys talking. I don't really think at all that Jankos is washed
Well,
up.
I'm sure I could see a fan do it, so that's why I got shut it down immediately.
What did she just say?
Yeah, exactly.
Then, Jack Spectra will be a top 3 ADC. I'm going to say let's look at the whole season, the whole year. Yeah. Oof.
You know what? I'm sorry. I feel like I've just got to go thumbs down on all of these so far. Again, I'm trying to think. You have to beat out. Who do you have to beat out? Comp. You have to beat out a potentially returning Han Sama. I don't know. I just feel like this is a player that has shown so much promise in the ERLs. This is a guy that could have been promoted last year even towards the LEC, but I still have a really hard time putting him above some of these names.
It's so tough. It's honestly so tough
top
because...
Top 4?
Top 4, I can be willing to make the argument for it, and the reason is as well, one thing, we haven't even seen him play a game yet in LEC, right? So it's hard to go from that sample size. But just from what I've seen, and I've watched a lot of Jack Spectra going into both the EMEA Masters last year as well, and into the LEC, the guy's a prospect. He's insanely gifted at the game. He doesn't mind if he's put on the carry position. He used to be a Draven one-trick pony, but that's not anything like he is at all anymore, right? You can put him on the Kalista as well. You can put him on any of the carries, and he'll play towards it. I can easily see how this guy right here, throughout maybe 2 years, will be at the top of Europe as an AD carry if the trajectory continues.
Yes, but the question was top 3 this year. No, I love it though.
Yeah, so there you go then. Then you get this. Is that what you want? You get the thumbs down then.
I actually want to be positive.
Hey, I'll say, you're getting me a little excited that, like, you're hyping me up with, like, Draven, Kalista. These are, like, explosive lane dominant.
I mean, you're not getting that today, and I'm going to shut you down immediately, but keep dreaming.
I was ready to call him the best AD carry right now if we got a Draven day 1. So I don't know, there's still time.
Yeah. I do like the story a lot, and you were talking about it to me in rehearsal, GB. The fact that this has always been the guy with humongous promise, and then he almost just didn't get there, right? His spots got snatched away from right under his nose. Now this is finally his chance.
I almost feel like the term unfortunate circumstances in off-season originated with Jack Spectra, at least like going back to last year as well, where it's like, oh, he's finally going to join the team. Oh no, Reckless is going to join Karma and Corp instead. There's a different roster as well, I believe, where it's, oh, he's finally considered for an LEC position, but a different guy came in as well. And it just feels like he was this close every single time to just make the breakthrough. And now, you know, he had to take it through the ERLs then. What more can you do than win the European Masters or EMEA Masters now than get qualified for the LEC?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, like, as you bring sort of rookie players into the LEC. I think Kadril and Drake was talking about this on cast a little bit earlier, where it's like, what team you join has so much implication for how, like, your legacy is. Like, do you get brought back for another year if you join a bottom tier team? And I think that is not the case here with Team Heretics. Like, we had the conversation, like, will they be top 4? Maybe not, but this team is one that shows a ton of promise for me. I have absolute faith in the coaching staff, and this is a team that Jack Spectra has the opportunity to make a fantastic entry into the league.
Definitely so. We have a little bit of a delay, but I think, as you say, no.
Come back, Evie, come back. You have game to play.
Oh, by the way, specifically about Evie, though, I believe there were, issues around getting the client in, like, Japanese, and that was, creating some hiccups
also,
last time
just
around.
so everyone knows, like, it is spelled EVI, but his name is Ebi, means shrimp.
Yeah.
So it's pronounced with a B instead of E. So
and also, he's in a Spanish team, Heretics, and they pronounce the V as a B, so it's actually perfect.
It's crazy.
They're up first Astralis, and I'm going to leave it over to Quickshot and Dagda to talk us through Astralis. Hello, Dagda.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the studio. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda for his first cast of the 2023 season. Dagda, are you ready to cast the LEC?
No, I mean, how am I supposed to be ready to cast a league with this many, like,
legacy players and kings and, you know, all the dynasties you set up. I came from the LPL. All we have is titles. We've got none of this.
Low blow. But you did take your training seriously. I appreciate that. All right, let's turn our attention really quickly to Astralis because it is one of the things I want to highlight. This was the roster that played in summer 2022. 2 changes. Vizicachi and Xerxes are out. Astralis have kept that core of Deo, Kobe, and Younghoon. Now we turn our attention to Finn and 113. In my head, the Finn is a potential upgrade. I see this being potentially more valuable to the team, but 113, I'm on the fence. I don't know how that's going to play out.
Yeah, I think especially when Xerxes was so core to this squad last year, I think it's hard to say that 113 will be able to live up to that. I think Xerxes was such a strong player on this roster, but I definitely agree with you in the Finn perspective, but I feel like this team's identity is still going to be the very same, right? They were very much a, hey, we're going to focus Dragons, we're going to focus bot lane. It feels like it's going to be a case of, can we get bot lane rolling or are we going bust? And I think that's very much where I'm going to be focused on to see, hey, can they get Kobe going? Can they get Jonghoon? Some of these weird picks like the Pike, the Bard, these kind of things. Maybe then they can try and pull a bit of an upset here because I don't think 2 people are riding high in Astralis right
It's
now.
interesting because I do think the general consensus is that Heretics are the favorite in this matchup. You expect more. You maybe have a higher anticipation for what their floor can be. Of course, Jankos playing on his first new team in years, going to be the leader as well as the loud voice. We'll have to see what impact he can have. But we're about to meet the teams as Astralis and Heretics take to the stage. Thank you so much, Berlin and LEC fans around the world. There's a lot of energy, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of noise in the venue today. And now there's a lot of pressure on the players because what I was trying to build up to just before we met the teams, I think both of these squads have a similar parallel in that they have stuff to prove. They have stuff to show. They need to tell us and show us how good the respective squads can be.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I mean, look, looking across at Heretics, I should say, I think this is a squad that obviously for Jankos, now stepping away from G2 for the first time in 4 years, he's got a lot to prove to show that he can bring that energy to a new roster as well. You've got 2 solo laners that aren't native to the language as well, so they've got a lot to show. And even like listening to Peter Dunn on the Yamato Cannon episode that he did, he was talking about how Ruby has become invigorized by having these guys that have gone to Worlds, and now he wants to show that he can get there as well.
And of course, imagine being paired up with Jankos, in your first LEC games, first LEC stage matches. That is a great captain guy to rally behind. And for everybody at home that is confused, yes, we have spoken to the organization. They are of Spanish origin, so it is Heretics, not Heretics, just so you're aware. Turning our attention to the draft. Heimerdinger banned away, Maokai and Caitlyn, so the Lucian still available, the Zeri still available, the Yuumi still available as well.
I'm real glad we don't have the Heimerdinger, to be honest, but I am keeping my eyes on the Yuumi to see if that one is going to be taken off the board. It just feels so incredibly strong, but Lucian now gone as well. It feels like the Yuumi has to go. Astralis will be pretty happy, honestly, if they can get their hands on that one, especially because you imagine like Zeri, Yuumi, then having the Wukong or a Vi alongside it, you'd be setting up for a very strong first 3 picks.
And of course, part of the reason we're so focused on that, thank you, Berlin, is we have got a number of LPL and LCK games to reference and to look at. And looking at the picks and bans and the drafts and the priorities there, I know Kadril is such a huge fan, He's loving the diversity that we're seeing over from the East at the moment.
Yes, it's great. It's absolutely wonderful. All 7 of those champions.
They're fantastic. But I will ask you though, Dagda, as we're not jumping into game 3 here of the Winter Split, the Rise is locked in first. I want to see where this draft is going to pivot and take, because I think there's been a few more surprises than I was anticipating coming into the day.
Well, there's 2 big things here to watch out for. Dayor, even back when he's in the ERLs, massive Rise player. This was actually something that he's very, very well known for. So the fact he's got his hands on this as well feels like it's kind of going back towards Dayor's bread and butter. And it's one of the big picks that I'm excited to see him. And one of the big talking points I had for the meta shifting in towards what I feel like is a bit more Dayor favored. But with all these AD carries banned away now, it does feel like Varus starts to rise up, and Jack Spectra will immediately take that. And I imagine a jungler here to boot as well. I'm probably looking at the buy, or maybe a Sejuani here for Jankos.
Oh, Jankos Sejuani in his first game with Heretics. Give that to me. The memes write themselves. But I do like seeing just how conversational course, the players and the coaches are on stage. That Vi locked in, so ding, 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 Dagda, nicely done. What's the response here from Astralis?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just go for the opposite side here. Go for the Sejuani. 113 hovering the Viego, though. I mean, 113 definitely somebody who likes to go for these invades in towards the jungle. If you got push from Ryze and now you've got the Viego to try and go toe-to-toe, it feels like at least the moment Astralis are trying to set up for a strong mid-jungle here. And we're just curious to see what AD carry they want to go for here. I think you have to take something here because otherwise you run the risk of just being banned out, especially with everything that's already been taken off the board.
And what a bold lockdown here. That's a blind pick Fiora into the top lane. Ruby, what are the answers? We saw the Azir into Ryze just the game prior. I know Ruby is fond of that champion. A lot of games played in his career. Or do you pick the counter to this Fiora top? There's some options here.
I think you go for the Azir and you actually just try to play at range. But the old school counter here coming out with the Cassiopeia. Wasn't expecting to see that one come through, but very strong into the Ryze. You can try and play at range. You can slow him down with the miasma as well. It makes it very difficult then for the Ryze to play around things. But I think Astralis, I mean, the fact they've already got both their solo laners locked in, this is a split push composition versus something that Heretics are trying to go for much more of a team fighting style here.
And so far, I really like the Cassiopeia options into Viego, Fiora, Ryze. The grounding ability as well as that petrifying gaze. I guess champions that, like, quite frankly, just want to run at you. Yes, they want to run at you from slightly different angles. Can be very, very impactful. So Kobe and Younghoon leaving their bot lane picks until phase 2. We're looking for support. We're looking for top laner from Heretics. That's the Renekton banned away from Ebby, the Ezreal to follow. Is there anything that you're leaning towards in terms of what you'd like to see?
Yeah, I mean, for top side, Fiora is just kind of really, really strong. I'm surprised that we're seeing it as much because I kind of expected it to be more of an Eastern style thing, but she's so incredibly strong. Not really any bad matchups at the moment, and we're seeing a lot in LPL and LCK where she's getting blind picked. You can try and go for Camille, not the best of matchups for the Camille. Cassante gets beaten by her as well, so it actually becomes very difficult to try and play into this. So unless you want to try and go for something like an R here for Evie, unless it's banned away here, that could be an option just to try and keep it range and try and hop past. But Fiora incredibly strong and not too many terrible matchups for her.
No, that Zeri will be banned away, so Kobe loses Ezreal, loses Zeri, the Caitlyn was banned too, the Gnar has now been removed from the pool. And Team Heretics need to figure out, are they going to reveal their top lane pick or their support pick for now? Currently hovering on that cannon. It'll be interesting to see if it does get locked in. Is some more of that AoE AP damage as well.
Yeah, the other option is something like a Jace, but actually going to go towards Xante. Okay, yeah. So we'll just kind of accept, hey, look, Fiora is going to have a fine time farming up in this lane and will become a bit of a bully, but Heretics are just all in on this team fight. And then we got to try and look for Astralis. Like, what are you going for in this AD carry position? Because we're kind of going down the tier list here with Varus. You don't really want to go towards Aphelios. Draven could potentially work out here. Maybe you just opt in towards the Ashe on the opposite side. Just go, okay, but actually, okay, gonna go towards the Xayah.
I like this as well. Think about it, into the Vi, into the Cassante aggression, a little bit of tools to play with. That Finn, just as an aside, this is that Finn. This is Finn's first Fiora in the LEC all time, and he'll be going into Evie's Cassante. And I'm gonna wait for this last pick here and the support pool for Young.
I do love the Xayah though. I mean, self-peel in the team fight, fantastic against the Vi. Also just pushing mid lane as well. Like we already kind of said, Astralis want to try and play side lanes with the Fiora and the Ryze, so something that can actually try and match against this Varus in the mid lane, very quickly clear out waves, is going to be key. But I have to see what the support now to round out here is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised to, honestly, something like a Nautilus or something along these lines. Just, I feel like you want something to try and follow up, but we are in an Enchanter meta, and it looks like Karma Varus is just going to go for that push all day long.
We've been talking about Karma as a support backstage fairly often, just in terms of controlling the waves. What do you think of this Varus Karma into the Ashe Xayah?
Yeah, I mean, you've got really, really good push for the Varus and the Karma, but post 6, it becomes very difficult to try and keep pushing up because you got great engage coming through from the Ashe Hour, can set up very well for a Viego. Follow-up CC coming through from the Xayah too, a lot of burst damage as well. Like, this is a kill bot lane for Kobe and Jonghoon, and when we talked about Astralis last year playing heavily around this bot side, it feels like they're setting up for that again.
Well, that was exactly what we saw work for them in 2022. Some of the tools are available here. When we look at this comps as a whole, zoom out, two different kind of approaches, but I think there's some split pushing power on both. There's some pretty strong team fighting on both. Who do you favor in terms of the compositions?
I just like what Heretics have brought to the board. I think overall team fight is good. You got good push on boss, and you got great control over mid lane as well, as Ruby should have control against this Ryze. And when you get in towards team fights, I just don't see who really deals with this Cassiopeia, right? You don't have any easy tools to lock her down. There's no point and click CC, so she can very easily play around her miasma, shut down a lot of the front line that doesn't really exist on Astralis. And as long as Heretics are able to play towards that, I think they're in great shape.
I mean, I guess the risk of the Rune Prison from Deo on that Ryze, one of the tools, but in order to get close enough to use that, going to be very, very difficult. Astralis and Heretics are loading up onto the Rift for their first game of 2023. Dagda, one more challenge for you. In the early game, which jungler or which lanes do you want to follow? Pause that thought, we're going to load into game. We're not loading up into the game. Unfortunately, we do have a brief pause. Please bear with us.
Why would you lie to me like that?
I know, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. There's a lot of new players, a lot of people have never been on the stage. There's a lot more languages to deal with as well and all the clients. But I will go back to the original question of where do you want to put your focus in terms of this early game?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to kind of be dictated around probably mid lane for Heretics, where you've got like the Cassiopeia and the Vi that you want to try and lock down this Ryze early. You can basically make sure that this Ryze can't have input in side lanes. As now we're going to go into the game. I get to toss it. Look how beautiful that was.
Nicely done. The new guy bringing us to the Rift. In terms of the initial starts, Astralis straight out the gate, barreling down that middle lane. Looks like a slightly defensive start here from Heretics. And again, we want to see how this early laning phase plays out. 2 teleports on the side of both squads. Cassante running that Ghost. I'm not seeing anything too surprising just yet, but I also want to keep my eyes on Jack Spectra in particular. It's one of the players there's been a lot of hype around, one of the AD carries, especially coming up from the ERL scene, that people have high expectations for how he's going to perform.
Yeah, I mean, even coming up from Heretics ERL team as well, being promoted now into the LEC. People have been talking about this guy for a while. I'm super excited to see what he can do. Feels a bit sad we get him on Poke Forest. I feel like you don't really get to show your AD carry chops in that champion, but especially when I think you're going to be taking a lot of pressure coming from the Astralis side with 113 trying to play down towards that bot lane. That's more where I'm going to be focusing to see, okay, how have you adapted to that pressure that can come through from an LEC team where a small mistake can be blown so far out of proportion.
And of course, both of these two teams have a lot of things to show and to impress. I have mildly hopeful expectations for this Heretics roster. I like the players that have been brought together, and I wonder how impactful Jankos will be as obviously the most seasoned, the most veteran player on the roster. He's on the Vi this time around, starting off on his red buff as Finn is currently kind of just standing in the river shouting. 113 will be mirroring down on that bottom lane, and no shenanigans afoot as the first wave is going to start, Dagda.
Yeah, I think though for Astralis, like you do have a lot to try and show here, right? I think Finn now coming onto this roster, he definitely wants to show that, look, I can actually be a big carry, bringing out things like the Fiora, and actually make a bit of a difference here for Astralis, where it can be a case of, hey, look, we actually have 2 threats now on both side lanes that we can try and play through. I think Dayor as well. Did a good job of...
You talk so much about Finn. Jankos forced to flash already. He's pushed off the red buff. 113 uncontested on his. And a cheeky start. Remember, this was the blind pick Fiora, and Finn has already generated a small advantage for Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, nice job from Finn. And this is what I was talking about, right? Trying to make that impact in the early stages. See if he can try and step up. And with Dayor having this rise, if he can get out of mid lane, play up towards that top side, punish Ebby on this Cassante, that could be the way that Astralis try and go for this.
Oh, let's find out what happens, of course. Straight buff is the battle between Jankos.
And this sucks as well in the new jungle because you don't get as much healing, right? You can't smite to get your health back. You get a little bit of healing coming through, say, from the shield that you get, but also then from the little pet too. But it's nothing compared to the last jungle, so we probably will see Jankos go for some sort of early reset here.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. Everything pushed backwards for now. Small advantages being accrued for Astralis. We see the bottom lane shoved all the way in. Middle lane, similar situation and story, and it's going to unlock the ability to 113 to invade. He's cleared off the bottom half of his jungle. He's going to be stealing away this blue buff.
And this is just a great call from Astralis. Like, great early plays on the level 1. If Jankos tries to go bot side, well, 113's just healthier, has a level 3. He can go for the duel. You've got the push in bot side here as well. Dayor even had the control in mid, so there's not really a huge amount he can do to answer this. So Jankos instead is going to creep up towards that top side, assuming that the majority of his bot side is gone.
Yeah, of course. Can he get in and clear out this blue buff before any sort of reprisal happens? It looks like Ruby's been shoved in. Finn unawares for now. Yanko's going to start off on the scrum. If you keep your eyes on the minimap, Mercer has just stepped away from that tower, moving to see whether or not he could spot 113. I didn't quite see if he caught vision of him, and for the moment 113 now making his way back towards that northern half.
But both junglers will have full information on where the other is, right? 113 just hit the blast cone spot of Wolves, knows that Jankos is not on this bottom half of the map, so now going to move back up towards his top, and look at Finn as well, even hovering down towards River, which means that Jankos has to get out of there.
Man, huge advantage here then for 113. Got that buff. Vault Breakers forward. Rather, Jankos is trying to do so. We'll be able to pick up the Scuttle. Continues to run down to 200, 120. Finn's waiting at an easy first blood against the former First Blood King.
And that's a great start for 113 here. Again, just rigging the map well. Goes to invade on bot side. Jankos isn't there. Right, he's more than likely on the top end. And this is one of the big changes that we saw to the jungle coming in on this patch as well with 12-2-2. Is the fact that it's harder to try and clear out the enemy camp. So 113 is like, cool, there's no way you can get through two of these camps. I'm gonna find you in the top side. I have pushed from solo lanes. Let's make it happen.
Man, it's nearly 1,000 gold advantage. Look at all of this poke damage. Both duo lanes have got the ability to chunk out the other. We saw that piercing arrow after the empowered Q from Heretics. That forced Yonghun down and back. Blake Caller wasn't able to land further. Jack Spectre and Mercer stepping off to the side as Finn continue to find those vitals. We'll be able to use that riposte and trading evenly. Small advantages here being accrued across the map for Astralis.
And this is just a nice job from Finn. And one of the reasons why this Fiora is actually a good matchup into K'Sante. K'Sante's, a lot of his damage comes from the fact he has his passive, which did get nerfed coming into this patch, where every ability you hit an enemy champion, you get to do extra damage with your auto attack. But a lot of the CC that comes through from K'Sante is very heavily telegraphed. So Finn has the riposte, has the ability to heal back up, and it just means that he gets a really good matchup into this K'Sante.
And of course, Finn is the man that got that first advantage. Forced Jankos out of his jungle. Jankos is still even in levels with 113. But if you look at that minimap, a number of wards placed on that eastern quadrant. Astralis pushing that in. They're going to start a very early dragon here. And this is going to be one of those tools that can play into their favor. Get the soul towards a win condition. I was looking at the minimap. I held my breath for a moment because it looked like Jankos could have gone top, but instead he's going to be clearing out the crowds.
I think he still is. If you look at where Evie is kind of frozen this wave, he's got it right in front of his turret. Astralis are doing Dragon on vision, so there goes Jankos. He knows exactly where everyone is.
Okay, no flash for a few more seconds. 10 or so to go. Finn steps forward. Will he step into the queue from Vi? Red buff is there as well. Ebby is level 6, Finn level 5. Man, so we'll be able to unlock that grand challenge literally on that last minion. And Finn gets away with it. Jankos, again, still playing catch-up.
It may not look like a big move, but that actually was from Jankos, because Ebby could go all in, all out here.
Well, does he go all in with the all out? Stepping forward. Finn's going low, holding on to that flash, throws out the challenge. Gets at least one vital. Jankos is waiting in the wings, but a level 4 tower dive is very, very risky.
It is, but look how low Finn is. I mean, the riposte should be up and available.
Does it work?
Jankos waiting there.
Does it
this
work?
could go.
Let's find out. Let's find out. Jankos holding on to it. Charges up the Q to run away. Holding on. The risk may be too much to take, especially because the flash and the riposte, I think, were available for Finn.
Yeah, I mean, it does give Ebby the back tier, though, and it's a fairly sizable wave. Cannon wave, I think, is the next one as well. So this should be Ebby able to walk back into lane. So even though it doesn't look like it nets a lot, it actually gives a lot of control towards Ebby in this top side, which is what Jankos was really trying to get off that play. A kill would have been nice, but I mean, look at the CS, right? Ebby's in a fine spot. He's going to be able to walk back, and this should be good for the top side of Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics right now starting to fall a little bit behind this bottom lane. Kobe's pulled away 12 CS, pretty much even across the other lanes. Early 5 to 7 minutes playing out as you were expecting, or I think that single play onto Jankos really having a huge, snowball effect.
I mean, I think it's definitely given a lot of control to Astralis, but I mean, they haven't been able to snowball it massive, right? Jankos has been doing a good job of avoiding 113 with smart pathing, and now is the first time that they're both on this bottom side of the map. It has given Dragon to Astralis, but I want to see 113 use this advantage towards the mid lane. Try and shut down Ruby. He's going to be a real big problem in the consistent damage that Heretics need in these later fights, but also just the fact that then you can unlock Dayor. He has hit level 6, will be able to play towards side lanes, and suddenly that side lane threat becomes so much larger for Astralis.
Yeah, both Dayor and Ruby's teleports are on cooldown. Finn returned to lane after those previous engages. Ebby is sitting on his for now. There's a big wave being pushed into him. I think we've got a brief moment. I just want to quickly highlight for everybody at home just a little bit of Ebby's history and backstory. I think a lot of people know the name, a lot of people know the thumbs up, but he's won 10 titles in the LJL, 85 games, played at 9 international events, which is part of the reason I think a lot of people know who he is, but I don't think so many people quite appreciate just how successful he has been within the Japanese league.
I mean, he took over the LGL, now he's here in the LEC to do the same. I think it says a lot when every team starts mega spending the second you leave your region on top laners, so definitely he has had that massive control over LJL, but now we'll see if he can try and have massive control over this mid lane. Weird time to TP though.
Looks like he's going bottom lane, so he's catching the wave against Kabi. The Herald's still not yet secured. The fight's been started by Astralis, and Jankos has already thrown out that cease and desist. The Petrified Gaze locks up so many Astralis members, but it's Dayor that gets the kill onto Jankos, turning their attention to the Snake, and Ruby's dropped. Mercer takes a cue to the face. Astralis get 2 more kills, but they do not get the Herald.
I think Ebby needed to stick around for another one. He ended up leaving that little bit too soon, and yes, it was a great Petrifying Gaze from Ruby, but look at his items. That's not damage. Like, nothing in that screams damage, and when you have 113 who's already in a great spot, you had Jankos who goes that bit too far, it's another win for Astralis.
And I think you can see maybe some of the new roster communication challenges as that teleport started before the Herald was even secured. Astralis, on the other hand, maintaining 3 of the 5 core players. They pushed in, they have won the fight, 100% kill participation for 113, and Dayo's able to fend off this turret for now.
Yeah, I mean, look at Jonghoon as well. He's just trying to play up towards his top side. The Rift Herald went towards Mercer, so as long as you can have multiple members try and play up towards this top side, make sure that you're not getting more than the 2 plates with the change to Rift Herald, you should be in a good spot. But we see it here, right? Evie ends up TPing out. Look at where Ruby's moved to. He's now in mid lane. He's zoned off from the rest of the team, and on this bottom side, you aren't really getting too much. Sure, you'll get the wave, but imagine you had this Cassante here for the start of this, and I mean, Jack Spectra not really able to do too much. He has to burn cleanse the backside. Finn is just keeping Mercer at bay, and I mean, Astralis just in a much better position to focus down everyone that's coming out at them from Heretics.
And that's despite, what, a 3-man Petrifying Gaze? It still didn't have the influence it needed to. So as we crest the 10-minute mark, 3 kills to 0, 1,600 gold lead, and I think with the next dragon spawning, looking at the river, there's a couple more wards from Heretics, at least shallow, on their side of the rift. 113 making his way down. It looks like Jonghoon will be available. He's got that enchanted crystal arrow available to him as well. So let's see whether or not either squad make a play for that dragon. As Ebby starts to back away, still remains under a little bit of threat. Dayor's waiting in the river, and Jonghoon can respond too.
I think Finn went a little bit too early though. They wanted 113 in position so they could follow up on Evie, see if they get the kill. With Dragon up, they would love to be able to get that quick pick and turn it into objective, but now it could be a big team fight that's about to kick off as 113 too far forward.
Ash Arrow, Petrifying Gaze is going to be thrown out. Jonghoon's holding on to it, throws out the volley, defensive flashes away. Dayor goes forward, the Root Prison's out, Ebby's in from behind, long range from Dayor, and he's taken down.
Dayor, I didn't know where he was in that play. Ends up immediately between the 2 towers in the mid lane there for Heretics. And I mean, power of Cassante right there.
Man, Cassante as well as Heretics picking up their first kill. I think it's good that it lands in Ruby's hands, and I think it's better that it slows down this dragon. Had Astralis been able to win that skirmish, they could have set up for the second Drake.
And I think they should have been able to, but unfortunately 113 very much caught out of position, right? They end up looking for the blue buff instead of just trying to set up in river. Ash Arrow does go up top side, so manages to connect. Must have missed this. Cobby gets the kill here, I'm assuming. Yeah, so easy pick onto Jack Spectra, so nice job, but that's why there was no arrow there in this team fight. So unfortunately, Dayor is the one that ends up paying for the cost of this fight.
I mean, that all-out was awesome. Yeah. Every knocking him complete to safety. We're right out of the replay. Ash Arrow connect! And Finn dunks it down. What is up with EU Ash?
I was about to say, had someone out Jonghoon trying to show how it's done. 2 quick picks now. Really nice job from the Astralis support, and now that can actually be turned in towards that dragon that 113 was already looking for.
Oh, Dayor, he's got Realm Warp available. That looks like an overextended Jack Spectra. Now he's being chased out. Flash is thrown on. Chain of Corruption will be used to save his life, but trading a Realm Warp for Jack Spectra's flash is huge.
But it's not just that, right? You're not getting the dragon here as Astralis. You're not pushing the game forward. So I always prefer in these sorts of situations, not just looking for another quick pick or a bit of gold, actually turning it into objective. Now that you know that both Cobby and Dayor are the 2 carries of Astralis are on the top side, well, that opens up Heretics to now get a dragon. Now buy time where they're not under pressure to actually go for these big team fights when they're 2k goal behind.
Let's talk about those team fights. Do you think the 2,000 gold buffer that Astralis have is going to give them an advantage as we get to Dragon 3, Dragon 4 fights, because it feels to me the way this game may play out will be objective team fights.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I think the hardest part coming through for Astralis is actually finding really good team fights, because you want to try and get Dagar and Finn into a position, which is why I understand why Astralis is trying to go for towers on these side lanes, right? They want to open up the map, give themselves that little bit more room to split push and then collapse and look for picks. But speaking of, Jankos will find 113. But for Heretics, I mean, team fighting is so much easier for them, especially when, you know, Cassiopeia gets a Rod of Aegis stacked up, her Seraphs, you got that point and click CC that comes through from Jankos, you free hitting for Jack Spectre in the back line, like the front to back is so much stronger for Heretics.
I think for Astralis, they can use that pick power. I mean, the Ash Arrow into Fiora, Viego, or Realm Warp from Rise, that is a way they can find a pick and then play for the objective, but what it requires is good vision, good planning. You need to ensure that you can actually make that move. Good damage coming back and forth between Ebby and Finn. The Grand Challenge is popped and Ebby just destroys him.
That is that bog standard combo for Cassante. Knock him underneath the tower, go with the all out, and even though it was a nice riposte coming through from Finn to stop him going further, there might be more.
There is indeed cease and desist, Young Hoon. You go back to the fountain.
And I mean, this is just Heretics coming alive, finding those moments where they can actually find these picks. 2 quick kills now, control going back, and Heretics immediately back in it now.
I think that was the definition of Costa Curse. I was just talking about how Astralis could find picks, and it was Heretics that do it on the other side. Classic death push, northern half of the river, and Ebby just popping Finn for 30% of his HP after doing the full rotation. It still keeps things close. I mean, outside of the bot lane, where there's a 1,000 gold advantage for Kobe, who is now being backed up by 113, stepping forward into Mercer. That's a good stun onto Jack Spectre, but no further follow by defensive play. Astralis, despite having the gold lead, losing a bit of control of the Rift.
Yeah, they weren't able to go for that play because Ebby at reset had the TP to try and join that Rift Tower if needs be. You find that big win, then you can trade for towers on both sides, but Jankos doesn't want to trade his life.
No, 5 seconds for his flash. Will be able to use that Q to get away to safety. Continue to step forward. Now the next target, Jack Spectre, is blown up. Absolutely dominated. 2 flashes thrown out from Astralis. They get their 6th kill.
And that's the difference. Astralis, the second Ebby had blown his TP, we're like, oh, let's go. The gloves are off immediately. Find the pick onto Jankos. Now they should be able to get control over this top side. And I love the fact that they're just continuously finding these quick point picks, getting themselves into position. Now you've got that top lane tower that can go down. They can rotate Kobe and Jonghoon back to this bot side, look for another one, maybe even look for pressure on mid. In 2.5 minutes, they've got that dragon. That's going to be their next big point that they want to try and look for.
That's the first tower that's fallen as we near the 16-minute mark. But the pace of this game, or the flow of the game, seems to be swinging a little bit Heretics favored. Yes, Astralis were able to get that tower. And all the last few picks, the last few plays, has been the next. And I think crucially for me as well, it feels like every time we look at Finn versus Ebby, it's Ebby that's the one that's playing the aggressor this time around. It's the one that's he's pushing the Fiora back. He's got himself those 2 items completed. Divine Sundera, normal boots, and that longsword for Finn. So he's sitting on a bunch of gold as well.
Yeah, I think this will change in time, though, as Fiora gets stronger, right? Yeah. 2 items is where she'll pop off. One of the nice things here is that Iceborne Gauntlet kind of serves 2 functions here. Change to an entirely armor item in the off-season, so super strong against the Fiora in the early stages, but also has that sticking power then for team fights. So Evie is again kind of building more towards team fights, whereas when you look across the Finn, he wants to try and play towards sides, which is how Astralis are setting up now, right? And then you just have Jonghoon, he just leans left, like, okay, maybe I can look for an arrow here. Then starts to lean towards bot, where he might be needed a little bit sooner.
We're going to be needed a little sooner. Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't get fired out. Evie is going to be able to force the flash at least from Finn. And I know you talked a little bit about Jonghoon, but I worry you want to just double down again here on Kobe. His Xayah is up 1,600 gold, almost the majority of his team's lead. When we talked about Astralis in 2022, it was Kobe and Jonghoon that really sort of stole the show in many ways and were the players that you looked to carry. And they've got themselves a position where they can heavily influence the game. The Herald has been dropped down mid. Dagda, let's turn our attention to Dragon. Up in 40 seconds. You have to feel that's going to be a focus once this tower falls, as Kobe's the one's being chunked down.
Oh, here we go.
Twin Fang off the Twin Fang. Miasma is out. He's grounded. He's locked down. He's ceased and desist. And it's Ruby that gets the kill credit. That was just really a mistake. You cannot afford this close to Dragon spawning.
Great timing from Heretics as well, though. Look at where that top wave was. Hadn't been pushed in the full way, so very quickly Heretics collapse in towards that mid lane, find the pick, find that timing to get mid prio for Dragon, and honestly, that's a bit of an old G2 special, so Yanko's bringing that one here on towards Heretics as well.
Holding my thumbs there. Ebby was under some threat. but instead the Dragon's now spawned up. And you mentioned it, that wave state, the play from Heretics, it unlocks at least a start here onto the Dragon. Zebi goes forward, chunked out by Finn. Mercy's coming in from the side. Ruby's Petrifying Gaze is on cooldown, but the Twin Fangs are not. Chase forward here from Mercer as well. Finn's Riposte doing so much work, but he can't get away from the poison. 113 is now backed up by Dayor, and Kobbie's coming from the red buff. Dragon was secured by Heretics, so they get the kill, they get the Dragon, and for now they're getting out clean.
And this has been a very strong early game from Astralis, but now we get into the part of the game where they even struggled in summer, right? It's this mid game that has really started to fall apart, and now Heretics want to punish an overextension.
Dun 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 dun. Locked into place, a lot of CC. Mercer wants to pin him down. The Crystal Arrow stopped Debbie. The Heartbreaker will come out. So for one, 113 goes for another. Heartbreaker turns around as Ruby's the next target, but Jankos is doing work on the backside. Kobbie steps forward, uses that Blade Gate, Blade Caller, chucks the blades out, waiting for the E, holding on to it. Teleport chasing down, as Kobbie's not going to be able to find Jankos. A bloodbath in the bottom lane.
I mean, they managed to get these kills back, which could be so crucial for them, but looking at the mid, you can see Jack Spectra had shoved in that mid wave, which is why Astralis were able to outnumber Heretics on this bot side. Tower will fall and gold going back in favor of Heretics.
Oh man, okay, so this play started off waiting in the bush, but it took such a long time to get Dayor. I'm also looking at the minimap. It looks like Jack Spectra's still running to catch that mid wave, and Jankos a little late.
Yeah, I mean, they spotted Kobbie on the wave, which is why they thought they could do this, but didn't expect as many members of Astralis to be here. Even 113 causing bedlam in that backline as well, picking up these kills. Ruby can't follow up. Jankos is getting distracted with trying to pick up the kill on the other side of the fight, and then Kobbie finally manages to show up and get this play back in favor of Astralis.
I mean, Kobbie, Gale Force was the word I was trying to get at, and I got tongue-tied. Gale Force and Phantom Dance are completed. He is already starting to rip through individual members. So if Astralis can keep him somewhat alive and somewhat healed for, he can start to tear through people.
I see your Kobbie, and I raise you Ruby. 2 items already completed. Nerly has that Rod of Ages fully stacked. That's going to give him an extra level as well. He's going to be massive in these fights, and this was one of the big guys that I was worried about, because if Ruby's able to get going, there's not enough threat as long as he's hiding behind this front line to actually get him down. Even you can see in that fight really starting to burn through some of these squishier members on Astralis.
Now what can Ruby do in terms of positioning to make sure those Twin Fangs try out? Younghoon not been able to find that Crystal Arrow. Last couple attempts will have a meaningful impact. But we're 20 minutes in, we're nearly dead even in kills. It is still that 1,500 to 2,000 gold difference that separates these teams. And I think you can see some of the greenness of both squads in terms of how their approach to the game is played out.
Yeah, and I think definitely a little bit more so on Astralis' side, right? I think it's mostly coming down to shot calling here, where Astralis are trying to play at this more split push orientated composition, but haven't really been able to get themselves set up in side lanes where they quickly collapse, find a pick, not deal with the likes of Jankos roaming up here. I mean, you've got 4 members now of Heretics trying to respond to Astralis' side lane play.
And of course, where is Evie for now? He's catching that bottom wave. Starting to pull just a little bit ahead. Finn looking to try match him. Still working towards that second item, whereas Ebby's got himself 1.5 for now at least. And we're still now just setting ourselves up. 2 minutes until the next Dragon, playing for that Infernal Soul. Neither team really controlling any real territory just past the river. It's very shallow, catch and receive. That's pretty much all we're doing in terms of the waves.
And that's why it's been really good to look at how Jankos, Jack Spectra, and Mercer have actually been moving through river as a unit. Makes it very difficult for Astralis to both push waves and get their vision control set up. Jonghoon, look for the pick though.
All right, Ash Arrow connects onto Ruby. Where's the follow-up? Nothing there, won't even defend the tower, so at least he gets the ding.
Yeah, I mean, Mikhail's Crucible immediately picked up on Mercer. He knows exactly what the problem here is. Hey, look, if they find picks with Jonghoon, that's where we can have issues. But now, with the Mikhail's Crucible fixed, you got the cleanse there for Jack Spectra. A lot of these pick opportunities for the support of Astralis are starting to dwindle, and you're not even getting control over side lanes anymore. Slowly but surely, they're being pushed back into their side of the map. The vision control isn't deep enough for them to push up past river, as you were already talking about, Quickshot. And now it's becoming more and more difficult for these guys to actually set up properly on the map. Dragon now in 45 seconds as well. It's a point-and-click CC for Jankos. Ruby can go absolutely nuts with that Rod of Ages fully stacked. Riley's Crystal Scepter as well. I mean, Jack Spectre even just look for a bit of poke to start things off. There shouldn't be any real issues here for Heretics once they are set up in a front-to-back style.
Dagda, you know I'm not the smartest at League of Legends, so help me understand this Dragon setup. Heretics first to the play, waiting to catch someone from Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, well, already trying to see if they can find a pick as Astralis enter, but as long as they play in towards the lack tactical vision that's there for Astralis, they should be totally fine.
Oh, Jankos goes over the wall. Cease and desist onto Younghun. His flash has been thrown out, and Finn will be late to this party. It's Ruby that gets the kill. I talked about Kobe. You talked about Ruby. He's the man that evens up the score for Heretics.
And Heretics just played it really well, right? As long as Astralis don't have vision on the Dragon, they can't look for picks with Jonghoon. They don't really want to face check into Ruby, in towards Jankos, and Heretics just play around that lack of vision incredibly well. Now Astralis, knowing that Evi's on bot side, you got members on Dragon, are going to try and make a push mid, but they can't really do very much. It's more a show of bravado than anything else.
You know, when you zoom out of that previous play, the fact that Evi been able to push this bottom lane literally uncontested for several minutes, plus the fact that Heretics were already inside Astralis jungle to set up like some sort of play for Dragon, that's kind of that forward-thinking planning that we're seeing, and part of the reason the Heretics are now slowly closing that goal gap and taking advantage. I think they've been dictating the pace of the game. They've got 3 dragons already, 4.5 till the Infernal Soul, and we've got another 1v1 fight being set up here.
And I think this is where you can really see the difference in the two compositions, right? Because you look at that gold, you're like, but it's dead even. Why is there that big of a difference? It's because you've got big, beefy frontliners, easy to go in engages. Whereas when you look at Astralis, they just don't quite have anyone that can sit up for Ruby and tank all that damage out.
So we keep expecting a fight between those two top laners. They're trading. While that's happening, teleport coming into the mid lane. Ruby's going to be sent forward as there is a little bit of an exchange there in the red buff of Heretics. Finn continues to look for those vitals. Ebi steps forward, finding opportunities for that pathmaker and footwork. Riposte comes out. The trades continue to go back and forth, all out thrown. Teleport now being channeled in the bottom lane as the cease and desist in the middle. River, that's a grounded, that's a rooted, that's Ruby as well as Jankos getting yet another respective kill. Dale running for his life in Kobe. You've got no front line. You've got no one to protect you. Not going to be able to step on the miasma. The blade callers come back out. You don't manage to get one, but all of a sudden they're running for their lives. Ruby continues to chase forward. Another huge E before he's taken down. A Jack Spectre with a piercing arrow. That finds the kill. The 1v1 went the way of Finn, and now Dayo's running for his life. Not going to take it off just yet. Ram walks to safety.
And now you got the follow-up as Finn is here, grounded, and not going to make it out. Just about able to escape over the wall. How are these solo laners for Astralis getting out of here?
That is crazy. I think Dayo went down to like 90-something hit points. If we actually look at the HUD, you can see when it goes super low what the actual figure of their HP is. I was trying to track it. Crazy fight. It ends up being, I think, Heretics with 1 extra kill, but more importantly, they pull 1,400 gold ahead.
I want to draw your attention, though, to Ruby's movement in this fight, though, because we see nice engage coming through here. Doesn't quite stop the, or does actually get the grounded there to stop the TP coming out from Dayor. But watch as Kobe comes into this fight. He sets up for a really nice ultimate that would, in theory, clog up all these shallow pathways. But Ruby, just getting the sidestep up towards the top side, means he doesn't get hit by any of those arrows. That could have been a very different story here for Astralis, where they just about managed to get out, but means he's able to follow up. Great Zhonya's, really good Cassiopeia play from Ruby here.
Production team telling me that Dayo, I think, went down to 95 hit points. Not enough time to unpack that. As Finn is in the fray, he's taken out by Evi once more. The 13th kill. We're 2 minutes till the next dragon, and we're seeing Kobe finding opportunities. I think that flash E to find kill Jankos was fantastic, looking for those opportunities. The problem you're seeing is he doesn't have enough time because Heretics have themselves a Ruby. Heretics have started the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the shot. Ooh, hang on, Evi.
Oh, what's 113 doing? Looking for Evi, finds him. Heartbreaker was used, steals away Cassante. And all of a sudden, the Baron is peeled. So that's going to interrupt it and at least slow it down. But you can see consistently how Astralis now trying to fend off the blows from Heretics.
You can see from Heretics, though, that little lag in actually moving over towards the Baron means that the Cassante gets caught. He goes down. Now Heretics are on the top side of the map, so Kobe gets to take mid-turret. So the little slow down on the play costs Heretics a huge amount, and now Astralis are actually the ones that turn over towards the Baron themselves. They know Evi isn't up for another 15 seconds.
Do they finish it? Do they finish it? Teleport is available for Evi. Finn, no TP out yet. He's making his way just behind the wolf camp. Jankos looking into the pit, and it's not Astralis. They've secured it. Jankos goes forward, but there's no support just yet. Finally, Ruby as well as Jack Spectre put the damage down to take him out. Finn, running distraction, but all of a sudden Evi's alive. Can the teleport change and save the day? There he comes. Evi steps forward. The damage is so huge from Heretics. Jack Spectre gets himself a double kill as Kobe finds 1 one in reply. 3 members of Astralis down. They got Baron, but they've only got 1 kill for themselves.
Again, Heretics, though, are playing so well around the way this Cassiopeia wants to set up. They're constantly moving into these small corridors, making sure they've got the miasma set up. The shorter range composition from Astralis can't get in on top of them, and that's why they're able to turn these fights. And as you say, 30 seconds until Dragon. Astralis are still on the run.
Oh, Ebby's going to look to catch out Finn, looking to go all out and pull him backwards. Another kill secured. 20 seconds until the Dragon spawns, and that will be the Infernal Soul unless something magical happens.
Yeah, I mean, this was a nice call from Astralis, but they needed to get the hell out. I mean, a realm warp here would have been perfect to get everyone out of this problem, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. So although Jankos does end up going down, watch Heretics play this. Immediately grouping, moving back in towards this small choke point, so Ruby's able to keep themselves with the miasma and buy time for Evie now to get into a position with the TP. Astralis then nowhere to go. They can't keep up because they're such a short range, and now that's Dragon Soul for Heretics.
Man, it's such an interesting game because we've got 30 minutes of footage to see what Heretics are doing, and you see some of the miscommunication, like the timing for Evie's teleport at that first Rift Herald, and like movement around the map. But then you contrast it to that previous Baron fight, and it felt like the entire team was just on the same page. They chased together, they stuck together, and then we'll be able to find a disappointing situation as Ebby gets taken out. I think not expecting that many members of Astralis to be around. Ultimately, they've got the soul, they've denied many Barons, they are still in an advantageous position. But it's one of those things where try to unpack, try to understand. It's day 1. It's the day for like overreactions, Dagda. That's what I'm looking for.
All right, so give me your best overreaction. What have you got for me right now?
Heretics will make top 4. I think that was what the LS desk was.
That's your thumbs up. Is that your thumbs down? Okay, yeah.
I think more importantly though is like I'm really happy to see how Astralis' early game sort of played out. Some of the early decision making. I'm a little less impressed with how their skirmishes have gone. And then Heretics, on the other hand, you can see some of that kind of maybe misalignment on how to play the waves. By the same token, they've also had some great plays where they have synced up objective sieges with good wave states.
And the funny thing for Astralis is this is actually very similar to how they got those, like...
Ooh, hang on. Gonna land onto Jankos. What's the follow-up? Room Prison instantly taken away from that Mikhails, and now Heretics looking for the re-engage. Chain of Corruption was fired out from Jack Spectra. He's under threat, forced to use that cleanse to get away to safety. Astralis using a good siege in the 4v4.
And this is what I was going to say, Astralis, the way they got their wins over Rogue and Vitality was just throwing the game into absolute chaos and then looking to find these picks. This composition does that so well.
Oh, Heartbreaker, not going to find Saga just yet. There's some steps forward. Finn has jumped into the fray. The grand challenge was issued, but Astralis are now running for their lives. Kobe is so low. Ebby's on the back, looking for the all-out. Can't find the target. He's jumped on by Finn. It's a fight on 2 fronts. Ebby goes down and no one else falls from Astralis. They find themselves a pick and they are now pushing. Look at the waves as well.
I mean, they don't really have the Baron buff though, so not able to try and keep this push up. Shouldn't be able to get an objective off of. You've so much wave clear coming through from Jack Spectra, but really nice picks. And this is what I was talking about for Astralis. They're finding these very quick picks. The spot out with the arrow coming through from the Ash, immediate follow-up from 113. Finn's in a good position, and although you try and get the follow-up here, there's not really any way for Ruby to get into this fight. Jack Spectra is pulled off to the side, so he can't really go forward, and Evie ends up sending himself into no man's land where the rest of Astralis can collapse on.
And I think you can really clearly see with these 2 teams playing right now that we are at the beginning of the winter split. Ruby's going to try find himself at least 1 kill onto Kobe. The Twin Fangs going out, but the stopwatch buys so much time and reply. Kobe's going to get taken down. Ruby will get traded in a 1v2. He finds the kill.
I thought that cleanse from Kobe was going to be clutch. Jumps away from the Q, means you're not getting the extra damage from Ruby on his E with the Twin Fangs, but not going to be the case. Manages to get one back, and once more, we're just getting tip for tat all over the place.
I mean, 4 completed items, right? The Hourglass, the Seraphs, the Rod of Ages, as well as the Allies. When you think of the efficiencies and the synergies they all build together, Ruby on this Cassiopeia is a gigantic threat, and I don't know if you focus him down, how much or how long it'll take for the rest of the Heretics team to then run down the Astralis squad. So it's a difficult situation, but ultimately this game has kind of been swung by small mistakes, I think.
I definitely agree, and I think we're about to find out how that fight is going to go. You got a minute now until the Baron, you got the Radiant Virtue, and then Anathema's change completed for Jankos, so he's going to be having a ton of healing and a ton of lockdown for whoever he decides he dislikes, aka Kobe, on Astralis right now. And when you've got Ruby up, he's got his Zhonya's, he's already working towards a Banshee's Veil as well for anything that Dayer can throw at him. He's in a really good spot, so once Heretics again play this fight nice and simple, they should be okay.
Look at that damage there. Astralis could could look for some sort of split push approach to playing the game, but they haven't, in my mind, demonstrated enough command over the Rift to make me have confidence.
I mean, right now, they do have waves in a decent state. They just really need Dayor to move up towards this top side, start to push this in. I actually wouldn't even mind if he teleported in to get that full push going immediately for Baron setup, but the biggest problem, as you can see now, is because you don't have pressure anywhere else in the map, Finn has to give up on that bot side. So now he can start to go forward, but this has given Evie time to reset. He doesn't have to burn his TP to actually get into a position, and now we can still have that TP up for the Baron that's just spawned.
And more crucially, for everybody watching at home, please look at the summoner spells on both sides of the Rift. Astralis are down the vast majority of their sums. Heretics, on the other hand, have nearly everything. Correction, they do have everything available. It's a minute to go for Elder. Baron is alive. Dayor will go golden 4 now, and Kobe's firing out the double daggers. Evie goes out once again, and Dayor's caught. He's trapped and he's dunked.
I mean, at this stage, I don't know what Astralis can really do. It looks like they're going to try and find the fight, but honestly, I think at this stage, you just cut your losses. Immediately run bot side, see if you can get a tower, see if you can push in mid-wave, because there is just no hope for you to try and fight this. 113 debut game here. He's not even going to get into a position to look for a steal.
No, not this time around. Baron secured by Heretics. It is only a 400 gold lead. So, like, at least as far as the metrics are concerned in that way, kills are close, gold is close, but the Dragons, and more importantly, the way those kills have come about, it's leaning obviously Heretics' favors.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you have the soul is massive, but also just the fact, like, Ruby's massive on this Rod of Ages, fully stacked here. This Rod of Ages gives 164% gold efficiency alongside with all the passives and everything else that's in it. It is an absurdly strong item, which is why we're seeing Ryze and that Kassadin even come back into the meta as well. And you get to see it here where, yes, Dayor has one himself, he is a little bit tankier, but he's just completely caught out. Jack Spectre, great cleanse, great root coming in from the ultimate as well. And Dayor is just completely stuck here. He has nowhere to go, and Heretics capitalize.
I mean, you see that in terms of initiation tools, what options did Astralis have? Right now, they are being jumped on once again. They're slow to the fray. Dayor golden in and amongst 5 Heretics. Evie is locked up and rooted down, but stays alive. That is destroyed from Ruby. Cassante and Evie get themselves another, and that was just disgusting. The Elder has now been started as Evie continues to chase forward, looking for Finn, backed up by Mercer as well as Yankos. The riposte by some time, but it's too little, it's too late. With Baron empowered minions, they're pushing into the base.
I mean, Ruby's played Challengers, Korea, LPL, PCS, EU Masters, and he puts his mark on the LEC with that play. That was nasty, and manages to pick up the win for Heretics office.
10, 3, and 9 on the Cassiopeia into the Rise. Heretics managed to pick up the win in their debut game of the 2023 Winter Split. It's Evie, Jack Spectre, Mercer taking down the Nexus as Heretics take down Astralis.
It wasn't the cleanest, but it gets the win in the end. And honestly, that was a hero performance coming out from the carries on Heretics. Ruby, we highlighted him throughout this. He needed to step up, and you see it right at the end there. That was fantastic.
I think the gameplay played out somewhat expected for two teams that are looking to make a name for themselves, right? You can see some moments that were good. I think individual players at times were good, but I can really clearly see some of the decision-making, some of the positioning on the Rift, and some of the challenges that need to be overcome both this week in Super Week and for the next 2 in regular season.
Yeah, I think especially for Heretics, right? I think you can see that, look, they know what they want to do. They're just a little bit slow as it moves through that communication channel, right? I think that's the big problem, especially we saw that Baron play where Evie just gets caught out that little bit. But, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of time to grow now. They've got their first win on the board, which is going to be fantastic. Get high fives as well, thanks. But as we see coming into this, it's just we're getting high fives.
We're getting high fives from the players
here as well. I left out Evie, by the way. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to be a trade. But yeah, I think for Heretics, you can kind of see that the foundation for that growth is there. Whereas for Astralis, I think it was a heroic effort. They tried in a lot of situations to bring it back. I really liked how they actually tried to look for picks in the mid game. It was just unfortunate that the composition that they had and not understanding fully how to try and play these sidelines and play around the wave states really came back to bite.
I think you cannot underestimate the potential that Kobe Younghoon can have if they're in a position where they can't carry, because I kept looking at Kobe, anticipating, hoping that for Astralis' behalf, he could have been in a better position, but unfortunately didn't really have the front line, didn't have the time. That Viego and Fiora were never alive long enough for Copy to get enough autos or enough feathers down to truly have that impact.
I agree. Sorry, I'm very guilty that I didn't give Evie a high five, and I'm actually heartbroken. That is like the sweetest man that's here.
You'd have to make it up to him.
So sorry.
Well, listen, if you are watching at home, your options for player of the game are Ruby, Jack Spectra, and Mercer. You can vote now at LEC on Twitter. I think this has to be a one-horse race. It has to be the gem of the lot. It has to be the Sapphire or the Emerald cousin. Do you know what I'm getting at there?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. I mean, whatever. Just really, really nice, pretty stones.
Well, that's the case. Of course, what we are going to do is step onto stage as one grandpa from the caster desk is joining one grandpa in the jungle. Law, please speak to Jankos.
Wow.
Devastated he is.
He said grandpa in the jungle. Anything you want to tell him, maybe, as one of the boomers of
No,
the
it's
LEC?
fine. I will take it. Actually, right now I'm playing with someone who is my age, Evie.
Yeah,
That
true.
feels nice.
Feels nice. Feels nice. Jankos, nice seeing you again in different colors, but we'll talk about this a bit later. I want to talk about the off-season first, because you were picked up rather late in the off-season. How was it for you? What were the expectations?
I mean, there were many things going through my head in off-season. There were many like plans, potentially not playing for like the winter split and spring split, but in the end I decided on joining Heretics. I think there were other reasons why I couldn't. It's not like I couldn't find a team. Maybe I just couldn't leave a team in a way. Well, anyway, the point is that I'm out now, and I'm in Heretics, and it's fun.
An amazing answer, also. And a subtle one, I just want to ask, did you think it was the end of an era with G2 anyway, because you had been playing together for so long? Were you hoping for something else?
I mean, in a way, I felt like we disappointed many fans last year, because even though we built the roster anew, it felt like we couldn't compete on international stage, and potentially I was like part of the problem. So I think it really makes sense to change me or Caps, like one of the fillers, and I feel like Caps still has like, he's younger and he's really insane still. So I feel like G2, this roster that they completed, has potential definitely to compete on like the highest level. I think in Europe they are like clearly the best for now. Even watching like the previous game, I definitely do think that they are like reachable for other teams. But yeah, I mean, I wish good luck to them, right? I still really like the players. I was with Dork many years, so I have only like good memories. So no hard feelings, only nice, yeah, just nice feelings.
Just nice thoughts. Wishing them the best. But I'm just wondering, when you've been playing for so long in the LEC and for so long in a specific team, is it hard or easy to change environment? And how did you see this change with Heretics this year?
Well, I think that I needed it maybe, because in a way it kind of sparks the fire again in you. When you play so long in one team, maybe you feel a bit like you grew in too much and you are like irreplaceable. But I guess that's not true. And I feel like with Heretics, a new journey where I can teach the players kind of how I view the game, and we can all learn together to try to be the best possible.
I mean, that is a point, actually, because when you look at Heretics as it is, it's rather young and inexperienced players outside of Abby, who has an insane international experience and who's as old as you. But tell me about teaching the young kids and helping them.
I mean, it's very interesting. I think Jack, Mersa, and Ruby are all talented. I mean, we could see like how well Ruby was playing this game, right? So I think that the biggest issue we have right now is our macro. I think we need to improve a lot on like understanding the game, but I feel like we have a lot of potential, and our goal as like new organization coming into LEC is to make it to Worlds, and of course make like a kind of a statement in European stage. And this is what we are hoping to do, right?
And maybe things to prove for you joining a new team. We're going to have Jack Spectra on the desk in a couple seconds. Anything you want to say about his performance today and his debut in the LEC?
Yeah, I think it was good. I think he did a very good job. He was very excited to finally play in LEC. And thanks, Jack, I guess.
Thanks, Jack, I guess. Thank you, Jankos and Shox. Back to you with Jack Spectra.
Thank you very much. Great interview with Jankos. That was so, Jankos is great. What a great answer about switching of the teams and whatnot. But we've got Jack Spectra with us. Hello.
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 Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
It was a fun game. It was a bit underwhelming personally as a start. Started out 0-2 and died a bit, but A win is always nice, so I'm happy.
You can put your mic a little bit higher for
Yep.
sure. I think Vetti's wanted to talk about the early game that unfortunately didn't go very well for you.
We got to start with the bad before we get to the good.
Yeah.
So let's talk through this early game. What went wrong? And explain to me, like, from your perspective, where you think things really started to fall apart.
Yeah, still a bit of mystery for me. Something should have gone better about bot lane. I don't know what happened in the jungle. I saw Jankos died a few times, so that was not great. But in bot lane, I went into the game thinking, oh, this is going to be free, easy matchup. And then we were kind of just stuck under tower the whole game and slowly losing, and it felt like we were just bleeding out. And then when I also see that my jungler's losing, it's like, oh.
It wasn't a great start. It felt like that Jankos tried to take a little bit of responsibility in the early game, trying to find windows that he didn't really have, and he ended up getting punished for it. Astralis, I was kind of surprised with how proactive they were out the gate. What were your expectations coming into the matchup against Astralis?
I think, for me, I played versus 113 in ERLs and scrims, and that guy is one of the craziest players I've ever played versus. So for me, I wasn't that surprised that they were really proactive, because I think he's the type of guy to, like, no matter what the pressure is or what people think, he's just gonna play his game and do it 100 acceleration. And if that's 0-10, then it's 0-10. If it's 10-0, then it's 10-0.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, he got a bit of a bad rep, I think, back from the LFL because of that. It's nice to see. Regardless, though, you came back. What do you think the key was for you guys to find your footing in this game and then closing it out? Because I feel like even when you had some more control and you had the dragon stacked up, it wasn't a done deal at all.
Yeah, I think we're still working through some language issues that makes it so that, like, the mid game is still a bit shaky. I think that the turning point was kind of just how we played team fights and how fed the Ruby got on Cassiopeia. I think right now the Rod of Ages and Archangel's combo is, like, super strong. So once you get a lead on that, you can kind of just face tank everything while doing the most damage as well. So it felt like that was the biggest turning point, and I also think that we were playing team fights a little bit better across the board.
I would definitely agree with that. I think that there are a couple windows that, like, especially after Astralis got that Baron, I felt like that they could have, like, realm warped out, like the Fiora also flanked to try and force a fight, and I was like, Astralis is making it a little easier for Heretics than I think that they arguably should have. So I imagine that you and the team is probably a little frustrated after your first performance. How are you feeling about the potential of the team, like, being in a new environment? And I know, like, you're a hot prospect coming into the LEC last year, and then you didn't quite get that opportunity, and now you have. So how's the pressure feeling on your shoulders along with the expectations that you have for your team?
I'm definitely feeling it to some extent. I think scrims at first for me were a bit harder than I expected, but then I also learned and improved faster. And I feel like today's performance didn't really show how good I think we are. I mean, that's a cliche thing to say, but I think we've been playing pretty good versus teams across the board. And I feel like right now we can beat anyone, maybe not G2, because they are really good. But everybody else, I think we can beat, and we didn't really show that type of performance today, I think.
Also, that's when you can beat G2, you know, when everyone's like, we can't beat them, and then you can just, you know, maybe have a fluke win, which wouldn't be a fluke win, of course, if you beat them. Overall, though, I think when we look at Heretics, a lot of people are very excited about your lineup because specifically the combination of you have a Jankos who has all this experience, you have yourself, a huge prospect in the scene, then the LJL import in the top lane, but it also seems like quite the puzzle. Does that also contribute to the fact that you think, all right, it's going to take a while for us to get our feet on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to make a prediction, it would be like that us and Vitality start off a little bit weaker than maybe what people would expect. Because I think language issues are kind of a thing that takes some time. And I think that once we get past that hurdle and everything, like once you get to a certain point where everybody's comfortable and everybody has the synergy, I think you'll see a much higher ceiling for both of us.
Okay, finally, we did a little game at the start for your intro where, because Evie always does this, right? And I asked the analysts to do this or this, and I'm going to ask you the same statements, and you can just do this for agree or this for disagree. The first one is Jankos is washed up.
I mean, if I did anything else, I'm not getting any bottling games, so of course not.
The second one was Heretics will be top 4 in the winter split.
The winter split. Yes.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
And the final one was Jack Spectro will be a top 3 ADC by the end of the year.
Yes,
Yes,
for sure.
okay.
Nice. I
Top
like
one.
the confidence.
I love
Top
it.
one. Okay.
I think we should keep doing this, although it's probably with Abby that it would be, the most.
We'll get it in with
poignant.
him.
We'll get it
the
in with him.
entire Heretics roster at some
Yeah,
point.
exactly. Thank you so much, Jack.
you very much for having
Congratulations.
me.
Great start. And after the break, we'll be back with game 4 of the day. Mad Lions
Yeah.
versus SK
You can leave,
Gaming.
that's
Don't
fine.
go
Thank
anywhere. Sorry, my bad.
I thought it was like a smooth exit.
No. You have to. We turn the camera off and then you can go.
okay,
But that's
okay.
fine. Don't worry about it.
fine, man.
Great job, though.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good job. I hope you like coming on the desk.
Yeah, it
if
was
you do,
fun.
next time you win, we'll bring you back again.
Yeah.
Perfect. I like that.
Bye.
Thank you very much
Good
for
job,
having me.
man.
Oh, we're still. Our mic is still on.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Welcome back to the LEC. My name is Vedius, and I'm joined by Defender as he goes to defend Helm's Deep, and Ulborg, where apparently the G is silent. We're about getting ready for Mad versus SK, and we're going to be talking a little bit about our opinions on Mad. Now, it is important to say that we have prepared absolutely nothing. So I want to know your random opinions. I've never heard this opinion before, and I'm ready to rebuttal, Ulborg. So tell me, what do you have to say about the Mad Lions?
I think they can be an exciting team, Vedius. And the reason why I think they can be an exciting team is because the thematic or stylistic of how this team can shape up. So let's start bot side, right? Because there's a lot of talks about the bot lane of Mad Lions.
Okay, yeah.
Right. When I think Carsey, right? When I have to think Carsey at his best, it was when he played for Mad Lions, and it was when he was playing Ezreal, and he was a self-sufficient AD carry, which allowed Kaiser to do his stuff on the rest of the map. Now, a player like Helisang, who can be a Pike aficionado, who can now play up towards the rest of the map on the top side, enable a really good mid-jungle duo, because if we take it up to the mid-jungle, Elyoya, Niski, they had the best year last year, where they were the jungle duo dynamic in the mid lane there, just coming around and enabling the map. I say that. They're allergic to playing for the bot lane. Even when Unforgiven was on Draven,
I feel like you're talking like you've already solved this Mad Lions before we've even seen him play.
I do want some clarity, though.
No, it's a discussion. Go ahead, go.
Because I want the main statement. Because you opened up with they're an exciting team.
Yeah.
Are you saying like this is a team that can make a huge dent at the top?
Yeah.
Are title contenders?
I agree with Enda.
What's the statement?
Come on.
Well, the statement in that they might be really exciting to watch in the middle of the pack. Like,
They might be really exciting to watch in the middle of the pack.
The reason why
it's like the most wishy-washy.
What was the feedback you gave me in the green room?
Listen to me. My opinion is that this Mad roster has everything that they need to succeed.
I would get there.
Okay? Listen, I think that Niski thrives in a roam-style environment. But in order for him to be able to be unlocked on the map, you need someone that can come mid, and Elyoya and Helisang is the best jungle support that you have
who's gonna
for
come mid?
unlocking your mid laner.
Who's going to come mid?
It'll be Helisang and
Elyoya. And a self-sufficient AD carry, boom.
Also, and hear me out, because I agree, the Rums, what have we been seeing first picked multiple times? Say the Rye is coming back for Niski. This is a meta for Niski.
And Twisted Fate, I'm expecting to see it. If we're going to see it from one player, it will be him in the mid lane. The biggest question mark for me, and honestly the person I'm the most excited about, is their new top laner, Chasey. I think that he has a lot of potential. The question is, can he actually live up to the hype?
And that was like the final nail in my point from the beginning when we get to the top lane, because he was the kind of player who did not mind getting resources on the top side. He was the kind of player who'd be, well, either I'm on Na, or I'm also going to be on the Fiora and be that side lane threat that we're going to have there. So if you have a mid laner, like the Niski on Rise or TF and the mid jungle dude that want to roam out towards top side, and a jungler or a top laner that wants to play the top side, that's a really nasty cocktail that might have a kick.
Are you excited, Enda? Are you excited? Hang on, we're running out of time. Are you excited?
I'm excited. I was just under the impression there was going to be like a fist fight up here. There was going to be some disagreement, but it seems like we're all fairly confident that this team is going to be strong.
It seems like, unsurprisingly, analysts are aligned. But we've talked enough about Mad, so let's get some real perspectives on SK as we hand it over to Shox and Law.
Unsurprisingly, it was a lot of waffling, but I didn't hear any concrete opinions on anything, which is also classic analyst. I'm kidding. But I'm here with Laura because we're also going to talk about Mad Lions' opponents, SK. SK has had quite the overhaul, and we specifically wanted to talk about their bot lane coming in from the LFL, Exakik and DOS.
Of course. When it comes to hyping my LFL boys, of course, I'm going to be here always. And I'm super happy to see Exakik, especially making it to the LEC this year, because I know he's been waiting for this day for 8 years. This is something he tweeted earlier today. And finally seeing him on stage this year, I couldn't be happier, especially because he's paired with DOS, who's been playing with him at LGLCOL for the past 2 years now. So obviously there's some existing synergy here.
I had no idea it was so long in the making, his arrival.
He's fairly young, but he's been watching League and playing League for such a long time. He popped professionally recently, I would say 3 years ago. But yeah, this is something he was always aiming for, and finally he made it. And I kind of think he made it in the best team he could with his teammates as SK this year.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. When it comes to how Exakik and DOS like to approach the lane and the game in general, can you tell me what they did in the LFL and what you expect of them in the LEC?
I think it's interesting because when you look at LDLCOL last year, you had a strong force on the top lane in the likes of Ragnar, but the bot lane was also a super central point. The issue was that, and I'm talking about Exakik here especially, is that when he pops off, he's gonna have an amazing game. But if he doesn't feel confident, this is when LDLC would fail. So I'm just wondering what is gonna be the synergy here and the dynamic here for SK Gaming, because when I look at LDLCOL last year, the mid lane was a pivot point between the top lane and the bot lane. And of course, he was getting a lot of resources because AK was helping him from the mid lane. So if the dynamic of SK Gaming is the same this year and Certus can help the bot lane out and push them ahead, I think it should be a good team and an exciting team to watch. And I was talking to Exakik a couple minutes ago before they came on stage, and he was telling me that he has the same vibes he had in the LFL last year with his teammates this year. So a great start, I hope for him.
That's great.
Yeah.
What's your gut check if we look at also Marcoon is in the mix there, and we remember on his time with Excel that he was extremely proactive. He was making things happen in the early game. How is that going to fit into the puzzle?
I think Marcoon joining the team is a really good thing for SK Gaming. I think that he's going to fit really well with the whole dynamic and how the player likes to play. When you think of Marcoon last year with Excel, we know that when he didn't manage to find opportunities, this is when Excel wouldn't succeed. So I'm really interested in seeing how he can do this year with these players.
So hopefully it's not all feast or famine. It's not all, if nobody makes something happen that they then just can't do anything
that is
in
the issue. I think the early game especially is going to be a central point here.
Okay, is there a possibility that this SK could be a dark horse?
I heard good things about them so far. This is why I'm excited to see them on stage today, because we know that training and official games can be very different. So I want to see this SK Gaming team very aggressive, especially from the early game.
Okay, I missed the cue, producers. Are we ready to go to the game or not? We're not ready. Great, no problem. Also, not surprising, I guess. This is where we could maybe talk to the desk if it's possible at all and have a little back and forward. Because when it comes to this combination of players and with the information that you guys have and what Laure just explained to us about the bot lane as well, what do you feel about SK's chances?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the perspective that you have with how you feel Mad is going to come into the split versus SK. Because, I mean, Goldberg seems to have them solved. You know, Goldberg sees the formula. He knows how Mad is going to play. I'm still a little hesitant. You know, I think that there's potential for a formula there. But Hylissang is by far and away one of the most talented supports in Europe. He's also one of the players that you cannot predict ever. And I think that when you put him in a new environment, having any expectation as to what he will do is something that you can't really control.
Wait, yeah, you can though. Isn't it all? You always know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, I was actually I'm
Really?
in alignment with Shocks. Yeah, Hylissang's gonna do Hylissang shit.
But what does that mean? What did that mean?
That means that, okay, what that actually means is that Hylissang is going to play in a way that I feel like Hylissang always is looking at ways to like exploit the most common lane matchups.
Sure.
In terms of like wave control, either looking for engage timers off that or roams to mid or into the enemy jungle. Like, I actually think that Hylissang as a player, like, he is hard to figure out when you play against, but the way he goes into games is very similar, if that makes sense, because he's always looking for the same kinds of things.
But that doesn't make him predictable.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think his play style, the way he wants to play the game is predictable, but what that turns into within the actual game, that is not the same thing.
Apparently, we've got 2 more people added to the call.
This is awesome. So let's put it together. Shocks, I absolutely love the fact that you actually asked the analyst desk a question, so I'm going to do the same, but I'm going to put Vedius on the spot.
Yeah.
What is the all-time head-to-head between Mad Lions and SK?
I think it is 11-6 to Mad Lions.
Bro, you've just given Mad Lions 5 extra wins. It's 6-6 all time.
I was
They've
close.
only ever met in the regular
wow.
season, completely dead even. I'm going to wait. Producers, are we going to keep chatting as a group here?
I'm gonna wait. GB has had his hand up for like the whole time, so I'm just gonna give him
It's teamwork. Good job, Shocks.
Go ahead, GB.
Well, I had a joke that made sense while Ender was talking, and now we've kind of gone through the motions.
You ruined
So
it,
you can
quick
take it
shot.
back
You
instead.
ruined it.
All right. Okay, our casters can take it away. Go ahead.
That was absolutely awesome. We've got nearly every single member of the Honor Talent team on broadcast. Welcome back to the caster desk. We are moments away from Mad Lions taking on SK. The all-time head-to-head 6-6. I think expectations, again, favoring Mad Lions here, but for SK specifically, when you look at Exakick and DOS, those are the two players with a lot of excitement around them.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at Spring, right, 2 wins over towards SK. Summer was 2 wins over towards Mad Lions. So SK definitely not out of it completely. And I think as you talk about Exakick and DOS, I'm very excited to see what these two guys can do. But I do have some question marks around them, because when you actually look at the champions that they're playing back in the LFL, one of the big standouts was there wasn't a lot of Zeri, there wasn't a lot of Lucian. DOS was favoring things like the Rakan and even these engagement supports way more than the enchanters. So I'm curious to see now coming into this if they've adapted to this. But one of the big ones as well is, and something that we've actually seen a lot in the LCK and the LPL, is the Callista. And that was respect banned very often against these guys. So maybe that's something that we actually have to keep our eyes on specifically for this duo in the bot side.
And the other thing is, I think Lucian and Zeri have found themselves in the ban pool several times throughout the course of the day, but also the bot lane meta, in at least my eyes, not playing up to expectation versus what I was anticipating. I think the Ashe, the Jhin, the Heimer, so much higher priority for literally 6 of the 10 teams that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're not getting the like Zeri Lulu, the Sivir Lulu has actually been a very big surprise to me, but teams basically saying, hey, look, we don't want to try and go for this super late game. Ashe has been a very, very strong support for a while, kind of creeping into the meta. So the fact that we're getting her back is super cool. I think the big one for me, though, is going to be looking to see, hey, look, you know, we've got Marcoon on one side. When he was on Excel, he was very, very good at trying to play around his bot side, get Patrick rolling, snowball those leads. Do we get a similar story now where you got Exakick and DOS in that bot side?
Yeah, but and also he has to do it against Alyoya, arguably the best, at least his name's in contention for best jungler in Europe, you know, for a while now. We've got some stats that we'll look at when we're in game. But let's talk about that matchup. Marcoon versus Alyoya. Obviously, the draft's going to have a huge impact, but I think Marcoon demonstrated with Excel, when he does get ahead early, he can win his team games. The same exact is true for Alyoya, and we know Alyoya's carry potential.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's like, okay, well, where do we see Alyoya put his eggs into what basket, right? Because it feels like you can try and play around this bot side, especially now that you've got such an insane bot lane coming in Karzi and Hilly, but it's also a case of, okay, well, do you want to try and play around Niski? Because it feels like, as the desk was kind of alluding to, we're seeing Niski's champion pool start to come in. I think Yamato said on the Euphoria podcast, was like, who the hell did he bribe in Riot to get this champion pool back in?
The thing that I'm also intrigued about, don't forget that for the Mad Lions roster, this is a significant roster overhaul, right? Chasey coming in the top lane, Kazi as well as Hylissang coming in the bottom lane, and it's going to be up to Alyoya and Niski, the most reliable, arguably most consistent players that we've seen from the Mad Lions squad for a while. But I think Chasey was going to be one of the names that could be a bit of an X factor. Could be somebody that not many people will be as familiar with as obviously Kazi and Hilly.
Yeah, he was a guy who played on X7 coming in to EU Masters last bit. He would look very, very good in their wins, but could also have a bit of a problem in their losses, because this is a guy who wants to show he's better than you.
Yeah.
He wants to always beat you, and he wants to try and push that advantage. But that sometimes means he's thinking so much about the matchup, he forgets that junglers exist in the game, and that can cause issues for them sometimes. So I want to keep my eyes out to see essentially how this all works out, because it feels like in certain situations you kind of go, okay, are we going to coin flip topside? Are we also then looking at Karzi and Hilly? That can also be a bit flippy. Well, it feels like you got to get double tails, double heads, wherever the hell you go.
Well, Mad Lions, if you look at Chasey, if you look at Hylissang, coin flips on both sides of the rift. This could be an intriguing game. We do unfortunately have another small game delay. Can only apologize about the pauses. It has been a few months since we've been here. A lot of new players on stage as well. As soon as we get an update on that, I will let you know. I will ask you though, in terms of the 3 games you've seen, how surprised or happy have you been in terms of the champion diversity or differences, if any, in terms of what we've seen from LPL LSK?
I think they're like the big sizable one is kind of looking at that top side, right? We saw Finn go for the first pick in the Fiora, which is something that you see a lot over in the eastern regions. Unfortunately, you're kind of seeing why it hasn't been as heavy picked over this side, right?
Fiora.
Yeah, even like it's kind of been a joke at international events where like Western players will come off and go, they just do more damage. I don't understand how, but I mean, we have seen the Jax. I think BB played that incredibly well earlier on for G2. He did have some struggles up against the Cassante and kind of getting used to that champion, but overall, I think we're kind of seeing that we're probably going to teeter back towards the Cassantes, the tankier guys in the top side, rather than going for some of these big all-out carries.
I'm very excited to see Cassante and see whether or not he can continue to have an influence here. And ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, I think we are moments away from meeting the Mad Lions and SK Gaming for their 2023 debut! Thank you so much, Berlin, and everybody watching around the world. The players will take their seats and jump into picks and bans. I want to reiterate something that Dagda was talking about in terms of Exekick and DOS. So what we're seeing as priority picks in the meta worldwide are champions that we've not seen Exekick and DOS play to, definitely not recently, that's for certain. And more importantly, what is going to be brought to the table? Are we going to continue to see the Ashe and the Jhin and the Heimer being priority? Varus as well, one of the most played champions that we see in the bot lane. And also, we haven't even talked about it just yet, but what is Niski and Certus going to be running in the middle lane? Because we know Certus, Niski has got big pockets and he's bribed the game development team. Maybe he's good friends with Freak.
Well, I mean, even for Certus as well, he was a big Rise player coming in from the ERLs too, so opening that, this will probably be banned away from both Niski and Certus, but I think that's kind of the cool thing about the mid lane pool at the moment. You can go for the Rises, the roaming mid laners, you got things like the Azir that are still in meta, but even things we haven't touched on, like Galio, very popular in LPL, Talia has also been creeping back into to the game as well, so we'll have to see exactly what these two want to go for.
And I think Galio is a champion I definitely think of when I think about Niski. 14 professional games played, 71% win ratio. In terms of the picks and bans now, Akali will follow suit. So Lucian open, Yuumi open, Zeri open as some of the priority picks. What will be removed from the pool? And also, what champions will Markun and Elyoya be prioritizing? Because they can have a gigantic impact on who's victorious today.
Yeah, I was going to say the Maokai is the big one. We've seen it consistently banned here on red side. Incredibly strong in the current patch. We're even seeing the First Strike, Demonic Embrace, AP build. You can go for that Radiant Virtue if you want to as well. He's just got a ton of flexibility, but not going to be seeing him this time around. Curious if we do get the Yuumi ban, but it feels like, okay, so they're going to go. So now you have to either let Yuumi go through or you let the Lucian go through. So now SK Gaming have to decide, and we'll have to see exactly where they land. It's a tough call, and it's kind of how you expect Karzi and Hylissang to play the game.
Hylissang's Yuumi, good or bad? What's your instinct?
I mean,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so put numbers
Why
to
you
it.
put the new guy in the spot?
10 professional games, and he has won 8 of them, and it is open. Okay, Jace is banned away, but that means at least the priority bot laners and supports that we have seen from other regions are available. If you prioritize one for Mad Lions, you give the potential for the duo on the other side.
So in the other regions, we've seen the Lucian first. So that is actually what they're going to go for here, and I do like it. I think Lucian offers a huge amount, and also what we've kind of looked at, especially when you look at teams like LCK and these kind of things, is you have to be very, very good on your Zeri Yuumi to be able to kind of overcome the Lucian in the mid to the late game. And we'll have to see if Exekick and DOS and their first ones can kind of show their stuff. But already not making fans particularly happy with the first game.
Despite the strong response from Berlin and many people around the world, imagine what it must feel like for SK. Debut on, a game on this stage. A lot of these players incredibly young. The most experienced player is Markun. He's got himself that bye, and now DOS has to step up with the kitty cat.
Yeah, and look, we'll have to see exactly how he's going to do. I mean, I imagine it's going to be the Zeri paired with it, incredibly strong with that. We see the Nami locked in, coming across here to go for Hilly, and I imagine we will get a jungler. The big question is exactly what they want to go for. I think Wukong could still be a good option here if they want to try and go to a special Maokai band away, but we have seen things like the Sejuani as an answer to the Vi, where Vi goes in, Sejuani tosses that ultimate back into the remaining backline and just causes absolute ruckus for anyone who's trying to go forward.
I will tell you, statistically speaking, Hylissang's Nami is not the greatest. 17 games played, he's only got a 40% win ratio on that champion. He's playing under a new banner with Mad Lions. Kazi has rejoined the Mad Lions, and Rio will lock in that Wukong. So we're anticipating Zeri. That should be the expected pick. Then we turn our attention to bans. What do you think is a big priority here? You can see the Maokai, the Rise, the Jace have been taken away, as well as the Jackson Akali. So a number of solo lane bans already removed from the pool.
Yeah, I think we'll probably continue in towards these mid lane bans. Just trying to pinch that pool a little bit more, especially when we're looking at both Certus and Niski that have played more facilitator styles. Things like the Lissandra has been really good, Azir we banned away, Kassadin as well, just very, very strong, although we haven't seen him really come through. Sylas, another one that's still kind of working in the middle there, especially when you have things like the Nami ultimate, the Wukong, that can kind of be nice takeaways here for Certus, but already you see that Lissandra is going to be taken off the board.
I really like that, especially into champions like Vi and Zeri. Managed to use that glacial tomb, lock somebody down. hold them in place to allow the likes of the rest of your squad to deal the damage. Mad Lions taking a little bit of time here on their first ban.
I am curious though, because in my head for Mad Lions, I think you could just ban away tanky top laners, ban the Cassante. We're not going to see it, but the thought process was, okay, then Chasey is the carry guy, so set up for Irrelevant to be a little bit off tilt where he likes to be on the more tanky members and see if Chasey can take over that top side. But they are just going to hard focus this mid lane with the Syndra taken off the board, and now we'll have to see exactly what his plan is going to be for SK Gaming. They get first rotation on these mid laners, but that Gwen ban might actually signal that they want to go for the Cassante first for Irrelevant.
Yeah, of course, we know Gwen is really good into that Cassante. Mad Lions, do they feel the need to ban it against a potential lock-in, or do they fear something else? I think when you look at the number of mid lane bans, instinct's telling me that Niski may be in a slightly more advantageous position if he goes for a more defensive or reactive type of mid laner, because we just seen the experience, the amount of games he has, and also the style. Kazi, Chasey, Alyoria, they can be carries for their team. Niski can also be that supportive mid laner, so we need to figure out what he's going to lock in, as it was Galio that was banned away.
And I mean, look, you can see the teams themselves are kind of puzzling this one through as well as they take their time. Cassante is going to be the lock-in as expected, which means that there isn't going to be too many picks that Chase can go for. I imagine Gnar would kind of just be the default back to it, right? It plays into his team fights well, as a good matchup against the Cassante, where you are able to play at range and keep him kind of out of the equation. And even when you've got a super short range composition like that's there in the Yuumi, suddenly that Gnar is far more threatening in these fights than he usually is. But actually going to be the Renekton instead for Chasey.
Okay, what do you make of that? And we're also looking at this final lock-in here for Niski, hovering the Orianna. Renekton into Cassante, and let me know what you think about Niski's pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton is a lane bully, can do relatively well in trying to just trade effectively against Cassante and keep him in check. But when you're looking at the short range as well on SK, maybe if Chasey's able to keep his flashes for these fights, he can play into this very, very hard. But you are heavily spiking in the mid game here for Mad Lions with everyone apart from your mid laner. So I'll be expecting them to look for quick fights around mid, quick fights around the Rift Tower. But we talked about the Kassadin. I think he's absolutely giga broken at the moment, and we might get our chance to see it.
Do it! Do it! Do it! I'm waiting for it to lock in. A quick aside, Niski has only played 6 games on Victor. Won 3 of them, lost 3 of them. Yes! We have a Kassadin in the mid lane. Dagda, zoom out. Tell me how both of these teams want to win their games.
Yeah, so definitely for Mad Lions, I feel like you're going to be using the fact that you've got the strong Lucian Nami in the bot side to try and take over. Then try and utilize the fact that you've got Chasey to look for Rift Heralds, try and take down these towers nice and quick, and use Alyoya to try and facilitate Karzi and Hylissang through the mid game and through that mid lane, start taking more and more towers and break open that game very quickly. Whereas when you look across at SK, all right, fantastic. You've got good split push coming through with Certus on this Kassadin, especially as he starts to go into the game. But you've also got a lot of backline threat as well. So you've got 2 divers with Marcoon, Certus, Irrelevant if he goes all out as well. And then Exakick and Doss are very good at taking care of themselves. So you have a ton of backline threat on SK that just wants to rip through Mad Lions in the later portion.
I am terrified at the combinations. Yuumi plus any single one of those champions can absolutely take over the game. The implication, or at least the understanding in my head, is SK need to be in a position to take advantage of that, play on the front foot. Really, really great to see the support and the love between all the coaches.
I love it, the crowd went full pantomime. I was like, oh.
So nice. Very, very interesting. I do have a record that Certus has played 1 game of Kassadin in the ERLs. It was not a victory. Will it work today in terms of the power that can be unlocked on 13-1?
I'm really curious to see what the build is for Niski here, because what we've started to see is Victor swapping over towards this Rod of Ages build, which is incredibly strong. Rod of Ages is just a very strong item in general, but I feel like you want to try and bully this Kassadin a little bit more. We'll have to see if he wants to try and go for it.
We'll find out as we load onto the Rift for Mad Lions versus SK Gaming. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the penultimate game of day 1 of the Winter Split. I'm still shaking off a little bit of the rust. Taking a look at the lane assignments for now. Alyoya and Chasey, a little bit of backup, stepping into the jungle. But no early plays just yet. Hilly and Kazi, however, on that Lucian Nami, it is a devastating duo, especially in the early stages of the game. They are waiting in the bush, so if Exekick and DOS get caught out, that could be problematic for them. Headline's feeling the advantage, at least in the level 1s, pushing into the jungle.
Yeah, I like that you're trying to get this vision down for Elyoya, though, because you do very much want to try and play around this bottom side and get it rolling. So spotting out Marcoon's early pathing, when you know that this guy has been so excellent when he was on XL at getting his bot lane under control, it feels like Elyoya and Marcoon are going to be the focus here in how they can try and set up this early game.
Yeah, I think I do want to take a brief moment just before the action starts to highlight the stats and the performances Elyoya and Marcoon had, at least in terms of the 2022 summer season. K+A 14, second and third. Team proximity, first and third. CSD difference, this is where you see significant differences, where Elyoya's been able to pull ahead in the creep score and the gold. I think Elyoya, not many people would disagree, was the more consistent, arguably the better player. But you cannot deny Marcoon's highs.
He's the best all-round jungler in the LEC, right? Like, and he is the best jungler in the LEC for me at the moment. He's been absolutely incredible. The different side to this, though, is that Marcoon, I think, was very, very good at setting himself a game plan and going, this is what I'm going to execute on. And that was where he actually did incredibly well in Excel. And it was trying to play around the bot side, getting Patrick and Mickey set up. So I want to see now with Exekick and DOS coming in, if we see that same sort of story. And it looks like, at least for Marcoon's game plan here, with going from top towards bot, he does want to try and lend a bit of pressure down towards this bottom side.
What about the risks in terms of trying to go into the Lucian Nami lane and understanding that, yes, if they can get Exekick and DOS ahead, just a little bit more complicated. You can already see Kazi and Hilly have shoved that wave all the way forward. It'll surprise no one that Victor is shoving into Certus's Kassadin with a small advantage there as well. So there's more options going to be available to Elyoya to make those moves, which means Marcoon has a more difficult time finding a counterpunch or a reply.
This is a nice steal away from Elyoya as well to make Marcoon a little bit less likely to stick around on the spot side. I'm surprised he's actually going for the 2 camps, because he doesn't have vision on Marcoon. Does know that he started on the top end, but doesn't actually know where he is on this full clear. So bit of a risky play, but Elyoya looks like he might just get away with this. No smite, though. Will need his lanes to try and come across and help, because Marcoon is now in the area.
All right, down to 400. No spine, as you mentioned. That wave is shoved in very, very deep. Elyoya not going to be able to pick that up. Secured by Marcoon, as far as I can see. Yeah. We'll take that blast cone, or actually just going to dash over the wall. So ultimately, gift wraps it to Marcoon.
I mean, just says thanks for the leech, right? Now he's actually ahead on the clear. Now going to move in towards River to fight Elyoya, because Elyoya tanked up that entire Gromp. So with no pressure from mid lane, though, Marcoon will just back it up and be totally fine. So this is where, again, you're kind of looking like, nice try from Elyoya, but the fact that we saw those jungle changes coming in that make it so much difficult to take these camps, I think you are, most cases, when you go for these quick invades, better off just taking one camp and getting back out, instead of wasting time like that.
I think that's such a great visual example of the changes to the jungle since the last time we saw this level of play, like at the World Championship. We haven't seen too much of the top lane just yet, as we do jump up. Chasey being jumped on by Irrelevant. Small CS advantage for the Renekton in the early stages as that wave is pushing into Irrelevant. And while all that's going on, I am going to ask, Marcoon loses his blue buff, gets his Gromp, but crucially, Elyoya is going to pick up the blue as well. So it is a 3-buff start for that Wukong. Small advantage here to Elyoya and the Mad Lions.
Yeah, I like that Marcoon reset, though, because now he still ends up on this bottom side. Should be able to now move back up into his top as it respawns, but also has a chance to, say, look for a gank on top, just as you can see his Krugs are about to spawn as well. So at least he's trying to play towards Irrelevant, make sure he's fine, as he's actually taken quite a lot of damage in that top side. And Chasey, we already talked about how he likes to be aggressive in this top side. He's been very, very strong in his moments for his team, where when he's able to pop off, he pops off hard.
Yeah, he really does. And of course, the wins and losses, those stats are dramatically different. I call your attention to the bottom. 8 KDA to 1, 650 damage per minute to 491. And I think for me, the big one is if Chasey's ahead during the laning phase, just as the laning phase ends at 14, that's kind of the key to unlocking him, at least for the NLC and EM Summer.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of the guys on the European Masters talk about this specifically, where Chasey was kind of a good leverage to see, okay, how are X7 going to do? If he's ahead, he's going to pop off. But you can see at the moment, right, like, he is playing right underneath this tower, and if you end up in a situation where Marcoon does roam top, there's very little vision there to support him, and that's why we'll oftentimes see him get caught out. But at the moment, Marcoon is not going to be able to punish him, so Chasey getting away with this aggression in that top side.
Okay, Dagda, I'm going to give you a freebie. We're 5.5 minutes in. Elyoya's going to start the dragon. It feels like Mad Lions right now are starting to win lane, maybe win game. Who will be the first person to concede first blood? You may have a little bit of a gank here as Marcoon gets jumped on. Who do you think is the one most likely to fall?
I mean, I think at some stage we're going to see a gank up towards top lane, which is probably going to be one of the areas where we see a lot of pressure, but I don't think it's actually going to net a lot. I mean, both Cassante and Renekton very, very difficult to gank. So I imagine we'll see a big dive coming through with Niski and Elyoya post 6 on towards this bot side where they pick off Exakick and DOS, and that's the biggest one that I'm keeping my eyes out for. Once we start to see Elyoya hit that, get the Cyclone, Karzi has access to that ultimate as well. This is where bot lane gets terrifying.
Right now, bot lane is being jumped on. Exakick is being dumpstered from that damage of Lucian Nami. I also feel like Elyoya was really trying to force something around that dragon, jumping onto Marcoon, stuck around the dragon for a little bit. Admittedly, not too many camps up to go and farm for Elyoya, but he forced that invade on the Gromp, was forcing around the dragon. You can already feel how Elyoya is trying to just get into SK's face. It's netted Mad Lions that 700 gold lead.
Yeah, as long as he's stopping Marcoon from interacting with these lanes, he's winning, right? Because you already pointed out win lane is kind of the win game prospect here for Mad Lions, especially if you've got Karzi and Hilly that are playing this aggressive on bot side. They're starting to chip away at the turret.
Oh no, come on, Bron. DOS has been jumped on, no damage to follow. Heal and exhaust was still up, so not the biggest risk, but DOS being caught by that Nami Q.
Again, though, it's just desyncing the bot side, right? Now DOS is going to be late on the reset, so now you can get Karzi on the map. It actually buys a bit of time for Hilly as well. So you're still seeing that these are tiny, tiny wins from Mad Lions that need to now go into CS advantages for Karzi, plates for Karzi. He's got the half of his first plate down on bot side, but we need to see more of that, more of this turning into things like the Dragon as well.
Yeah, I think in my head, I can't switch off the idea as Cassante, Kassadin, and Zeri scale and get items. Them backed up by Yuumi can absolutely take over the game. The thing is, I think there's also a high degree of execution required to pull that off. You've really got to make sure that your initiation works well. You've got to make sure that the Renekton Wukong Victor don't just destroy everything not empowered by Yuumi. So there's a lot of vision and the right calls need to be made. But of course, when you look at those champions, they can absolutely take over.
It's also because you don't have the longest range, right?
Yes.
For something like a Lucian that has a dash, a Gale Force, and the culling as well, suddenly your health bar disappears very, very quickly. So you do have to be careful. But I like what Mad Lions are doing now, right? They're moving around the map, using the fact that they have these early advantages, looking for the Rift Herald. They know that a lot of their game plan involves around getting Karzi early leads, and with the likes of this Rift Herald, they can do just that. And Karzi, I mean, you're up against Exakick, who's level 5, Yuumi without an ultimate as well. He's not going to be dove anytime soon.
No, he's not. What I will say, though, is Marcoon is going to use the Vault Breaker, dives into the Dragon Pit. There's a lot of Mad Lions, the Pride collecting in the mid lane. Dragon is now down to just about half hit points. There's 3 Mad Lions make their way. Certus can come in from behind. DOS has hit level 6. The final chapter is being read. The fish has been rooted, but the first blood has been secured by Elyoya onto Marku. Immediately traded back as Hesse's turned into sushi, and Elyoya runs for his life. 1 for 1, but the kill goes to Kassadin.
I mean, the fact that that was 1 for 1 is probably a big win for Mad Lions, because you can see Karzi was completely stuck on this bottom side of the map. He wasn't going to help out, so even with the numbers advantage, they get to trade something back. But as you said, 1 kill going across the Certus, that's 1 kill that's going to get him closer towards that Rod of Ages and start that stacking and getting ever closer to that level 16.
I think as well, SK is showing zero hesitation on the initiation. It looked to me like Marcoon was a little bit of trouble, kind of got flanked, but that Yuumi ability to hop between champions and throw down that ult started off. Unfortunately for SK, they are down 1,300 gold. It's Elyoya, the main beneficiary. The dragon is still standing. All of a sudden, we're seeing now Marcoon and the rest of the squad. They're dancing around this dragon, trying to get an advantage, but neither team has really got enough time to finish it off.
Yeah, and it's not surprising that you're seeing these small gold leads open up for Mad Lions, right? You've got double first strike coming through, particularly for Niski in that mid lane. That's where you're seeing the majority of that gold lead come from, plus the plate that he's already managed to pick up for himself. We already talked about Elyoya getting this early control as well, and I'm glad that we're seeing this now take a step up for Mad Lions as well. They have that Rift Herald. They can start to put this down. They're starting to use the fact that Niski has that push in mid lane to roam him around the map as well. But I'm curious exactly what the game plan is for Elyoya with this Rift Herald. It's halfway through, and it's not like he's going to be moving down to the bot lane anytime soon.
What do you think would be the best move to see from that? Rod of Ages completed at 10.5 minutes for Certus' Kassadin. That is concerning. In the previous game, Dagda was talking about just how gold efficient that item is at max stacks. And Marcoon is uncontested and unchallenged on this dragon. While that's going on, Chasey's going to go and do some dirty farming between towers, and on the bottom lane, Exakick and DOS were shoving all the way in. I mean, Kazi's low, he's used the culling, so SK, they go in to get the objective.
They do get the dragon on the bot side, which is definitely going to help in delaying and buying time, right? They get essentially another 5 minutes until Mad Lions can start to stack these dragons, but you still got to be careful on bot side because you know you've sent your jungler up top here for Mad Lions. It means you've actually got to get Karzi and Hilly to back away, and that gives the opportunity for Exakick and DOS to get some plates themselves and even up that bot lane when it comes to gold. So I kind of like what SK have been doing. The fact you get that early Roa is great for Certus, but I have to look at that mid lane item for Niski. We talked about how you don't want to go for a Rod of Ages match here against the Castan because you want to speed that game up before Castan pops off, and already we're seeing the Leandri's Anguish comes through. He wants to go for something that gives immediate power now versus more power later.
And then I want to see that used effectively. If you do keep a look at those summoner spells, Exakick and DOS, all 4 of them on cooldown. Hylissang's had to burn through his 2. Mad Lions still maintain gold control, and shopping-wise, 3 items already completed. Alyoya's going to drop that Rift Herald in the mid lane. That will answer the question you were posing just a few moments ago. This should be enough to take the tower down as well, and that's actually huge into a Kassadin, and also, as you mentioned, speed the game up, unlock the Victor, and make sure that Certus doesn't have a safe lane to farm up and scale.
And the thing is about getting down that mid lane tower, it becomes very easy now to kind of creep your control across the map. You can start to push in as Niski, then start to set up vision that we were already starting to see little hints of for Mad Lions in towards SK's jungle, and already Mad Lions are using the fact they have that pressure to now put manners onto Marcoon and Exakick. They can't push up because there's so many members of the Mad Lions there.
It's crazy to think that they're up 2,000 gold, you know? Yes, there's a plate and a tower down, 1 kill apiece. The farm is not that different, but I think crucially the jungle camps and more importantly the plates in the tower really pushing Mad Lions ahead. Kazi right now has got that Gale Force completed already. Exakick with the Berserker's Greaves, the Quiver, and that Vamp Scepter. And frankly, Chasey and Irrelevant have not necessarily been involved in the game. Teleports are up for both, so I would imagine the next few skirmishes we could see them getting in.
Sorry, you seem to think top laners matter in League of Legends now. I think you've missed something here. That's not what happens anymore in this game.
Coming from the LPL caster of all places, damn it. Well, look, top lane is matching for now because someone may die. Marcoon and Certus making their way forward. Chasey's got his flash, he's got his Dominus. I think it's going to be difficult, and that's why we say, like, Certus immediately start to back out.
But here's where actually you now have a problem, because you've now pushed in mid, and here's that tower dive that we were talking about being set up. Niski shoves in mid, you've got the level 6, and immediately Exakick and DOS have to get out of here, so you give up plates, you give up your life, there is no winning, and Alyoya's here.
Nimbus strike into the Cyclone, but the spark was great. I think very important, the final chapter has been used. Aqua Prison does not catch onto Certus, who is level 10 for now. Doesn't have that second tier on Riftwalker, but for the time being, the tower does survive. The plates have just fallen, and we're going to have this 1v1 between Irrelevant and Chasey. All out traded. Dominus is finally thrown down. The slice, the dice, the coal, the meat, the ruthless predator, the flash forward. Irrelevant stays alive. Chasey's got a minion wave to work with. Does Chasey go further? The question, well, the answer right now is no.
Oh, he was so close to having that Q off cooldown, but Chasey not quite able to do so. Did a really good job of dodging every one of those strikes coming through off the Q of Irrelevant, but not going to be enough. But still now, Mad Lions starting to open up the map. They're moving people around. Second Rift Herald is up and available. Chasey should be able to TP back in if necessary, but this should straight up just be a Mad Lions pick.
Yeah, looks to be the case. The first one was secured uncontested. Marcoon steps over the ward. Vision going to give the information to Mad, who will continue to extend that gold lead. And I tell you something, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to sit in top 4 strikes during a team fight. It just doesn't flow super naturally.
I mean, I struggle with general words in English, so I'm not going to be able to.
What was the team Uzi used to play for? It sounds like a fruit.
Yeah, orangey, thanks. Yeah.
It's one of my favorites, Nectar.
Yeah,
It's
I've heard that 33 in a turd times today.
33 in a turd. Oh, I love the Irish accent. It's so good to have you on the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, I was feeling good about being here until this moment, but thank you very much.
Danta, be a realist for me now.
Okay.
Be a realist for me. Is SK starting to hit the point that they're too far behind?
I don't think so. I think the big one is if they can try and hold on to side lanes. So I actually think there's a bit of a mistake coming through here from Mad Lions where they're now going to send Carzzy in towards the mid lane. One of the big ways you try and play around Lucian is, okay, I'm going to stick Oyoya in a side push. We're going to immediately all in with Oyoya, with the Cyclone, with Carzzy and the Culleen and the Gale Force, and try and pick someone off who's trying to defend mid turret. But because there is no mid-turn now, Carzzy actually isn't really in a position to go all out and Exakick and DOS walk into it, which they might actually be right now. But you can see what I mean, right? It becomes very difficult for Mad Lions to group around the mid lane, whereas if they kept Carzzy in that bot side, they can then look for a repeat dive on towards the bot lane now that Certus' TP was burnt. But Dragon is up anyway, so they're going to just control that. I think you just give this as SK, get those side lane towers down instead.
A lot of damage onto Marcoon. Zoomies going to be needed to try bring him back up. Final chapter is available for DOS. Irrelevant is split from the rest of the squad, so he's going to be trying to push that wave in. Chasey standing toe-to-toe. The Dragon's being burnt down, and Certus will arrive in a moment. SK got the first Dragon. The second is now likely to go the way of Mad Lions. Irrelevant uses the all-out. Dragon is secured by Mad Lions. The final chapter on top of the gravity field, and Certus is being burnt down by the Culling. He rift walks away to safety. Flash has been burned. Certus stays alive until the laser takes him out from Niski. So far, it's a 1-for-1, but the Dragon goes the way of Mad.
They're on the wrong side of the map.
On the wrong side of the rift. Exakick's doing what he can with that burst fire. Flashes over the wall. DOS will use that dash back, and the Zoomies continues to burn away. Exakick gets out from the laser. Carzzy flashes forward. One more shot does it, and now DOS will manage to escape with Marcoon.
And this is where we're seeing mistakes in SK, not just playing towards their win conditions. They don't win early flights. They want to play for late. They want to play for 3 items on Certus and Exakick and look to win at those later points. But the problem is we got to pause. And 2, we're also seeing that you're just hitting these big power spikes coming through for the side of Mad Lions, with the Gale Force being completed for the Lucian, with the opportunity to try and take these fights. And if you just trade that Dragon for the time you bought off of getting the first one and get more gold onto your main carries, you're in a better position here as SK.
It's also in terms of that fight being set up, the fact you have the 1v1 in the bottom lane and then the potential 4v4 in the river. It's a challenging scenario to be set up. We talked about experience in terms of the 2 respective squads. Marcoon has been playing professional for a year and a half, and that is the highest amount of experience significantly than the rest of SK. The reason I draw attention is that this is a difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, and look, this is really good from Irrelevant, right? I actually think at this stage, SK, you just cut your losses. You're like, okay, cool, we don't need to go for this. But watch Oyoya immediately on towards Exakick in that back line. So Exakick isn't actually getting that AoE damage off of these fights. Certus doesn't have the damage to really be a big threat towards people like Carzzy and on towards Hilly, especially with the healing that's coming through. So, I mean, there's nothing that you can really get access to here. And that dive that we talked about for SK just hasn't come online yet. So Mad Lions chase down SK and we'll be able to pick up a couple more kills on the backside of that.
Yeah, and I know that I think the majority of the credit that fight, I feel, should go to Oyoya. The Cyclone was incredible. I also think Hylissang did a lot of work in terms of the Aqua Prisons and the Tidal Wave buying time. But I do want to draw a little bit of attention to Niski on this Victor. He was, of course, our summer 2022 MVP. He's got that Leandry's completed, but when you look at his statistics and the impact that he's had on the game, and now the man starts teleporting in, this is going to be the champion that my eyes will be on as the team fights play out because of how influential he can be.
And it's a bit of a different look for Niski. The reason he got summer MVP was because when we look at the transition from Mad Lions from spring to summer, he was so impactful in how he linked up with Oyoya, how he moved around the map on champions like the Talias and everything in between that could actually get out and start to move. But with the Victor, not exactly a roam heavy champion, but now starting to show his chops when it comes to just raw damage in that control mage position.
Oh, someone wants to fight, someone wants to fight. Marcoon's going all the way forward. The teleport's coming in, but it may be too little. It may be too late. Irrelevant needs to run for his life as Certus is being burned down by Niski. Chased backwards. That's at least 1 for Exakick. And Chasey can't close the gap just yet, pushing that wave forward. We still have a 4v4, but it's SK that are low.
I was convinced we just cursed Niski, but a great sidestep means that he stays alive. And once more, Mad Lions starting to push in. It is a 1-for-1 trade. It's Carzzy!
Look at that! The Gale Force as well as the rapid fire cannon. Certus is low. He's got the cat in his back. Exakick choked and taken down.
There's no place like home.
There's no place like home. Certus is next. You can't go anywhere. Caught between a rock, a home place, and a Pride Alliance. Mad Lions dominate SK.
And for Mad Lions, having a performance like this means so much for the fans and for the analysts that are looking at this team. This was a squad where people are like, what are they going to look like? What are we going to see come out from this team? And this is a dominating performance against SK.
Now, remember, this combination of players have changed 3 out of the 5 from last year. They are coordinating and calculating their plays incredibly well. Starting with Baron at 20 minutes. Irrelevant, no ultimate available to him. Stepping forward, Kazi's going to be dashed away to safety. Chasey's caught at least Marcoon on the back. Cole the Meek is doing so much as Marcoon dashes over the wall. Baron secured, plus another kill. Mad Lions are in absolute control.
And it all started with that second dragon fight, right? When SK gave over that control to Mad Lions, they are putting their foot down, and Chasey, though, might have overextended that bit too far.
Well, let's find out. That's the Rift Walk. Force Pulse. Uses that Q. Backup comes in. Chasey's got himself one. Continues to hammer away. Will get taken out. 1 for 1. They deny at least one Baron buff, but 9 kills to 4. 6,000 gold the lead. 1 Dragon to 0, and Baron at 20 minutes.
I mean, the big one, though, is that you have that Dragon coming up. Chasey won't be available for that, so maybe now you have that opportunity for SK to find that fight. Ultimates should be back up and available for all of them across the board. And with Chasey having no TP, maybe this is where SK can find that fight, but it's going to be a close one. They have to get to that immediately and fight.
See, in my head, when I look at this composition from SK, I really feel like as a team, they needed to be even or at least a little bit ahead. Because of how the team fights are going to play out, you really just want to run at people, run them down and kill them one after the other after the other. If they can't get past the Wukong, the Victor, the Renekton, it's so difficult to get to the Lucian, for example. All the mobility's in there, and when they're down this far, down already 3 towers to 1, and now they're going to start losing control of the map. It's a very challenging situation to be in.
Yeah, Mad Lions looks like they're just going to basically take the fact that they have that Baron and see if they can now find their opportunity to push forward. Certus is going to try and trade in the side lane, but I think it's kind of as you say, right? This is where it's now starting to become too little too late. You're not getting to a stage where you're massive. Certus is level 14 with that extra level coming through from the Rod of Ages, but he's still not big enough now to try and hard carry this game, especially when you look at the damage that's there for Niski as well with those 2 items now complete.
I tell you what, Mad Lions, their ownership, their management are going to be very, very happy to see what Kazi and Hylissang are doing. One of the bottom lanes that was the most sort of talked about, Kazi returning to the roster. And of course, don't forget Chasey coming in to replace Armored. They've had a great debut game. I don't want to oversell it, but I think it is quite clear to see the communication, the approach to the gameplay, the way that Mad Lions have moved their resources around. Like, you can really see the level of teamwork and cohesion between them as a Dragon secures, and they almost get Certus as well.
I mean, it's also been very clean, right?
Yes.
I mean, there are some moments where maybe in the laning phase they could have been punished, but when it gets this mid-game, they aren't overextending, they're taking it nice and calm, they're playing it the way they should, and this is what I think a lot of people were worried about for Mad Lions, is that they kind of just go, all right, let's just see what we can do here, let's all in and go for it. But this is calculated, this is well played, and SK aren't being given opportunities to come back into the game. And when you've got a composition like SK and you're trying to close it out, that's exactly how you need to play this one out.
It's going to be so hard because 305, 8 of the 9 kills Niski's been involved in. He's got a 3,000 gold lead. 304, 7 of the 9 kills has Kazi's name to it, and 8 for Hylissang. So it's so clear that that relatively slow-paced laning phase became explosive for the Mad Lions. They've got themselves 2 dragons under their belt. They got themselves 2 more towers during the Red Bull Baron power play. And now, once again, they're in absolute control of the game. And despite the fact that Certus picked up at least 1 early kill, unfortunately, losing his tower, losing control of his side of the jungle, pushed him too far back.
And I don't feel like we're getting to see exactly what SK, like their new bot lane is, or what this new team can be, right? Because it felt like you kind of just took one bad fight at the wrong time, and then you're just pushed out of the game. You don't have the timing to come back into it. So it feels a little bit unfortunate for SK that one fight can change the course of a game, but this is what we're talking about. Mad Lions needed to come alive in the mid game. They found that fight and they're taking over from that position.
Is this a replay? Is this a replay? Nope, this is yet another siege. Top lane tower. Certus this time not under too much trouble. It's going to be Niski caught out. He's got the flash available to him. Dunk comes down as Kazi forced to dash away to safety. Still got cleanse, still got flash. Cyclone won't hold anyone in place long enough. Nobody goes down. The tower is exposed though.
That was a clutch stopwatch from Niski. Stopped the all-out from Irrelevant. You could see the animation had just started for it. Kept him alive. Meant that Irrelevant was overextended. And that meant that the rest of Mad Lions could then clean up the fight. Now they get that tower. You've still got that push that had been set up by Chase in the mid lane as well, which Exakick now has to deal with. And again, just taking it nice and slow. Nobody's going that too far forward. And you're just going to be able to set up for more dragons.
Marcoon has jumped on. Slice and dice and stuck in place with that Ruthless Predator. Chasey committing the flash as well. They get the tower, they get the kill. Exakick's chasing, looking for a little bit more. Won't be able to find the damage. And ultimately, another kill. 10-4. Mad Lions are even playing the, death bush hunting game well.
Yeah, I mean, I love that we're seeing more of this Prowler's Claw Renekton, because the distance you can cover is absurd, the damage you can output is absurd, when the rest of the team is there to help finish it out.
Does it happen again? Does it happen again? Not just yet. Irrelevant's escaping for now. Turns it deck around. Now Exakick's trying to put some damage in reply. He's got himself one, but Alyoya's turning it on. Surges is taking on with the help of Kazi. Irrelevant stays alive just a few seconds longer. It's a double for Kazi, going crazy. A third is secured by Niski. A double for Niski. And Mad Lions once again wipe SK.
And that's just so well played by Mad. SK trying to chase that bit too far forward, seeing if they can pick off a straggler, but end up getting picked off themselves. Hilly, 1v1 versus the jungler. He's got this.
He's got this. Hilly, you can win that fight. I believe in you. The coin always lands on heads when you Hilly saying, oh man, 11,000 gold, 26 minutes in. Tower is now being popped in front of the inhibitor. 10 seconds to Baron, a minute and a half until Dragon. I mean, look, it has been a bit of a clinic since we came out of that laning phase. And then importantly for me, from the very early game, Alyoya invaded the jungle, and the rest of the team has been behind him. And I mean, we're just going to throw it again. Come on, everything in the kitchen sink, Dagda.
I mean, he doesn't have the all-out just yet, so they're still chasing. I mean, once they can get in behind them here, they're good. Oh, Karzi.
Kazi's a huge bounty. Kazi's a huge bounty. Kazi's a huge bounty, but Niski's going to be the focus. Kasante's caught inside that gravity field. Kazi's going to escape with that flash. Niski gets dropped in place by the cease and desist, and Irrelevant stays alive. Another fantastic going golden for Niski. All out will push Alyoya away. 1-2 more kills. 4 Mad Lions. A third will fall in just a moment. Marcoon taken out as well as Doss. It is an ace for the Pride, and they're pushing into the base of SK.
I mean, fool me once, fool me twice. That is not going to work out for SK. Mad Lions, with picking off all 5 members for a clean ace, will look to end this one out in style.
Fantastic performance from start to finish. Mad Lions on the hunt, and Mad Lions dominate SK Gaming. And for everyone watching at home, unfortunately the death timers on our HUD stopped working just in those last few moments of the fight. We are aware of that as we're testing some new tools. But I think for Mad Lions, again, for me, the biggest takeaway here, the way they played the game, and they're pretty easy to see understanding and coordination amongst their players, that a game plan and they work together to execute.
Yeah, and I think that was the big one, right? We saw them kind of give up first dragon, wasn't the end of the world, right? But they were waiting for things like the Gale Force to come online for Lucian on that bot side so they can try and set everything up. And I think overall, it was just absolutely fantastic from them, playing very, very well through that mid game and making sure they're able to bring this one home.
Nicely done, guys. Nicely done. Getting high fives from all the Mad Lions. Dominant victory. Turn our attention to SK. I know we mentioned a little bit. The draft that they had really needed to have some form of control, needed to kind of dictate the tempo of the game. Unfortunately, it felt like they didn't really find a way back into the game because Alyoya was really kind of dictating the pace.
And I think the big one is you have to understand, okay, we can give up this objective, but gain more off of going for something else, right?
Yeah.
And I think the clearest option for that was that second dragon, right? You give up second dragon as SK. Irrelevant can go for his play. That was a really sick play. But you should then go, okay, we're going to move Cass into his side lane. He's going to actually look for damage on top turret. He's going to get some farm into him. He's going to start looking for level 16. We can get some chip damage onto the mid lane tower. Start to try and crack open the map, so it becomes so much more difficult for Mad Lions to then easily move around and take over in the manner that they did.
I also think the Mad Lions team fights were great. I think a direct quote from Dagda was, I think they were lucky to get their kill. That river fight at second dragon, the initiation comes out from SK, the response from Mad, and just their team fighting prowess despite the new roster, new players, it looked great in that first game. I think admittedly compositionally gave them a couple extra tools. I don't want to be ignorant of that fact. but don't take anything away from him. They work together well for that.
And I think a lot of that, again, when it came to these team fights, was Oyoya, right? Always in the right place with the right timing on that cyclone. We saw him immediately get onto exit kick, nearly cost Certus at that second fight. And in a lot of those situations, he was setting up alongside Chasey to be that front line, to set up a lot of that CC to let the back line carry.
Strong debut for Mad Lions and Chasey with that Renekton performance. He's not going to be one of the nominees for Player of the Game. At LEC on Twitter is where you can vote. It's tough to actually pick 3 of these 5 players, but it's going to be Niski, Kazi, and Hylissang as your options. I think when you look at just kill participation and the way that they were kind of facilitated, it makes sense. But truly, that was a team win, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, I mean, fantastic performance from Niski. Those stopwatch timings were fantastic. The fact he managed to get out of there twice. I think he played really well in the mid game, and even the decision making on his build. Like, there were so many people that you could have gone for.
I mean, Dagda's saying you should vote for Niski. I'm not, of course, but what I will say is Law standing by with Niski on stage for the post-game interview.
Thank you, quick shot, Niski. Thank you for joining me also.
Thank
Quick hit on the player of the game. You, Karzi, Hylissang, who do you think should take it?
I think me.
I think you, okay. Okay, argument then. The audience is going to vote for you. Maybe campaign for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did really good.
All right. Well, let's see if Twitter thinks the same. I want to talk about the composition you had against SK Gaming, because looking at what they were playing, late game was super scary, I feel. So how did you approach this one?
I mean, to be fair, I think our job was pretty good. I think their last pick was ambitious. I think Kassadin can be good, but in certain conditions, and I think this game it was not very good, in my opinion. But so it gave us a free early game. We did end up giving them first dragon, which was not very good from our part, I think. But I think we did a good game, and we didn't really make mistakes. So we just cleaned up the game before Kassadin was just running around everywhere.
Yeah, you mentioned Kassadin, and I really want to talk about this champion because we keep on seeing it in the LPN and the LCK as well, and we know that with the recent AP items changes, it's supposed to be really, really strong. Do you think it's going to be the same thing in the LEC with the way teams usually play?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really strong champion when it gets going. I think it does need certain conditions, though, which I will not say more, but...
No.
But I think it's a strong champion, and we will for sure see him play in LEC.
All right. Focusing a bit more about you, Niski. You often said during the off-season that things maybe didn't go as you expected. You were unsure where you were going to end up, or if you were going to end up staying with the Mad Lions. Tell me about this and how it was for you.
Yeah, I mean, off-season was weird, as usual. But at the end, I stayed in Mad Lions, and I'm glad that we make it work. And yeah, I'll do my best. And I think this team has a lot of potential, so good thing that I stayed, I guess, yeah.
Of course, and you have to think about last year and how things ended. Let's not talk too much about the memes of failed best of fives and stuff like this, but what are the learnings from last year? And what is new about the dynamic with this iteration of the Mad Lions for you?
I mean, I think compared to last year, I have a way different like champ pool or play style and whatnot. I think I slowly become at my like final form in any way. I think this is probably the best feeling I've had in a long time of like being confident and knowing to play like so many different champs at the same time. Also, like I think our macro is already really good, and I think it will even get better with time. So I think our ceiling is very high, and teams should be scared of us, yeah.
I hear you are peaking then. How do you explain this mindset and attitude you have and the fact that you feel so confident this year?
I mean, I think after last year, I kind of looked back and I looked at what I could have done better. And I think Pad last year, my positional coach, helped me a lot. And I feel like I didn't really listen to him that much. And then this year coming in, I have a new assistant coach, which is Zef, and he helps me a lot. And also, I think just combination of coaching staff / me looking at like VODs and like how I want to play the game, I think it just makes a difference. And for now, I'm very happy. Yeah.
All right. Well, new year, new Niski then. Thank you so much for
Thank
the interview.
you.
We'll see you tomorrow for game 2. And Shocks, back to you for more on that game.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Niski. And we're also going to hear from Karzi back with the Mad Lions. Congratulations, Karzi.
Thank you.
It was really impressive.
I was also impressed. I didn't expect us to play this well today.
So scrims have been going bad.
Yeah, scrims have been going bad, but at this point I'm kind of used to it because back then when I was at Mad Lions, like the year before, we were also losing all the scrims.
Yeah.
And still playing fine on stage, so didn't play that big of a role in the end.
Yeah, I remember that from those Mad Lions days. Talk to me about this game specifically, though. I think a lot of people are really happy that the cat lost and that the Yumi specifically lost. But what did you think about playing the bot lane and later in the game? What were kind of I mean, there weren't any difficulties, let's be honest. It didn't look like it after the early game, right?
Yeah, it was not that hard of a game, I'd say. I think both team comps were pretty good. And I'm happy that finally someone played Zeri Yumi and let Lucian Nami open. Because so far, as I've seen, they didn't really do it. They only do it in LCK and LPL. So I'm happy we had the opportunity to play the matchup because I think it's a lot of fun. And otherwise, I don't know. Let's finish it then.
Because I was going to say as well, there's quite a few viewers out there, fans, who's quite tired of meta already with bot lane, Seri, Lulu, Siva, Yumi, Lucian, Nami. As a pro player yourself, how do you feel like with the AD carry meta champion pool right now? Are you happy about how it currently is?
I think that Lucian Nami has been OP for way too long. It's been 2 years that it's being played and it's like banned or picked almost all the time. So I cannot wait for it to be finally deleted or like not deleted, but nerfed. Same goes for Yumi. I'd prefer to have some melee support meta. Again, I think it's a lot of entertainment for the viewers as well when there is a lot of fighting. So yeah, I'd like the Riot Games to do that.
Yeah,
agree.
But I feel like as well, like at least this game got kind of different with what came out. While Kassadin is kind of strong, I do like the different dynamic it creates with the two compositions you have here. You get Lucian Nami, which is super good when you get the first item power spike to come through from both of them, which makes it really difficult for the team that picks Kassadin to play the game. Now the reason for this is, and I have an analogy, I used to coach and my mid laner would always want Kassadin to be picked on R5 and all of my other laners would be crying. Because if you have Kassadin mid lane, you have no mid pressure whatsoever. And when you're playing into Lucian Nami, that just gets to play like free into the mid to late game, you're on a clock. And they just played it perfectly on that Lucian Nami because they just cleanly drove it into the mid game and had lots of good skirmishes. How did you feel like your performance was being back on Mad Lions now in this game?
So I was scared for the first game, but in the end, I felt pretty comfortable playing the game, especially this matchup. I was a bit worried that I'm gonna run it down, but in the end it worked out. I also
How come? Where's this fear coming from? Why are you scared?
I don't know.
Well, have you watched old party games?
Sometimes I don't know. There is just like a damage you cannot expect from Zeriumi. They just like you dash in and you just die randomly. Not randomly, but you just get evaporated.
Yeah.
So I was a bit worried that's gonna happen. But I think also the game was really easy because Niski played really well on his Victor. I think he learned a lot from Humanoid, so it helped us.
Excellent. Yeah, great, Carzzy. It was great to see, and we're really happy that you had like a wonderful first game. It's cool to see you back on the Mad Lions. Can I get a quick prediction? Because our last game is Vitality versus Fnatic with Reckless back on, and Bo over Vitality. What's your prediction?
I think Vitality is gonna stomp.
Nice. Okay, let's see what happens. I mean, not nice, and I don't have an opinion on this. I just meant cool that he said that. After the break, we'll see the LEC debut of Bo in a revamped Team Vitality facing off against Reckless and Fnatic. Stay tuned.
My name is Martin. I come from Sweden and I am 26 years old. I started playing League in 2010, and in the last year I was together with K-Corp. We won EU Masters in the spring split. It feels really good to be in the LEC. I've dreamed about being here, so the fact that it's now come to reality and I get this chance is just it's surreal. Feels like I'm not waking up from this dream. I would love to play against G2. I feel like they have a lot of good players, and it would be cool to play against Hans in the bot lane and to play against Caps in the mid lane. So my favorite champion is Vayne. I used to really enjoy playing Kennen as well, but Riot decided that he's no longer an AD carry champ and he's more a top champ. Yeah, I also really like playing Tristana and Sivir, but I feel like I kind of played them too much at some point, so don't have the same love for them as I do for Vayne and Kennen, who were more a stint in my League of Legends days. Okay, let's just cut. I have been here before, I have won many things, and it's just great to be back.
Hello, welcome back. As we're definitely not moving positions as it is.
No one has to know. Gosh, I'm just so excited to see
newcomer?
Reckless
Yeah.
finally get a chance on the LEC stage.
It's great. It's awesome to see. I thought his delivery was also really good. Very deadpan.
What do you mean delivery?
Oh, yeah, never mind. Regardless, though, last game of the day, we've got Fnatic up versus Vitality. The great return of Reckless to the LEC now. Oh, sorry, there's a lot happening. Up versus Vitality will not be the easiest one, I don't think at all. So let's start by our expectations for this newcomer, but also who's aside from him in that bot lane in Rux, who has a crazy story, right? Been grinding up, been working in the ERLs, got his chance at Worlds to stand in, and now is picked up to be their starter.
Well, I mean, I think we should start with like the Fnatic expectations, right? Because last year, when we looked at that roster, we thought this is a championship winning roster. And when we look even closer to Summer and Worlds, this team looked like it had the ability to win LEC and perform extremely well internationally. And what you're seeing on your screen right now is Rux when he had to sub in for Hylissang at Worlds, and his performance was spectacular. However, every time they got closer and closer to actually meeting these expectations, they ended up falling just short. So Fnatic said that they needed to make a change. Something needed to be different. No one expected the bot lane to be the part that they changed, especially when Upset and Hylissang had such a dominant performance in the bot side of the map, but something wasn't working in that team, and so they decided to bring Rux up from the Academy side based on his performance. I imagine not only at the World Championship, I imagine many trials and discussions were had to bring him up to this point, but the addition and the return of Reckless was something that caught, I think, everyone off guard.
Absolutely. I do think it's funny, like, Rux just literally not dying a single time at Worlds was just, like, such a shock for Fnatic fans, of course. But I think that what you're looking at in a player like Rux next to Hylissang, he is so strong in that engage role for the team. Like, that's what he was shining on the Leonas of the world. That I feel like now, where Reckless in the past has had maybe 80 carries, it's been like difficult to find like that mesh in the bot lane of like, do we want to play like really aggressive? Do we want to play more like scaling towards late? I feel like Reckless has a little bit more power coming in here in the sense of like Rux is a new guy coming in. So I expect this to be a very Reckless-driven duo lane.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time, so I would like to explore it just a little, because you said it already. The bot lane was phenomenal for Fnatic last year, even with the issues that they had. And I feel like we had shining lights on several points of the Fnatic lineup, but they didn't eventually get where they wanted to get, right? Being a title, being deeper run into the World Championship. So it is going to have to be important that they really, really perform, because what else is it going to look like success for
I mean,
Fnatic?
yeah, that's the thing, right? It's no... How do I word this? Humanoid is no stranger to slumping during the regular season. I
Very
think
diplomatic. It's a little harsh, maybe.
I mean, he's a player that I would argue peaks at the right time.
Yeah.
And there were conversations at the World Championship that he was one of the best performing players of the whole tournament, right? Especially when Fnatic got that 3-0 start in group stage, everyone was like, wow, Humanoid, this man is impressive. And then they started taking away some of his champions. They started to target him a little bit more, and then he couldn't quite have that same level of performance. And now we're back in a best of one situation, but the stakes are very different.
Oh, yeah.
And so my question then becomes, what type of Humanoid do we see? Are we going to continue to see that same level of performance? Is he going to be ignited from the get-go, or are we going to see a Humanoid that's taking it back, trying to figure out how this new system works, has a new bot lane to work around? Is he going to get more resources? Is he going to get less resources? Like, Humanoid is a very flexible player that throughout his career has been known for Orianna, Ryze, Victor, Azir. Like, he plays the control mages. His Akali was terrifying. I feel like that he's a player that's never struggled with the meta adaptations. It's just a matter of at what point is his ceiling going to be hit? And often during the regular season, we don't always see it, but now Fnatic, for a brand new bot lane, for a team that's now very different, we need to see that level of performance for Fnatic to find the same level of success as last year.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say there's maybe a little bit more pressure on Humanoid right out of the gate to step up for this team. At the same time, when I think about it, I'm like, what did Fnatic look like when Reckless was on this team previously? And that was very much a bot-focused team with mid lane roaming down to bot lane so consistently. So yeah, it's been a while since Reckless has played on this team from G2 to K-Core. But at the end of the day, I feel like Wonder's probably happy to play, sort of chilling up on the top side. Like, I feel like this is again going to return back to old style Fnatic, where we're going to see a lot more focus around mid to bot.
All right, let's see if that pans out. They're up versus Vitality in this first game. Now, the expectations for Vitality are a bit different than they were coming into last year. Of course, a lot of the super team moniker didn't really play out the way they wanted to. And Perkz has also said, you know what, no, let's not talk about the team in that manner. We're just going to see what happens. Don't put too many expectations on us.
He certainly has. I think that it's fair of Perkz. Throughout his career, he has been humbled a number of times. And to be fair to Perkz, I don't think that he was the one coming in being like, I think we're going to be the greatest team ever. It was just that when you looked at the names on that roster, the expectations were just so incredibly high. And the team themselves felt like that after spring, we can do better. We know we can do better. We're going to perform better. And then they ended up falling short. And it was a disappointment. And now they're going to change a lot of things up. We expect the primary character to be coming from the jungle.
Yeah.
We've got a new addition up towards the top side of the map, a brand new bot lane, all primarily being built around Perkz. And normally when teams are built around a single player, it's to set that player up for success. But it feels like that this roster is about how Perkz can enable everyone else in this team.
And the most anticipated starter, I think, out of the whole LEC weekend is Bo, right? In terms of kind of what we've seen from the solo queue highlights to the memes to general expectations of how good he is as a player. It can only go it can go one of two ways. Up or down.
What if it's just the
lateral.
same? What if it just goes completely lateral? No, I honestly, when Perkz said that thing about like set low expectations, sorry, that's the goofiest thing I've ever heard coming out of that guy's mouth. Like, this team is super exciting. Like, just Bo alone, sure, but you also have a bot lane, Neon, that got a lot of hype towards the end of last year as well. But for Bo in particular, I'm just so excited to see that sort of aggressive, get in the enemy jungle style coming in. We've already gotten a couple of tastes of that today. We've seen so much early, like 3 buff starts. I think of the 4 games we've seen, in 3 of them, there's either been a jungle invade on first clear or just a straight up 3 buff start. And the only time we didn't see that was a level 2 top lane gank on Sejuani by Malrong. Okay, so this is the world that Bo wants to be living in. We are going to see some really clever early game pathing to set him up to take fights.
Oh, I love that. Maybe it's just Bo's world and we're just living in it. We'll see. Bo and Malrang's world, maybe.
I think also you have
They live on different planets. I don't know what Malrang is the polar opposite player, but they're both doing so much of the early game.
I think that I'm not trying to jump to conclusions. I just kind of want to give people a comparison of the type of player that you could expect when it comes to Bo. When you think of Canyon at the World Championship, he is a player that is very good at leveraging his team's strengths to best enable him and set him up for success. This was the type of playstyle that Inspired also found a lot of success with. The most important part about that style is reliable laners that can consistently support you and your decisions when it comes to what you do in the jungle. We've seen it. We saw it in the past with Rogue. We've seen it consistently from Damwon. And now the question is, can Vitality do a similar thing? And is that the style that we'll actually see Bo when it gets on the stage? On paper, I think that we can expect that. Neon became incredibly consistent in the summer split. Perkz, even with the struggling performance, was one of the best performing mid laners throughout the regular season. And Photon, the new addition, the kind of hyped player coming out from Challenger in Korea, is someone that, I mean, I don't know much about what level of consistency he will provide, but if he can, then that's all the benchmarks that you need, or the pillars rather, to set up Bo to be that big carry.
Yeah, I mean,
sounds so great on paper.
It sounds great on paper. I mean, I'm thinking even like a little bit more practically, like looking into this game, like what do we need the laners to do? Because I actually think our first game of the day with G2 showed a perfect example of how to set up a jungler to play in your face, in the enemy jungler's face. And that included a lot of like early like level 1 fighting in the bot lane to sort of like cheat priority for the rest of the laning phase until that first reset happened, to mid lane taking very aggressive fights too. So expect to see, or what I hope to see from Team Vitality, is doing things like this where, hey, if a jungle gank is coming in the next 30 seconds, or Bo is calling, I want to take enemy Raptors, I want to take enemy red buff, Perks should be looking to find a trade in that window before it happens, and then look to move. So, I don't know, these are things that are a little bit harder to do until you learn the style and incorporate into the team, but that's where I think Bo is at an advantage compared to a lot of other players that were brought in just during this offseason. This guy came over to the team earlier than that, had a couple extra months to try and incorporate in Vitality, even if he wasn't on the main roster, which I think is a fantastic position for him to be in as a player moving into Europe.
Oh, I think that's a fantastic introduction to him as well. But we've got some more to introduce him. In fact, Dagda recorded a history piece for us to tell us about Bo's come up and what we can expect from him in the jungle.
Bo started his career in the Chinese Academy League LDL with E-Star Young, an organization that was created by PDD. Alongside being a legendary Invictus Gaming top laner, PDD is also renowned for his ability to spot up-and-coming talent, including Ning, Knight, Ming, and Tian. Bo quickly stood out on E-Star Young, with his carry jungle style posting high win rates on champions like Graves, Nidalee, and Karthus. This garnered the attention of 2019 World Champions FPX, who approached Bo about joining their academy roster. However, in spring 2021, FPX had a major issue. Less than 3 weeks into the split, Tien had started to have medical issues, forcing him to step away from his starting position on the roster. With nowhere left to turn, FPX looked to their newly acquired academy jungler to step up and replace the 2019 Finals MVP. With little warning or time to adjust to the team, Bo would be forced to play his first game on the LPL stage against the 2020 World Finalists, Suning Gaming. Everyone expected him to fall prey to the powerhouse that is SOFM. But Bo didn't just step up, he took over.
Clean this one off. Featherstone though dodges the stun. Triple for Bo as they look for more under the tower, and that's a quadra for the Viking.
Surrounded by superstars, Bo was guided by Crisp to become one of the most terrifying junglers in the LPL. Known as the Mad Dog on a leash for his aggression and incredible mechanics, Bo was quick to leave his mark on the LPL. In his third ever series playing against Invictus Gaming, he set the record for the most kills of all time for an LPL jungler, picking up 16 kills on Olaf.
His wing trying to survive, but he's taken underneath the Nexus towers. Bo is padding those stats.
It didn't stop there though. With their new jungler, FPX looked unstoppable, and the kill list continued to rack up for Bo. Suni, LNG, Top Esports, Bo went up against some of the best junglers the LPL had to offer, but none of them could stop the fury that was Bo and FPX. In the LPL, Bo served a 4-month suspension, which ended in July of 2021, and hasn't competed in an official match ever since. Having travelled around the world to join Team Vitality, he is as hungry as he was when he first joined FPX. Having reached rank 1 on the European server in just 32 days, the Vitality jungler is primed to work alongside his veteran talent in mid lane and support. Bo left the LPL undefeated at 10-0. Now coming to EMEA, he looks to keep that streak alive.
And welcome back to the cast list. What a phenomenal piece by Dagda. Just before we get into the game, I believe that Dagda's mum is not only watching, she's spamming memes in the chat. So I just want to say it's a pleasure working with your son. He is an incredibly talented shoutcaster. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Dagda's mum and Dagda for joining us in the LEC. Thank you.
But I am so red. It's not even funny.
You're actually very lucky. There's a lot of red and orange around. Thank you so much.
I was meant to say the camera's not on me, but yeah, it's... Yeah.
I will give a quick shout out. This entire Berlin crowd has been loud and energetic all day long, and we got one game left to play. Let's start by talking about Bo, Vitality, and I think Perks as well, because there's a lot of hype around Bo. He's got a lot of expectation to live up to, and he's on Perks' team, who also has a lot of expectations.
And that's why I'm really excited to see him come into this, right? He hit rank 1 in 32 days on the European server, so this guy came in absolutely explosive, looks incredible on these carry junglers. But one of the big caveats that I have to say for Bo is the fact that he played on a team that was 4 world champions around him, right? With Doomby, one of the best guys at linking up with a jungler. You had Crisp as well, who basically babysat him the entire way through his initial few games. So I think this is where I want to see the veterans on this roster step up to help out Bo once more. I want to see Kaiser working with them. In particular, I want to see Perks stepping up once more to facilitate Bo in that regard.
I think when you look at the players around Bo and Perks, the expectations are high. Photon, Neon, Kaiser. What they could do is take over the LEC, but they have to deliver. They have to do it today against Fnatic, and we'll get to the teams and the players in just a moment as it's time to meet our squads. Seeing the interaction there just between Perks and Wonder, throwing thumbs down at one another. They're taunting each other as they walk past the trophy. That's fantastic. Let's take a moment to turn our focus to Fnatic. The analyst desk just set it up. Obviously, Reckless and Rux coming in to replace Upset and Helisang. And I think for this squad, expectations are kind of all over the map. Some people think the return of Reckless, the king of the north, is going to bring Fnatic to the top. And there's others that are a bit more like, well, we need to see, because Reckless has a lot of competition. Neon being one of the top performing players from last year, for example.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Comp as well, who stepped up massively, there's a lot of bot laners that have done incredibly well, and even Hansam earlier today now coming back to say, hey, look, you have stiff competition here in Europe. What are you going to bring to the table? Now, I will say with the fact that things like Sivir have come back into the meta, I feel like that's something that definitely will probably see Reckless tend towards. But I definitely feel like when you look at this roster, Reckless is going to do his job. That's what he's always been very, very good at. But it feels like a lot of the weight of this team is going to be put onto Humanoid's shoulders, and I agree with the analyst desk in that regard.
Well, we need to find out whether or not Humanoid will have Perks' number today. But more importantly for me, what can Razork do against Bo or vice versa? Maokai once again in the ban pool, immediately followed by Zeri as well as Lucian. So Yuumi still up and available, Rise still up and available. There we go, Berlin. The cat is banned. And Perks' Rise is definitely something to be feared and considered, as Azir will be the final ban here, Dagda.
Yeah, and I'm going to see if we're actually going to get something like the Lulu or the Sivir coming through here as a ban as well. It's actually going to be the Heimerdinger, okay? So trying to make sure that they're setting themselves up nicely here to go for something that's a little bit more in the style of Reckless when you look towards that bot side. But Perks immediately going towards this Rise. We said that we wanted something that could control the mid lane, help out Bo, and set him up for success. I mean, Rise perfectly sets into that mode.
It is Perks' most played champion by a significant amount, 57 games. He has a 57% win ratio. His next most played is Orianna at 46. Locked in, we know the damage he can do with that champion and with that Big Daddy Dong at Dagda banned away. What are you going to see in the reply here? Because I think the big question marks for me is the bottom lane as well as the junglers here. What can Bo wield to try and take over the game?
Well, I think the interesting thing is that we've seen very different styles in the jungle today, right? Well, we've seen things like the Graves that came in earlier on. We've seen the Maokai that's consistently banned away. Sejuanis, we've seen Wukongs, we've seen all sorts of things. So I think there's a big question mark around what Bo wants to play, because we think of him as being that carry performer, and I imagine we will see the jungler locked in here as well, so we might get a hint of what that is. But on the opposite side, Fnatic, great poke, great setup here coming through from both the Syndra and the Varus. But one of the big things about this combo is that although it's very good at controlling space, not a huge amount of consistent damage. So I'm waiting to see exactly where the rest of the damage on this Fnatic lineup is going to come from.
Yeah, and of course, for Humanoid on that Syndra, it's about his 6th most played champion, 23 games, sub 50% win ratio. Graves locked in for Bo. This was one of the champions that you explicitly warned me about and talked about being like a damage, a carry, the tip of the spear. If Bo is enabled on a pick like this, his run that we saw in LPL Spring could happen once again, and you now got tools around him that can amplify and work with this.
I mean, this is just a perfect setup here when you look at Vitality, right? You want a pushing mid laner that can facilitate your jungle on a Graves, and then you've even got a self-reliant AD carry in this Ezreal for that bottom side of the map. So overall, Vitality are already setting up for that game plan and trying to play around Bo that we're already expecting, but nice call from Razork here to go back towards the Kindred. So bringing out his own carry style and making sure that he can have a little bit more safety against the Graves, try and play at range, but also then offering in towards this, hey, I've got that consistent damage that Fnatic was lacking in the first 2 picks of the draft.
And Bo can't completely kill your entire team if you've got the Kindred ultimate. Next level strats. The thing for me is timing is going to be so incredibly crucial, and now we need to look at what the support pool is going to play out by, as well as what the top lane pool is going to be, because I don't think we've even had a moment to highlight or talk about Photon as one of the players that also has huge expectations coming in for Vitality.
Yeah, a big player coming over from Challengers Korea. I was talking to Chronicler about this. He's obviously been streaming it a huge amount, and he's talking about how Photon top 3 coming through from the region, highly looked and sought after within a lot of the challenger teams. I mean, specifically came across from like Live Sandbox, was on T1 for a year, and now is coming over here. And one of the guys that loves his Renekton, so the fact we're seeing the respect band of Fiora already coming through, showing that Photon is a force to be reckoned with, but that's quite a large champion pool. I wouldn't be surprised to see him default back to the Renekton.
Okay, find out this final ban from Vitality, followed up by a Fnatic pick. And Dagda, I want you to start zooming out a little bit. As we see this 4th and then 4th, 5th pick locked in by Vitality, what do the compositions want to do? How do they play the game out? There's a fair amount of poke on the side here of Fnatic. I want to see what front line they put together, if any. Do they reveal? Save that last pick for Wonder, or give Rux the opportunity to have some sort of different approach to Vitality's comp?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I feel like you just want something tanky in this top side. Like, you need a front line, especially when we look towards, like, the Enchanter meta, right? Oh, but that's actually not something that I was expecting to see. We haven't really seen a huge amount of Rakan because there's a lot of wayward burst damage that comes through, and Rakan, not the tankiest of engages. So, kind of surprised to see that coming through here for Rux, but definitely something that can kind of look deadly on a roam. I still, for Fnatic though, want to see some sort of tank member in that top side, something like an Ornn or even Wonder's Gragas as well.
And a little bit of a different look here with the Leona being hovered. Rux played that Leona and the Nautilus in the 2 games at the World Championship last year and looked good in it. Kaiser will be locking that in. Leona and Kaiser are synonymous in my mind, side by side, and I can see some furled eyebrows there. Dagda, what do you make of this initiation as well as damage already?
I love it, but I am terrified for Humanoid. It's like, hey, we got a Graves, we got a Leona, and a point-and-click CC from the Rise to try and lock you down. Humanoid is going to be under a significant amount of threat coming into this game, so he wants to make sure that he has all of his flanks covered. We talked about, though, already Wonder going back towards that Gragas. Good peel, bit of disengage, and that tanky front line that Fnatic needed.
Okay, do you like champions specifically as we've seen them dropped? It feels to me like there are answers to Vitality's initiation and damage in the disengage tools from Syndra, Kindred, Varus. Like, the tools are there. It does feel to me like you have one team that's aggressive and one team that's defensive, however.
Yeah, I think when you look towards this, like, Vitality have phenomenal side lane control. They have the ability to get control over mid, thanks to Kaiser being able to roam up. You've got Photon as well that should have a great time against this Gragas in the top side, especially as the game starts to progress forward. So overall, I think Vitality have the tools to try and dictate this early game. It's just a case of Fnatic can kind of slow that pace down, then get to a point where you've got that long-range poke damage coming through from the Varus, the Syndra, and then the follow-up consistent damage from the likes of this Kindred.
Going to be very interesting to see as the coaches meet in the middle of the stage. Berlin, I have a question for you. Will Vitality win this game? Who thinks Fnatic will win this game? That is pretty clear to me, Dagda. The fans here in Berlin, I think 2-1 outnumber Vitality 2 in favor of Fnatic. I think, however, backstage, probably like 55-60% leaning towards Vitality before seeing the drafts.
Yeah, I think the thing is a lot of people, myself included, are kind of looking at Vitality and going, hey, look, this team's ceiling is absolutely absurd if they can get the ball rolling. But, I mean, Fnatic keeping them so much of their core side on that top, core part of that top side of the map, adding a familiar face back in Reckless, it feels like this is just a formula that's shown time and time again that it works.
Perks. And super quickly, don't forget the fact that Reckless dumpstered Perks at the 2023 season kickoff event. The King of the North took down one of his rivals. So 1-0 up in that show match. I believe we're loading up onto the Rift in just a moment as we're loading up for Vitality taking on Fnatic. I was expecting a cheer. That's fine. We'll get them later. Okay, take a look immediately. That work. Neon is under a little bit of threat here. Is going to be forced to use that Arcane Shift as far as I could see. Started off on that first one. So a little bit of a frustrating start to the laning phase. And immediately, I want to turn my attention to the jungle champions and more specifically, how we're going to see Razork and Bo start the game out. We obviously anticipate Razork needing a little bit more time, and you can already see Bo on this little bit of invade, Dagda.
Yeah, just trying to get whatever vision he can down, but you can already see Razork is set up there. And I think this is going to play a huge amount into this. And I think for Bo, definitely looking at comfort on this Graves, right? We talked about it being a big carry jungler, and that's exactly what we saw from him on FPX when he had that fantastic split, or at least the 10 wins in those 5 series, undefeated in the LPL. He looked incredible, but again, it was a case of you have Doomby, you have Crisp, guys that can facilitate you, but now I want to see Kaiser and Perks with the advantage they have facilitate Bo once more.
I love that call out, right? The players around Bo help enable and unlock that 10-0 streak, and that is a phenomenal record in the LPL. No one is surprised by like 7 kills per game. That's just the LPL things, right? But can today the players around him help work out as well? We already see that little engage in the bottom lane and Bo making another move.
Yeah, I do love the idea of Perks going, well, I mean, I can't have Doomby, but if I just nick his jungler...
It's happening, it's happening, it's happening! Reckless Cleanse is already used. He's stepping forward into Neon. Here comes Bo! First blood! And I love it when expectations and hype pay off.
And I love the fact there's a level 2 gank on a Graves. Like, no one really goes for this. But I love it. I mean, it works out. You get the kill onto Reckless, and Reckless and Rooks were actually doing the correct thing in this regard, which is, hey, we're going to push you, punish the fact that Neon had to take Arcane Shift and can't really contest the wave push. But Bo rectifies all that immediately with this quick gank and now sets himself up wonderfully to go on his merry way.
I wasn't 100% looking at his pathing from the red buff. Oh, fantastic. Observers, you guys are so good. Immediately showing dashes over the wall and just comes in. I mean, that's just fantastic.
I mean, it's just a great read. You know there's going to be a ward at Raptors because you already saw that invade. Chances are there's one set up there as well in the tri-bush because Fnatic had already got that push and already gotten a bit of damage onto the bot side of the map for Vitality as well. So just great job overall. Bo now in towards mid lane as well, helping to shove that one in for Perks because Flash was burnt with both Humanoid as well. So we'll have to see exactly what happened there. But I mean, look, it wouldn't be a game of LEC this day if we didn't have a pause.
I think it's your fault. You brought the
dagger trap.
There we go.
This is
I'm
what I
aware
do.
of
This
that
is
fact.
what I am.
I'm
Sorry.
aware of that fact. I have to give huge users again. I know the crowd has been London energetic. It's the first day back for the 2023 season winter split. Reckless, the first one to go down. You can see some stern looks here on the side of Fnatic as we have this very brief pause. I think more specifically for me, I also want to look at how these next few minutes of gameplay do, play out in terms of can Fnatic stabilize? Can Fnatic get a handle on Bo? If he's able to find these creative movements and timings, pick up a couple more kills, there is so much burst damage and engage on the side of Vitality, they could very quickly run away with the game.
And I think that's already what Vitality are trying to do, right? You could already see Bo moved in towards mid with Perks to make sure he could push in the wave. That, to me, screams that they're trying to set up for some sort of invade or something along those lines. But I think they're trying to move in towards that top side of the map where already that quadrant has been cleared out by Razork, so at least he should be safe, and that is going to be the key factor in this game, because Razork, we kind of think back last split, right?
Yeah.
What were his champions? The Poppy he popped off on, these more tank-orientated guys, maybe a Trundle in the mix. It wasn't things like this Kindred, so I think this is a little bit of a different look for Razork, where he kind of gets to strut his stuff, but it is in a very high-stakes game against Bo right now, especially with the Graves getting that first kill.
Yeah, and of course, it means the timing as well. When you think of how long Kindred really needs or wants to try build up, I also think we need to keep track of those Kindred marks. whether or not it's going to find the opportunities to do so. Oh, my producer's just telling me the Kindred marks should be tracked in the HUD, one of the new additions to our HUD features. Hopefully the death timers will be there too. Love you, Depper. We'll find out. It is a new HUD. There is new technology.
You just have to twist the dagger a little bit.
Just twist it a little bit, just throwing the production team under. We can obviously see that there are some support staff sitting with Reckless on stage right now. So while they're busy triaging some of the challenges, I can give you a tiny bit of insight in terms of the lobby chat. As we loaded up into the game, Perks was like, what's this Gragas angle? And was busy asking Wonder for some back and forth. Wonder's now replied and talked a little bit. I was asking about Photon. How's it going? You know, Photon's got a little bit of low CS. So at least the players are bantering a little bit in the lobby. So spirits are high. Great. Production highlighting Perks' giant smile on his face as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of happy to see how Photon is going to do here. Because, I mean, this is a guy that's pretty hyped coming across from Korea, but I mean, realistically, he's been thrown in the deep end, right? You're up against Wonder, one of the best top laners that LEC has to offer, and already, like, he's not someone who's going to go easy on you either, as already you can tell from the bit of smack that's been talked.
Can I tell you something? I don't know if you just mentioned, did you mention the reply that Photon had? So, in the chat, Wonder's busy saying, what's it like playing with Photon? How good is his English? Also, it's kind of low CS, isn't it? Photon just replied, cringe. That is
a legend.
Excellent. That is excellent.
All right, so he wins the mental warfare.
Yes, he does already. He absolutely does. I think as well, you know, one of the things we were actually just talking about before we came on air was what sort of wording, how do you frame this Vitality roster? Because if you do a deep dive and you really look into like Bo's history, Photon's history, you look at the leagues they've come from, there are expectations that they will perform, right? Pretty high. Then you look at Neon's last year and just a phenomenal play that Kaiser's pretty much had throughout his career. The word superstars, super team is a little too much in my mind to use.
Yeah, definitely.
But the thing is, I think that exact same sentence and phrasing and things that I just talked about could have been applied to Vitality 2022, and the team ended 9-9. Now, it's not entirely fair. I'm cheating a little bit. But again, expectations high for a team that was expected to be like a front runner, like potentially trophy contender last year. Perks and Vitality as an org, I'm not going to slightly different route, but they still are in a similar boat. They have to prove it, right?
Yeah, and I think a large part of this feels like it's kind of Perks being that rock that the team is built around, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you look at the top half of the map with both of the top laner and the jungler being new, it feels like Perks kind of needs to step up and give that veterancy to them, especially when you look at the fact, I mean, the conversation about the best mid laners in LEC is kind of drifted over towards, you know, Humanoid, towards Caps, towards Larson.
VTO's
and now it feels
in there
like
too a little bit.
VTO is now starting to come into this as well, once he can kind of show up in those best of fives, but Perks has drifted away from that, and it feels like this is now his time to try and show up and prove once more that he does deserve to be in that conversation.
Yeah, there we go. Razor K, I think he picked up one of those marks there, if I'm reading this correctly. Does do so. Thank you, Dagda. We jump back into lane, and as you mentioned, while that play was happening in the bottom lane, flashes were traded between Perks and Humanoid. Zenith Blade connects, Shield of Daybreak as well. Kaiser now takes a little bit more damage than he would have liked to, and Razork can make his way down. There's no wards. There's a potential for a counter gank here.
Yeah, Neon will have the Arcane Shift flash to try and get away, but Kaiser could be the unlucky one. They're trying to play off to the sides, but Razork's in behind.
Bot lane is the focus. Kaiser, Zenith Blade, anticipating Razork. Neon still got that flash available to him. Kaiser to 300. Neon still holding on to it. Takes a couple more autos and still saves the flash. Rux committed both, and Vitality escape.
That was really well played by Kaiser, managing to buffer the Zenith Blade to escape. And then Neon, the fact he was more than willing to hold on to that flash, I mean, I would have been out of there immediately. He is more calm than I am.
Dagda, I was clenching. I was clenching there a little, but Neon fully understanding his limits. So they escape with their lives. Set the scene. First blood was secured by Bo in that bottom lane gank. There are CS advantages in middle, top, and bottom. Actually, all of the laners for Fnatic are ahead, which is why the gold is dead even. And Photon thwacking away. Flash available to him. Leap strike, as well as no power strike. Below 100, and Wonder escapes with 90 hit points.
That was very close. Photon didn't quite have enough damage in the tank, but Wonder again didn't have the mana to body slam away to try and get out of that. Now you get Photon who can push in that wave in topside and will just realistically go for a reset himself. So won't actually amount to too much. Razork though, great job avoiding the ward.
Did he hop over? There we go. Spots someone out now. At least there'll be some information. Perks at 40 doesn't know. Rux is there. Caught out by the scat to the weak room prison as well as the taxi. Rux knocks up one. Razork gets the kill. Fnatic are on the board. Bo steps forward and only level 4. Smokescreen into the Zenith blade. There's so much damage on Razork. Needs to get past the bodies, and Photon arrives. He teleports to the fray. That's another kill for Vitality. Humanoids once again in the lane and stepping forward, trying to use those Dark Spheres. 2-1. It's a 600 gold lead, and we've got a bloodbath.
A bit of a mistake for Perks there. He should have noticed that the ward had been knocked off by that sweeper from Razork, but because he didn't, walks forward. But again, saved by the new members of Vitality. Photon and Bo with Kaiser make the play work.
Oh, so well done. Razork, if you look at his champion icon, the avatar on the right of your screen, 2 stacks on that passive. Thank you very much, HUD team. That's awesome. This is one of the new tools that we have. And of course, when the players do go below 10% HP, we can see their numbers there too. But this is the engage. I just don't think Perks anticipated Rux being
Yeah, you can see that the ward was turned off, so
Yes.
Perks should have been able to see it, but with no flash, can't escape. Bo in the correct spot here. But I also want to say how well Vitality end up playing this once it gets underneath the tower.
I think when you look at the minimap, the number of people for Vitality stepping forward, had it just been the 2-on-1, they could have turned around. But because Rux was there, Perks goes down first.
Yeah, but this is really well played from Vitality. Watch the stun here. Humanoid just pushes Photon outside of turn range. If that stun had been underneath, that's a kill back onto Photon, but Rook's also not able to body block those shots coming through from Bo. Makes it very difficult then for the dive to be survived by Razor.
Yes, we got a game on our hands. 7 minutes in. Dead even and a lot of trading back and forth. Both teams really trying to get under the skin of their opponents. And for the time being, Bo's going to pick up the Scuttle. And looking at the lane assignments, Neon and Kaiser, or like the late state of the lanes, they are pushing forward as Bo's going to make his way up. This could be a 2v2. There's a level advantage in the jungle for Vitality, but in the top lane for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make sure Photon can crash this wave, but didn't spot the ward that was there. Now Razork knows that Graves has moved away and can sneak in just behind it. Really nice play from Razork.
There's no flash available for Photon. Wonder throws out the explosive cast. Now Bo's going to be the target. And Wolf working together. Photon escapes for now. On the mini-map, there's 2v2 being set up in the middle lane and another potential skirmish in the top. Humanoid scatters the weak and doesn't find a target. Photon and Bo, they are now backing out. They're going to pick up the honey fruit. We got a 4-on-4.
So tense. Everyone is just setting up. They really want to find that fight, but no one wanted to commit to the angle. Razork does, though.
That's going to be the Shield of Daybreak. That's going to stop down Razork. Knocked up into the air from Rux. Humanoid with Scatter the Weak. It's flashed away from Kaiser, stays alive. Collateral damage finds no kills. Photon doesn't find a stun. Razork is going to be hopping and skipping forward, but the damage is huge from Perks. The body slam from Wonder still kills nobody. The re-engage. Photon gets one. He's taken out by Humanoid, and now on the retreat. Wonder is low. There's not enough damage to follow. They get out. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
How does that end as a 1-for-1? Everyone is so incredibly low, and just one spell going to either side could have changed the course of that fight, but still, it's a small gold lead at the moment for Vitality, but nothing to write home about.
Fantastic skirmishes, dancing on the edge of safety, but you have to acknowledge they're kind of 2v1s, 3v1s, and they're just trading focus. It's not a full-on, like, everybody chucked in, you know?
Yeah, and I think here, Kaiser should have flashed the initial knockup. That could have actually given a little bit more space here, wait for Photon to come in, but now Kaiser is out of the equation, and this body slam flash from Wonder, absolutely perfect. I think the only thing he's raging about is that he used that ultimate earlier on in that top side, so didn't have to follow up here. Photon will get a kill back, but ends up giving one over as well. So very, very close on both sides here.
Very, very close. Very, very exciting start to the game, and we're still dead even.
And one of the things that we have to now look at as well coming into this was, I was talking about, you know, Reckless and Humanoid offering that poke damage coming through because I expected to have the poke Varus. This is actually an on-hit Varus that we're going to see in this bot side as well, taking that lethal tempo. So you've now got 2 big damage dealers for Fnatic that you have to be careful of. And at least Razork had picked up an early kill, now sitting with 2 deaths though, will get a dragon. You're going to be looking to see if both Razork and Reckless can work together to set up Fnatic for success.
Talking briefly about that pick, the on-hit Varus into Jax, Graves, Rise, do you prefer that to poke? Do you see that being more, like, do you lean either direction?
I personally would have probably preferred the poke style here because I think just the opportunity to try and poke down the likes of Photon or Bo or even Perks before these fights start off, just making sure that Kaiser has to go for these quick engages, can put pressure on Vitality, and with newer players, a newer roster, that's where you can start to see mistakes creep in.
Right.
But I think overall, you still should be pretty fine. I mean, Humanoid is going to offer a lot of that long range poke and engage, as you can see.
Yeah, it does a lot lot of work. I think the Scat of the Weeks can be huge. Combine that with the Gragas disengage, I think they need to make sure they're on the same page. Like Wonder and Humanoid really need to work together. Razork has secured his third stack of that passive, and I think by 10 minutes, in a game that's played out the way it has, I think he's going to be pretty happy with that. If he's able to unlock that first tier, and Razork right now will also start the Rift Heralds.
And I think the big thing is that because we've seen all these fighting back and forth, the jungle matchup hasn't really swung in favor of Bo, right? He's actually down on CS. Razork has gotten both of these objectives now, and Fnatic have good vision control in River as well. So even though it started off well for Vitality, and you do have that cheaper item in the Umbral Glaive completed for Bo, it's actually Razork who's doing a relatively good job of keeping Bo in check.
I think the vision point you just mentioned is going to be crucial because the first item completed for Bo on that Graves is that Umbral Glaive. Reminds me so much to last year in terms of item prioritization. And I know like a lot of people on Reddit feel very strongly about the power of Umbral Glaive.
Yeah.
If a team is able to get an advantage and start suffocate the vision, there comes Vote. Smoke screen is thrown down, holds on to the end of the line, as well as that collateral damage. Humanoid just steps back. So we get this momentary respite. Both teams continue to trade. I think important to highlight that Wonder is continuing to CS above Photon. However, because of the 2 kills, it is Photon that's ahead in gold.
I think the hard part here for Vitality is actually trying to control what Fnatic are going to do, because Bo would like to start moving away from matching Razork, but because Razork has that the Rift Herald in his back pocket, it then makes it a little bit easier for Razork to always win on the opposite side of the map. So that's where we're seeing Kaiser and Perks now trying to link up, see if they can catch out Razork, and then make a play.
Well, we're going to find out. Perks with Kaiser as well as Bo stepping back. Not going to find the engage just yet. 2.5 minutes till the next dragon is up. Scat of the Week won't find the stun, but it will push Perks backwards. As all of a sudden, Razork continues to step forward. We have another small pause here. I apologize for that small delays. I heard from a production team that multiple players just wanted to look into a few things, and we'll find out what happens in just a moment.
I will say just on that play there, you can kind of see the benefits of this Rod of Ages build coming through from the Rise.
Yeah.
The fact that you get the Catalyst of Aeons early gives you a bunch of health. You get to have that Eternity passive that's healing you up as well. Makes it very difficult to quickly take you out there. You can see with Syndra even blowing essentially a full combo onto the Rise. Able to skirt out of there, not really a problem. So I think this is where you're starting to see why Rise is becoming so popular, and the fact that Perks has been able to have this much pressure without even having his flash available, that's only going to ramp up now when that's up in the next 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to take a look. I've got a few numbers for Perks in terms of his statistics and performance last year. I like to bring up when we get into game, because I've got a question for our viewers and see what we'll play with. But in terms of how the game is played out, I'm actually very happy to see how Fnatic have responded to Bo's early aggressive plays. Yep. I think it's also important to acknowledge that in terms of the skirmishes and the fights that we have seen, I think they're bold at times. Like, I think that River fight from mid, maybe a bit brazen, but Fnatic are coordinated and they are playing the skirmishes that we've seen relatively well.
And I think that's the thing. There's 2 ways to kind of fight a jungler like Bo. You can either fight him straight up, or you can attack the foundations that he's standing on. And it feels like that's the opportunity that Fnatic are looking for, where they're not attacking Bo directly, they're attacking Perks in the mid lane. And if Perks isn't able to step up because he's worried about a Rakan coming in over the wall, or a Syndra Stone, or even as we've seen Razork playing around mid lane, he's not able to get control over mid that then facilitates Bo. And that's why we're seeing Bo have to take a step back, is he's not having that same control. Even you look at Wonder as well, very much dictating the pace of that top side. That's kind of limiting Bo's access to the map, and why we're seeing Fnatic being able to keep him in check despite the good early start.
Yeah, I mean, for Fnatic's side, I think Wonder, every time I look at his player cam, he's got a gigantic grin on his face. I just want to tell you one quick story before we do hit to the analyst desk, is that Wonder's typing in chat, continues to type, "Hey, Perks, how do I say in Korean, please come top, I'm not having fun?" To which Photon replies, "Don't say anything," and then in brackets, Rise ult. So, I will let you guys know that Fnatic has reported freezing in-game. So as league officials are reviewing the Shadowplay file and investigating, we are setting up at the analyst desk. We can only apologize about that. Once I hear that they are ready, we will head over, but I felt it was important just to give our viewers an update. And I do think I'm very excited. I want these fights and these skirmishes to continue to play out. I'm also very intrigued to see what this Kindred could do, because if Razork is able to build up multiple stacks, if that Lamb's Respite can prevent the burst damage coming out from the True Shot Barrage, or prevent someone dying during that solar flare, that can be huge. So Dagda, we'll pick that up in just a moment or two. For now, we're going to head to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. Indeed, Yeah, I hope we get back into game because that's a fun ass
too.
game. Like this is very, very entertaining, especially the skirmishes we saw in the last couple of minutes. Super entertaining, which I think kind of shows hopefully what we can come to expect of these teams going forward in the split as well. Maybe it might just be because they're playing each other and it's the first game, but they are willing to get down and dirty.
There's been a ton of back and forth, like even that fight around the mid lane where it looked like Photon was running away, and there's like actually like, let's just make this a 1-for-1. I'm getting right back in there. That was a lot of fun for sure.
But I also just love the way that it came out like straight from the gates, right? Because initially it seems like Razork will have an easier time playing around the lanes just due to the fact that, you know, there is CC set up from all of them, but it's also just the fact that mid lane is a little bit more reliable with the Syndra. But the way Bo kind of counteracts this is just the fact, all right, let me get that ward in the early game. Let me head over to the enemy jungler and see if I can get it. They don't get it because Razork's even prepared for it, but he doesn't care. He's just going down for that level 2 gank in the beginning in the bot lane, just messing up what the initial push that they started getting because they forced the Ezreal to start E. Lots of small, you know, unique things happening as well already with the skirmishes that just make the first 3 minutes of the game extremely interesting to watch as well.
Yeah, I think there are like so many things going into that level 2 gank, right?
Yeah.
Because it was like the Ezreal starting E, so Fnatic's bot lane is feeling super safe. On top of that, I believe I'd have to go back and like actually come through the VOD, but there was a zombie ward that went down in the tri-brush that I believe Bo was aware of, and that's why he actually went for the E over the wall on top of, you know, going for that gank so that he would avoid vision that he knew the Fnatic bot lane would feel so comfortable pushing off.
And that's really funny because usually when you have a Kindred, it's quite often the Kindred that will always jump over the wall, either look for early gank or look for encounter invade on the enemy team to just take away their buffs. But in this instance, it was Bo on the Graves who did exactly what Kindred wants to do against them and down on the bot side instead, which just gave them the pressure as well. So if he wanted to continue as well, moving into the blue side, he also had an opportunity for it. And I think that's a great start for Vitality and a great start for Bo as well. I know we're just talking about a level 2 gang and let's get the overreactions out there. He's the greatest jungler ever.
I mean,
but it's still the small things that
yeah.
really count. And doing it on a Graves, so you quite often expect a full clear, it's a great start.
And I will say that it's not like all, you know, Bo cruising through here, because there was a point Dogda made right before we came over here. We was talking about how Fnatic were trying to attack around that mid lane, sort of shut down the jungle without shutting down. We've been talking all game or all day today how these junglers have been set up by their laners getting push and sort of running at you. So the fact that we've seen multiple gank attempts around mid lane, try and shut down that area of the map, really limits the opportunities for Bo, but those fights around mid have been really scrappy.
Yeah, to help you out, I think we have actually some replays ready of all the kills that happened this game that will be including these skirmishes in the mid lane. But when we get to it, we can talk about it, about like moments where the communication of Vitality did seem to pay off.
Yeah, so they still have that early ward on Razork on the top side as well, so they know they can just commit for this play. And Reckless is put in this position where, well, there's no point in flashing. The only thing I can do is try and look for a kill and see if anything works out.
Yeah, and here's that fight around mid lane, right? Shutting down perks. But this play from Vitality is so sick. Every team that I can think of would call off this play right here, but committing the TP in and deciding to go for this. When Photon's so far away, look at him hopping onto the minion just to get in range of the E, then flashing forward and hitting both. It's perfect. And I think that this gives me so much faith for Vitality moving forward, because look at the players making that play. It's Kaiser, Photon, and Bo. To be communicating and going for this play when you're down in numbers is huge.
What is really interesting about that was also, we don't see it right now, but Perks moved up to the top side immediately, so despite that you used the teleport from Photon, you still don't lose waves, because he was pushing in and got the stacked wave towards them. So you're not losing resources on the map either. And this is one of the great skirmishes where Wonder finally gets to make the move. But Razork gets overconfident, right? He's not ready for the ultimate when Photon just jumps in.
I mean, who's ready for that?
I mean, I feel like you should think about it.
The guy's 1 HP turning around on you.
Yeah. The game is ready, but I think the TLDR is that we saw some great things out of Vitality, but also, as we get further, some great things out of what this comp from Fnatic can do. So hopefully, with the casters, we can see a very long, non-pause-filled game.
I hope you never have to see our faces again.
Yeah.
Today.
Same.
Do you not have to close out the show?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Also, you all have lovely faces, so I'd love to see them again. Once again, can only apologize about the delays. I believe we will be jumping back into the red for Fnatic versus Vitality. I promise I wasn't laying on the floor to catch my breath and take a rest. As we load up onto the Rift, I can see the players Berlin and everyone around the world. Put your hands together for Fnatic versus Vitality. Dagda, give me a brief summary of the gameplay so far and what you think is going to be happening next.
So far, I mean, top side of the map has been very much in Fnatic control, and they've been trying to play through that very well. I think Rux has been doing a great job of linking up with Razork to make sure that he can keep that control, kind of match Kaiser on a lot of these roams. So as this game starts to go forward, it is going to start to drift now more in towards, okay, can we see Vitality setting up for their strong side lanes? Like, you really don't want to have a Syndra in a side lane in this sort of position against the Ryze, the Braves, even the Leona that can come in. So if Vitality can start to get things like the Rift Tower that's going to be coming up in about 4 minutes time, maybe look to try and find moments with Perks having this realm warp, nearly having that level 11, that's where Vitality come alive. But Fnatic, honestly, if they just keep doing their thing, they're pretty happy, right? I mean, they've already got first dragon, they can go for a second one. You're going to start looking at them, honestly, still having this Rift Child, now having full control on bot side. They've kind of caught Vitality unaware here. They can use that on this bot side if they want to.
Don't forget, they've also got that dragon in their back pocket already. The next one spawns in 10 minutes, 1 minute time, so that can be played into their favor. Razorka's going to use that blast cone to get over the Dragon Pit wall. Teleport being channeled into the middle lane as Perks arrives. Realm Warp is up and Humanoid forced to flash. Caught out, Solar Flare locked down, everything thrown at him, and kill secured by Bo.
That was sick. Really well played by Perks. Manages to get the kill on towards Humanoid.
I wonder how, I wonder why. Photon hit me head and made him die. Wonder's in trouble. Throws out the slow leap strike and the tower will take him down. Body slam out and Photon gets the solo kill. 3-1.
That CS difference is actually telling me there's 600 gold in favor of Photon. I just wanted to make sure that that was
That's
correct.
100% correct. Okay, 3-1-0. And Wonder got completely solo killed out there. The damage was simply too high to deal with. And the teleport into that bottom lane for Humanoid. There was some potential moves there, trying to pressure out. Neon ends up fizzling. It's a 1,500 gold lead to Vitality.
Yeah, I think this is one of the big reasons why people are excited about Photon coming over, though, right? Like, he is a very strong carry top laner, can play the tanks, but if you give him these leads, he's capable of running away with it. Divine Sunder now completed. He's only going to get stronger. But Fnatic, though, trying to respond to the bot side.
And also, please remember all of the banter and chat that Wonder has been spewing at Vitality for Photon to pick up that solo kill after basically saying he's not having fun. Not too surprising. Fnatic, however, with an answer. They drop the Rift Herald. They will secure the first tower of the game. They will close that gold difference quite dramatically, and I think they'll even be able to peel back and get this dragon uncontested. So we are still at a fairly even state of the game overall. One could argue, if this dragon is not stolen, that Fnatic may have another late gamer tool to play with.
Yeah, I think this is where we're starting to look at, okay, where are these advantages accruing? Because for Photon, it's huge, but Kaiser wants to change it.
Solar Flare into the overloads, looking for the Imprison. Razork is able to escape. I think Perks needed one more step forward, not able to find that next kill.
Yeah, no vision in River. They weren't really sure if Rux had reset or not, so didn't want to overcommit. Could have been a nice play, but just not enough damage in the area. Now Perks, though, because he knows that Razork is pushed out, moving up towards his top side.
There's no Realm Warp available to him. Counter-Strike will at least stun up Wonder. He's got level 11 and the flash available. That's a great explosive cast, forced to flash to safety. Perks used his to try and get the kill, so it ends up being a trade.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they're trying to put the pressure up towards Photon. We're just saying, hey, where are the leads for Vitality? It is through this top side, and if they can get this tower down, which is very close, it then opens up Photon to then start becoming such a big menace in these side lanes. The problem, though, is that Fnatic are winning quite a lot on this bottom side and kind of through the mid lane, where they're keeping up this pressure.
Yeah, but they're going to apply that pressure top through that advantage you just talked about, Dagda. Rux and Reckless looking to jump onto Perks. He locks down Razork for now, and Reckless secures the kill with that piercing arrow. That's the third secured. This will open up a tower, and Fnatic are going to be in control of the Rift if they can secure this objective.
And I love how Fnatic are playing this. Like, look at the amount of red wards that are on this top side. They've been so good at getting vision set up, then making the play. And even though they did have to burn some summoner spells to make that play happen, it still lets them another tower, more control on the map. And Photon is going to find it more and more difficult to leverage his advantage if his lanes are being pushed in consistently on sides, and Fnatic are consistently threatening towards this mid lane turret.
Right, I'm going to take a brief moment as the tower towers seem to be traded. I just want to highlight and just remind everybody of the 10 year. Reckless is back with Fnatic. He just picked up that kill there onto Perks. When you look at his all-time win-loss, 258, 149 with Fnatic, 41-35 without Fnatic. 4 titles, obviously. I really just want to highlight 13 seasons, so many of them with this Fnatic squad. Back with the team now, and they've started off well in these first 20 minutes, but the pressure is on because all of a sudden Vitality have taken a tower back and that bottom lane is available too.
And this is where, again, you're going to see if Rise now can try and make plays towards his mid lane. Photon needs to escape, though.
All right, Dark Sphere used, lots of side steps, ward into the hop, another side step, Counter-Strike buying some time, Grandmaster's Might, and then it is just a matter of time. Kill secured by Humanoid, 5-4. Razork gets himself another step. That's the 5th of the game. Another tower falls in the top lane. We're approaching 20 minutes.
Wait, why are we sticking around? Fnatic, we need to try and get up towards top side. Actually, it's going to be the case. Vitality not going to stick around. That could have been an inhibitor turret, though. So now, it's a lot of pressure created for Vitality in this top side. If Photon is put in the top side of the map for this Dragon in 2 minutes' time, that's going to cause major issues for Fnatic, where you can just kill that top lane, ignore Wunder for a little while as Photon, and now you've got an avenue that you can pressure and try and create windows of opportunity for this Dragon.
Okay, whose composition do you prefer as this game continues to scale up? I think it's critical to remember that Razork has multiple stacks. He's got that Kraken Slayer already built up. But as the game is dead even, we're about to spawn Baron. Do you actually lean either way?
It's so hard to say right now. I feel like so much of it comes down to execution, right? I think Fnatic have set themselves up well, where they've been playing around that vision. If they can actually continue to keep this vision on the bottom side of the map for a Dragon, they can find a good fight, Wunder can TP in, and that feels like their window of opportunity. But with how big Photon is, he's got so much pressure if he continues to push up towards his top side. So it is very much going to come down to Vitality. Can you play the map correctly? And with a minute until this next Dragon, it's very hard for Photon to get that wave into position for the Dragon fight.
Of course, playing on that Mountain Soul, I think that could be critical to survive some of that burst damage that is coming out, really from either squad in many ways. Bo is attempting to back up and shadow Perks. Smoke screen is thrown out, the tower will be secured. So 3 towers apiece in the river. Fnatic making their way forward. Rux has got the ability to throw down the quickness, stepping forward. Bow collateral damages backwards, knocked up into the air. The explosive cast Revenge comes out. Perks is not going to be able to channel the round one. It's a double kill for Wunder, and Fnatic take the kill lead.
Vitality spread themselves too thin. You've got Neon trying to fight for mid priority so that he can go for Dragon, but you've also got Bo who's trying to push in on that bot side with Perks, and immediately Fnatic collapse, utilizing the fact that they've just got better positioning here. And Rux, great engage here. Look at Bo, right? He flashes, he uses the ult to try and create that distance immediately, but you actually get Rux holding on to that grand entrance, waiting until all that is burnt by Bo to pick him off, and Perks, unable to escape away, means that he's absolutely done. Still though, Photon still had got that push in topside, doesn't get the much pressure there, and now Dragon's still up and available, but I mean that's going to be taken pretty much immediately by Razork and setting up Fnatic for a great start to the season.
21 minutes, 3rd Drake secured. I believe that kill score on the top should read 6-5 in favor of Fnatic. Be able to get that rectified in a moment or two, but I think more crucially here is that Fnatic have now been able to find answers to the early game plays that were being thrown down from Vitality. The fact that they can force this next Dragon in 4.5 minutes for their Mountain Soul will make Vitality come to them. And all of that power on the side lane that Photon has will need to be directed into a team fight. But I guess when you're at 3-2, 2 items completed Jax, you still have a gigantic impact in those 5v5s.
I think the big thing coming through is like, okay, so we got Photon now with the Force of Nature as well. He's very strong against Wunder, he's also very strong against Humanoid, and even some of the mixed damage that Reckless is going to do. Perks as well should have his 10th stack of the Roa completed at that stage as well, so he's going to be quite strong. So there are like big breakpoints that will be hit on Vitality's side just as this Dragon spawns, whereas when you look at like Reckless, he wants to try and get like a Wit's End still coming through, but Humanoid has hit his spike, Razork is doing really well, so this is going to be an all-out brawl, and a case of if Photon can get access to the backline of Fnatic, utilize the fact that this Jax ult has been changed where it gives you more resistances, more damage the more people you hit, that's going to be crucial for Photon to try and carry this.
Man, okay, so set up here in the river. Bo trying to place some wards on that northern quadrant. 3 members hovering. Keep a close eye here on how the rest of the state plays out. Both teams shallow wards. Neither squad being able to get vision into their opponent's territory except for that tri-bush all the way to the top. But it's still very, very shallow. And it feels to me like there's some trepidation and nerves around Baron, making sure they've got some sort of vision control. Don't allow either team to try sneak it because there's a lot of damage and the ability to burn it down. Quick, the engage comes out once again. It's Razork over the wall. It's Rux with the knockup, and it is Razork with another. Perks taken down for the 4th time. Solar Flare from Kaiser buys time for the escape. While that's going on, mid and bot is being pushed all the way into Fnatic's base, and Fnatic stop Baron.
I mean, they have to pull the TP out of Photon. They know he'll go for the base if they keep going. So now, he's out of there. Both done.
They did it! Absolutely fantastic from Wonder. The flash engage and the cause. The bottom lane tower does look like it's going to survive. Fnatic take the Baron.
Fnatic are playing the map so incredibly well. Perks overextends in that top side, and immediately Fnatic collapse. They have done it over and over again, and mechanics be damned. Fnatic are just playing this so much smarter.
Fantastic, fantastic performance thus far. Still incredibly close game, but Fnatic have now got the tools. 2 minutes until the Mountain Soul. 2,000 gold in the lead. They've got their 6 stacks on this Kindred for Razork, and this is how it all started off.
But look how shallow the vision is here. Like, Perks, you have no right to be up that far. It's very easy for Fnatic to sweep through that top side and pick him off. And Kaiser was trying to play bodyguard, but I mean, you're 2 members against the 5 of Fnatic. You don't stand a chance. Now Baron in the back pocket. The sideline opportunities for Photon are diminishing, and the team fight Fnatic is showing wonders here.
I mean, fantastic performance there. All on the same page. Turning, blowing up Bo, and then finishing the objective. They've already secured themselves that 1 additional tower. Now starting to set up siege on the mid inner turret. Razork can catch bottom lane if he needs to. And while that's going on, Perks with teleport, I think available in just a moment or two, actually is available immediately, shoving in that top lane.
The Perks, I think, has to realm warp in behind Fnatic here. I know this is a very risky play, but you've got no TP on Wonder. Maybe there's an opportunity for Photon as well with the amount of wards they have. Bo moving into position. This could be a moment, but I mean, Fnatic immediately start to back away. They don't want to give that opportunity for Vitality to catch them unaware.
All right, I do have a question for everybody. Spam in chat. Who will win this game, FNC or VIT? I did want to ask this prior to the Baron. Took a little bit of time to set up. Spam in chat, FNC or VIT? It is 50 seconds until that dragon spawns. Teleports coming in from behind. Photon's looking for the flank tag down, but it's not going to matter. There's already a kill. Fnatic have taken down Neon. Photon cannot get over the wall, and Humanoid buys time, goes golden. It's Bo blown up. Now Perks running for his life. The Lamb's respite keeps Fnatic alive, and Photon cannot do much. Hops all the way forward, gets Razork if he's taken down himself.
I mean, that's Razork out of there, so Fnatic have the dragon up and available, but with no jungler, maybe they don't want to try and go for that dragon off bat. They'll instead start to push through this mid lane, and again, Fnatic are playing magnificently here, constantly catching Vitality out when Vitality think they're the ones making the play.
Pulling the trigger so quickly before Photon could get into position, entirely swung the flow of that. The soul is going to be secured. The gold lead is in favor of Fnatic. The kills, the towers, and now obviously Mountain Soul to back it up. Phenomenal, phenomenal game thus far. And frankly, it's been great from both sides, but it's been Fnatic landing more punches.
And that's the thing, it feels like it's coming down to those little decisions. Vitality backing off of that inhibitor turret where that could have been a point of contact. Well, now they can play for that second, third dragon, but I mean, Reckless, that was gorgeous. Catching onto Kaiser there, buys a little bit more space, and then Neon decides to ult, and Humanoid punishes him for it immediately. Fnatic then managing to flash over the wall. They're regrouped. Vitality are still scrambling to get themselves in position, and it was so close to being such a nice play. Photon TP'ing past Vision to try and get in onto Fnatic, but unfortunately, just wasn't going to be the case. Fnatic were prepared for them.
They really were. Now let's talk about Vitality. How do they bring themselves back into this game? It has been Fnatic focused significantly. The Baron has obviously worn off. You cannot deny the power that Jackson Wise can still have, but it is a gigantic hole to be in, and you're fighting as the uphill battle of that Mountain Soul.
It's really hard for Vitality to get back into this. I mean, Photon
isn't really strong enough now to just outright win against Wunder. That ship has long since sailed. You're looking towards the likes of the 2-item spike for Neon is great, but 3 items on the way for Reckless. They've got to try and find some way to overload one side of the map and hope that they can catch Fnatic before they get onto the map, and they're trying to do it now, but Fnatic, they've already reset. They're the ones moving out, and now you can already see Vitality have lost their chance and are backing away.
And you can see the vision as well. A number of wards from Fnatic inside the territory of Vitality. That Wonder build, I haven't mentioned it or explicitly called it out just yet, but the fact that he has gone Seraphs, Everfrost into Void Staff. Keep your eye there as well on Razork. He's got himself the Wit's End, as well as that Black Cleaver and Kraken Slayer. So we're starting to scale up. 2-3 items secured across the board. Photon, third completed 2. But I think with 1 minute and 10 until Baron, 4 minutes until Elder, there are some bounties available for Vitality to look at, but they cannot afford any more mistakes. And if they play that split push game, they cannot get caught out.
I feel like they basically need like the miracle fight. So Elder Dragon comes up, they get the steal, all members of Fnatic are grouped up, you hit 5-man Kaiser ults, Neon goes over the top, Bo hits everyone, Photon gets a 4-man Counter-Strike. Like, that's the level of fight it feels like they need right now to try and bring this one back, especially with the Mountain Soul there, but Wunder.
Oh! That was awesome. Wunder throws down the explosive cask. It cost him his flash. This has allowed Fnatic to apply pressure on the other halves of the map. This is a bounty tower that will give some gold back to Vitality. Fnatic should be able to reply with one of their own in that top lane, 6-5 as far as tower's concerned.
But the thing is, you got Baron in 20 seconds. So Fnatic have full control over top side. It's littered with Fnatic wards. And now it becomes very difficult for Vitality to try and set up for that miracle play that we were talking about. It feels like you kind of got to give Baron, but if you give Baron, well, then you also give presence on the map for the Elder Dragon this 3 minutes. It's a never-losing play here for Vitality.
And keep in mind, just very briefly, that Fnatic have got 3 very tough games this week now, setting up on this Baron. All right, teleport is available for Perks. He's level 17. Photon 16, making his way to the river. This Baron is secured, no doubt about it. Bo too late to the party. He's also down 2 levels for the time being. Razork on 16, got that 3rd tier on lands, respite the engage on multiple fronts. Kaiser's already down, traded for Rux. Razork throws out the ulti, keeps himself alive, looking for the heal. Humanoid unleashes the spread, but won't find the kill. Razork's not doing it. They chase to fall. Fnatic with 2 split, but can they close it out? Razork gets taken out. Bo gets himself 1. Baron is secured though. Keep that in mind as Reckless drops 2. Vitality find themselves 4 kills. How much can they get from this? They're teleporting bottom, Dagda.
The Photon's going to try and crack open the base. Perks is keeping Wunder at bay. Won't be able to find the kill, but I mean, they're just going for the bot side.
Finish.
That was the miracle
There's
play.
no way.
That was it.
Dagda, can they finish? There's no way they can finish. Minion
Stop the board.
is trying to move forward. They've done it. No. Wonder's been able to recall. He can clear some of this.
It's an AP grind as he can clear out the wave as long as he's able to keep them off. The ultimate is going to be up soon. Vitality won't be able to finish. Perks couldn't stop the back.
Unbelievable passage of play. Wunder, I think, held on to that Baron buff, if I recall correctly. He does do so. Thank you, Dagda. The Elder Dragon is up in 1.5 minutes, and with super minions inside the base, that was the miracle fight Vitality needed.
And I want you to watch Bo in this fight. He plays this incredibly well. So Kaiser goes to set up for this play immediately as that TP comes in. Photon's trying to just back away with the rest of the team. So Bo moves up, gets 1 kill. Now Fnatic trying to jump onto Bo once more. He's trying to keep his distance, but moves back in with that help from Perks to actually pick up the kill. But watch here, dodges the Q, flashes into Humanoid with the Gore Drinker, gets the heal, gets the auto alongside Neon, and is then able to follow up once more. The backside of this fight for Vitality was the difference maker.
They're gonna go again. They're gonna go again. Perks starts to channel the Realm Warp. He jumps in behind. Wunder steps forward. The body slam finds no one. Chain of Corruption slowly starting to spread. Wunder's being focused and forced down. It's a 5 versus 4. The Solar Flare is sidestepped. No CC lands. Reckless cut off from the rest of Fnatic. 30 seconds until the Elder Dragon. Photon finds the stun. Humanoid sidesteps. No flash available to him. Rux running for his life as the collateral damage chips away at the hit points. Neon, Arcane shifts forward, looking for Mystic Shot. After Mystic Shot, Razork flashes for his life. It's Humanoid that gets another, but look at the AoE. Vitality are in control of the fight. Reckless cannot fire a single shot. He cannot find the kills. And Vitality, they're pushing down the bottom lane.
How are Vitality alive? They have no right to be back in this game.
Watch this.
10 seconds before Wonder's up. He's got the ult available to him. That minion wave needs to be cleared very quickly. Reckless cannot afford to go down. The minions are now being channeled. Tower number 1 starting to fall. The bounty is still up and available. Solar flares up in just a few seconds for Kaiser. Here comes Wonder, waiting for the explosive cast. The body slam forward. Cast goes sideways. Super minion still pouring forward. Wonder, take it down. Reckless is next. Vitality have done it. Vitality have punished and destroyed Fnatic's Necklace. Oh, what was that ending?
I take it back. Oh, Vitality outplaying the team fights from Fnatic and bringing that game back from the brink. I mean, that was incredible. I mean, Happy New Year to the lads, I suppose, because holy moly, that's one way to start things off.
What a fantastic game. Fnatic play, Vitality, G2, and Koi. That was one of the most exciting games of the day. The back and forth, the approach to the game, the individual plays, that single team fight. Oh.
It was played so well. I mean, Kaiser going for it, getting the stop, or getting them back from the Baron, managing to buy that space, buying everything for them. Absolutely incredible.
Nicely done, guys. Congratulations. High fives from the players as they cross. That was an entertaining game, and that was a game that you can deconstruct with so many different elements. Like, it will take hours of VOD review to truly cover each of the individual things that went into that game.
But I think it comes down to, again, like the individual standout performers. Photon in those fights, Bo at the end, Neon supporting that, even looking at Perks just chunking as much damage as he can over the wall. It was like, yes, you've set up well here as Fnatic, but just those quick 1 or 2 moments that they found the damage that they needed to change the course of that fight, change the course of this game, and win. A big win for Vitality on the cards now.
I think crucially as well, it is important to recognize this is still the first game of the winter split. Both of these teams need to find their foundation and their footing. But both of these teams arguably showed a higher level than many of the other teams that we've seen today, right? So they traded blow for blow. We had individual moments that were great. We also had some small mistakes, of course, right? So there's a lot to unpack, but a lot of exciting potential. Player of the Game nominees at LEC on Twitter, Photon, Bo, and Kaiser are going to be your 3 nominees. But I also think, at least the way that my mind will always remember this game, Fnatic threw the game with that final team fight. That's my gut feeling right now. I need to think about it a little bit more, but it really felt like it was completely in their control until they chased and split up.
I think that it's hard to say. I mean, in the moment when you are that far ahead, you tend to want to try and finish it off, but the fact you just couldn't quite get your carries into a position, Humanoid wasn't able to get that kill onto Bo, like that could have been such a very different game if that, you know, Q had landed, Bo had gone down on that inch of HP, but now Vitality rise up.
They absolutely do. Vitality take up their first win against Fnatic. We are done here at the Caster Desk for the day. Thank you so much, Dagda. Fantastic start to the season. And now over to you, King Kaiser. Congratulations.
Thank you, Quickshot. And Kaiser, thank you for joining me. How much did you like having fans cheering for you like this? How much do you like having fans cheering for you like this after such an intense game?
I mean, it's insane, of course, because, I mean, fans mean a lot to me, because, like, in the bad times, kind of, like, they kind of cheer you up, right? And they kind of help you get out of, like, depressive phases, right? And
True.
Yeah, it's really important.
Well, this one was a happy ending, actually. But tell me about this game. How did you turn it around and rate your impact in the clutch moments that defined the victory for you guys?
So I think the turnaround was kind of like made possible by Bo and Photon, I would say, because like in the mid lane fight where Bo survived with like 1 HP and like turned around and killed Syndra, right, and just made like crazy plays happen. I think we played that fight really well. I think in that moment I didn't really do that well. I think I just like kind of tanked some abilities, right, with the Rakan ult maybe, or like I ulted the Varus and stuff like this. But I think later on I was like having good ults, I would say. But I think the game was like really carried by other positions for sure.
You mentioned Bo and Photon, and this is an important point for me for Vitality. Well, first, Bo, we were really looking forward to seeing him in action in the LEC. But I want to know more about communication, especially because, of course, they need time to adapt in that sense. How is it going for you guys so far?
So outside of game, I think it's going fine. Like it's going really well. They're learning English really fast, right? And
amazing.
basically we can understand each other perfectly fine. In game it's a bit more difficult because the game is like more hectic, right? So you have to kind of communicate in a simpler way, right? You have to just say Varus and stuff like this, right? And sometimes it's easy, but like sometimes it's hard to like explain concepts, right? For example, macro-wise, or like where to go, stuff like this. Sometimes it's a bit hard, but I think they're good enough players that they can learn that stuff really quickly, right? And I think their English is getting better each day as well, so no problems.
And I think it's really interesting because one of them comes from the LCK, one of them Korea rather, and the other one from the LPL. Is it something you can feel in the way they approach the game, and do you feel like they're bringing something new also to Europe?
For sure, yeah. For example, I think Photon, he doesn't like playing weak side, you know, and he's always like, in Korea we do this, in Korea we do that, you know, and we always have to say, yeah, but it's Europe now, right? You're playing in Europe, so you have to kind of change your playstyle. But I think he's pretty open for that. Like sometimes, of course, like he gets a bit tilted, you know, when we leave him out to dry on his own or something, right? But I think that's just natural, and we just have to teach him that way, right? And I think Bo is for sure a player that like can be played around and is just really open-minded to everything. Like it doesn't matter what we play, kind of. Like so of course he has his opinions, right, that he brings in, but he's really open-minded to what we tell him, right, and he's really adaptable as well.
That's amazing. And when I see every player from Vitality, I have to think of the tweet you posted when the announcement was made. Looks like a super team to me. We don't really like the term super team, and especially when it comes for Vitality, given what happened last year. But tell me about this team, the potential within it, and how far do you guys think you can go?
I mean, I think with how we, like with how much potential we have, because like we have some problems right now because like communication, stuff like this, right? We still have to fix some issues, right? And I think once we have those issues fixed, I think like talent-wise, we are like pretty unmatched, I think, or like definitely some teams are like really good as well, right? Yeah. But I think we are one of the top contenders for sure. And outside of the game, we are like getting along really well as well, which is really important for like a long season, right? And I think we'll have no problems there either.
And this is also the first time you changed environment. You made your debuts with the Mad Lions, stayed 3 years, I think, with the team. Tell me about what you learned from this experience and how much of a different player you are now, and what can you bring with Vitality?
So in the past, I usually always like to play for the same team like a long time, right? I played with Mad Lions for 3 years, and I really liked it there, right? I like the players, the persons. It was really fun, but I think a change of environment and like a change of yeah, just everything it feels really nice, to be honest, because I just learned a lot of different things about like new people, right? And our team environment is super great. I think yeah, I think I don't have any issues, you know, and it's just fun every day to like play with each other and just like troll around, you know, and I think I really like this environment, yeah.
And I'm really excited to see you develop with Vitality. Nice colors, by the way. This suits you really well. Kaiser, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. It's late already, so I'll let you join the team, and we're going to take a short break now. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for post-game lobby. Stay tuned.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Welcome, everybody, to the first PGL post-game lobby of 2023. It's me, Shox, and Verius, and Perks, who was just wondering how to sit on this. It's really difficult.
I'm trying
like your
to
arm, maybe.
Trying to get comfortable. I would
You can,
like to
put your
take
legs
off
up
my.
if you want.
Can I do this like this?
Yeah, that's actually the best
Can I do
pose.
like this?
Yeah, you can do
That's
that.
a Carzy inspired.
This is fine?
No, Flacket inspired, actually.
This is fine.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
great.
I feel comfortable now, actually.
Okay,
Good.
Yeah,
Just remember to keep the microphone.
Yeah,
I feel comfortable now. Yeah.
yeah. You were saying that you're pretty tired. Actually, it's super late.
Okay, it's
Same.
like 12:30. Like
Yeah.
I'm usually like in deep sleep by this time. Yeah. Yeah.
But you put Fnatic in deep sleep in that late game.
Yeah.
In that late game.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Crazy game. Talk to us about it. You know, good start, then it equalized, and Fnatic was like set to win the whole thing. What happened then?
I was slightly sprinting it, like a little bit. I mean, to be honest, I feel like every rise was like low-key running it today. Like the champ is like strong, but like I feel like that their team comp kind of counters my champ a little bit. Because I cannot really auto-attack anybody, or I get CC'd and insta-die. Not auto-attack, I mean I cannot come in range for my spells, which is basically auto-attack range. So early game, like we lost Herald, we lost Dragon. I would say we're getting like a little bit outplayed, honestly, like macro-wise, right? But we kind of made up for it in team fights, and I'm pretty happy that we won this game because honestly we should have lost it, and it's a really good and relieving sign when you win the games that are supposed to be lost. Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. I feel that.
One of the things like that you struggled with last year, like I remember a Vitality where there were a lot of games that you should have won that you also ended up losing, and that cost you a fair amount last year. How do you find the environment in this new Vitality? Because it is a completely different roster, right?
Yeah, I think this team, it's early to say, but I would just say that maybe we have higher chances of like winning late games.
Yeah.
I think people are slightly better like understanding what their champion should do, like or what it can do in team fights. Whereas we have problems with like early game and like macro, you know, because we can't really like communicate super well yet. Though I will say our macro like wasn't even bad today for like late game. Like we actually managed to keep pushing the silence, getting some advantageous fights, and I'm overall pretty happy with it. And I'm excited to see how much we can actually progress as a team, because as of right now, it's the beginning of season and everything is a little bit 50-50. Like you can't really say which team is gonna be really good.
Yep.
Besides, I would say G2 and Rogue because they looked like Koi. Sorry, yeah. my bad. Yeah, I think those two look really strong, and then the rest you will see.
Yeah, I think that's a good but a great note. Yeah, if you can win those games that you weren't supposed to win. And also to your point about macro, one of the reasons why you did win it is because you at least kept control of your side lanes. You had the push, so you could finish after that team fight. We had Photon, of course, as well, had a great performance. And Jax, he was playing, he got closer to reach his power spike with his solo bolo on Wonder. Yeah, he had a great first game. Not just this, I guess, but...
Yeah, he did play really great. Yeah, he was a little bit scared of Wunder's Gragas because there is a lot of highlights of good Wunder's Gragas, especially on Vitality. And I think Wunder was also playing well, but I'm really, really proud of him. Like, he's played super well. And yeah, getting solo kill is obviously huge as well, you know, on such a prestigious top laner as Wunder, the one who has so many accolades to his name, you know. The one who is, you know, known to be the Korean Slayer with his spike.
Very true.
So he's actually getting revenge, you know, in a way. So yeah.
In a way, yeah. Oh, I was going to bring up a specific fight, but I think that's actually the one you want to talk about, the mid lane fight, where I believe Photon then goes in at the end for the 1-for-1. Is that it?
So one of the questions, I mean, you've already alluded to it, but communication was one of the things that we had. How will Vitality function when you have, like, well, 3 main different languages? You know, because you've got English and then Mandarin and then Korean. So we took one of the fights.
He doesn't have an in-ear, though.
That's a good point. So,
We
but
can
he was
listen to
there.
it.
He was
He
there.
was there. Yeah.
I will read our lips.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But we're going to listen to that voice comm now to see what the comms were like when Bo, Photon, and Kaiser all worked together after their mid laner died to get a trade
Which
back.
they're going to have to get used to, maybe.
I'm coming again though.
Yeah. I think enemy support will come here.
Yeah, I think we can.
But we can't flash either, so we can actually kill him
Varus
as
can
well.
be there too. Varus can be there too. I push.
Yeah,
I'm coming. Careful.
Care Varus. I go TP.
Can we fight?
I will chase. Yeah. Can you go flash?
Can you?
You guys care?
No. Go.
Oh, maybe.
I can't.
It's fine. Back home.
Nice.
I will level up. It's fine.
I can go top I here. have to go top.
Yeah. You can base.
Oh, you go top?
Oh.
The comms are go. And then Kaiser said, I can't, and then Photon gets a kill. So they kind of did all that without really communicating much. They actually just kind of did that on instinct.
Yeah.
And is that kind of what the comms are generally like?
I mean, ideally, I think if you're like good at League of Legends, you should play with like minimum comms, kind of like. Ideally, everyone understands what each other wants to do. So using minimum comms and knowing the limits of your champion is the most ideal way to play.
Fair.
And that was my thoughts before getting this team. Is like, if you're a good player and you get on the same page outside of the game, how do I say it? Not when you play, but when you talk in reviews, when you analyze, when you talk about your communication, when you say what you should, like what you think you should do, what you think your teammates should do, then everyone knows kind of how to play together. So I never felt like it should be an issue in the long run, you know? I just think it makes it a little bit harder in the beginning.
Right.
I've played with multiple Asian players before.
Yeah.
And in the long run, I've never had any issues. And I just know it's like a little bit more of a process that you just have to accept, right? And I think there's also some really like cool things about it, like when they learn new terms or like I told Photon to ulted cringe today.
Yeah.
I wonder. After he got solo kill, he ulted cringe. So yeah, he's adapting really, really wonderfully
That's
to
good.
the
That's
European
good.
culture.
Yeah, I get it. That's
No,
really cool.
it's
That's
going
actually really
well.
cool. Because I remember, I mean, you just reminded me, MVP Trick, right?
Right.
When you joined, it was you and
Respect.
Trick, mid-jungle duo that dominated the scene when you first arrived. And like, it's kind of been the sad story for you where you've kind of always made the MVPs, but never quite been the MVP
Yeah, I
in
think
Europe.
like 4 of my junglers have been MVPs.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It might happen again.
I actually, I don't need the MVP. It's fine as long as I get the trophy.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Nice.
That's what I need. Yeah.
And there's a couple now. You can win. You know, you can win spring. You can win winter. You can win summer. You can win the season trophy.
And I guess
That's true. There's
that's
a lot of
true.
trophies.
And that's
yeah.
one of the cool things. I guess like now that the format is different, even if you don't have the best performance in winter, there's still another opportunity to qualify for MSI with spring.
Yeah.
Because there's now 2 spots for Europe.
Yeah.
And then like you can still qualify for the final top 6 as long as you have a good performance consistently. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities to grow with your team.
Yeah, the most, I mean, I would like to win everything, but the
Of course.
most ideal one to win is actually for sure the summer finale,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
That is like the most prestige one. So winning there would just be really great, yeah.
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 Long way away. Only the week 1, day 1. Let's take a look at the standings.
True.
Because it was only a day.
You gotta aim for the stars, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you land on the moon. Is that how they say it?
Oh,
I don't
we're on the
know.
board.
You are. In fact, you're at the top of the board. Yay.
I haven't opened the split with a win for so long.
Your mic.
I've been like so anxious. I haven't opened the split with a win for so long.
Oh yeah, the 0-3 vitality.
And today we started the game at like 11:30 or 11:35, so I was really worried that I lost this game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm in bed by that time.
We're all tired. I kind of want to. I don't want to insult anyone. But it kind of looks.
Kind of looks like Fnatic's not making playoffs actually.
Right now. Do you mean now playoffs are not like past week 3?
Yeah, past victory. Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn. We'll see. Of course, only one. But again, that's actually a really good point because these losses and these wins are like so much more important than they were before, right, in the first week. Because there's only 3 weeks. And then you might already be at the bottom of the table. But I don't know. We'll see. It might happen.
It's a lot of pressure. It is, of course, week 1, day 1. I am very quickly curious on your thoughts. All 3 weeks are played on the same patch. Do you think that's good or bad? What are your thoughts?
I think that's good. Because I was advocating for that change.
Right.
So thank you, player community, for agreeing. And because it would be a little bit strange if, let's say now Riot is making some really big changes for 13.2.
Yeah.
And now we've played, let's say, 2 weeks of, so 66% games we played on 13.1. And then the huge changes come and you have 3 days of scrims because you play 3 days, right? So you have one free day, 3 days of scrims. And you have to adapt to this huge patch in 3 days. I think the results would be too randomized and it would be a clown fiesta and we would see a lot of like really weird things happening, which I don't think is actually good for competitive integrity. On the other hand, the only minus I would say is that you will be playing on a solo queue patch, which is a different patch for quite a while.
Yep.
I think patch hits maybe next week, so we'll play 2 weeks of solo queue on the different patch. That is annoying part, but thankfully Riot has made another great change and brought champion skin in their lives.
Sure.
So honestly, I don't think it's that big of a problem, given the fact that the Champions Queue is coming, and please put it to 9 p.m.
Yeah,
please,
I was gonna
please,
say
please,
you're
please.
tired now, but it's from like 10 to 2, right?
Yeah, I think that's like, I know why that is like that, or like the thought behind it. I don't think it's correct. I think just the fact that ERLs are playing until that time doesn't mean that other 20 ERL teams can play. That once they're not, they don't have the match. I think a lot of pro players want to go to bed by 12 or 12:30 and not play Champions Queue until 2 a.m. And I think it's just way more healthy for us humans to like not have to play